Chapter 501, Honorific Name. City of Exiles, Morora, doesn't exist. When Lumion perused the information Ludwig had stolen, he couldn't shake the sensation that Morora was vivid and right before him. This stemmed from the fact that the scribe had meticulously chronicled every folklore and characteristic of the city. Even those who hadn't set foot there could conjure a mental image. Yet Madame Magician had just dropped the bombshell. The City of Exiles, Morora, didn't exist in Lenberg. I read it so intently, feeling so nervous and afraid. Finally, you tell me, I'm sorry I made all this up. As Lumion grappled with the absurdity, his gaze reverted to the letter, eager to uncover Madame Magician's speculations. The Major Arcana card holder teased. Perhaps the individual who penned this sealed artifact information had already lost their sanity, conjuring the City of Exiles, Morora. Maybe it's a colossal prison nestled in the mountains, patrolled by guards. They provide supplies unattainable independently and remain cut off from the outside world. Perhaps Morora is genuinely an imagined city of exiles, yet, in a peculiar way, it already exists. Don't dismiss the first and third conjectures as absurd or hyperbolic, making them implausible. Let me enlighten you. When dealing with Grade 0 sealed artifacts, numerous things defy common sense and intuition, especially when we're talking about 0 to 1. Personally, I fancy the first conjecture. It emanates a fantastical beauty. A deranged keeper jotting down information about a sealed artifact, filled with ramblings and delusions, and treating it as reality. But what about the truth? Where did it vanish to? Is it no longer in place? At the sight of this, Lumion felt an inexplicable chill, and his hair stood on end. Madame Magician had expounded terrifying possibilities. Moreover, she had employed seemingly casual strokes, brisk descriptions, and a barrage of questions to cultivate an atmosphere of composure and distortion, pushing one's nerves to the brink. Prolonged contemplation of it could drive one to the brink of insanity. Isn't this superior to the narrative prowess of most current best-selling authors in crafting horror tales? Lumion critiqued his Major Arcana card holder. Shaking his head, he relegated 0 to 1 and the City of Exiles to the recesses of his mind. He feared that dwelling on it might tip him into madness. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Lumion hadn't slept since perusing the information. While he leveraged the 6 a.m. reset of his body every morning to alleviate fatigue, he occasionally heard indescribable and spine-chilling voices resembling calls from the depths of the mountains. Lumion exhaled and resumed reading the letter. All right, I won't terrify you any longer. In essence, until you truly confront 0 to 1, don't summarily dismiss any conjecture or potentiality. I've verified the auditory hallucinations you mentioned. It's a mild corruption induced by delving into 0 to 1's information. Some entities can induce corruption merely by knowing their names instead of their code names. Fortunately, your destiny is entwined with that long-named fellow. To some extent, it's akin to having the status of an angel. Furthermore, you bear Mr. Fool's seal, the Blood Emperor's aura, and other high-level paraphernalia. That's why you only experienced a faint auditory hallucination and sensed the beckoning. You didn't suddenly descend into paranoia and extremism, harboring a desire to seek treasure in the mountains before vanishing one night. Madame Magician revels in spinning horror stories. She insists on expanding concise explanations into potential scenarios for me. Lumion had been in correspondence with his Major Arcana card holder for quite some time, becoming well acquainted with her choice of words and writing style. Let me remind you that you're akin to an angel to some extent, yet you won't succumb to the corruption associated with higher sequences. That's what sets you apart. It's why you can venture into many peculiar places. Hence, some entities seek to exploit this. Exercise caution and vigilance, continually scrutinizing yourself. By the way, misjustice and judgment extend their gratitude. The revelation of 0 to 1 and Vermonda Sauron's whereabouts allowed them to fulfill a mission entrusted by Mr. Fool before his slumber. Hence, the rewards are particularly generous this time. Your concerns are valid. If you miss the initial trail, whether it's Bard, Mad Lady, or the traces left by other key members of April Fools, it's more likely a trap than a clue. Of course, traps can yield certain information. As long as you can withstand the associated peril, you might uncover the architect of the trap. If, and I say if, you chance upon a high-sequence beyonder of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways while delving into the whereabouts of the key members of April Fools, you can invoke my name and seek my assistance. Remember, this is my name. It carries the power to conceal secrets from others. Cosmic Traveler, beholden to the King of Yellow and Black, and the Sorcerer chronicling the world. The King of Yellow and Black is an alias for Mr. Fool, Cosmic Traveler, and chronicling the world sounds amazing. Could she truly be the Angel of Stars from the Bible? As Lumion committed it to memory, he witnessed the honorific name gradually fading, as if erased and consumed by the void. At the conclusion of the letter, Madam Magician added, "The minor arcana, Knight of Swords, subordinate to Ma'am Hermit, journeyed to Fainapotter a few months ago for a certain matter. When you arrive there, should you require assistance or information, you can reach out to him. His messenger is a peculiar creature wandering above the world, a half-fairy who fiddles with melodic strings, a messenger that belongs solely to the Knight of Swords." Half-fairy, Lumion had skimmed through information about such spirit world creatures, mainly to select a suitable contract partner. He hadn't delved into the details, making it challenging to recall. Simultaneously, he noted that the Knight of Swords' messenger incantation deviated from the conventional format. Perhaps there was concern that foes could decipher the correct three-line description and summon the messenger to target him. Regardless, with the limiting phrase, "a messenger that belongs solely to the Knight of Swords," the second sentence didn't necessarily have to depict a creature friendly to humans. However, since it could serve as the messenger of the Knight of Swords, it could tacitly be considered as friendly to humans. Lumion reread Madam Magician's letter from start to finish, mindful not to overlook any crucial information embedded in her cryptic statements. Suddenly, a knock echoed on the bedroom door. Lumion glanced up and the door creaked open. Ludwig stuck his chubby head out and in a daze uttered, "I'm hungry. It's time for you to cook." "Didn't you just eat plenty of cake and crackers?" Lumion's lips twitched. Ludwig replied seriously, "That's dessert, not the main course." Subtly, he licked his lips. "Moreover, your culinary skills are quite impressive, and those dishes are quite unique. With a chef around, I don't want to settle for raw beef, hard bread, and freshly bought potatoes." The boy's expression turned pleading. Lumion scoffed. "Why don't you do it yourself?" "I can only cook by myself after I recover a little," Ludwig replied subconsciously before changing his tone. "I'm still a child. You're actually asking me to cook in the kitchen? Aren't you afraid that I'll be injured by a knife or burned?" "I'm just afraid you'll eat the knife. What does it mean to cook after recovering a little? Is chef a higher rank than your current sequence's strength? Can't you cook if you're not a chef?" Lumion observed Ludwig leaning against the door frame, looking at him with expectant brown eyes, and suddenly found the scene familiar. In the past, he had begged his sister Aurora in the same way. Lumion sighed and stood up. "I'm only responsible for 3 meals. The rest of the time, rely on dessert, bread, and cold dishes. Don't bother me." As he spoke, he left the bedroom and entered the kitchen. While donning an apron and engrossed in cooking, Ludwig, in a caramel coat, waited at the kitchen door, occasionally wiping his mouth. After pan-frying a steak, Lumion picked it up and casually tossed it out. Ludwig deftly caught it, tore it in a few bites, and stuffed it down his abdomen. Observing this, Lumion chuckled inwardly, feeling that this fellow was even more absurd than he had been back then. In underground Trier, within a quarry cave, Lumion stood before the altar, encircled by the recently dismantled wall of spirituality. He had completed the Contractee's summoning ritual and gained 2 new contracted abilities. Now, he awaited Franca and the others to witness who could successfully gain a messenger. One of these abilities was shadow transformation. It allowed Lumion to authentically morph into a shadow, merging with it to conceal himself and move stealthily, a skill he currently lacked. While such abilities existed in the mystical knowledge of Contractees, Lumion opted to acquire them from the spirit world creature information provided by Madam Magician. This prevented the bestowed of Inevitability from discerning the negative effects he might endure. Ultimately, Lumion contracted a spirit world creature known as Long Shadow. He sacrificed 6 servings of fresh cow and sheep meat in exchange for this ability, making him more susceptible to sunlight than ordinary humans. This wasn't as severe as the aversion vampires had to sunlight. Lumion could endure it with his ascetic endurance. Another ability he had acquired was the Bottle of Fiction. He found the unique and practical ability demonstrated by the Padre intriguing. It could effectively screen an enemy, creating a concealed space where the other party couldn't escape and could only exit through the bottle's opening. Traps could be added. Since no spirit world creature could provide this ability, Lumion summoned the creature called the Fantasy Face and completed the contract with a bottle of blood with strong spirituality. The blood needed to come from a Beyonder above sequence 7 or a corresponding Beyonder creature. Lumion, naturally, wouldn't use his own blood, as sacrificing it to the Fantasy Face could gradually transform him into a monster. Instead, he used the blood Madam Magician extracted from Gardner Martin's corpse, one of the supplementary ingredients for a Reaper. It was substantial, and there was plenty. The corresponding downside was a trace of greed. Before long, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony arrived at the quarry cave, one after another. Chapter 502, Messenger Ritual. Anthony stared at the altar, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on his face. He voiced his concerns and uncertainties about having their own messenger. Can we really have our own messenger? His knowledge of mysticism hinted that messengers were a rare occurrence. Only Beyonders of specific pathways at a certain sequence or high-level Beyonders with godhood possessed these special contracted creatures, accessible at any time and summoned by others. Franca, grinning, reassured him, "Other Beyonders might not cut it, but we still have a chance." There are 3 prerequisites for possessing a messenger. First, you need to understand spirit world creatures, knowing which ones can be used as messengers. You must grasp their characteristics and devise incantations for precise summoning. Second, the spirit world creature must be willing to respond to the summoning and not reject signing a contract to become your messenger. Third, you need a unique undead contract and a deity to bear witness, restraining both parties and clarifying their responsibilities. See, there aren't any restrictions on pathways and sequences among these 3. There are only hidden restrictions, but there are ways to bypass them. For ordinary Beyonders, the first requirement is the toughest. Usually, they lack a deep understanding of spirit world creatures. Summoning one might make them tremble with fear, afraid the incantation could lead to a monster that could harm their family. With time, they might rely on their predecessors' experiences to accumulate reliable summoning incantations, but most have nothing to do with a messenger. We're different. As members of the Tarot Club, we have Madam Magician, an expert in spirit world creatures. Seal has a pile of information on them. Madam Magician selected 30 spirit world creatures suitable for being a messenger, some with a desire to serve as a mid-sequence Beyonder's messenger. This allows us to skip the greatest obstacle. Otherwise, consider the speed at which spirit world creatures traverse. Some messengers can cover the distance from southern Intis to Trier in just a few minutes. Others take 10 minutes to half an hour, while some may take half a day or even a full day. Without knowledge, signing a messenger that takes half a year or 1 year to cover such a distance is pointless. "My name isn't Seal Dubois anymore," Lumion reminded Franca after she finished explaining a portion of the knowledge to Anthony and Jenna, who were novices in the mysticism world. Franca let out a hollow laugh. "Isn't it just a habit of the mouth? When I first met you, your name was Seal. I've been calling you that for months." She continued, "The second prerequisite is that we have a way to bypass it. Beyonders of pathways like Corpse Collector, affiliated with the undead and other creatures in the spirit world, can make them willing to be summoned. Then, it's possible to sign a messenger contract. At the sequence of Spirit Guide, they can even semi-compulsively turn a target they fancy into their messenger. Without such specialties, one can often only rely on their status to suppress and intimidate them. As for us, we follow Mr. Fool. You've all heard the Church's Bible, so you should know that Mr. Fool is the great ruler who controls the spirit world. Strictly speaking, those spirit world creatures are under his control. As members of the Tarot Club, summoning spirit world creatures and signing a messenger contract with them will definitely be much easier. In particular, Lumion here has Mr. Fool's power. Have you ever seen him fail in summoning spirit world creatures? At most, it's vague. What comes isn't what he wants. The third prerequisite is that Madam Magician has already given Lumion a special undead contract, specially prepared for messengers. The witness should be death, but they can be replaced by an angel from the underworld or the undead domain. And there's an angel of death by Mr. Fool's throne. He's the consul of the underworld. Actually, I don't think it's a problem to use Mr. Fool's honorific name directly. Would spirit world creatures not obey the orders of the great ruler who controls the spirit world? The information from Madam Magician contained a 4-line description targeting the underworld, suitable as a witness. Jenna and Anthony absorbed the mysticism knowledge attentively, realizing its value in explaining many problems in ordinary summoning rituals. Once Franca had concluded her instructional role, Lumion produced a carefully selected stack of information about spirit world creatures and directed his attention to Jenna. "You first." Jenna, pointing at herself in confusion and surprise, asked me. She was a complete novice at summoning rituals. Lumion let out a chuckle. "You have the lucky gold coin. According to Madam Magician, it has a certain connection to Mr. Fool, equivalent to his memento. This will make you more likely to summon a specific creature and complete the messenger contract than Franca and Anthony. My chances of success should be about the same as yours, but I have a lot of messy things on me. I'm afraid it'll cause an anomaly and ruin the rest of tonight's attempts, so I'll be the last." Jenna considered Lumion's explanation and agreed. Muttering under her breath, she took the document and flipped to the page she had chosen earlier. It recorded a spirit world creature she was relatively familiar with, Rabbit of Knowledge. However, this wasn't an ordinary Rabbit of Knowledge. It had absorbed some specific knowledge and undergone a special mutation to become suitable as a messenger. Jenna had a positive impression of the Rabbit of Knowledge. She found it friendly and willing to help humans, making it her preferred choice from the beginning. Additionally, its silly appearance added to its charm. Retrieving the page of information, Jenna entered the altar. Recalling Franca's teachings and the mystical knowledge from the witch potion, she swiftly sanctified the ritual silver dagger and created a wall of spirituality. Having completed all the preparations, Jenna took 2 steps back, focused on the candle flame, and uttered a concise and forceful word in ancient Hermes. Then she switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name. Rabbit-shaped spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be communicated with, a runner who pursues knowledge." In this modified incantation, the original weakling was replaced with runner to specifically denote the special Rabbit of Knowledge. The candle flame abruptly shifted to a dark green hue, expanding to the size of a human head. A translucent creature, resembling a rabbit, emerged from the dark green candle flame. Unlike other rabbits of knowledge, its eyes emitted a wise glint, and it held a blurry book with an orange-red cover in its hand. Its legs were powerful, indicating its proficiency in running. Jenna couldn't contain her joy at successfully summoning it on her first attempt. Slightly perturbed, she addressed the creature in ancient Hermes. "Are you willing to become my messenger?" The mutated Rabbit of Knowledge glanced at Jenna and asked in Intision, "Have you ever called my kind fools or idiots before?" "No," Jenna replied sincerely. "I curse occasionally, but it's not directed at anyone. It's just an expression of my emotions." Occasionally, Lumion mocked Jenna inwardly. The mutated Rabbit of Knowledge observed Jenna intently, somehow confirming that she wasn't lying. However, this might have been more of a formality, as the answer of not having engaged in name-calling was sufficient. Whether it was entirely true or not seemed inconsequential. The rabbit nodded and said, "You have to pay me. Every time you summon me, you have to give me a book or knowledge of equal value. You can give it to me directly or burden the person who's writing to you." It agreed just like that. Having name-called it in the past, I can't summon this rabbit as a messenger. Well, I can't summon it now either. There should only be one special rabbit of knowledge that has evolved to be capable of being a messenger. Lumion knew it was generally easy to deal with, but he didn't expect it to be so amiable. Jenna glanced at the information placed at the edge of the altar, noticing a notification. The knowledge you feed the rabbit of knowledge determines what it will become in the future. Will reading more postman-related books improve its awareness and abilities as a messenger? Jenna wondered to herself as she replied, "No problem. Let's sign a contract." Following the template provided by Madam Magician, she used the dark red fountain pen on the altar to swiftly write a contract on the yellowish-brown goatskin, outlining the agreed compensation. The contract was composed in ancient Hermes, with every word seeming to resonate with the forces of nature and the spirit world. Jenna had utilized her usual studies and the knowledge from the witch potion to quickly grasp this Beyonder language. In addition to the contract, Jenna penned a description of the mysticism related to the underworld. The home of all death, the hell hidden deep within the spirit world, the witness of the decay of all living things, one that solely belongs to the kingdom of death. As she wrote, the ancient Hermes words burned with dark green flames, including the original ones. Remembering Lumion's earlier advice, Jenna deliberately included a clause fixing the summoning incantation as rabbit-shaped spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a runner who pursues knowledge, a messenger that belongs solely to the Seven of Cups. Still cautious about revealing her real name, Jenna refrained from using it. She worried that someone familiar with her messenger summoning incantation might uncover her true identity, potentially implicating her brother Julian in the future. After scanning the contract and confirming its accuracy, Jenna signed her code name. The goatskin floated up and flew toward the mutated rabbit of knowledge. Picking up another fountain pen, the rabbit of knowledge wrote its name, Chasel Savio. "You have a name," Lumion was a little surprised. He was also within the wall of spirituality. "I named it myself after reading a book. It's my name now," replied Rabbit Chasel as the ghastly green flames on the goatskin merged, incinerating the contract into ashes and transforming it into an invisible force. Jenna breathed a sigh of relief and engaged in a brief conversation with Rabbit Chasel before concluding, I end this summoning in my name." Rabbit Chasel returned to the spirit world, and Franca eagerly watched as the wall of spirituality dissipated before stepping into the altar. Jenna's ease had filled her with confidence. However, she faced a shameful failure. Chapter 503, Penitent. Franca attempted summoning 5 different spirit world creatures. Despite her successful summonings, none of the spirit world creatures were willing to sign a contract and become her messenger. The repeated failures struck her hard, and her disappointment and frustration were evident from her blank expression. Nevertheless, she didn't let her emotions dictate her actions. Undeterred, she proceeded to summon the remaining 24 spirit world creatures. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Success, if achievable, would happen in the first few attempts. Jenna glanced at the disappointed Franca. "Give it a try when your sequence is higher." Franca grumbled, "When I reach a higher sequence, I might use a mirror and the mirror world to send messages. Why would I need a messenger? Why aren't there any spirit world creatures tempted by a demoness's charm and willing to become a messenger?" Lumion let out a chuckle. "I've seen something similar in the information about spirit world creatures. Would you like to give it a try?" Despite her reluctance to admit defeat, Franca remained pragmatic. She cursed, Forget it, forget it. Such spirit world creatures are definitely dangerous. All they can think about is dragging a demoness into the spirit world. Even delivering a letter will help me turn my friend into an enemy." Seeing that she had calmed down, Anthony Reed, a fellow novice in ritualistic magic, made his attempt. Like Franca, he too faced a series of challenges. 5 attempts were made, with 2 summoning failures and 3 unsuccessful contract formations. "Looks like I can't have a messenger for the time being," Anthony sighed with a bitter smile. Franca's emotions eased significantly. She wasn't alone in facing difficulties. "Which one do you want to summon?" she asked Lumion curiously. "The coolest one." Lumion, maintaining an air of nonchalance, sanctified the ritual silver dagger, and recreated the spiritual barrier. Focusing on the burning candle flames, he took steps back, alternating between ancient Hermes and Hermes. I summon in my name. A creature wandering above the world, the penitent who awakens from the flames of pain, a friendly person corrupted by darkness. This summoning incantation, unique information from Madam Magician, deviated from the norm. It wasn't just a spirit, but a creature wandering above the world. The latter descriptions combined encounters and characteristics, adding an intriguing layer to the summoning. Lumion found the temperament and style of this particular creature impressive and decided to make it his first attempt. He sought a messenger capable of delivering a letter and traversing the spirit world, indifferent to other considerations. Why not choose the coolest one? As the incantation echoed, the candle flame expanded, acquiring a dark green hue bordering on black. With each intensifying flicker, a figure materialized. It was a tall, human-like being dressed in deep black robes, reminiscent of the eternal blazing sun church clergy. However, his exposed face and limbs bore the marks of prolonged incineration, leaving only bones and charred flesh. Empty eye sockets glowed with dark flames, while strange, viscous black flames lingered, causing perpetual pain to the spirit. Lumion gazed at the penitent and asked in ancient Hermes, "Are you willing to become my messenger?" Responding in ancient Phasac, the source of several northern continent languages, the penitent offered a condition. "If you're not concerned about being implicated by me and slowly slipping into the darkness, I can help you deliver letters. No compensation, but there's latent danger. Since Madam Magician provided the penitent's information, it means I can bear it." Lumion, who had too much mysticism, debt to worry about, smiled and said, "That depends on whether you and darkness can win the tug-of-war. No problem, I was mentally prepared for this before summoning you." This time, he switched to ancient Phasac to communicate with the other party. After all, it was quite troublesome to use ancient Hermes, which could stir the power of nature, to say so much. Soon, he drafted the contract and penned the 4-line mysticism description representing the underworld's representative as witness. Illuminated by ancient Hermes' words engulfed in ghastly green flames, Lumion fixed the summoning incantation to a creature wandering above the world, the penitent who awakens from the flames of pain, a messenger that belongs solely to Lumion Lee. Lumion didn't adopt a code name like Jenna and the Knight of Swords. After all, those who knew about his messenger might not know that he was a minor arcana card holder of the Tarot Club. This was the self-cultivation of a veteran spy, and it didn't matter if Lumion Lee's name and corresponding background were known. With his name penned down, Lumion witnessed the yellowish-brown goatskin fly towards the black-robed penitent. The penitent signed his name, Baneful. The ghastly green flames intertwined, consuming the contract and seamlessly merging with the spirit world. Curious about his new messenger, Lumion queried Penitent Baneful, "What are you penitent about?" However, Baneful remained silent, and a viscous black flame descended from his body, disappearing into the soil. Despite Lumion's persistent questioning, Baneful kept his silence. Lumion chuckled and remarked, "Very good. All hairdressers should learn from you," before concluding the summoning. After he dismantled the wall of spirituality, Franca looked at him with a resentful expression. "You succeeded on the first try." "I succeeded on the first try." Lumion lacked any evident joy, as if he was talking about something ordinary. Perplexed and unable to let go of her own failures, Franca questioned, Why aren't Anthony and I popular with the spirit world creatures? Why?" It had to be said that the demoness of pleasure was quite charming. Seeing Franca like this, ascetic Lumion wanted to walk up to her, raise his right hand, and flick her forehead. It made him want to bully her. He pondered for a moment. "I roughly understand the reason. Being a minor arcana card holder of the Tarot Club increases our chances of successfully summoning special spirit world creatures. Even a psychiatrist like Anthony succeeded several times during his first ritualistic magic. However, to gain their favor or obedience, you need a higher level, a special pathway, or something related to Mr. Fool. For example, Jenna's lucky gold coin and Mr. Fool's power on me. A sudden realization struck Lumion. If that's the reason, does the Knight of Swords, who also possesses a messenger, have something similar? I see. Franca, buoyed by this insight, regained confidence. It wasn't that there was a problem with her, she simply lacked a prop. She then looked at Jenna, contemplating whether to borrow the lucky gold coin to complete the messenger contract. Franca eventually dismissed the idea. There was a significant mysticism difference between ownership and loaning. She was afraid that Jenna wouldn't be able to handle it if she were to give it and take it back in the future without a unique opportunity. Phew, Franca exhaled and was about to inquire when Lumion planned to leave Trier and how, when she noticed her companion's inexplicable silence and a hint of dejection. What's the matter? Franca inquired, concerned. Nothing, Lumion shook his head. He suddenly remembered that Auror had once yearned for a messenger. Anthony glanced at Lumion, but no words were exchanged. Jenna brought up the Purifier's Deacon Angoulême's proposal to purchase the Pride armor, prompting Lumion to fall into a brief silence before chuckling. I'll decide after some time. Despite recognizing the danger of the Pride armor, Lumion acknowledged its formidable power. It could pose a threat to all Beyonders below the demigod level. If wearing it was the key to defeating Loki and other key members of April Fools, Lumion wouldn't hesitate to use it, prepared to face the consequences. Lumion wouldn't give up on the sealed artifact just because it was dangerous, until he eliminated all those scoundrels, or until he was too strong for Pride armor. All right, Franca inquired. Are you leaving Trier tomorrow? Will you take a boat, a steam locomotive, or seek the spirit world's coordinates from Madame Magician and teleport there? Lumion chuckled. All of them are possible. I'll decide tomorrow. Let's see what fate has in mind. Franca muttered, when did you learn to act all mysterious? After bidding farewell to his three companions, Lumion adorned the silver lie earring and subtly altered his hair color and appearance. Making his way down Avenue du Marché into Rue Anarchy, he arrived at Auberge du Coq Doré's underground bar. Seemingly unaffected by the previous night's catastrophe, the bar retained its lively atmosphere. Regular patrons occupied their usual spots, some singing loudly, others dancing around small round tables, and a few engaged in gambling with alcohol as stakes. Charlie, now in a black coat, stood at a small round table, enthusiastically exclaiming, "You might not know this, but Cécile Dubois and I are friends. We've been through life and death together. Look, his bounty has been updated to 60,000 Verl d'Or. What a substantial sum." "You're quite proud of me," Lumion scoffed and settled at the bar, ordering a glass of absinthe. In the midst of the commotion, he silently listened, savoring the bitter liquor. Pavard Neeson, the proprietor wiping glasses, noticed the new face and smilingly inquired, "Have you just arrived in the market district?" "Yes," Lumion responded in a deep voice. Pavard Neeson said gently, "You seem to have a story." Lumion sighed, taking a sip of the dreamy La Fée Verte. With a self-deprecating smile, he said, "I'm a nobody." Chapter 504, Breakup. In an instant, I found myself with no alternative but to depart. Staying put was not an option. Besides, lingering too long might jeopardize my friend and jeopardize the fortune he had tirelessly amassed. Lumion raised the emerald green absinthe to his lips once more. Pavard Neeson, the proprietor of the bar, gently placed his glass on the counter and let out a sigh. "That's truly unfortunate." A sly grin played on Lumion's lips. "All right, I've wrapped up my tale. How about a complimentary drink on the house?" Pavard, his ponytail giving him a somewhat artistic appearance, was momentarily taken aback. Minutes before the stroke of midnight, Charlie, clad in a black coat, exited the basement bar of Auberge du Coq Doré and retraced his steps to his rented apartment. Under the gentle autumn night sky, a soothing breeze played, neither bone-chilling nor overly brisk. It seemed to cleanse both body and mind with each inhale. Charlie couldn't resist taking a deep breath. Dogsh * tea, which drunkard peed all over the place again. The foul odor in the air soured Charlie's mood. At that very moment, a silhouette emerged from the shadows up ahead. The figure boasted golden black hair, piercing blue eyes, and a strikingly handsome face, none other than Seal Dubois. "Haven't you left Trier?" Charlie's heart surged with joy, ready to inquire further. But almost instantly, he caught sight of the dark expression on Seal's face, as if a tempest brewed within his eyes. Charlie jumped in fright, his thoughts racing. Instinctively, he said, I was going to let you know." Before he could finish, Lumion materialized before him, his right fist meeting Charlie's face with a solid impact. The force sent golden specks dancing in Charlie's vision. He teetered backward, struggling to maintain his balance. Lumion's countenance darkened as he spoke. "Considering our past friendship, I won't kill you this time." With that, he pivoted in his dark jacket and strode towards a dimly lit alley, away from the glow of street lamps. Clutching his throbbing face, Charlie watched Seal vanish into the shadows. Anxious and incensed, he blurted out, "But I couldn't locate you. How was I supposed to inform you that you're wanted?" Lumion offered no response, disappearing into the alley. Rooted to the spot, Charlie couldn't suppress his curses. Frustration and resentment welled up within him. Why did he suddenly become so unreasonable? "It's not my fault you're wanted. I've done my utmost to help. I'm just a clerk. There's a limit to what I can accomplish." The next morning, Charlie had just settled into his subterranean office at Église Saint-Robert, armed with a meatloaf. Before he could even start brewing a cup of coffee, he spotted Angoulême, the deacon clad in a brown double-breasted coat, heading his way. "Morning, deacon," Charlie exclaimed, rising to his feet and greeting him with eager deference. Angoulême glanced at the bruises on his left cheek. "What happened? Did you get into a scuffle?" "Oh no, not at all. I collided with a statue." Charlie suddenly grew jittery and waved his hand dismissively. It might sound unbelievable, but those lunatics get wild when they're drunk. Some rant about toppling the government, others believe their vomit is gourmet cuisine, and a few decide to relocate hefty statues to random corners. I accidentally bumped into one. Angoulême maintained a steady gaze on the clerk and spoke with measured calmness. "Your lies lack finesse. Do you recall the clause in the contract about not concealing crucial information?" Charlie's expression stiffened, his lips faltering before he stammered. It's Seal. Seal Dubois attacked me. Perhaps he's resentful because I didn't notify him beforehand about being wanted by us." Angoulême listened in silence. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Very well. That's more like what a competent purifier clerk should be. Where did you encounter him?" "Right outside Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, just past the first alley leading to Avenue du Marché," Charlie responded, a blend of nervousness and concern coloring his voice. Angoulême delved into further details and said to Charlie, "Given that Seal Dubois' true circumstances surpassed our expectations, we scrutinized all the files associated with him. It came to light that you share a close bond with him and that he was implicated in Susanna Matthijs's Beyonder case. Upon including him in that matter, it became apparent that you concealed numerous details." Charlie, upon hearing the deacon's words, stiffened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He faltered, unable to find words, as if the specter of his impending doom loomed large. At that moment, Angoulême took the initiative to ask, "Did Seal force you to hide these details?" "No, it wasn't coercion," Charlie responded instinctively, quickly adding, "He requested it." "As expected, a request." Angoulême nodded thoughtfully and probed into every nuance of the Susanna Matthijs incident. With his psychological defenses stripped away, Charlie laid bare every detail to the purifier deacon. Upon concluding his account, Angoulême spoke with gravity. "For someone in your position as a purifier clerk, concealing vital case details would typically lead to immediate dismissal, if not imprisonment." Though Charlie had braced himself for such a repercussion, the actual words felt like a blow to the head. His body swayed, teetering on the brink of imbalance. Before he could mount a plea, Angoulême shifted the conversation. "However, your recent performance has been commendable. You've shown diligence, dedication, and commitment to your studies. Moreover, it appears you haven't leaked information to Seal, causing his resentment towards you. As the deacon of the Market District's Inquisition, I'm inclined not to cast aside someone who has earnestly climbed out of the abyss and crushed their last hope." Given your clean record after becoming a purifier clerk and the authenticity of the Susanna Mad-Eyes incident, I'm offering you another chance. I can't just push you out and wait for Seal to kill you or the mother tree of desires bestowed to find you again, can I? You'll be terminated, but you can intern here. Your salary will revert to the intern level for 6 months. If you excel and avoid errors during this period, you may be rehired. Otherwise, you'll be asked to leave immediately. In simpler terms, your punishment is a 6-month probation. Charlie, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of relief, as if he had plummeted into hell only to be yanked back into heaven. In a frenzy of gratitude, he slumped back into his seat, drained of strength. As Angoulême departed, Charlie's mind reeled, scenes flashing before his eyes. After a few seconds, he raised his right hand and delivered a self-inflicted slap. Muttering in frustration and regret, he reflected. To think, last night at the bar, I boasted about Seal and me being friends who had faced life and death together. Shortly after returning to his office, Angoulême received a telegram. It originated from St. Vive Cathedral's Plessis Descartes, overseeing the Trier diocese. The cardinal summoned Angoulême to St. Vive Cathedral for a discussion. St. Vive Cathedral. Ascending a dazzling staircase to an area near the dome, a small room awaited. It stood as one of the places in Trier closest to the sun. Clad in a white robe adorned with golden threads, Cardinal Plessis spent his days here, bathed in holy light. An elderly man with high cheekbones and grizzled blonde hair, his demeanor lacked sternness, yet a radiant glow made direct eye contact impossible, rendering the room eerily devoid of shadows. While you faced challenges during the recent catastrophe due to unforeseen events and intel disruptions, your ability to grasp crucial information and manage subsequent arrangements was noteworthy. We haven't overlooked your performance in the market district over the past year, Plessis commended amicably. Praise the sun, Angoulême proclaimed, extending his arms in acknowledgement of the Lord's glory. Plessis' satisfaction deepened. In light of the current circumstances and the foreseeable future, we intend to establish 3 purifier teams directly under the Trier diocese. This will provide flexibility in handling various Beyonder incidents. At this point, the cardinal offered a rare smile. You've been swamped with work for the past 6 months. Privately, you've voiced concerns about lacking leisure time. Do not blame yourself, it's a common human experience. As a deacon in the Trier diocese, you should find more leisure time. Your role will involve addressing cases beyond the capacity or timeframe of the purifiers in the districts. Of course, this also entails risk. You must comprehend this clearly. François, Sequence 4 marks a qualitative transformation. Many within the Inquisition are aspiring to become saints. If you wish to surpass them, you must make remarkable contributions. The first step is to become a deacon of a small team under a large diocese. The second step involves amassing contributions and wielding a holy artifact. The third step is to await an opportune moment. Do you aspire to be a deacon? I respect your desires. Flexibility, addressing cases beyond the reach of purifiers in various districts. I should typically have considerable freedom. How could there be so many significant matters? I don't know if Gandalf's apocalyptic prophecy holds true, but there's no harm in self-improvement. Angoulême pondered briefly and responded, Your Eminence, thy will be done. Plessis smiled and said, As a deacon, you'll be tasked with selecting team members. Yes, Your Eminence. Angoulême extended his arms once more, praising the sun. Upon returning to the underground confines of Église Saint-Trobert, he summoned the mixed-blood Imre to his office, apprising his subordinate of the Trier diocese team. Are you willing to follow me? Angoulême inquired. Imre smiled and replied, Does this mean I can advance my sequence and earn a higher salary? I have no issue with that. After agreeing, the mixed-blood inquired, Who should we choose next? Angoulême fell into silence for over 10 seconds before stating, Don't consider individuals like Valentine, those with a wife and children. Approach those who are single. A team under direct command is both an honor and a risk. Angoulême released a soft sigh and added, Which purifier with a happy family wouldn't want to witness their child grow and spend more time with their spouse? Let the single individuals among us bear this burden. Chapter 505, Departure. Having apprehended everyone deserving of it in the market district, and putting those who hadn't been arrested on the wanted list, Angoulême found a rare moment of leisure. He shifted his focus to selecting members for the Trier Diocese team. Choosing from the Inquisition in the market district was impossible. Armed with information from St. Vive Cathedral, he casually visited the Inquisition in Quartier de l'Observatoire, the prison district, and other locations where he engaged in detailed conversations with the target purifiers. He swiftly concluded his work and returned to his rented apartment in Quartier de la Cathédrale commémorative, promptly falling asleep. Angoulême slept until the early hours of the morning, awakened by the growling of his stomach. He nibbled on a piece of white bread, complemented by his stockpiled jerky, butter, and red wine. Observing the unwashed cutlery on the coffee table, he contentedly seated himself in front of the miniaturized analyzer and switched on the radio transceiver. During this time, the telegraph group was most active. After sending a telegram to announce his presence, Angoulême pulled over a pillow, placing it behind him as he leaned comfortably against the wall. Soon, amidst the clicking sounds, the analyzer, powered by numerous components, spat out a telegram. Angoulême's forehead twitched at the sight of the telegram's signature, Hidden Blade. He picked up the telegram and quickly scanned its contents. 7, you're finally here. I have something to tell you. I've just received news that the mirror people we mentioned have been infiltrating Trier over the past decade, replacing the original ones. Countless Trier citizens are already mirror people, and no one knows their ultimate goals, but it can't be anything good. I'm investigating these mirror people. I'll give you new clues at any moment. Keep an eye out for such matters in advance. After reading it, Angoulême took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The following morning, Lumion sat in a four-wheeled, four-seater rental carriage. Ludwig, clad in a caramel coat and carrying a red school bag, occupied the seat beside him. On the opposite side sat Lugano Toscano, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, emanating a distinct protagonist aura. Glancing out the window at Avenue du Marché, Lumion noticed little deviation from the usual scene. Street vendors, public carriages, and rental carriages bustled about. The Suhit steam locomotive station welcomed numerous foreigners, waiters actively seeking customers, cafes doubling as beer houses, inexpensive restaurants, and card rooms, along with clerks and workers in a hurry. While seemingly unchanged, subtle shifts had occurred. Rat Christo had fled, Giant Simon was apprehended, and Baron Brignies was nowhere to be found. He didn't even commission information brokers to seek out his smuggled godson. The Savoy mob, once dominant, faced total annihilation, setting the market district on the brink of new mob conflicts. The dark brown rental carriage, marked with a yellow plate, gradually departed from the lively and somewhat chaotic surroundings. Observing Lumion divert his attention, Lugano inquired ingratiatingly, "Should we travel by boat to Fanepotter, or perhaps get false identities and take the southbound steam locomotive to explore Riston province first?" He initially considered mentioning Cordoue but refrained, sensing it might unsettle Lumion. Instead, he referred to their shared hometown, Riston province, in a broader context. "It's in the hands of fate," Lumion replied with a smile. Producing 3 post-it notes, he scribbled various options with the black fountain pen he carried: boat, steam locomotive, and direct travel. Crumpling the notes into balls, he deftly shuffled their positions, presenting a dazzling display of sleight of hand. "Your turn, let's see what fate has in store." Lumion extended his right hand to Lugano. "Isn't this too arbitrary?" Lugano pondered, surprised by the randomness of selecting their travel method to the Fanepotter kingdom through drawing lots. Despite the absurdity, he dutifully picked up a paper ball. In any case, he had already received the 5,000 Verl d'Or advance payment. Lugano unfolded the paper and read the word ship. Lumion nodded and smiled. "Very good, then let's take the steam locomotive." Lugano's expression became uncertain as he instinctively glanced at the wanted criminal worth 60,000 Verl d'Or sitting across from him. He wondered if Lumion was manipulating him to eliminate the wrong option or simply playing a prank. Forcing another smile, Lugano suggested, "Shall we head back to the Suhit steam locomotive station?" "No, to the northern train station," Lumion replied, turning to Ludwig, who had been quietly eating without uttering a word. Northern train station. Lugano felt increasingly puzzled by his employer's decision. Trier had two main steam locomotive stations: Suhit, connecting the southern and central regions, and the northern train station, responsible for the northern provinces. If their destination was the Fanapotter Kingdom and Riston province, the logical choice would be Suhit. Why, then, were they going north? Recognizing that it wasn't his place to question his employer's decisions, Lugano instructed the carriage driver to alter their course. As noon approached, the rental carriage arrived at the northern Trier train station. "I have to disguise myself and find a broker to fake my identity to buy a ticket," as Lugano directed the carriage driver to a more remote area. He turned to look at Lumion, preparing to make a suggestion. He was met with an unfamiliar face. The short flaxen-colored hair, brown eyes, and other facial features combined to create the appearance of a stranger. If not for the silver earring on his right ear and the familiar clothes, Lugano might have believed they were ambushed by official Beyonders, having quietly dealt with Lumion. "Purchase a ticket to Port Gatti in Upper Coastal Province," Lumion calmly instructed. Upper Coastal Province, Port Gatti. Lugano suddenly grasped Lumion's strategy. While his employer did intend to take a boat to the Fanapotter Kingdom, he chose a less obvious route. Instead of departing from the nearest Port Le Sueur in Paz Province, he opted for Upper Coastal Province to the north. For an ordinary person, it might seem wasteful, but for a wanted fugitive evading enemies, an unconventional approach could prove to be a prudent choice at avoiding potential dangers. In the business carriage of the steam locomotive, divided into 6 cozy private rooms, Lumion's gaze swept across the slightly ajar carved wooden door, the table adorned with a vibrant, multicolored tablecloth interwoven with golden threads, the plush sofa that doubled as a bed, and the slender wooden wall adorned with oil paintings. A satisfied nod escaped him. A private room like this commanded a hefty price of 400 Vril d'or, accommodating no more than 4 individuals. The steam locomotive promised a 12-hour journey with an 8-hour night stop, totaling 20 hours. Travel costs were 30 Vril d'or for a third-class seat, 45 Vril d'or for second class, and 60 Vril d'or for first class. The exclusive small private rooms in business class demanded 100 Vril d'or per person, sold only in packages to maintain the privacy of business companions. For a wanted fugitive like Lumion, this setup was perfect. Equipped with the lie earring and the niece face, Lumion had no real need for the privacy or luxury of the business carriage, but there was a compelling reason for his choice. The business carriage provided 2 complimentary meals, dinner tonight and breakfast tomorrow. A convenience that would spare Lumion from many hassles. "Sigh, a child has to eat something warm. I just hope his appetite doesn't startle the attendants." After catering to Ludwig for over 2 days, Lumion recognized the importance of his traveler's bag, capable of storing ample rations and desserts for long trips with the boy. The boy had to eat frequently. Amidst the whistle, Lumion settled into his seat, absorbing the rhythmic clanging sounds as the scenery rapidly retreated on both sides. In less than 15 minutes, the colossal steam-spewing train departed from the bustling metropolis through the cave door, carved into the high wall. It left behind a metropolis pulsating with desires, immersed in both joy and pain. Lumion half closed his eyes, overhearing someone in the private room ahead sigh, as if reciting a poem. "Goodbye, Trier." At 8 p.m., under the cover of complete darkness, the steam locomotive came to a halt at its scheduled stop, Dartel Station. Situated on the outskirts of the Upper Coastal Province's Faust region, in Darter town, the platform was already bustling with 20 to 30 men and women eagerly rushing to different carriages. Devoid of luggage, their faces radiated enthusiasm. Knock, knock, knock. A middle-aged man, sporting thick black hair and a slightly hooked chin, rapped on the glass window corresponding to Lumion's private room. With interest, Lumion pushed open the window and greeted with a smile, "What can I do for you?" "Monsieur, would you like a drink?" perhaps a cozy bed instead of a sofa. The middle-aged man inquired in Intision, his accent heavy. A bar with its own motel, Lumion was enlightened. It seemed like local merchants were soliciting customers right on the platform. That's right, that's right. Our bar boasts some charming little frogs, the middle-aged man winked suggestively. Little frogs, Lugano, seated across from Lumion, asked, puzzled. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and explained, that's our slang here in Coastal. It means the same as your Trier pusses. In Trier, pusses often carried dual meanings, referring to both female reproductive organs and prostitutes. Is that so? Lumion had suspected as much, but wasn't entirely certain. Seated beside Lugano, Ludwig chimed in eagerly, anything good to eat. Without awaiting the middle-aged man's response, Lumion teased Ludwig with a smile. I thought you were going to ask if the meat was tender or chewy, and if it tasted good. Initially unresponsive, Ludwig suddenly realized something and cursed, sick. Observing this, the middle-aged man swiftly introduced the local specialties. Meanwhile, outside the station, dogs started barking in the town. A lone bark triggered a chorus of canine voices, shattering the night's silence. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, tainted with an indescribable sense of fear. Chapter 506, Illness. Amidst the nighttime cacophony of the town's barking dogs, Lumion let out a low chuckle. Do you have that many dogs in Dartle? Why, yes, the middle-aged man managed a hesitant smile. Something is off as expected. Has something happened to this town? Lumion had intentionally inquired, keen on observing the reactions of the resident across from him. Amidst the persisting dog chorus, he concentrated on gauging the other party's luck. He had no plans to leave the steam locomotive and venture into Dartle for investigation. His only recourse was to probe into the luck of the town's residents, anticipating hidden problems before they could unexpectedly spread to the train station. While Termaburros could influence his luck observation, there was always a chance of being misled. Lumion, lacking expertise in divination or prophecy, had limited options for gathering information without leaving the steam locomotive. Factoring in various environmental details, he aimed to discern potential issues. In Lumion's view, the middle-aged man's luck took on a ghastly green hue. This indicated an impending illness, a rather peculiar one. The specifics, such as when or what kind of illness, eluded Lumion's current sequence. Dog barking inducing fear, future special illness. Do Dartle's wild dogs cause calamities by biting and spreading diseases? That's a plausible explanation, and it's not a Beyonder incident, but that means there's a potential solution. The man outside seems to be grappling with a hint of despair. Lumion turned to the middle-aged man who was soliciting customers and said, "Can you bring over the food we ordered? We can do so if the meal cost exceeds 2 Viril d'or. You know, it's not easy for us to enter the platform," the middle-aged man, now smiling again, replied. At that moment, the clamor of dozens of dogs subsided, no longer as intense as before. No problem, Lumion casually ordered a variety of dishes: apple liqueur, deep-fried potato pancakes, shrimp in gravy, Dartle meat sauce, stewed pork, salt marsh mutton, buttered pancakes, and wick cheese. The total cost amounted to 10 Viril d'or. Ludwig couldn't help but gulp with each mention of a dish. 4 hours prior, an attendant had delivered a 4-person standard dinner. Despite managing to finish 2 portions alone, Ludwig remained unsatisfied. He had also retrieved multiple pieces of jerky from Lumion's traveler's bag. 2 hours ago, he had his first supper, consisting of cheese, dessert, bread, jerky, and more. Now, he was hungry again. The middle-aged man, who had used simple words and symbols to record the dish names, couldn't resist asking, "Is the food provided in a carriage of this level not tasty?" Otherwise, why would Ludwig look as though he hadn't eaten dinner? Lumion responded in turn, "That's right. Don't ever expect to eat tasty food on a steam locomotive." After noting down the dish names and receiving 5 Viril d'or banknotes as a down payment, the middle-aged man with a slightly hooked chin moved to another private room. "Wait," Lumion suddenly called out. "Is there anything else, monsieur?" The middle-aged man turned around and inquired. Lumion smiled and said, "You don't look well. If you don't want to get sick, you need more rest in the next few days. The middle-aged man froze, his expression struck by lightning. After a momentary pause, panic and fear mixed on his face. All right, thank you." He turned around in a hurry and dashed out of the platform, forgetting to solicit other customers. Dartle's abnormality is indeed linked to illnesses, Lumion mused as he withdrew his gaze thoughtfully. Lugano asked with curiosity, "Why can't I tell that he's sub-healthy and could fall ill at any moment?" Being a doctor, he possessed corresponding abilities. Even without activating his spirit vision, he could discern various external manifestations of a person's body. Recognizing a concealed illness, and with Lumion's warning, he activated his spirit vision to observe the person's ether body. Sub-healthy was a term coined by Emperor Roselle, but it had only gained popularity in Inti's medical world in recent years. He's not currently in a sub-healthy state, but it's very likely that he will contract a special illness. Lumion used Lugano's questions to confirm that the townsfolk's illness didn't originate from him. He smiled and responded to Lugano's question. It's never wrong to care about others' health and encourage them to rest more. Instinctively, Lugano revealed an expression that said, "I don't buy it." Then, he masked it with a smile. He seems to share that concern. "That's right," Lumion replied patronizingly. Dartle's barking subsided and resounded at times. Sometimes, it was just outside the platform, and at other times, it came from the edge of the town. Lumion listened quietly and sighed inwardly. Why am I encountering something like this again? Do I bring calamity, or does calamity lure me here? From the looks of it, the problem in Dartle has been around for a while. It has nothing to do with my arrival. No matter how I avoid it or make choices via the use of others, I'll always be drawn to calamities and unknowingly approach them. Is this why a hunter with an angelic level, and the Blood Emperor's remnant aura, will inevitably encounter an abnormal situation despite their low sequence? In the future, will a novelist write about my experiences like Jam and Sparrows? Then, the line, "He's always accompanied by calamity," would be included. As time ticked by, the middle-aged man who had been soliciting customers arrived with a bar waiter, each carrying a food container. "Is this what you want?" He and the waiter handed plates and glasses through the window. Seeing the table covered in an exquisite tablecloth filled with tempting food, Lumion took a sip of the slightly sour apple liqueur and paid the remaining 5 Vril d'or for the meal. "We'll collect the cutlery in an hour. We won't be disturbing you, will we?" the middle-aged man asked politely. Lumion nodded, giving them permission. After sidestepping with the waiter for a moment, the middle-aged man found himself returning to his original position. He couldn't resist the urge to inquire. "Monsieur, how do you know I'm about to fall ill?" Lumion, gesturing towards Lugano across the way, explained, "My friend is a renowned doctor in Trier." The term "renowned" here applied to a wanted poster. Without awaiting the middle-aged man's reply, Lumion casually inquired, "What's your name?" "Just call me Pierre," the middle-aged man replied, hunched over as he observed Lumion in the snug private room on the steam locomotive. "Do you folks fancy that name around here too?" Lumion grinned and asked, "Do you think you'll get sick too?" Pierre's eyelids twitched, his expression momentarily freezing. Instinctively, he replied, No, just a bit concerned." "Well then, get some rest, drink more water, and perhaps seek out the clergyman at the cathedral for repentance," Lumion advised without pressing further. Pierre moved towards the front of the locomotive in silence, hoping to drum up more business. However, his steps seemed burdened, as if his feet were encased in lead, each stride a struggle. Woof woof woofs. The barking resumed near the platform. Pierre's face contorted, overwhelmed with worry and fear. Suddenly, he turned around, shaking off the waiter and rushing to the window of the small private room where Lumion and the others were situated. "Save me, doctor, save me," he pleaded, pressing his hands against the glass with a desperate expression. Lumion seized the moment, stating, "Unless you disclose the cause of the illness, my friend won't be able to treat you." The commotion reached the passengers in the adjacent private rooms, but in their slumber, they were indifferent to the unfolding drama. Pierre swallowed hard, stealing a glance at the equally terrified bar waiter. Yes, yes. Before he could complete his sentence, a figure materialized on the platform's wall. The figure stood firmly, legs apart, body contorted, but its head tilted upward, fixated on some distant point. It was a man, clad in tweed garments, conspicuously marked by tears and frays. His facial muscles contorted dramatically, and his eyes were rolled back, leaving only a white patch visible. Saliva dribbled from his open mouth as he attempted to speak. Woof woof woofs. The barking harmonized with the other canine sounds in Dartle, forming a disconcerting chorus. "It's derangement," Pierre finally exclaimed. Derangement? Lumian shifted his attention from the man barking on the wall to Lugano. Lugano observed the abnormality for a moment before slowly shaking his head at Lumian. His message was clear: this wasn't your typical case of rabies. Pierre, mistakenly thinking Lumian was addressing him, was on the brink of emotional collapse. "Yes, derangement. I don't know when it started. People in our town began turning into barking lunatics. Initially, it was just one, but then 2, 3, 10, many acquaintances of mine got infected, completely losing their minds. They only bark like dogs and are most active during the night." "Did they contract it from being bitten by these lunatics?" Lugano inquired with a furrowed brow. "No, the ones I know weren't bitten, but they still went mad. I feel like I'm soon next," Pierre exclaimed in despair. "You didn't seek help from the government?" Lumian was puzzled, thinking that official Beyonders wouldn't allow such a situation to escalate. "We heard about a village having a similar situation as derangement. They reported it to the government, and then the whole village vanished. We didn't dare approach either the government or the church," Pierre explained frantically, with the bar waiter by his side equally terrified. Lumian's eyes narrowed. "Where are the people from the town's health department, police station, and the cathedral's padre?" "They were the first to succumb to madness." Pierre, caught up in distress, didn't consider Lumian's intentions in asking. "The initial casualties were the padre, police, and health officials." Lumian raised an eyebrow and remarked, "So why haven't you tried escaping from Dartle?" "Escape?" Pierre and the bar waiter were startled, staring blankly at Lumian. Beneath the crimson moonlight, the whites of their eyes took on a bloodshot hue. Chapter 507, Dead End. Pierre and the bar waiter locked eyes with Lumian and the others, their bloodshot gaze shifting from vacant to sheer terror. In hushed tones, they uttered frantically, You folks are aware that there's derangement here." Abruptly, Pierre's face contorted, and he bellowed in hysteria, "None of you can leave. Once the outsiders catch wind of this, we're all done for." He swiftly maneuvered through the steam locomotive's open window, attempting to climb in and forcefully pull Lumian and the others out. In response, Lugano rose to his feet, delivering a powerful blow with his right fist. With a resounding thud, Pierre slumped, unconscious, hanging awkwardly from the window. The bar waiter, seemingly unhinged, trampled over the fallen man, attempting to leap into the carriage. Lugano struck again, his punch rendering the bloodshot-eyed bar waiter unconscious. He slumped over Pierre, creating an unusual tableau. They didn't abnormally transform into monsters. Lumian had previously speculated that the two town folks had succumbed suddenly to derangement. Turning to Lumian, Lugano inquired in a low voice, "What do we do?" "What do we do?" Lumian echoed the doctor's inquiry. The unfolding events not only displayed an abnormality, but also left him with a sense of inner conflict and displacement. The peculiar derangement, causing people to lose their sanity and transform into canine-like creatures, coupled with the consecutive onset of various illnesses, unmistakably hinted at supernatural forces at play. However, the mystery deepened as Pierre and the other townsfolk, who were evidently concerned about keeping derangement a secret, freely disclosed the information to Lumian. This apparent contradiction could be attributed to Pierre's overwhelming mental stress, pushed to the brink. Lumian's mention of future sickness served as the tipping point, prompting Pierre to instinctively guard the secret from leaking when reminded. Yet the lingering question persisted: why not escape? Faced with an infectious and unstoppable derangement, wouldn't it be prudent for ordinary humans to flee Dartle and return once the plague had subsided? even if they feared attracting attention from the authorities by fleeing. A temporary escape into the nearby mountains after addressing those potentially afflicted could provide a solution. Unless there was some force preventing the citizens of Dartle from escaping. Lumion deduced this from various details. The townsfolk were cognizant of similar derangement cases elsewhere, resulting in entire villages being wiped out by the authorities. Normally, such incidents would be reported as a tragic disaster with everyone buried. After the initial infection, key figures like the cathedral's clergymen, the police, and health department officials succumbed to madness, severing Dartle's connection with regional authorities from the start. It appeared as if an intelligent and dangerous individual deliberately spread derangement, employing tactics to hinder the townsfolk from escaping. Why would this mastermind allow Pierre and others to divulge the situation to the doctor on the steam locomotive? If the steam train were to stay in Dartle, unable to reach Port Gaddy by the next morning, it would undoubtedly attract official Beyonder investigation. Lumion, thinking from the mastermind's perspective, considered it illogical to choose a transportation hub regularly frequented by steam locomotives. Even without Lumion's inquiries, those choosing to enter Dartle to sleep under a warm blanket and sample beautiful frogs would eventually notice the abnormality, raising suspicions. They couldn't all be made to stay behind, could they? This would lead to an investigation. There are many contradictions, inconsistencies, and inexplicable aspects. He's smart yet foolish, cautious yet careless. Lumion, contemplating the intricacies, turned to Lugano and said, "What else can we do? Of course, we have to find a way to inform the authorities about this. Don't tell me you want to investigate the source of the derangement and save the residents here, do you? I didn't expect you to be so noble." Lugano smiled awkwardly. The latter possibility had never crossed his mind. "How should we inform the authorities?" he asked sincerely, admitting his lack of experience in such matters. "The simplest solution is to get the train police here and tell them what Pierre said. Have them use the train's radio to contact the relevant departments in the Faust area or the Upper Coastal Province," Lumion suggested casually. However, Lugano hesitated, expressing concern. "But as witnesses, will be invited to assist in the investigation. Oh, our identities are fake, and even if we use your mystical item to change our appearances, it's easy to expose that we're Beyonders under the influence of some mysticism abilities." Lumion pondered for a moment and offered an alternative with a smile. "Then find an empty room on the platform, pile dozens of bundles of explosives, and detonate them. The explosion will send the roof flying, destroying the house. This way, the conductor and the train police will report it quickly, and the officials in the Faust area will take notice. When they investigate further, they'll discover the hidden problem in Dartle. How about that? We won't need to personally show our faces in this plan, right?" Lugano considered the proposal but raised another concern. When the authorities investigate further, they'll discover that we've interacted with Dartle's residents. They'll worry that we might also be in danger of contracting derangement. When the time comes, we won't be able to pass the scrutiny. Lumion felt a twinge of frustration, recalling how he and his sister had been trapped in Cordu after the abnormality. Everything they did had its cons. He chuckled and said, "Then investigate the source of the derangement personally and blast it into pieces. This will completely resolve the problem without attracting the officials' attention." Ludwig, who had consumed countless suppers, swallowed the deep-fried potato pie in his mouth and calmly said, "After informing the authorities about derangement, why stay here and wait for them to investigate? Can't we just leave, change our identities, and take another steam locomotive to another port?" Lumion was taken aback. Why hadn't I thought of such a simple idea? Just now, the more Lugano and I discussed, the deeper we delved into a dead end. We were entirely focused on finding a reason and excuse for entering Dartle to investigate the source of the derangement. A realization hit Lumion, and his heart skipped a beat. Nonchalantly, he gazed at Lugano, assessing the doctor's luck. The other party's luck in the future would also be tainted with a ghastly green. With a smile, Lumion said to Lugano, "You also have the possibility of contracting derangement." Lugano was taken aback for a moment before asking with a pale face, "Really?" Think of it as a joke. Lumion turned his head, seemingly relaxed, and said to Ludwig, "See, there are many benefits to studying more. In the past, you wouldn't have thought of such a solution and only knew nothing but eating." Ignoring the hunter, Ludwig forked a piece of mutton into his mouth. "What should I do? What should I do?" Lugano muttered to himself, attempting to use his doctor powers on himself to see if he could be saved. Lumion interrupted him. "No rush. There's just a risk of contracting the illness. You just need to leave this place before you get truly infected." As he spoke, he stood up and walked out of the private room. "Where are you going?" Lugano blurted out. Lumion slipped his hands into his pockets and responded with a smile. "Inform the authorities about derangement." Lugano was momentarily at a loss for words and expressions. All he could do was watch in a daze as Lumion strolled out of the private room. Reaching the train's washroom, Lumion locked the door and activated the black mark representing spirit world traversal. His figure swiftly vanished, reappearing in apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orsay, Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative in Trier. Neither Franca nor Jenna was asleep at this hour. One was engrossed in a novel, while the other contemplated what knowledge to impart to Rabbit Chasel. "Why are you back?" Franca jumped in fright. She had the illusion that she had just dropped him off at school in the morning and found him at home, legs up, eating snacks, and watching television in the afternoon. Lumion glanced at Franca and smiled. "We encountered a Beyonder incident and wish to inform the authorities through your channels to have them resolve it." Franca exclaimed in surprise and amusement. "Why, you encountered another Beyonder incident? What a mysticism catastrophe detector." Jenna looked at Lumion and suddenly felt that it was a good thing for him to leave Trier. "I didn't want to either." Lumion spread his hands sincerely. Franca exhaled and said, "Where is it? What kind of incident?" "In Dartel in Upper Coastal Provinces, Faust region." Lumion briefly recounted the situation. Franca and Jenna were both surprised and terrified by the contagious derangement. Simultaneously, Franca muttered inwardly, "I wonder how Seven will react to this surprise. He's always telling me to get out of the market district. If I really do, he'll realize that not only will Beyonder cases in Trier's other districts pile up on him, the mystical catastrophes of Inti's other provinces will also descend upon him." "Ah, that's right. What does it have to do with me? It's all Lumion's fault. Thankfully, this fellow is heading to the Fainapotter Kingdom in the future. No matter what Beyonder incidents he encounters, it's no longer Seven's problem. He can't possibly collaborate across borders." After explaining the situation in Dartel, Lumion didn't linger. He teleported back to the washroom of the steam locomotive's business carriage. He turned on the tap and washed his hands without hesitation. Then, he left the washroom and returned to the small private room. He said to Lugano, "The authorities will react soon. Let's prepare to leave." Lugano sprang to his feet. At that moment, the unconscious peer slowly regained consciousness, shaking the bar waiter off his body and landing on the platform. Lumion looked at him and smiled. "We'll stay and investigate the source of derangement. Can you tell me who Patient Zero was?" "Who was it?" Pierre didn't lose his mind and attack Lumion and the others like before. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 508, Patient Zero. Lugano, who had been listening, shot Lumion a puzzled glance. He couldn't fathom why Lumion would strike up a casual conversation with Pierre just as they were on the verge of departing. A few more moments, and the official Beyonders would make their entrance. Besides, delving too deep into this matter could invite trouble down the road. They might end up under scrutiny, or worse, attract the attention of the derangement source, prompting immediate intervention. Pierre pondered for more than 10 seconds before uttering with uncertainty, "Patient Zero seemed to be a guest renting a room at our bar." "Foreigner?" Lumion inquired with composure. Having already briefed the official Beyonders about the derangement through Franca, and resolved to find an opportunity to teleport away later, Lumion was no longer as tense as before. Thus, before leaving, he aimed to unravel more about derangement and construct a plausible explanation for the inconsistencies. This quest for information, problem analysis, and uncovering of clues and answers was all part of a conspirer's acting. With some idle time on his hands, Lumion seized the chance to digest some of the potion. Lumion wasn't overly concerned about the potential repercussions of being privy to this situation. Could the information on derangement hold a candle to 0 to 1's sealed intel? Moreover, as long as he didn't go berserk on the spot, he could later seek assistance from his superior to explore potential solutions. Pierre contemplated for a few seconds, his expression reflecting confusion, and then he said, "Probably, I can't recall her name, and I have no idea where she came from. All I remember is that she suddenly lost her mind and dashed from the motel upstairs to the bar. She tried to bite people and barked like a dog." The infected foreigner spreading derangement to Dartle? Then why were the townsfolk displaying no inclination to escape this place? Is this also a manifestation of derangement? Lumion asked thoughtfully, "Did she manage to bite anyone? What happened to her?" "We took care of her before she could sink her teeth into anyone. We apprehended her and handed her over to the health department," Pierre recollected. Sent to the health department, Lumion nodded slowly. Did the next person to succumb to madness come from the health department? Yes, exactly, Pierre affirmed this time. Lumion pondered for a moment and inquired, what did the resident look like? A young woman. Her face was a bit pale and her eyes were vacant. I can't recall her appearance. Pierre couldn't help but raise his palm and rub his head. Upon hearing this, Lumion's heart stirred. If the root of all the abnormalities in Dartle indeed stemmed from a deranged individual, many contradictions could find an explanation. Patient 0 was already in a state of madness. Instinctively, she would spread derangement to those around her in a supernatural sense, regardless of whether it was an isolated village or a bustling town serving as a transportation hub. Simultaneously, she would subconsciously employ her ability to disseminate the supernatural derangement, dropping hints to the townsfolk that leaving wasn't an option. She would control all channels that might carry the news. However, due to her madness and lack of thorough consideration, she didn't explicitly order the townsfolk not to discuss derangement with the steam locomotive passengers. Certainly, it wasn't necessarily due to a lack of thorough consideration. Lumion believed it was more plausible that the lunatic's instincts desired to involve more people and infect them with derangement. Consequently, people who were aware of this weren't permitted to leave or seek help from the authorities. On the other hand, the prohibition didn't prevent residents from discussing derangement with passers-by. This was a limited and relatively safe method of contagion. Passengers who knew about derangement were akin to approaching the source of the plague. For instance, Lugano's luck had turned, increasing the probability of contracting the disease. Lumion and he had forgotten the option of escaping. The more they communicated, the more desperate they became, ultimately reaching a dead end. They were resolute in entering Dartle to investigate. This was a precursor to becoming infected with derangement. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently received a mental cue. With this in mind, Lumion suspected that the young woman might be a survivor of the village that had previously been eradicated, a potential carrier who had escaped the authorities' purge. She had intertwined these memories with derangement and disseminated them. That was how the residents of Dartle learned about a similar plague in a village wiped out by the authorities. Typically, they lacked the qualifications or means to know such things. Having formulated this preliminary hypothesis, Lumion smiled and turned to Pierre and the bar waiter, asking, "Where is the village you mentioned that was destroyed by the authorities because of derangement?" I think it's somewhere in the Hauthornesis province. Pierre recalled the rumors he had heard. Hauthornesis province, that's quite a distance from Upper Coastal province. Moreover, there's no direct steam locomotive. It requires a transfer through a few provinces in the West Midseashire coast or Trier. How could you folks, who rarely leave Dartle, have heard such a rumor? Did a bard or passenger from Hauthornesis province pass by this transportation hub? The more Lumion pondered, the more he leaned toward his hypothesis. He refrained from pressing further and probed Pierre. This derangement holds significant research value. We'll venture into Dartle to investigate its source and try to find a cure. However, preparations will take some time. Moreover, it's nighttime. At dawn, we will step into Dartle. We won't depart until we resolve the problem. Lumion stressed the phrases, "will enter Dartle," and "will not leave for the time being" to gauge Pierre and the bar waiter's reactions. Their expressions underwent several changes, and they were no longer as hysterical as before. After a few moments, Pierre implored, "You must come to town tomorrow." "No problem," Lumion replied with a reassuring smile. He was now even more convinced that this was an instinctive infection and influence. There was no structured approach to handling the alterations. As long as he avoided triggering a crucial matter or even took the initiative to broach the topic of cooperation, he could effectively deceive the source of derangement. Observing Pierre and the bar waiter about to move toward the other windows of the steam locomotive, Lumion called out to them, "Wait a moment." After the two of them turned in surprise, Lumion gestured towards the table between the two sofas. "You can take the cutlery away now." Pierre and the bar waiter glanced at the dining table in confusion, realizing that only remnants were left on the empty plates. Had they finished eating already? The delivery men hadn't even departed yet. Pierre and the bar waiter were aware that they had spent a considerable amount of time discussing the derangement issue, but it still felt surreal. Weren't they eating too quickly? Was he feeding 3 lions? Burp, Ludwig wiped his mouth with a tablecloth, a content expression on his face. After the two townsfolk cleared away the cutlery, gathered their food boxes, and departed from the platform, Lumion smiled at Lugano and remarked, "Continue watching. Chill." "I can't chill. How are we to escape when the official Beyonders arrive?" Lugano's heart felt like it was being grilled. Observing his reaction, Lumion muttered silently, "He's indeed acting like a wild Beyonder with a low sequence and little knowledge. He doesn't show anything special like Ludwig. Is he really an ordinary wild Beyonder who only accepted a mission to follow me?" Simultaneously, Lumion focused his attention and checked Lugano's luck. He realized that the ghastly green traces had vanished, and there was no grisly calamity in store. This meant that the doctor no longer had the potential to contract derangement, and he likely wouldn't be embroiled in the officials' operations to deal with Dartle's abnormality later. After a while, Lumion heard a loud noise and saw the night suddenly brighten outside. Light streamed down from midair. Lumion looked up and noticed 2 colossal objects floating in the night. They were 2 airships clad in dark gray paint, frantically spinning their paddles. They were much smaller than the one Lumion had seen in Trier. The condensed light shone from their front and lower positions, converging on the edge of Dartle. Simultaneously, the town erupted in a cacophony of barking once more, as if movement was taking place everywhere. "The officials from the Faust region are here." Lumion averted his gaze, awaiting the outcome. Shouts, cries, gunshots, and various beams of sunlight continued for nearly an hour before completely subsiding. Before long, a team of police officers entered the private room, questioning the now disguised, fake identification-wielding Lumion and company's interactions with Dartle's residents. Other than anything related to derangement, Lumion told them everything honestly. He was ready to teleport away with Ludwig and Lugano at any moment. After recording and comparing tickets and identification, the police officers left the carriage. Lumion patiently waited until dawn. The police officers returned, presenting 3 contracts and requesting their signatures. The contract explained that the disturbance from the previous night had resulted from a special military operation, and everyone was obligated to keep it confidential. "Does what I revealed before my signature count?" Lumion chuckled inwardly and calmly signed with an alias. His fake identity had just been activated, and it had minimal mystic connections. After the police departed, Lumion, having intentionally gone through the official process firsthand, intended to grasp Lugano and Ludwig's shoulders and teleport away. Uncertain if the contract signed with an alias would be discovered, he aimed to avoid potential risks. At that moment, Lumion noticed a towering figure behind Lugano. It was his messenger, Penitent Baneful, draped in a dark clergyman's robe and surrounded by charred flames. Baneful sent a folded letter, drifting towards Lumion. Lugano was taken aback to see a piece of paper materialize. He instinctively glanced behind him, but Lumion opened the letter and perused its contents. "Based on the feedback I received, this should be the escape of a sealed artifact." That sealed artifact resembles a young woman. It first surfaced during a catastrophe in Hauthornesis province. Most of the time, she remains in her normal state, appearing lifeless, pale, and muddle-headed. However, once she enters a state of madness, she gradually infects the surrounding people with the same derangement as her. There's no definite transmission pattern. She might not be in the same state every time she goes mad. The same goes for her derangement symptoms. In her normal state, although she's like an unintelligent ghost and acts on instinct, she possesses a power akin to the power of speech, where whatever she says comes true. And if she declares someone dead, they will die. Chapter 509, Ironclad Merchant Ship, also possesses the ability to turn spoken words into reality. Before the derangement took hold, she acted on instinct, her pale face and lifeless eyes mirroring the description of Patient Zero by Peer. Lumion delved into the catastrophe's details through Franca's letter, gaining a deeper understanding. His speculations, rooted in Peer's answers and behavior, aligned closely with the truth. The divergence lay in Lumion's belief that the initial infected individual was a genuine lunatic that acted on instinct, while official information identified her as a humanoid sealed artifact, still governed by instinct, that lacked intelligence whether in her normal state or deranged state. Lumion's speculations, however, didn't rule out the possibility that the young woman had transformed into a true lunatic, one that instinctively spread derangement, due to some form of corruption, necessitating her sealing. As for why it was a seal and not a direct eradication, Lumion could roughly guess the reason. The ability to kill anyone at will was still coveted, despite various restrictions. The power to eliminate anyone at will remained highly sought after, despite certain constraints. Whether it was the Inquisition, the Machinery Hivemind, or Bureau 8, they all prioritized sealing over destruction if a viable method existed. Lumion knew they might even depend on her to handle future crises. His eyes moved down the letter's contents, absorbing the information. As for additional details, confidentiality prevents the source from providing more. Keep a vigilant eye on individuals like her. If you uncover anything suspicious, immediately distance yourself and report it to the authorities. No specifics about her origins, the sealing technique, the manifestation of speech, or how to counteract derangement were provided. No concrete seal level or number, despite Dartle's abnormality and prior descriptions. Even if it isn't a Grade 1 sealed artifact, it holds significant and terrifying properties among Grade 2 sealed artifacts. Lumion pondered briefly, then stowed the letter in his traveler's bag without incinerating it on the spot. At that moment, Lugano was observing his back in bewilderment. Despite activating his spirit vision, he found nothing. Lumion's messenger, Penitent Baneful, had long departed. "Let's go," Lumion sighed, reaching out to grasp Ludwig and Lugano's shoulders. His foremost regret was the wasted third of the 400 Veraldor fare. He still needed to source different cafes for Ludwig's breakfast. He couldn't allow him to be satiated from one place to avoid raising suspicion. In the next instant, Lugano felt as if he had crossed into the spirit world he'd just glimpsed. Instead of being a mere observer, he plunged deeper into layers of saturated colors, bathing in the light of 7 different colored brilliances overhead. Surrounded by indescribable faces and figures, he sped toward an unknown destination. Dizziness overcame him, but in just over 10 seconds, his feet met solid ground. Buildings in beige, brownish red, and light yellow surrounded him. Lumion hadn't teleported too far and chose Faust, with Dartle falling under its jurisdiction. Under the dawn's light, Lumion adorned the lie earring and retrieved a tweed coat from his traveler's bag, seamlessly altering his appearance, height, and attire in a secluded alley. In less than a minute, he morphed into an entirely different person. Though not the first time Lugano had witnessed this, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked by the scene. What a mystical item and formidable ability. Whether it was the silver earring allowing one to adjust appearance within a certain range, or the coin bag with seemingly infinite capacity, Lugano had never seen anything like it. Occasionally, he'd heard other bounty hunters speak of official Beyonders possessing Beyonder-level disguises. Lumion tossed the lie earring to Lugano, casually stating, Get 3 more sets of fake identities, and buy steam locomotive tickets that will arrive in Port Gaddy today. Am I a translator, guide, or your attendant? Lugano criticized as he caught the mystical silver earring. He forced a smile and said, I've never been to the Faust area, so I don't know who to find for fake identities. The principles are common. I trust your experience, Lumion replied with a smile. All right, since you're paying, Lugano muttered silently, retrieving a change of clothes from his suitcase. At the Northern Trier train station, Lumion had already paid him 1,000 Verldor for the fake identities and informed him that he would handle similar expenses in the future. After Ludwig put on the lie earring, Lugano left the alley with his suitcase. Lumion activated the niece face, altering his appearance once more, and trailed Lugano from afar while holding Ludwig, who was adjusting his height and appearance. He wanted to observe the doctor's actions and reactions in an unfamiliar place to uncover potential issues. To prevent Ludwig from protesting, Lumion held down his wide-brimmed hat and tossed him a few loaves of baguettes. Ludwig, not clamoring for a hot meal, obediently nibbled on the food as Lumion pulled him along. In the early morning, the bars were closed, so Lugano headed to the nearest market and approached a prowler suspected to be a mobster. Using money, he bought access and discovered where to obtain fake identities. Throughout the process, Lugano appeared no different from an ordinary bounty hunter. Lumion wasn't disappointed or displeased. He calmly followed Lugano until he secured a differently scheduled steam locomotive. Only then did he dispel the niece face and rendezvous with his companion. In Port Gaddy, Upper Coastal Province, Lumion occupied a luxurious hotel room near the sea. Standing before the expansive glass window, he observed the azure sky, seemingly washed in water, contrasting with the clear and pure sea below, resembling gems. The clear and melodious calls of gurgling seabirds, accompanied by their graceful figures, traversed between white clouds, white beaches, and ship masts. Even without opening the window, Lumion could intuitively feel the refreshing sea breeze from the sea. This port, a main entry point for products from industrial cities in the West Mid-Seashore coast into the Fog Sea, was famous for trade and shipbuilding, boasting prosperity. Contrary to Trarian's beliefs about scarce sunlight in the north, Port Gaddy remained perpetually bathed in sunlight, with autumn maintaining a mild temperature. As Ludwig chewed, Lumion admired the seascape and distant harbor, awaiting Lugano's return with tickets to the Feyenopotter Kingdom's Port Santa. At that moment, Penitent Baneful, abnormally tall and clad in a black clergyman's robe, emerged from the void, silently handing Lumion a letter. Thank you, Lumion acknowledged out of habit before taking the letter and unfolding it. Dartle's derangement has been contained. They've eliminated the severely infected residents, treated the slightly infected, but the sealed artifact is nowhere to be found. According to the information gathered at the scene, it appears she returned to normal a few days ago and left Dartle. Her current whereabouts are unknown. The spreading derangement resulted from the severely corrupted Sea of Minds. The townsfolk's abnormal behavior, unwilling to leave Dartle, yet keen on informing passersby about derangement, likely stems from the corrupted Sea of Minds. Anthony's recently learned terminology describes it as a sea of collective subconscious forming a mind world with the island of consciousness and the spirituality sky. Be cautious in the future. There's a risk of being drawn to another mystical catastrophe caused by the sealed artifact. They didn't catch the sealed artifact. Lumion clicked his tongue, sensing a brewing headache. Honestly, there was nothing he could do. Upon arriving in Dartle, the other party had already departed, leaving the catastrophe still unfolding. At 3 p.m., Lumion, accompanied by Lugano and Ludwig, boarded the Flying Bird, a merchant ship bound for the Feyenopotter Kingdom's Port Santa. Opting for a first-class cabin, they secured a suite featuring a master bedroom, a child's room, a servant's quarters, a living room, and a washroom. With specialized attendants at their service, they gained access to the most upscale dining room and the exclusive cigar room. The cost, a hefty 700 Verldor, was nearly equivalent to Charlie's annual income as a hotel attendant. Money was something Lumion cared about, yet not too much. Past experiences and his sister's guidance had made him instinctively calculative, but the relatively easy acquisition of money, like the 30,000 Verl d'Or he obtained from the safe at Salle de Balbrise, lessened the sting. Besides, he already possessed the potion formula, main ingredients, and supplementary ingredients for his next sequence, eliminating the immediate need for accumulating funds. As a devoted reader of the Adventurer series, Lumion knew of the numerous human-shaped treasures at sea. If he needed money, he was willing to imitate his idol and call them. The Flying Bird, the latest steam-powered ship, was entirely made of steel, with no sails but smokestacks emitting fog and masts with watchtowers. Iron gray with intertwining red and gold colors, the ship boasted a wide deck, numerous gun emplacements, and surpassed classic sailboats in displacement, passenger capacity, speed, and sturdiness. When compared to those backward-era fellows, it was like an adult looking down on children. Before the Cordu incident, Lumion had considered embarking on a maritime journey, inspired by the adventurer J.M. Sparrow, to entice his sister. However, Auror had deferred this plan until after his university graduation. In the spacious, brightly lit living room of the first-class cabin, Lumion gazed out the window at the azure sea, lost in thought. Ooh! Amidst the whistle, mist billowed from the chimneys of the Flying Bird. The massive iron-armored merchant ship slowly departed Port Gaddy, accompanied by the symphony of various machinery starting to operate, heading into the depths of the sea. Squawk, squawk, the cries of seabirds reverberated through the clouds. Chapter 510, First Day at Sea. Amidst the billowing smoke, the Flying Bird cut through the Fog Sea, heading west towards the Intis colony in the Fog Sea archipelago. They were the same islands in the saying, "Never trust an islander." From there, it would journey south to Port Santa, northwest of the Feyenopotter Kingdom. Though the Fog Sea was notorious for its heavy fog, the offshore areas were less affected. Lumion spent the next 3 hours under the bright sun, immersed in a book, an introductory textbook for the Feyenopotter Kingdom's Highlander language. While he had Lugano, his translator and guide, Lumion didn't want to be completely reliant on him for information and communication. If anything happened to Lugano, or if he were to deliberately manipulate translations, Lumion would be vulnerable. Mastering some basic Highlander phrases before reaching Port Santa would allow Lumion to verify the accuracy of translations and give him some independence. Typically, learning Highlander in less than 10 days was nearly impossible for Beyonders not from the reader pathway. However, Lumion had a significant advantage: his knowledge of ancient Faesac, the original language from which Highlander evolved. The two languages shared many similarities in sentence structure, meaning, grammar, and word structure, allowing Lumion to learn Highlander much faster. When can dinner be delivered? Ludwig paced restlessly in front of Lumion's recliner, frustrated that the exclusive attendant hadn't yet arrived with dinner, despite the darkening sky. Lumion closed his book as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows illuminated by the kerosene lamp. With a chuckle, he said, "Blame yourself for ordering so much. They need time to cook it all. Thankfully, the first-class cabin has an independent kitchen, otherwise they'd be overwhelmed." Before he could finish, the doorbell rang. As the chimes reverberated, Lugano opened the thick vermilion door to find the young attendant pushing a dining cart into the room, its surface covered in a thick yellowish-brown carpet. Under Ludwig's eager gaze, the attendant calmly laid out the tablecloth and utensils. "This is a local delicacy, Gaddy herring. It involves marinating smoked soft herring fillets, onions, and carrot slices in olive oil, thyme, bay leaves, and other spices for 24 to 48 hours. It's perfect with warm potato salad. And these are deep-fried fries. In Upper Coastal Province, there's a saying, without fries, there's no heaven. There's also raisin cream bread. These are fresh oysters and shellfish. This is Faust turkey, ham and mushroom burrito. This is Umu's duck minced meat and coarse brown sugar vanilla waffle. This is traditional orange cheese, and there's also a pungent gray cheese. Would you like to give it a try? This is Upper Coastal Province's favorite apple cider one." Lumion listened with genuine interest as the attendant described each dish. He noticed that, despite his impatience, Ludwig didn't immediately attack his food. Instead, he waited patiently until the attendant finished before sampling the pre-meal bread and savoring the pickled herring. Did something awaken in him? Lumion glanced at the child in confusion. "Not bad," Ludwig remarked with a professional air. "The smoky taste is just right. It blends perfectly with the fragrance and seasoning." Despite his praise, 7-year-old Lumion couldn't help but find the whole scene with Ludwig's chubby, youthful face and serious demeanor comical. Port Gatty, being near the sea, boasted excellent seafood. The oysters and other shellfish were not only tastier than most restaurants in Trier, but also considerably cheaper. Lumion sipped his brewed apple cider, enjoying the unique local flavors. With Ludwig's impressive appetite, the 8-person dinner soon ended, leaving only clean plates and bones behind. Lumion and Lugano, despite not being small eaters themselves, found themselves dwarfed by Ludwig's consumption despite eating 2 servings each. This was especially impressive considering he'd already devoured afternoon tea and dessert earlier. "I don't see you visiting the washroom often. Where does all the food go? Do you have a bottomless pit for a stomach?" Lumion mused, sizing Ludwig up. He stood up and turned to Lugano. "I'm feeling for a drink. Want to join me at the ship's bar?" "I didn't catch a wink last night. Plan to hit the hay early today." Lugano couldn't wrap his head around his employer's boundless energy. Despite a sleepless night and a full day of travel, Lumion buzzed with life, ready to hit the bar. Could it be because his sequence is higher? The kid with the odd appetite looks pretty charged too. Lumion didn't extend an invite to the translator. After leaving a late-night snack for Ludwig, he swapped into a plain dark brown jacket and left the room, heading for the first-class bar. The bar oozed elegance, filled with the soft tunes of a small band. Sparse patrons scattered around, soaking in the quiet atmosphere. Lumion scanned the scene for a moment from the entrance, then shook his head and exited. He descended the stairs to the deck, slipping into the bar serving third-class cabins and the regular crew. A chaos of noise, shouts, cheers, claps, and random singing saturated the air, echoing around Lumion. He instantly felt a sense of homecoming. A wave of ease washed over him, and every cell in his body kicked up a notch. That's more like it. A seasoned regular at the All Tavern from a young age, Lumion swayed a bit as he edged up to the bar counter. "A glass of La Fée Verte," he thumped the wooden surface. The bartender, a young man with Potter features, greeted Lumion. His face was slim, adorned with black hair, eyes, and distinct contours. His slightly yellowish skin highlighted his appealing facial features. "All right, 10 licks," the bartender replied in Intijan, his foreign accent apparent. The ship's prices trumps even those in Trier, as Lumion counted out the coins. He noticed the bartender divert his attention and engage with sincerity and enthusiasm. "Madame, what would you like to drink?" "A glass of cherry wine," a lady in a thick yellow dress responded, showcasing a pretty face and light green eyes. "All right," the bartender, not seeking payment up front, prepared to serve the lady. "I was here first," Lumion reminded the bartender with a smile. Without hesitation, the bartender replied, "This is such a beautiful and dazzling lady. My heart tells me to serve her first." Oh, he's truly from Potter. Lumion didn't get upset. Instead, it felt like he was watching a circus act. Phenopatirians, with their romantic nature and relentless pursuit of love, placed their faith in Earth Mother, emphasizing the importance of women. Men in this kingdom would praise any woman they encountered, openly pursuing those they fancied. Auror had once mentioned that Potter's men were masters of country romance. Despite their mushiness and overt sincerity, they didn't come off as cheesy. Rather, they exuded a different kind of elegance. In comparison, the romantic Intisions seemed lacking. However, influenced by tradition and faith, most Phenopatirians placed great importance on family, reproduction, and children, preferring settled family lives. Unless entering marriage without coercion, they were akin to the conservative Lonese, finding it challenging to accept extramarital affairs. While exceptions existed, even in the most conservative Lone Kingdom, the prevalence of adultery wasn't as exaggerated or common as in Intis. Many believed that love didn't necessarily thrive within the confines of marriage. After the lady settled her tab and departed with the cherry wine, the bartender served Lumian La Fée Verte, garnishing it with a mint leaf. He remarked without a trace of guilt, "My grandmother always said to give special treatment to every lady, especially the beautiful ones." "I get it." Lumian slipped back into his role as a regular at All Tavern. Sipping his absinthe, he concocted a tale. "I once had numerous beautiful companions, even more stunning than the last lady. Unfortunately, being just one person, I couldn't marry them all simultaneously." The bartender suddenly felt a camaraderie. "I often feel the same regrets. There are too many beautiful women in this world, and I'm just one person." "What's your name?" "Louis, just call me Louis." Lumian provided his alias. His current identity was Louis Barry. "I'm Francesco," the bartender shared with Lumian. The familiar setting, the customary boasting, and the vibrant ambience left Lumian feeling a bit tipsy, despite not imbibing much. If not for the mysticism catastrophe, if Aurora were still alive, if he'd already entered university with no other concerns, wouldn't it be nice to just unwind at a bar? Sea travelers couldn't help but discuss pirates. Bartender Francesco informed Lumian, with the widespread use of ironclad warship technology on merchant vessels, it's become tough for pirates. Their sailboats can't match these iron-skinned monsters cruising at 16 to 17 knots. They can't plunder them even if they tried. Lowering his voice, Francesco continued, "Pirates' go-to strategy now is sending individuals disguised as passengers to board ships from different ports. Once they hit a designated area in the sea, they create internal chaos, gaining initial control and allowing a nearby pirate ship to close in." "Is that so?" Lumian inquired with interest. "Any guesses on who might be an undercover pirate on this ship?" Francesco was taken aback. "It's just the first day, how can I tell?" Lumian smiled, teasing, "Ever been through something like this before?" One from Le Tour de France Gourmand. Chapter 511, Warning. 511 Warning. Francesco let out a heavy sigh and spoke, "Back in the first half of the year, when I tended bar on another ship, we ran into pirates. Over 10 of them were among the passengers. They seized control of the engine and boiler cabins right from the start, repelling any attempts by the crew to fight back. They waited for their pirate vessel to draw near. Thank you, Earth Mother. They only ransacked the cabins one by one, and as long as we didn't resist, they left us unharmed. Naturally, the beautiful ladies and gentlemen were excluded. You can't expect pirates to have high moral standards." Lumian took a sip of mint-flavored absinthe, a smile playing on his lips. "Aren't they worried that there might be someone like the adventurer Jayaman Sparrow among the passengers? What if they encounter a powerhouse, unwilling to part with their money, and ready to use force?" Francesco was caught off guard by Lumian's question. After a pause, he replied, "Being a pirate involves higher risks, doesn't it?" "That does make sense," Lumian nodded in agreement. Francesco went on, "Many merchant ships nowadays hire retired Navy personnel, maritime adventurers, and professional mercenaries for protection. They're tough and can handle onboard disturbances. Plus, they make pirates think twice, leaving room for negotiation." There was a similar incident on a merchant ship before. Pirates had the upper hand, took control, but hesitated to take on a sailor team led by adventurers. They opted for negotiations, demanded a protection fee, and withdrew without looting the cabins. Lumian chuckled. "If I were a pirate, I'd start a security company in Port Gaddy, offering knowledgeable maritime mercenaries. If ships hire them, I'd earn some fees. If not, well, then it's time for a good old-fashioned plunder. Either way, I'd make a profit." Francesco eyed the black-haired, green-eyed man in his 20s with surprise and muttered, "Don't tell me you're an undercover pirate? The maritime factions are in chaos. Can your subordinates protect those who hire you from other pirates? Sigh, that's why I've never liked the sea. Stepping on the ground gives me a greater sense of security. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." A pure Phanepaterian who believes in Earth Mother, Lumian smiled and asked, "If you don't like the sea, why are you still working as a bartender on the ship?" Francesco's expression gradually became animated. Don't you find it romantic to have an independent kingdom, one that can hardly contact the outside world, floating out at sea? When you meet a beautiful lady here, you'll feel that only the two of you are left in the entire world. You can only rely on each other. Your ultimate goal is to find a romantic encounter. Sometimes, Lumion found it hard to comprehend the Phanepaterians and Sumtrarians who resembled them. At that moment, Francesco gestured towards a round table. That's Philip, the security supervisor of the Flying Bird. He claims to be a retired officer of the Fog Sea Fleet. He destroyed numerous pirate ships with his cannons and personally captured many pirates with wanted posters. Lumion followed Francesco's finger, gazing at the hall illuminated by kerosene chandeliers. A group of men and women gathered around a round table to the side. In their midst was a middle-aged man with short light gold hair, light blue eyes, and a weathered face. Despite his appearance, he didn't exude seriousness or formality. Philip, clad in a dark blue tweed crew attire, raised a glass of Lanty-proof and boasted, "When I served on the San Martin, I crossed paths with the Queen of Ailment, Tracy. Back then, she was only Vice Admiral Ailment. Tusk, as expected of the most beautiful woman in the 5 seas. I'll tell you this, if we ever encounter a formidable pirate, don't fret. I know them, and I have a certain level of friendship with them. At the very least, I can negotiate." Haha, don't ask why naval officers have ties to great pirates. There are many things at sea you don't understand, and it's best not to delve into them. The men and women surrounding Philip listened attentively, occasionally expressing surprise at the mention of influential figures or when he narrated thrilling adventure stories. At some point, Philip's left hand had wrapped around a girl's waist, and she didn't make any attempt to escape. Instead, she wore a shy expression. Lumion averted his gaze and asked bartender Francesco, "Does he really know so many great pirates? Is he genuinely a retired officer of the Fog Sea Fleet?" Having finished wiping a cup, Francesco spread his hands and said, "Who knows? However, since he took over as the Flying Bird's security supervisor, we haven't faced any pirate attacks during our 5 trips out to sea in the past few months. I don't know if it's luck or if he truly knows many pirates and can spot spies at a glance, giving them an advanced warning. In the 5 seas, where pirates are a constant threat, the likelihood of avoiding encounters on 5 consecutive long-distance voyages is slim." Lumion turned his body again, scrutinizing Philip, whose skin bore the rough, red, and weathered marks of a seasoned mariner. It was challenging to discern if this person was a Beyonder, let alone determine his sequence. However, Lumion could deduce from the physical details that he had spent considerable time at sea. Lumion focused and briefly observed Philip's lock. It carried a hint of blood. There's a possibility of combat and injuries in the future, but it won't endanger his life. Lumion frowned, finishing the absinthe in his hand and requesting another glass of Lanty-proof. Before long, Philip left the bar with the girl still wrapped around his waist, his face flushed. Lumion clicked his tongue and shook his head. "You Antigens." After a while, rhythmic music filled the bar. Many customers stood up and rushed to the empty space in the middle to dance. Lumion held the liquor, swaying gently to the rhythm, appearing lost in thought. Since discovering that the evil gods bestowed beings were up to no good, he hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. The hostile plan was now in the past. The investigation of April Fool's key members could only commence upon reaching Port Santa. This was a rare vacation. Estimating that it was time for Ludwig's second late-night snack, Lumion set down his glass and left the bar on the deck. As Lumion made his way back to the first-class cabin, he suddenly whispered, "Temabaros, is there any way to identify Beyonders on the ship and the passengers disguised as pirates? I want to visit them one by one, warn them to behave, and not interfere with my enjoyment of the journey." If anyone refused to heed the warning, 7 could assist in collecting the bounty. The Beyonder characteristics they produced could also be exchanged for money. Termabaros's majestic voice echoed in Lumion's ears. "Only when you become an inevitability demigod or switch pathways will you have a solution." Without waiting for Lumion's response, the sealed angel added, "With Alistair Tudor's lingering aura and the slight corruption of 0 to 1, There's a high chance that you'll trigger a calamity if you really warn those people. Does that mean I'm the greatest calamity and just need to take care of myself? Lumion, who had hoped to reorganize the flying bird's dark world and ensure a pleasant journey, understood Termaburose's meaning. He had no choice but to give up. At that moment, the flying bird had fallen into a deep slumber. Lumion walked across the solid floor, the faint creaks and muffled cries echoing around him. Somewhere within the ship, a woman wept in heartbreaking sobs. Lumion was no stranger to such despair. He'd often heard Miss Ethans, the object of Charlie's admiration at Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, cry in similar anguish. There are people who suffer everywhere. Sad people, Lumion, influenced by his writer sister, possessed a touch of the artistic spirit. Shaking his head, he returned to room 5, his first-class cabin. Lugano had already retired to the servants' quarters, while Ludwig, clad in pajamas and a nightcap, awaited his late-night snack. Lumion sighed and retrieved the easily preserved food from his traveler's bag, grateful he'd restocked at Port Gaddy. He calculated the cost of Ludwig's daily meals, 100 Verldor, translating to almost 40,000 Verldor annually. A wave of vexation washed over him. At this rate, Ludwig would deplete his savings within 2 years. He couldn't help but wonder if Baron Brignies had breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming Ludwig's disappearance. After settling the 2 midnight meals, Lumion quickly washed and settled into the master bedroom. As the gentle sway of the ship lulled him, his mind drifted off to sleep. Lumion woke up at 6 a.m., feeling refreshed. The dining table was bare, Ludwig and Lugano still asleep. He pushed open the window and stretched, inhaling the crisp morning air. Just before 7, the doorbell rang. My breakfast was scheduled to arrive at 8:30 a.m. Lumion opened the door and found Philip, the Flying Bird's security supervisor with his blonde hair, blue eyes, and weathered face, standing before him. Philip looked grim, a stark contrast to the jovial man he'd been at the bar the previous night. "I've confirmed that your identification documents are fake." How did he confirm it? Why did he specially check our identification? Lumion didn't feel that anything about them stood out after they boarded the ship. Suppressing his confusion, he frowned and asked, "Are you attempting to extort us?" Philip glanced at the living room and said solemnly, "I don't care who you were or what you plan to do. Just behave yourselves during your stay on the Flying Bird. Enjoy the journey, don't cause any trouble, and we'll all be fine." He's really confirming if we are problematic. How did this guy do it? He's quite capable. He's not as frivolous and simple as he seems, Lumion replied calmly, not giving in. "I'm afraid I don't understand. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding." Philip locked eyes with him for a long moment. "As long as you understand what I'm saying," he finally replied before turning and walking away. Chapter 512, Strange Pirate Ship. 512, Strange Pirate Ship. Lumion watched Philip's retreating figure disappear into the distance, a silent chuckle escaping his lips. This guy was competent, he had to admit. Gone was the frivolous, greasy, and undisciplined facade he displayed at the bar the night before. It was a common trait among many Intision men, Lumion observed. When not engaged in demanding work and surrounded by attractive women, they turned into preening peacocks, desperate to display their prowess. Becoming a Beyonder didn't change that fundamental nature. Demonesses thrived in Intis, especially in Trier. This wasn't just due to the city's underground allure, there was a deeper, more harmonious connection with the society at large. Lumion wasn't offended by Philip's warning, nor did he take it personally. He'd planned to enjoy the voyage over the next few days, even considered lending a hand in maintaining order on the ship, becoming a shadow inquisitor of sorts. But now, his primary concern shifted to how Philip had unmasked their true identities. Lumion had meticulously combed through Auror's grimoire, studying the abilities of low-sequence Beyonders across 22 pathways, and supplemented his knowledge with information gleaned from various sources over the past months. From this, he formed a preliminary hypothesis. Philip is likely a Beyonder of one of 3 pathways: spectator, reader, or arbiter. One excels at observing minute details and reading people's true thoughts. Another is a master of deduction, their sequence 7 even being called detective. They can detect abnormalities from the most subtle clues. The third, at sequence 8 public security officer, wields extraordinary control within their jurisdiction, allowing them to sense and trace anomalies. Given that we haven't spoken directly with Philip before, I can eliminate the spectator option. Besides, spectators aren't typically chosen as security supervisors. It's not their forte. After discovering that there was a problem with us through his abilities and that our origins were unclear, Philip likely checked copies of our identification and sent telegrams to the issuing authorities. And he received confirmation that these 3 people didn't exist. This explains the delay in his warning. He'd waited for the investigation and response before making his move. This also implies he has a network of helpers across different regions, receives information and feedback, and possesses extensive connections. Doing this alone wouldn't be possible. He has an organization backing him, something more official, perhaps. He did claim to be a retired officer of the Fog Sea Fleet, after all. Such a person is indeed well-suited to lead the security on a heavily armed merchant ship like this. Lumion turned away and closed the door, a wave of relief washing over him. With such a capable security supervisor at the helm, issuing discreet warnings to potential threats, the journey ahead promised to be relatively safe. Lumion spent the morning in the comfort of his first-class cabin, Cabin 5, indulging in a leisurely study of Highlander and breaking up his reading with bouts of exercise. Meanwhile, Ludwig, after breakfast, had begged Lugano to take him on a tour of the ship, spending over an hour on deck playing like a genuine child. Lumion, however, suspected the true purpose of this excursion was to meticulously survey the location and condition of the ship's food reserves. Before lunch, drawn by the bright sun, Lumion descended to the deck. He rested his hands on the railing and gazed out at the vast, dark blue expanse of the sea. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Philip, back to his usual casual demeanor. He was now entangled with the girl from the previous night at the bow of the ship, whispering sweet nothings and laughing, the picture of a smitten couple. "You Antigens," Lumion shook his head with a chuckle. After leaving Trier, he had adjusted his usual phrases to better reflect reality. Philip and the girl continued their stroll along the deck, their laughter echoing through the air. With the enhanced hearing of a hunter, Lumion had no trouble making out the girl's name, Gozia. Though not conventionally beautiful, she exuded a youthful vibrancy that was undeniable. Lumion watched as Philip's gaze darted beyond the ship's railing, his face hardening for a brief moment. Following the security supervisor's line of sight, Lumion scanned the horizon, spotting a colossal shadow lurking beneath the undulating waves. It disappeared as quickly as it appeared, swallowed by the surging sea. Smaller than the flying bird, but far larger than any sea creature, giant fish or something more? Lumion mused, a spark of excitement igniting within him. "My dear, what has captured your attention?" Gozia's voice broke through Philip's reverie. "My sweetheart, just thinking about which first-class restaurant I'll treat you to later," Philip replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, a thin veil of fog crept upwards from the sea, obscuring the sun and dimming the surrounding environment. The passengers and crew on deck remained unfazed, accustomed to such sudden weather changes in the fog sea. Although less intense than the Berserk Sea, the unpredictable nature of the region was ever present. As Gozia reveled in the first foggy day of their journey, Philip discreetly raised his right arm, gesturing towards the spot where the shadow had vanished. "He doesn't think it's a passing giant fish." Lumion admired the sea ahead with interest. He noticed several crew members ending their breaks and taking their positions, including the gunners. The peaceful atmosphere was shattered by a loud splash as a monstrous iron-black behemoth surfaced from the depths. It was a peculiar-looking ship. It was covered in a layer of metal, with only thin pipes resembling snail eyes protruding from its hull. As seawater cascaded off its sides, the upper half of the strange vessel split open, revealing a fearsome array of cannons and masts rising from within, creating a wide deck. Dozens, perhaps even hundreds of pirates armed with firearms and swords were on the deck, filling the air with their intimidating cries. A white sail unfurled automatically, right to the top of the mast. Wow, Lumion marveled inwardly. He had never seen such a magical vessel before, a vessel that could disappear and reappear from the depths of the sea. Philip's expression grew increasingly grave. Beside him, Gozia froze, her eyes wide with terror as she instinctively huddled closer to her lover. "Which pirate crew is this?" "Only one man commands such undersea vessels," Philip replied, his voice devoid of its usual frivolity and heavy with grim certainty. "Admiral Deep Sea Howell Constantine. Judging by the size of this vessel, it's not his flagship, the Newens. It's the Black Octopus, commanded by his most trusted subordinate, Bone Splitter Basil." Gozia's vision swam, and she nearly fainted. The night before, during their conversation, Philip had mentioned the infamous maritime kings and pirate admirals who ruled the five seas. Among them, Howell Constantine, who had recently risen to the rank of admiral, was shrouded in mystery. Legend whispered of his monstrous heritage, claiming he possessed the blood of sea monsters. He had even ventured into the ruins of a sunken city, recovering the relics of ancient alchemists, two stealth boats capable of navigating the depths of the ocean unseen. Inspired by these vessels, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery had attempted to develop their own undersea fleet. However, they failed to mass-produce them. Due to the reliance on higher-sequence Beyonders, only one or two of these vessels could be assigned to each Intision fleet, each serving specialized functions. Of Admiral Deep Sea's two undersea vessels, the first, the Newens, was a behemoth rivaling the Flying Bird in size. Inspired by a renowned maritime treasure legend, it served as Howell Constantine's flagship. The second, the Black Octopus, which had just emerged from the depths, was entrusted to his most trusted subordinate, Bone Splitter Basil. He was an equally formidable figure, known for his cold-blooded brutality and ruthless tactics. He took pleasure in torturing his captives, and the bounty on his head, far exceeding that of most non-admiral pirates, stood at a staggering 250,000 Viral d'Or. The revelation of the Black Octopus and Bone Splitter Basil plunged Gozia into a pit of despair. How could a mere armed merchant ship like the Flying Bird possibly stand against such notorious pirates from the five seas? What horrors awaited them under Bone Splitter Basil's reign of terror? Philip, however, had no time for his new lover's distress. His full attention was focused on the unfolding spectacle of the Black Octopus and its menacing cannons, ready to unleash their fury at any moment. Standing a short distance away, Lumion felt a thrill coursing through his veins when he heard the name Bone Splitter Basil, the strongest subordinate to Admiral Deep Sea Howell Constantine. This was not nervousness, but the exhilarating feeling from catching a whiff of iron and blood. This was one of the hunter's belligerents. Even after fully digesting the potions, a Beyonder would still be affected by them. Lumion's emerald eyes, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto the bizarre black ship as he formulated his next move. Once Bone Splitter Basil emerged and the two vessels closed the distance, Lumion planned to teleport behind the infamous pirate and unleash the spell of Harumph. If the spell of Harumph's effect proved insufficient and failed to incapacitate Basil, Lumion would don his flog boxing gloves, instill a specific desire within his opponent, and teleport again, creating greater distance before activating the symphony of hatred, amplifying the instilled desire to a maddening degree. With Bone Splitter Basil severely wounded and momentarily incapacitated, Lumion would seize the opportunity to unleash his full hunter arsenal, striking the enemy down with devastating blows. To prevent interference from the surrounding pirates, he could potentially create a bottle of fiction and isolate Bone Splitter Basil for a one-on-one duel. A complex plan, complete with contingency measures, raced through Lumion's mind, causing a slight tremor in his body, as if anticipating the thrill of the coming battle. Just as the tension reached a peak and a naval confrontation seemed imminent, the pirates aboard the Black Octopus turned as one, their eyes fixed in shock upon the stairs leading deeper into the vessel. A few seconds later, the bizarre iron-black ship made an abrupt turn, altering its course and steering away from the Flying Bird. With swift precision, the exposed sections of the Black Octopus retracted, sealing its interior once more. In the eyes of Lumion and the others, the black octopus rapidly distanced itself, diving back into the depths of the foggy sea. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a mere shadow, disappearing completely. "E escaped?" Uttering the word after a long moment of dazed silence, Gozia turned to her lover, her voice filled with surprise and confusion. Bone Splitter Basil and his black octopus were simply leaving. Without a fight, without plundering. Philip, himself bewildered, stared at the spot where the black octopus had vanished, forcing a smile onto his face. "Didn't I tell you that I know many great pirates?" Chapter 513, Worry. 513 Worry. Gozia's gaze instantly turned fervent upon hearing Philip's response, her admiration evident. "Have they escaped?" Lumien's lips twitched. The black octopus's abrupt change of course and sudden dive left him speechless. The maneuver caught him off guard, leaving him frozen for a critical moment. This incredible underwater ship, commanded by a great pirate with a massive bounty, simply turned tail and fled without even firing a single cannon. How could one be a pirate with such puny guts? Bone Splitter Basil, with a bounty of 250,000 Viral d'Or and a fearsome reputation, don't even think about showing your face on the high seas again. Lumien cursed under his breath, then frowned thoughtfully. Why had Bone Splitter Basil fled without revealing himself? "I could understand if it was the Blood Emperor's aura I activated that made you run so fast, but why now?" It couldn't be that he targeted the wrong ship, did he? The Flying Bird isn't the merchant vessel he wanted to plunder, so he was rushing to corner his real prey. Did he somehow sense that hijacking this ship would lead to disaster? If he truly possessed the power of divination or prophecy, they would have known not to come. He wouldn't have had to embarrass himself in front of the crew and passengers, only to turn back and drift aimlessly. Danger premonition? A hunter's danger intuition wouldn't react so strongly until it's face-to-face with the threat. Then it hit him, a sequence that had him wary for months, sequence 6 Devil of the Criminal Pathway. Beyonders at this sequence possessed a unique ability called malicious perception. If someone within their range intended to cause them lethal harm and acted on it within a specific time frame, they could sense the source of the danger and identify their attacker. Bone Splitter Basil, a devil, his title and reputation certainly fit. I had just formulated a hunting plan for him, intending to teleport over after confirming the situation. Did he sense my malice and confirm the extent of the danger before swiftly deciding to escape? "Hey, you're a devil. Are you running away without a fight? I'm not even confident in defeating a devil. Besides, you're on your alchemical boat with a large number of subordinates around you. You probably don't lack mystical items. Do you have to be so cowardly?" The plan I envisioned had a high success rate, so much so that Basil's ability to sense danger exceeded his endurance. Therefore, he didn't take the risk and chose the most effective and safest response: escape. The more Lumien pondered, the more he felt that this guess was close to the truth. This amused him as well. To be honest, his plan was quite idealistic. He didn't consider the Bone Splitter sequence or the abilities of the surrounding pirates, nor did he consider how to use the bottle of fiction to single out Basil for a one-on-one battle. All of this depended on his subsequent observations of the black octopus. Hunters might not be the ones who charged forward to fight from the beginning. They might even be the last to appear and be responsible for harvesting. But did such a simple plan and malice scare away a devil in advance? Lumien suspected that Basil might not be able to sense the specific plan. It was only because he had the Angel of Inevitability, the Blood Emperor's aura, Mr. Fool's seal, and 0 to 1's mild corruption, regardless of whether they were powerful or not, that they combined with a feasible plan and clear malice. It strongly agitated the Bone Splitter, making him feel that the impending danger was beyond his ability to handle. Hence, the scene just now. Are all devils so timid? Lumien cursed silently and left the deck in disappointment, returning to room 5 of the first-class cabin. At that moment, the exclusive attendant had arrived with lunch. Ludwig focused on the delicacies, while Lugano lingered by the window, his face filled with excitement. Upon seeing Lumien's return, the doctor exclaimed excitedly, "Just now, a great pirate appeared, Bone Splitter Basil, Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine's most formidable captain. He even operates the Black Octopus. Have you heard of the Black Octopus? It's a mystical ship that can dive to the seabed. I heard it from someone at the bar last night, Lumion replied honestly. Prior to this, he didn't know much about Admiral Deep Sea and his pirate crew. All he knew was that there was such a pirate admiral. After all, Howl Constantine was quite mysterious and rarely appeared in newspapers and magazines that recorded sea stories. His only appearance in the Adventurer series was his title and name, giving him a background without any plot lines. Lugano didn't hide his emotions. I witnessed the mystical pirate ship with my own eyes. It truly surfaced from the seabed and can bloom like a flower. I thought we'd clash with the Bone Splitter and use your teleportation abilities to escape. To my surprise, Black Octopus chose to leave after observing for just over 10 seconds. Over 10 seconds? Aren't you looking down on Bone Splitters? It was a few seconds, Lumion retorted inwardly. Lugano continued, when I chatted with a few sailors this morning, they told me that the Flying Bird's security supervisor is a formidable retired officer who knows many great pirates. I thought they were boasting, but from the looks of it, that security supervisor isn't simple. It's really possible that he has ties to many great pirates. That's why Bone Splitter Basil didn't plunder the Flying Bird. That's right, Lumion echoed. Rip, Ludwig tore off the oily skin and meat from a leg. Lumion glanced at the boy, who was engrossed in his food, and suddenly had a new idea. Could the malice and danger that Bone Splitter Basil sensed be more than one? Could it not be solely from me? Ludwig might have swallowed hard upon hearing the word bone dismantling. However, even though this walking bottomless stomach when compared to me appears high-ranking, he lacks the corresponding abilities. To celebrate the fact that the Flying Bird hadn't been plundered by the Black Octopus, the captain hosted a party on the deck in the evening, featuring clowns, magicians, and beast tamers. He treated everyone to 3 glasses of beer. Late at night, the third-class bar bustled with activity. Philip became the center of attention, surrounded by nearly all the patrons. They took turns praising him and treating him to drinks. They were all grateful to the security supervisor for using his friendship with Bone Splitter Basil to persuade the great pirate to leave and prevent the passengers of the Flying Bird from suffering. Lumion, seated at the bar counter and engaged in conversation with bartender Francesco, savored the Lanty proof. His gaze casually swept across Philip's face, and he noticed a hint of seriousness and worry beneath the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, middle-aged man's frivolous smile. In other words, he wasn't that happy. Yes, I'm sure he didn't scare the Black Octopus away. You're still relatively clear-headed. It's not something to celebrate knowing that a huge problem approached your ship, but abnormally chose to leave. This often means that there's greater trouble lurking on your ship. Lumion chuckled inwardly and averted his gaze. He continued to converse with bartender Francesco about the beautiful women in the third-class cabin. After nearly an hour, Philip squeezed out of the drunken crowd and sat beside Lumion with his lover, Gozia. He knocked on the table and ordered a glass of golden beer. Casually, he said, "You actually enjoy drinking in such a rowdy place. The girls here are more enthusiastic than in first class." Lumion could roughly guess Philip's motive for coming, but he didn't inquire further. Philip chuckled, "That's true." Casually, he inquired, "What did you do when the Black Octopus arrived?" "Don't you remember? I wasn't far from you. Don't you know what I did?" Lumion replied candidly. Philip nodded slightly and didn't press further. Lumion took a sip of liquor and asked with a smile, "Do you think there's a huge problem on the ship that scared off that little troublemaker?" Philip turned his head and glanced at Lumion, not too surprised that he had made such a connection. "What are you two talking about?" The tipsy Gozia couldn't quite grasp the conversation between the two men. It was as if they were speaking in riddles. "That's the most logical explanation I can come up with," Philip replied, ignoring his lover's question. Lumion asked with interest, "Who do you think is suspicious?" "From yesterday afternoon to noon today, the security supervisor must have warned many people." Philip set down his beer mug and massaged his temples. After some thought, he smiled. "I wanted to tell you, but I don't think that's necessary now." "Why?" Lumion inquired curiously. Philip took another sip of his beer and chuckled. As long as that huge problem doesn't erupt on the ship, it won't be a problem for me. As you can see, it hasn't revealed itself and is quietly hiding. This means that it might just want to reach the archipelago or Port Santa without a hitch. At this point, Philip sighed and said with experience, "Many times, when you see an abnormality, there's no need to care or figure out the truth. Pretending not to notice and patiently waiting for the abnormality to leave is the best choice. The abnormality that didn't erupt isn't abnormal. Your investigation might agitate it, escalating the problem and causing the catastrophe to truly descend. As long as that abnormality doesn't truly harm us, try your best to maintain reverence and avoid stimulation. That's one of the key reasons why I've been able to survive at sea until now." Lumion nodded gently and said, "A relative of mine once mentioned that in certain events, those who can't see, hear, speak, or smell are more likely to survive." Philip smiled and extended his right hand. "I'm glad you share that understanding." This was his true motive for coming to talk to Lumion. He wanted Lumion, who was using a fake identity, not to be curious and try to figure out the hidden trouble on the ship. That might implicate the entire ship. Understanding Philip's meaning, Lumion couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Does this mean there are other troubles on the ship? Chapter 514, Huge Wave. 514 Huge Wave. Lumion took a moment to consider. He didn't think there was any real danger. Philip's concern was based on Bone Splitter Basil's reaction, which only hinted at a potential problem on the ship. While Philip knew which passengers and crew members were suspicious, he couldn't pinpoint the real source of the trouble. He wasn't even sure if he was right and wouldn't dare to be certain. Therefore, his suspect might not be the actual issue. In other words, it was more likely that the real problem was actually sitting right beside him, Lumion and his new godson, Ludwig. However, Philip wasn't aware of this, and by excluding them, would mistakenly focus on other suspects. Apart from Ludwig and me, whether there are other serious problems or not, Philip is right, Lumion thought, letting out a soft sigh. Before any major troubles surface, it's best not to investigate or provoke them. We'll pretend not to see, hear, or speak, and wait for them to reach their destination and leave the flying bird. Of course, this depends on the situation remaining stable. If any abnormalities arise, we'd have to find a way to resolve them immediately. Sometimes, pretending not to see things doesn't prevent them from worsening. The Cordu catastrophe is a gruesome reminder of that, Lumion thought and sighed softly. He turned around and extended his hand, briefly shaking Philip's with a smile. "I'm glad we reached an agreement." Philip breathed a sigh of relief, retracted his right hand, and downed his golden malt beer. He had been worried that someone like Louis Barry, who used a fake identity and was suspected of being a criminal, would be stubborn and adventurous. He was concerned that Louis wouldn't listen to reason and would insist on uncovering the huge problem that scared off the black octopus. Philip felt no sympathy for someone who might die because of their own foolishness, but he didn't want them to endanger everyone else. Thankfully, Louis Barry seemed like someone who could be reasoned with. As Philip drained his beer, he kept assuring himself. The Fog Sea archipelago wasn't far from the Republic. In fact, its proximity was why Intes had chosen it as its first overseas colony. The flying bird wouldn't need to stop at other ports for supplies on its journey, allowing it to arrive directly. Assuming the weather remained calm, the flying bird should dock in Farum, the capital of the Fog Sea archipelago, by the following evening. If they encountered bad weather, they might need to slow down, change course, or seek refuge in another port. The latest they could arrive would be noon the day after tomorrow. Perhaps that troublesome problem would disembark in Port Farum. Even if something was brewing beneath the surface, it wouldn't fully erupt in just a day or two. Endure, and it would be over. Reassured, Philip, hugging his lover, Gozia, rose from his bar stool and left the bustling bar. Lumion continued sipping his Lantiproof, seemingly unfazed. With a smile, he turned to the bartender, Francesco, and remarked, "I've heard that many Phanepaterians are homesick. Even when they have to leave for work, they often return home, write letters, or send telegrams. You, however, chose to work overseas, on a ship that makes it difficult to stay in touch with the outside world. Francesco raised his hand and gestured. While I love my family dearly, families like ours, with generations living together, often face various problems and conflicts. My grandmother, a wise woman, manages us well, but it can be stifling for the younger generation. There are too many elders eager to share their life experiences. Furthermore, my home is in Port Santa. The Flying Bird docks there almost every month, so, for me, this job is both work and a trip home. It's just like the book that described Penitent customs. Penitent enjoy living in large families spanning multiple generations. And in such families, the most senior woman who has given birth becomes the natural matriarch, controlling the entire family's affairs, regardless of whether her husband is alive. In a religious sense, such a woman is considered the embodiment of Earth Mother within the family. His chat with bartender Francesco wasn't purely for relaxation. He had two goals. Firstly, he wanted to understand the passengers better through Francesco's eyes. His final destination was Port Santa, which was 5 to 6 days away. Paying attention to the various details of life on the Flying Bird was crucial. Secondly, he wanted to verify the information in his books and gain a grasp of local customs in the Penitent Kingdom. Missing out on important knowledge could lead him to misinterpret situations in Port Santa. The night passed peacefully, save for a child waking up twice to eat, the rhythmic chewing noises hardly disturbing Lumien's sleep. The gentle rocking of the ship and the waves outside his window created a lulling atmosphere. Just when he thought the Flying Bird would smoothly reach Port Farim, the capital of the Fog Sea Archipelago. By evening, the weather took a sudden turn. The sea, previously veiled in a thin fog, began to seethe. Giant waves, like towering mountains, rose and fell in rapid succession. The Flying Bird bobbed precariously on the waves, its air of colossal power replaced by vulnerability. Now it was a mere leaf tossed between the sky and the sea, a toy in the hands of a giant. Tiny and fragile, it seemed ready to capsize at any moment. Oddly, the massive waves were not accompanied by darkness or torrential rain. Instead, the howling wind dispersed the fog above, revealing a clear azure sky. A sailor scrambled down from the observation deck and, holding his telescope to Philip, shouted, "Boss, this wave isn't right. Only our area has waves this big, everywhere else is calm. There's no rain here either." Philip, holding onto Gozia, who trembled pale from the force of the elements, instinctively furrowed his brow. Abnormal waves. Had that major problem caused them? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the Flying Bird was flung into the air by a monstrous wave, only to be slammed onto another. Terrifying jolts and tremors reverberated through the air, eliciting screams of fear from many passengers. They sensed the Flying Bird teetering on the brink of capsizing, a shipwreck imminent. In first-class cabin number 5, Lugano stared calmly out the window, gripping the frame as the dining table slid across the room with the force of the storm. He knew that if the Flying Bird couldn't withstand the tempest, Lumion Lee would undoubtedly teleport him and Ludwig to safety in Port Farim. Lumion, gazing at the strangely calm azure sea beyond the monstrous waves, sensed something amiss. He wasted no time, retrieving the mystery-prying glasses from his traveler's bag, hoping to uncover the hidden cause of this disaster. As the brown, gold-rimmed glasses settled on the bridge of his nose, a familiar dizziness washed over him. He saw a chaotic montage of scenes around him unfold. On deck, a tidal wave surged, tossing Philip. Clutching a rope in desperation, he descended rapidly with Gozia. He instinctively positioned himself below her, shielding his new lover from the fall. He landed with a heavy thud, the rope burning a gash into his palm, drawing blood. Chaos reigned in the dining hall as plates, knives, and forks flew through the air. Customers were flung around. In one room, a blurry figure of a woman sat by the window, sobbing uncontrollably. The boiler chamber was a scene of disarray, scattered coal littering the floor. Beneath it crawled a horrifying horde of creatures resembling seashells. And beneath the deceptively calm azure surface, a peculiar fish gazed up at the beleaguered Flying Bird. Its size rivaled that of a shark, its grayish-black body devoid of scales, replaced instead by numerous, pulsing meatballs. These strange orbs shimmered with an interconnected, faint starlight, forming cryptic symbols. It sported a pair of eyes on each side of its head, and its gaping maw was as sharp as a flagpole. Surrounding this strange fish, and numerous similar fish seemed to form a school. With a sharp gasp, Lumion ripped off the mystery-prying glasses and stuffed them back into his traveler's bag, his chest heaving. He suspected the strange fish were behind the violent waves, though it was unclear if the wind was a consequence of the upheaval or a separate cause. Knowing the strange fish were submerged, Lumion discarded the idea of using a massive fireball to guide the flying bird's cannons towards them. Instead, he activated the black mark on his right shoulder and teleported himself to the nearby patch of sea he had just witnessed. As he did so, he retrieved the blackened bone flute adorned with dark red holes. General Philip's Symphony of Hatred. Lumion materialized midair, and while descending, brought the bone flute to his lips. He had learned the flute from shepherds during his time in Cordu, and over the past few days, he had been diligently practicing and refining his skills. Now, he began to play a melodious tune, one filled with a longing for home. It was a favorite melody among the wandering shepherds. The muffled explosions of fireballs churned the water, slowing Lumion's descent. But amidst his melody, a new tune, one that seemed to emanate from the depths of destiny itself, pierced through the seawater and reached the ears of the strange fish and their kind below. Suddenly, the strange fish froze. A mountain-like wave descended, but no new ones followed. Boom, 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 the smaller fish surrounding the strange fish exploded from their heads, turning on their own kind in a frenzy. Others simply died and floated to the surface. Lumion's descent accelerated as his feet, legs, and body submerged into the icy sea. He continued playing the shepherd's longing melody, feeling the seawater reach his neck and threatening to engulf his mouth. The next moment, dark red blood oozed from the 4 eyes and multiple bumps on the shark-sized fish. The terrifying waves subsided rapidly. With only half his head above water, Lumion lowered the bone flute and smiled. He activated Spirit World Traversal once more. Cough, cough, cough. As he materialized back in room 5 of the first-class cabin, salty seawater spewed from his mouth. In his eagerness to ensure the effectiveness of the music, he had stopped playing too late, ending up swallowing a mouthful of seawater. Additionally, fearing that too much commotion would disrupt the teleportation, he had held his breath until returning before choking. Is this a form of unluckiness? Lumion mused. Lugano, startled by Lumion's drenched state, asked, "Is it resolved?" "Seems like it," Lumion replied with a smile. His shoes and trouser legs bore the marks of wear and tear, scorched and dripping seawater. At that moment, cheers erupted across the flying bird as passengers and crew noticed the receding waves. Praise the sun. By Steam. Thank you, Mother of all things. Chapter 515, Strange Fish. 515 Strange Fish. Philip, unlike the other jubilant crew and passengers, pushed Gosier away whilst ignoring the pain in his back and palms and dashed to the ship's side, eyes scanning the vast expanse of the sea. He shifted relentlessly, searching for anything unusual, anything out of place. Then a muffled cry pierced the air. Stunned, he pinpointed the source and sprinted towards the flying bird's bow. The cry grew louder, more desperate. Philip saw a crimson stain blossoming on the distant blue, a large shadow shifting beneath. The shadow rapidly materialized into a monstrous fish with 4 eyes, grayish-blue orbs replacing scales, and a terrifyingly sharp mouth. This wasn't a small fish. It writhed and thrashed, frantic flicks of its tail sending water droplets flying. Waves surged around it, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters even without the wind's aid, crashing down with thunderous force. The shrill cries subsided momentarily, and the 4-eyed monster, gripped by palpable fear, plunged back into the depths, swimming away with a speed that belied its size. Its remaining brethren followed close behind. In the first-class cabin 5 by the window, Lumion changed into dry clothes with the casual indifference of someone unobserved. He knew the symphony of hatred had ignited the 4-eyed fish's terror, which is why he opted for a swift teleport, back instead of leaping into the air and unleashing another devastating attack while the creature surfaced. Fear would drive the monster away and prevent it from unleashing its full fury and raising further havoc. Phew, Philip breathed, relief washing over him as the four-eyed fish disappeared from sight. Thank goodness, he muttered, his voice filled with gratitude. He spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "Praise the sun." "Do you know that fish?" A voice suddenly broke the silence beside Philip. He turned in surprise to see Louis Barry, with his black hair, green eyes, and sharp features, standing beside him. His lover, Gozia, stood hesitantly at the cabin entrance, wanting to approach but afraid of approaching the shipboard. "It's the mutated bannerfish. Ha, that's what scholars call it. At sea, they have another name for it, death navigators," Philip answered Lumien's question, pressing his hand against the shipboard for support. "Death navigators? Why haven't I heard of it?" Lumien asked, genuinely curious. To be honest, his knowledge of Beyonder creatures was limited. His previous experiences mainly involved dealing with Beyonders, heretics, and rampagers. Philip glanced at him, exhaled, and smiled faintly. These fish-like creatures have only appeared in recent years. Many sailors call them the sea's demons. Only appeared in recent years, Lumien frowned thoughtfully. Such descriptions often pointed towards the corruption of evil gods, environmental anomalies, or natural disasters. Has it only recently appeared in the Fog Sea, or was there no legend of such a fish in the Five Seas? Lumien interrupted Philip's explanation, eager to clarify his doubts. Philip pondered for a moment before speaking. "I used to serve in the Fog Sea fleet. Apart from the Fog Sea, I've only traveled the North Sea. I don't know much about the Berserk Sea, the Sanya Sea, or the Polar Sea, but until a few years ago, I never heard any mention of such a strange fish from the crew, pirates, or colleagues from other fleets. Could they be fish corrupted by an evil god?" Lumien suddenly felt grateful that he hadn't impulsively tried to eliminate the mutated bannerfish. Not only would it have exposed his Beyonder powers to the many crew members and passengers, but it could have also led to unforeseen dangers. And for what? A pile of trash that would only be good enough to feed Ludwig. Seeing that Louis Barry was no longer fixated on the detail, Philip continued, "Mutated bannerfish appear on fog-free nights, hovering upright as if silently observing the cosmos. Many sailors and pirates have witnessed this sight, believing the fish are summoning an evil entity. Think about it. The night sea is pitch black, the crimson moon barely visible, and only starlight illuminates the terrifying, distorted fish heads silently emerging from the water, motionless and arranged in strange patterns. It's enough to scare anyone. Gazing at the cosmos, could they have been corrupted by an evil god's power for some reason? Lumien pondered for a few seconds before asking, "Why are they called death navigators?" Philip rubbed his cheeks. After surveying the cosmos, the mutated bannerfish remain on the surface, forming two lines like an arrowhead that points towards a specific spot in the sea, as if guiding some unknown creature. Some pirates, adventurers, and treasure hunters believe this points to valuable items or hidden treasures, so they try to follow the mutated bannerfish to see where they lead. But none of the ships that attempted this ever returned, and the crew vanished. That's why we call them death navigators. Philip sighed and continued, "I once heard from sailors that the death navigators can control the waves. Judging by what we just saw, this rumor seems very likely, and it's much worse than I imagined." Right, that mutated bannerfish must have been relatively powerful, even among death navigators. However, no death navigator has ever attacked a human ship before. A soft chuckle escaped Lumien's lips. Perhaps they attacked, but no one survived to spread the news. Philip was taken aback. That's true. In such a tidal wave, once a ship capsizes or shatters, only those with special abilities would stand a chance. He paused and muttered to himself, "Did that troublesome figure provoke the death navigator's attack?" "It's possible," Lumien replied sincerely. After confirming that the death navigators hadn't returned, Philip turned to the passengers and crew huddled by the window and cabin entrance. The danger has passed, the weather has returned to normal. The humans, who had cheered earlier, erupted in relieved cries, praising their deities. Philip looked away and pondered. Did the Death Navigator ultimately succumb to that unknown threat? I could feel its immense fear. It's possible, Lumion replied with the same sincerity. With this interlude, the flying bird increased its speed and arrived at Port Farim, the capital of the Fog Sea archipelago, before nightfall. The sun set behind St. Tick Island, casting a crimson glow over the distant sea, vast forests, and the dormant brown volcano. The sight was magnificent and breathtaking. Farim, in the native language of the Fog Sea archipelago, meant having fragrance and sweetness. St. Tick Island was rich in cloves, nutmeg, pepper, and sugar cane. Fruits were mainly bananas and grapes, while the rest of the land was planted with cotton. Looking at the white-walled, red-roofed buildings lining the coastline, the masts, sails, and smokestacks emitting fog, Lumion chuckled and said, Emperor Roselle, who named this city back then, probably didn't expect Farim to become the last bastion of the indigenous language. Under generations of cultural genocide, the current islanders could only speak Intijan. Their native language had been lost long ago. There might be elders in the primitive tribes living deep within the forest who still understood the indigenous language. But in all the colonial cities and surrounding plantations, one language reigned supreme, Intijan. Of course, the Fog Sea archipelago had its own unique dialects, a blend of Intijan and indigenous languages, rarely used by Intijans outside this region. Are you disembarking? Lugano inquired of Lumion. The flying bird wouldn't be leaving the port until the next afternoon. Of course, Lumion replied with a hint of excitement. Now that we're here in Farim, I can't miss the chance to try their famous golden psalm. Would you like to lead the way, bringing me and Ludwig around, or would you prefer to stay here and keep an eye on him? The Fog Sea archipelago was known for its superior sugar cane, and the sugar liquor produced from its syrup, called golden psalm, was legendary. Lugano's first instinct was to accompany his employer, as he felt safer around Lumion's capable and decisive presence. However, after a moment of reflection, the doctor decided it would be wiser to stay on board. While Lumion was undeniably formidable, his talent for attracting trouble was equally impressive. Leaving Ludwig with enough food for dinner and 2 rounds of late-night snacks, Lumion disembarked from the Flying Bird, dressed in a white shirt, a black vest, a dark jacket, and matching pants. In Trier, it was already early autumn, and the air was crisp with chill. However, the Fog Sea archipelago seemed to be enjoying the tail end of summer. Though the air was warm, it was quickly dispersed by the refreshing sea breeze. As Lumion strolled out of the port, he spotted a brown-skinned, wrinkled old woman with black features selling golden straw hats across the street. These hats were woven from a local plant called golden leaves, which was favored by the believers of the eternal blazing sun religion. Wearing one supposedly gave the illusion of having the sun shining directly overhead. Intrigued by the idea, Lumion purchased a hat for 5 licks and placed it on his head. He then continued his leisurely stroll towards the nearby square. In the heart of the square stood a sun obelisk, surrounded by numerous notices adorned with wanted posters. Lumion stopped, his hands instinctively slipping into his pockets. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, he scanned the wanted posters and committed the bounties to memory. Queen Mystic, one of the maritime kings, bounty of 100 million Verl d'Or. King of the 5 Seas Nast, one of the maritime kings, bounty of 20 million Verl d'Or. Queen of Stars Catlia, one of the maritime kings, bounty of 11 million Verl d'Or. King of Immortality Agalito, one of the maritime kings, bounty of 4 million Verl d'Or. Queen of Ailment Tracy, one of the maritime kings, bounty of 3 million Verl d'Or. King of Dusk Bulatov Ivan, one of the maritime kings, bounty of 2.6 million Verl d'Or. Observing Lumion's intense scrutiny of the 6 maritime kings' wanted posters, an adventurer standing beside him couldn't resist cracking a joke. Looking to hunt the maritime kings, A. Chapter 516, Questioning Method. 516, Questioning Method. Lumion whirled back to face the teasing man. Doesn't every adventurer who comes to sea dream of following in Jayaman Sparrow's great footsteps? The joking adventurer wasn't past his 20s. Curly brown hair topped a gaunt face, his Inti's blue eyes sparkling with amusement. Despite the unkempt stubble adorning his chin, he emanated a middle-class Trier air, refined in his details. His attire, a thin blue coat, white pants and brown boots. A large-caliber revolver and an exquisite rapier balanced his waist. Lumien's retort and lofty aspirations seemed to surprise the adventurer. He chuckled after a moment. Even Sparrow didn't manage to hunt down any pirate kings. Wasn't Jayaman Sparrow the one who supposedly killed Barrows Hopkins, the vanished king of Black Throne, one of the original 4 kings of the sea? Although the adventure series hadn't touched upon it yet, Lumien was a dedicated reader of maritime tales in newspapers and magazines. The adventurer scoffed, unconfirmed. Only when it's inked into the adventure series is it truth. They say Forswall was specially hired by the Church of the Fool to promote Sparrow's exploits. Just as I suspected, the famous author, Forswall, operates under the protection of the Fool Church, allowing her to write without fear about the secrets of the great pirates. Lumien asked with interest. So, the relationship between Jayaman Sparrow, the former Vice Admiral Ailment, and the current Queen of Ailment is real. I'd bet on it. The Queen of Ailment herself has never denied it, the adventurer replied, clearly enjoying the conversation. After their chat, the adventurer, with his playful demeanor, found Lumien even more appealing. He smiled and asked, "How should I address you? After learning your name and you becoming a legend like Jayaman Sparrow, I can brag to other adventurers that I knew you before you became famous." His last sentence was laced with good-natured jest. "Louis Barry," Lumien offered his alias. "What about you? Perhaps you'll be the next Jayaman Sparrow." "Batna Comte." The adventurer with the wide-aperture revolver and exquisite rapier chuckled and said, "I don't expect to end up like Jayaman Sparrow. I wouldn't mind becoming the next Blazing Danitz or even the former strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, Anderson. That would be quite satisfying." "Quite ambitious. He doesn't seem like a newbie to the seas," Lumien quickly assessed Batna, unconsciously slipping into a conspirer's mindset. He still believes achieving power like Blazing Danitz is possible after everything he's seen. That suggests a strong sense of self-belief. Could he be a Beyonder as well? Adjusting his golden straw hat, Lumien smiled at Batna Comte. "Drinks on me, how about it?" Stepping into Port Farim, the bustling capital of the Fog Sea archipelago, St. Tick Island, Lumien carried a double purpose: to unearth more pirate intel and acquire the remaining supplementary ingredients for the Reaper potion. This mission demanded contact with Beyonders and local information brokers. As his thoughts raced, Madam Magician's reward flickered across his mind. Reaper potion formula. Sequence 5. Main ingredients: Grey Demonic Wolf's front claws, Forest Hunter's tongue. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of Grey Demonic Wolf's blood, 2 Forest Hunter's fangs, 10 drops of colorful bearded horned lizard venom, and 10 drops of hornbeam essential oil. Ritual: plan and execute a successful capture of a target with a sequence higher than your own. Flaunt the completed conspiracy before them, and consume the potion as they witness your victory, filled with fear and despair. Note 1. The increased number and higher sequence the captured targets, and the greater their fear, regret, and anger, the more potent the ritual's effect. Note 2. The 2 main ingredients can be substituted with Gardner Martin's Beyonder characteristic. His blood and 2 teeth can also replace the Grey Demonic Wolf's blood and Forest Hunter's fangs, respectively. In other words, Lumien only had one sole missing ingredient: the venom of the colorful bearded horned lizard. This ingredient hinted at a rare creature. Fortunately, hornbeam essential oil, a common ingredient among mysticism enthusiasts, was already in his possession before he left Trier. All right, Batna Comte didn't reject Lumien's invitation. The two walked towards a side street off the square, where a bustling open-air market unfolded. Towering piles of fruits lined the roadside, while stalls brimmed with golden leaf straw hats, juicy sugar cane, sweet scones, savory roasted meat, native cigarettes, and fried banana slices. Brownish-black islanders, foreign sailors, curious tourists, and seasoned adventurers mingled around barbecue stalls, sharing drinks and laughter. Two nearby bars, their doors flung open, offered round tables spilling onto the sidewalk, inviting passersby to linger and enjoy a drink. Batna surveyed the lively scene and cautioned Lumion, "Seems like this is your first visit to the archipelago. Remember, never trust an islander." Their outward deference and meekness mask their true intentions. They dream of swindling our money and selling us for a hefty price. If you lack the strength and intelligence to put them in their place, their evil thoughts will surely be put into action. Lumion met Batna's gaze and chuckled. "Did they take advantage of you when you first arrived?" Batna fell silent, avoiding the question. Lumion didn't press further. He spent 2 licks for a small bag of freshly fried banana slices. The crisp exterior gave way to a soft, sweet interior, bursting with flavor. As he chewed, Batna muttered, "Those are just for children and women." How could a grown man, determined to follow in J.M. and Sparrow's great footsteps, be indulging in fried banana slices? In theory, at least, I'm still a minor. Lumion mentally dismissed the matter. As they continued through the market, he turned to Batna and asked, "Do pirates often enter Port Farum in disguise?" "Yes, frequently," Batna replied without hesitation, "but hunting them here is hardly worth the trouble." "Why not?" Lumion raised an eyebrow. "It would be easier to collect the bounty on their heads." Batna chuckled and lowered his voice. "Port Farum's officials tacitly allow pirates to come here, selling their plundered goods and buying supplies and pleasures in return. The pirate trade is a major economic force in Port Farum. Many, including the governor, the local fleet commander, and the garrison head, have amassed wealth through it. As long as the pirates keep a low profile, going after them in Farum is like challenging the local power players. If that happens, you and the pirates risk getting caught, but the pirates might find a way to jailbreak." "Does Trier not have any objections?" Lumion asked, amused. Outside Trier, people often referred to the Inti's government as Trier. Who knows, maybe those who know about the pirate trade are swimming in wealth from corruption. If they don't, they won't bother figuring it out, Batna chuckled. Either way, pirates are pretty chill in Port Farum and prefer avoiding trouble. "Is that so?" Lumion pondered for a moment and said, "If a pirate attacks me, don't I have the right to defend myself?" "Yes, but why would they initiate an attack on you?" Batna could sense this guy was trying to provoke the pirates. "Perhaps they think I'm an easy target," Lumion replied as he and Batna Comte turned to a nearby bar. They entered it, choosing to sit inside instead of on the street. It was equally lively inside, with a mixed-race woman dancing provocatively on the wooden stage at the hall center. Her moves synchronized with the music, frequently lifting her legs and following the rhythm. Gradually, she shed her jacket and various layers, revealing ample areas of healthy skin and gentle curves. As she placed her hand on her undergarment, the surrounding patrons responded with whistles and loud cheers, the atmosphere reaching its climax. How about this? In some ways, isn't Farum more open-minded than Trier? Not only can you see it, but you can also take it away with a sum of money, Batna remarked with a smile. Lumion raised his right hand and declared, "This only means that Farum is far enough from the reach of both the churches and the Trier Avenue du Boulevard." "What do you mean?" Batna was momentarily taken aback. Lumion adopted a pious tone, mimicking a devout believer in the eternal blazing sun. "It's too far from justice to be bound by the law." Seeing Batna's expression freeze, Lumion smiled again. "Just kidding, out at sea who cares about the law, might makes right." Batna chuckled, relieved. "For a second there, I thought you were about to purify the place in the name of God." Taking their seats, they ordered the Fog Sea Archipelago's famous sugar liquor, Golden Somme. 8 licks per glass was much cheaper than a Trier. As the caramel sweet liquor warmed his throat, Lumion launched into an enthusiastic conversation about J.M. and Sparrow, acting like a devoted follower. He chatted with Batna and even the bartender, drawing them into his passionate discourse. After a while, Lumion finished his Golden Somme and stood up, drawn towards the central wooden platform where a new stripper had taken the stage. Batna watched with a knowing smile. He assumed the lad couldn't resist the allure. Lumion approached the platform, grabbed 2 patrons who were blocking his way, and effortlessly tossed them aside. With a powerful push against the platform's edge, he leaped onto the stage. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, Lumion drew his revolver, aimed it at the bar's ceiling, and fired. Bang! Dust rained down, startling the stripper into a crouch. Patrons panicked, scrambling for cover. Some stood frozen in shock, others glared indignantly or frowned, and a few even sported expectant grins. What is he thinking? What is he doing? Batna was dumbfounded. Lumion blew on the revolver's muzzle and flashed a grin at the patrons. Everyone, may I have your attention? I have something to ask you. Chapter 517, Prominent Merchant. 517, Prominent Merchant. Lumion ignored the stunned silence that followed his question. A smirk played on his lips as he addressed the group. So, where can a fellow find some mystical trinkets around here? Upon hearing this question, Batna Kumte couldn't help but raise his right hand and finish his remaining golden psalm. Where did this punk come from? How could he ask such a question in public? Even if nobody reported him, they'd only see him as a fool. For a moment, Batna regretted accepting Louis Barry's invitation. This fellow would tarnish his reputation by association. Noticing the odd expressions around the bar, Lumion gave a nonchalant shrug. He holstered his revolver and announced, "Looks like you're all just ordinary folk then." With that, he leaped off the wooden platform, navigating through the startled crowd back to the counter. The two drunkards he'd thrown out, along with the others who had been frightened by him, measured his strength and weapons, choosing not to retaliate. Back on his barstool, Lumion ordered a lanty proof with a grin at Batna. Port Farim is certainly more open than Trier. Batna studied Louis Barry with an "Are you serious?" expression, forcing a smile. We must follow Jayaman Sparrow's career, not his actions. Is this fellow so obsessed with Jayaman Sparrow that he mimics his cold, reckless demeanor? Jayaman Sparrow, at least, had the strength to back up his madness. What about you? Furthermore, Jayaman Sparrow exudes a cold and indifferent madness, while you are reckless, foolish, and brainless. How can the two be equal? Lumion ignored Batna's jab and turned the conversation to the recent surge in pirate activity in the Fog Sea. After finishing his lanty proof, he bid farewell to Batna and headed out. Walking through the bustling open-air market, he made his way towards the harbor. Just as Lumion returned to the square plastered with announcements, a sudden jolt sent him whirling around. A male islander, sporting a half-top hat and a dusty black jacket, approached hesitantly, a strained smile plastered on his face. "I saw you at the bar earlier." "Cut to the chase," Lumion urged impatiently. The islander, his brownish-black skin stretched over a lean face, leaned in and lowered his voice. "Looking for mystical items, are we? I know just the place." "Really?" Lumion asked in disbelief. "Can't promise anything, but it's worth a shot. Just don't buy anything if they turn out unsuitable." The islander's gaze flicked to Lumion's left armpit. "Besides, you're armed and dangerous. Not exactly an easy target for robbery, right?" "That's true." Lumion contemplated this for a moment, then gave a slow nod. "What's your name?" "Carmel." The islander gestured towards a narrow street branching off the square. "Follow me, it's close." Lumion trailed nonchalantly behind Carmel, their path crossing two streets before they arrived in a district eerily reminiscent of Rue Anarchy. Crumbling buildings huddled close, new construction jostling for space amidst the narrow road. Carmel led Lumion into a dimly lit laundry shop, its interior draped with damp clothes. They navigated the maze of hanging garments, arriving finally deep inside the darkroom. There was a door there. "Disguise yourself first," Carmel instructed, retrieving two hooded black robes from a hook nearby. "Those who dabble in such things prefer to keep their identities secret." Lumion donned the robe, pulling the hood low over his face. Carmel then rapped on the door in a specific rhythm. It creaked open, revealing a makeshift living room furnished with an old sofa, threadbare armchairs, and a mismatched assortment of furniture. 6 figures, cloaked in identical robes, sat in various positions, their faces obscured by the shadows. Lumion politely closed the door behind him as Carmel made a brief introduction. After the two pulled up a stool and sat down, a man with his hood pulled low leaned forward and whispered, "I need a royal jellyfish's venom crystal. I can offer 5,000 Verl d'Or. Silence. The next participant sold a strange sea eagle eyeball he had procured. Seeing that their discussion was on point, Lumion stood up and surveyed the gathering. I need a sphinx's brain. Name your price. The man seeking the crown jellyfish's venom crystal's voice was carefully controlled as he replied, I happen to have one. If you pay me 30,000 Verl d'Or, it's yours. How can I be sure of its authenticity? Lumion asked him directly. The strange sea eagle eyeball seller interjected in a raspy voice, I can notarize it for you. Excellent, let me take a look at the goods first, Lumion smiled, approaching the seller. The man replied calmly, such a valuable mystical item, you wouldn't expect me to carry it around, would you? I'll only bring it to you if you pay a 50% deposit first. It's upstairs. You can follow me and make sure I don't escape. You can even put the deposit with the notary for safekeeping. Very reasonable. Just as Lumion finished speaking, he suddenly lunged at the trader with the speed of a cheetah, a right hook swinging through the air. Bang! The man crumpled to the ground, his teeth flying in a spray of blood. The other participants, including the notary and Carmel, were momentarily stunned before scrambling for the door. None of them challenged Lumion's assault nor attempted to use their powers. Their sole focus was on escape. Carmel, closest to the exit, flung open the door and bolted. In an instant, his vision blurred, and he found himself back in the simple living room, alongside two others who had suffered the same fate. They all looked bewildered, as if witnessing a folktale come alive. Bang! A yellow bullet slammed into the exit door. The hooded figures huddled down, covering their heads with practiced movements. Lumion spun around, pulled back the trader's hood, and pressed the revolver's muzzle against his forehead. Not a bad scam, Lumion said with a smile. He had orchestrated an impromptu conspiracy, drawing attention with a gunshot in the bar and publicly expressing his need for a mystical item. This allowed him to identify any greedy pirates or local swindlers who might possess knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary citizens, including black market information. It was also a way to digest the potion. The seller was a typical islander, with brownish-black skin, a long face, gentle features, and dark amber eyes. I wasn't lying to you, he insisted anxiously and angrily. Really? Lumion cocked the revolver's hammer. Before closing the door, Lumion had created a bottle of fiction, setting a condition that only Beyonders could enter. None of the participants had successfully escaped, which confirmed the absence of Beyonders. If you're not a Beyonder, why mention the main ingredient of the conspirer potion? Just for fun. The seller trembled and stammered, I'm sorry. We just wanted to scam some money. We can't survive otherwise. Lumion wasn't interested in their motives. He glanced at the neatly lined-up accomplices and tapped the trader's forehead with the gun's muzzle. What's your name? Roddy, the seller replied, swallowing hard. Another tap to the forehead. Where did you hear about the Sphinx brain, crown jellyfish's venom crystal, and notary? This information was inaccessible to ordinary people. I can't say. A sheen of cold sweat appeared on Roddy's forehead. Confidentiality agreement or other restrictions? Lumion studied Roddy for a few seconds and smiled. Then tell me who your master is. Roddy froze, his eyes widening in fear. He hadn't expected the other party to be so certain he had a master, that he was someone else's servant. 3-2, Lumion began the countdown. It's Sir Morgella, Roddy blurted out. Then take me there, Lumion calmly requested. Roddy's sweating intensified. No, I'm Monsieur Fidel's attendant. He's the vice president of the Port Farim Joint Chamber of Commerce. Participating in numerous mysticism gatherings organized by Fidel as an attendant. Although he can't divulge the corresponding information to others, he can use the information he obtained to swindle adventurers. Lumion stood up thoughtfully, dismantled the bottle of fiction, and led Carmel and his swindler accomplices out. He interrogated them one by one and confirmed that Roddy was indeed Fidel Guerra's attendant. One of the vice president of the Port Farim Joint Chamber of Commerce's primary tasks was to assist pirates in handling sensitive and illegal cargo. Port Farim, Quartier des Black Pearls, Governor General's Office, 16 Rue Correas. Lumion patted Roddy, now donned in his red attendant's attire with gold trimmings and crisp white pants. A smile played on Lumion's lips as he spoke. "Tell Monsieur Fidel that I'm interested in purchasing some mystical ingredients and would appreciate the opportunity to discuss it further." "All right." Roddy yearned to utter a single plea. "If you could kindly remove the revolver from my back, I would be eternally grateful." Leaning against the weathered wall of a nearby house, Lumion watched as the swindler nervously entered Unit 16, the four-story gray-roofed building adorned with numerous statues. The moment Roddy stepped inside, escaping the revolver's direct aim, his first instinct was to bury the whole incident and forget it ever happened. But then he remembered the chilling warning delivered by the man who fired without hesitation. A 10-minute silence from Fidel, and Roddy's true colors as a swindler would be painted loudly across the street. Should I lie and claim Monsieur Fidel is unavailable, but he doesn't seem easily duped? A drastic reaction could be worse. Roddy, caught in a dilemma, clenched his teeth and rapped on the study door. Fidel Guerra, a man descended from both Intis and Fainapotter blood, possessed curly black hair that had started to show signs of age, dark brown eyes, and skin darkened by the sun. Though once known for his refined demeanor, time had etched its mark on his face, leaving behind a mane of mottled white hair and prominent wrinkles. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and a brown vest, he quietly sipped his wine as Roddy, trembling with fear, stammered out their confession. He spoke of their ill intentions, of their attempt to swindle the new adventurer. As soon as Roddy mentioned Lumion leaping onto the wooden platform, firing a shot to attract attention, and boldly inquiring about obtaining a mystical item, the merchant sighed and interrupted his flustered attendant. "There's no need to elaborate further. Does he wish to see me now?" Chapter 518, Merchant's Entrustment. 518, Merchant's Entrustment. 16 Rue Correas. Twirling the brim of his golden straw hat, Lumion stopped just outside the office door and met Fidel Guerra's gaze across the desk. Lumion's grin was anything but friendly. "Made a decision, have you? Faster than I expected." Fidel Guerra, with his partially Fainapoterian features, turned to Roddy and let out a soft sigh. "Didn't expect my attendant to be the ringleader of a scam syndicate. Maybe the paychecks he receives from you don't quite match the lifestyle he sees on a daily basis," Lumion shot back habitually. Fidel ignored the jab. He studied Lumion, eyes narrowed. "So that bar act was all for show, to dupe fools like him. Let's say I'm grateful for their 1,000 Verl d'Or donation. Looks like Port Farim's got a bright future for con artists. No shame in his banditry, not a flicker." Roddy felt a swarm of regret gnaw at his insides. Fidel nodded and inquired, "What's on your shopping list?" Lumion, affecting an air of indifference, responded, "I'm in the market for a bottle of colorful bearded horned lizard's venom." "Isn't it the Sphinx's brain?" Roddy, who was listening, was taken aback. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he was the swindler or the man opposite him. Clad in a white shirt and brown vest, Fidel contemplated for a moment before offering, "I don't have it in stock, but I can procure it for you. It might take 2 to 3 days. As for the price, it varies, usually between 3,000 to 4,000 Verl d'Or, depending on the seller. Need my assistance in acquiring it?" "No problem," Lumion, arms slightly spread, replied, "Praise the sun, you're a gem." Fidel, suspecting mockery, frowned slightly. He maintained his composure, stating, "I'm not charitable, I'm a businessman. Why not make a profitable deal? Besides, I find forming connections with adventurers like you beneficial. Given money and resources, certain matters are easier for you to handle." Fidel, smiling, questioned, "Aren't you concerned about counterfeit goods? How do you confirm authenticity on the spot?" Lumion, with an approving smile, quipped, "I know you live here, that's assurance enough. The famous merchant Fidel? Gunned down 6 times in a row for pulling a fast one in a deal worth a few thousand Verl d'Or. Not the kind of rep you'd call respectable news." He left the issue of confirming the colorful bearded horned lizard venom's authenticity unaddressed. Fidel maintained his impassive gaze on Lumion before a smirk crossed his face. "I can't recall the last time someone dared to threaten me like this. Interested in knowing what fate befell those who did." Curious if I've got the nerve to make a move now? Lumien's gaze narrowed a touch. His smile remained, but it chilled the room in an instant. He met Fidel's gaze without hesitation. After a while, Fidel sighed without anger and remarked, "Your approach reminds me of someone, the legendary adventurer, Jayaman Sparrow." "Yes, I'm mimicking him," Lumien admitted candidly. Fidel chuckled. "Imitating his madness then. So underneath the act, you're a calm, rational, and cunning individual." Lumien shook his head, smiling, and replied, "No, if I don't imitate him, I'd be even crazier." The atmosphere in the study became tense once more. Fidel, picking up and sipping fragrant black tea from a bone porcelain cup, acknowledged, "You're quite the young firebrand. Your vigor even makes an old man like me a bit envious. How about taking on a commission? It can fetch you a hefty sum and earn you fame at sea, akin to Jayaman Sparrow." Lumien, adjusting his golden straw hat, inquired, "What's the job?" "Eliminate a pirate, Baronet Black class Kizzy, captain of the Golden Nepos. The bounty is 65,000 Veraldor," Fidel stated calmly. "He used to be the third mate of the King of Dusk, Bulatov, left the fleet, turned to plundering on his own. 4 months back, he stole a batch of my goods on St. Tick Island. It's likely sold by now. I don't expect to recover it. I just want him dead. Let everyone know that anyone who touches my goods meets their end." Lumien teasingly asked, "What if it was the King of Dusk who did it?" Fidel fell into silence. After a brief pause, Fidel brushed off Lumien's question and continued, "I'll provide you with regular updates on Kizzy, his characteristics, strength, ship location, and onshore whereabouts. As a bonus, I'll throw in an extra 25,000 Veraldor as a reward. If you manage to take down Kizzy, I'll expedite the process to secure the full bounty through my connections and help spread your reputation. Everything Kizzy owns will be yours. So, what do you say? Eliminate Kizzy, and you'll become one of the most renowned adventurers at sea. 25,000 additional reward and intel support." Lumien thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "How many adventurers have you pitched this to?" 7 or 8, all of whom I hold in high regard," Fidel replied candidly. "There's no penalty for failure as long as you survive." Inwardly, Lumien mused, "So, it doesn't matter whether I accept the mission or not." He nodded. "Hunting pirates is the duty of every adventurer." With a verbal agreement established, Fidel reached into a drawer, producing a brown paper envelope, which he tossed to Lumien. Lumien deftly caught it with one hand, untied the thread, and extracted the information, swiftly flipping through it. Abruptly, he looked up at Fidel. "Has Kizzy been seen in Port Farim recently?" "Yes, I'm certain of this intel, though his exact hiding spot is unknown," Fidel replied with a slight nod. Agreeing to return in 2 days for updates on both the colorful bearded horned lizard Venom and Baronet Black, Lumien left 16 Rue Corias and made his way towards the harbor. Roddy, fearing severe punishment, was surprised when Fidel merely waved him off, instructing, "Go back to your room and reflect." "Yes, Monsieur Guerra." Roddy, relieved, left the study and ascended the dimly lit stairs to the second floor. Yet as he walked, a chill overcame him and he shivered. The darkness around him deepened, and in the dim light, something emerged from behind his shadow. Attempting to cry out for help, Roddy, gripped by terror, found himself forever voiceless. Meanwhile, Lumien didn't head directly back to the Flying Bird. Instead, under the cooling night sky, he strolled towards a street he had recently passed. There stood a modest cathedral, the Fool's Cathedral. Having previously spotted the Fool's sacred emblem on the bell tower, Lumien had decided to offer a prayer upon his return. As expected, Mr. Fool's faith seems prevalent at sea. Port Farim, being an Intis colony, boasts several cathedrals. Lumien gazed at the warm light emanating from the cathedral, removed his golden straw hat, and entered. Inside, Lumien noticed around 20 to 30 individuals, likely homeless, resting at the edge of the wide hall. Some had tattered blankets, while others relied solely on their clothes for warmth. The Fog Sea archipelago wouldn't turn these tramps into ice statues this season, but rain lurked, ready to pour at any time. Finding shelter was a coveted haven for these tramps, and the Fool's Cathedral offered solace. Back in my vagabond days, when brutal weather hit or days without food wore me down, I'd roll the dice in the cathedrals of the two churches. If the bishop or padre was decent, they'd toss a meal my way and a spot to crash for the night. But come dawn, I had to vanish, or I'd end up in those rotten relief centers. Lumion reminisced, found a seat, and started praying. The Fool's Cathedral embraced silence at night. Now and then, folks strolled in, muttered their prayers, and exited. Some wore merchant garb, others rocked a sailor's look, and a few even emitted a faint pirate vibe, but none disturbed the peaceful aura. Lumion wasn't sure what to pray for. Back when he'd occasionally drop by the eternal blazing sun cathedral, he'd just echo bits of scripture in his mind, tossing wishes like coins and hoping for corresponding blessings. What if they actually came true? Now he knew such rituals were futile, and he had few desires. Most importantly, Lumion had only heard clerical teachings about the Fool a few times. He couldn't remember much from the Bible except for the 8 angels and Mr. Fool's authority. But did that matter now? Recounting his journey from leaving Trier to arriving at Port Farum, Lumion's emotions gradually settled into a sense of tranquility. May Mr. Fool bless me, may all catastrophes be resolved, may Auror be resurrected. After about 15 minutes, Lumion concluded his prayer with a simple wish. As he stood up, a distant rumble echoed. The cathedral's windows rattled, and the building creaked and swayed. Lumion raised his eyebrows. Amidst the startled tramps, he walked to the door and gazed towards the source of the noise. Near the Governor General's office, billowing smoke and flames rose into the sky, casting an eerie glow on the surroundings. Lumion couldn't help but raise his right hand and stroke his chin. He muttered to himself, "This shouldn't have anything to do with my arrival, right?" It seemed something significant had occurred in Port Farum. Chapter 519, One Event a Day. 519, One Event a Day. The flames of Cartier des Black Pearls danced in Lumion's eyes, pulling him deep into thought. As a conspirer, his mind instinctively dissected the possibilities. The resistance and civil independence factions were easily ruled out. They had no presence in this archipelago, Inti's first far-flung colony. The religious and cultural genocide, along with the assimilation efforts of successive governments, they had tirelessly worked to make it happen. Emperor Rosel's policies had transformed this place into something akin to Inti's overseas province, loose laws and weak security. The islanders, having abandoned their original faith, now saw themselves as discriminated citizens in the Inti's border regions. This discrimination mirrored the plight of Riemians in the south of Intis and Savoyards in the east. Regardless, Trier's citizens held a universal disdain for all foreigners. However, their vigilance heightened against islanders notorious for scams and thuggery. Did the pirate trade spark internal strife, or were southern continent organizations, seeking to overthrow colonial rule, deliberately causing trouble in the Fog Sea archipelago? Perhaps some ambitious individual is following the lead of an evil god. Lumion's thoughts raced as he noticed a 2.5-meter tall half-giant emerging from a room beside the cathedral, dressed in a black trench coat and silk top hat. Addressing the bewildered supplicants and tramps, he assured them, "Don't worry, the Lord will protect everyone. Stay here and don't go out. Wait for the riot to subside. There won't be any danger." Praise the Fool. The believers of the Fool Church found solace, pressing their hands to their chests and bowing. Their expressions softened, conveying a sense of security. The tramps exchanged glances, but none dared to leave. In the minds of most Intisians, a cathedral was a safer haven than any government, regardless of the church it belonged to. At that moment, golden sunlight descended into the area where the explosion had occurred, accompanied by a series of dense explosions, though not as deafening as before. It was evident that the Governor General's office and the Beyonders of the two churches were addressing the anomaly. Simultaneously, Lumion observed the sky, once illuminated by moonlight and starlight, darkening. Despite no change in the weather, the street outside seemed cloaked in a thin, dark fog. Ignoring the half-giant bishop's shouts, after a moment of contemplation, Lumion opened the cathedral door of the Fool and stepped out. The temperature outside had notably dropped, akin to Trier's autumn. Beneath the gas street lamp's glow, Lumion retraced his steps back to the port. Suddenly, a swaying figure emerged from a nearby alley. The figure, clad in a thin shirt and pants with bare feet, had a pale, wrinkled face. His eyes were more white than brown, and livor mortis covered his exposed skin. Zombie, Lumion raised his eyebrows. As the suspected zombie, an old man, staggered towards Cartier des Black Pearls, it seemed to detect a hint of spirituality and blood, abruptly turning to Lumion and emitting an inhuman sound. Lumion promptly condensed a crimson fireball, nearly white, and sent it hurtling towards the zombie. Amidst the rumbling explosion, the zombie's head shattered and its body disintegrated. It met its demise once more. No more movement. Is that all you've got? Lumion had originally wondered if he had encountered a more dangerous undead creature. Pressing on, he formed 10 to 20 crimson fireballs above his head, behind him, on his shoulders, and at his sides, allowing them to follow his movements and maintain a relative suspension. As Lumion rounded a corner, he spotted a young couple screaming in terror and fleeing. Behind them, a zombie pursued, its dark red heart and white intestines faintly discernible from numerous gunshot wounds. A nearly white-crimson fireball, unleashed by Lumion, flew past the couple and exploded on the pursuing zombie. Rumble, the charred corpse scattered in all directions, accompanied by residual flames. The young couple, halted in surprise, stared at Lumion surrounded by 10 to 20 crimson, nearly white fireballs. Confusion and disbelief filled their eyes. "Are you waiting for death?" Lumion cursed as he advanced. "Take the back street and enter the Fool's Cathedral." All right. The young man and woman responded instinctively, as if facing armed police officers or adventurers. The fireball was clearly more powerful than a gun. As the couple entered the street where the Fool's Cathedral was located, Lumion, resembling an envoy of flames, continued towards the port at a moderate pace. Along the way, he encountered a few more waves of people emerging from bars, open-air markets, and other places, who had encountered zombies. Lumion didn't say a word. He directed the crimson, nearly white fireballs around him to help them eliminate the revived corpses. Then, he instructed them to hide in the nearest cathedral. The zombies' pursuit and the intimidation of the fireballs made his words persuasive. No one insisted on finding their own way. If there were any, Lumion couldn't be bothered. After several similar encounters, Lumion began to discern a pattern. These zombies weren't reanimated from the living, they were originally deceased. The entirety of Port Farham's deceased had risen without any discernible cause. These zombies instinctively headed towards the explosion site, but if they encountered the living on the way, they'd be drawn by both flesh and spirituality, leading them to pursue, kill, and gnaw. With this understanding, Lumion no longer advised passersby to seek refuge in distant cathedrals. Instead, he directed them to avoid hospitals, graveyards, and similar places, urging them to stay for 2 to 3 hours in bustling bars, dance halls, or houses where no recent deaths had occurred. After a series of halts and advances, Lumion returned to the port and reboarded the flying bird. He continued unleashing the crimson, almost white fireballs until only 2 remained. Philip, leaning against the ship's rail, kept his eyes fixed on the Governor-General's office. "What happened?" he inquired of Lumion. "How would I know?" Lumion replied, amused. Philip swiftly changed the topic. "Did you come across any anomalies?" Only then did Lumion briefly recount the explosion near the Governor-General's office and the sudden reanimation of the corpses. "Zombie summoning," Philip muttered to himself, a frown creasing his brow. Without awaiting Lumion's response, he sighed and said, "It was smooth only on the first day of this voyage. On the second day, we encountered Bone Splitter. On the third day, Death Navigators attacked us at noon. By night, or rather in the early hours of the fourth day, another zombie calamity struck in Port Farham. We still have 6 days until we reach Port Santa." Lumion felt a pang of guilt. In theory, his attraction to or attraction by calamities shouldn't be so frequent. When he was in Trier, he didn't encounter mystical incidents every day. If that were the case, 7 would have died from overwork. Encountering 1 or 2 calamities throughout the journey would be understandable, but considering Dartle's derangement, it's truly a daily affair. Could it be that some unclean entity is tailing me? Could it be the cause, the trigger, or the convergence? And is there essentially only one calamity I've encountered? The more Lumion pondered, the more he felt the urge to correspond with Madame Magician to investigate if there was an underlying issue behind such frequent calamities. Perhaps the zombie calamity was triggered by the initial trouble on the ship. Once we leave the flying bird, our subsequent journey might become peaceful, Lumion casually consoled Philip. He didn't hold much confidence in his words. Hope so. Philip spread his arms slightly and prayed devoutly. Praise the sun. Lumion took his time before heading back to the first-class cabin. He lingered by the shipboard, surveying Port Farim. The authorities' silent endorsement of pirate activities in the Fog Sea archipelago had resulted in a certain level of chaos and misconduct. However, it had also led to a notable increase in the number of Beyonders compared to regular Intision cities. Swiftly organizing a resistance, they cleared the streets of zombies, minimizing the casualties among citizens and tourists. Whether pirates and adventurers exploited the turmoil to commit crimes or settle scores remained uncertain. In less than half an hour, the turmoil near the explosion site subsided. Official Beyonders dispersed, addressing disturbances on other streets. Very good, nothing major happened. They managed to control it in time, Philip remarked, relieved. You can say that, but I can't, Lumion laughed self-deprecatingly. Only then did Philip feel at ease enough for casual conversation. Did you go into Farim for a drink? That's right, Lumion replied with a smile. I happened to receive a commission. What commission? Philip asked casually. Hunting a pirate, Baronet Black. Lumion didn't withhold any details. Philip's eyes narrowed as he inquired with a frown. Are you sure you're stronger than Baronet Black? He has a ship and over 100 subordinates. Besides, even if you find an opportunity to assassinate him, aren't you afraid of the King of Dusk's retaliation? He's one of the maritime kings. Just because I accepted a commission doesn't mean I'll definitely do it. I don't even know where to find Black Baronet Class Kizzy. That's his name, right? Lumion didn't mind the potential repercussions from the King of Dusk. There were more than one saint who wanted to deal with him. Philip observed Louis Barry's nonchalant demeanor, realizing he had accepted a mission but would reconsider only if there was a chance to complete it. Thus, he didn't press further on the matter. The next morning, as the security supervisor finished breakfast, a subordinate sailor informed him. The Governor General's office had ordered the port to be temporarily closed, and all ships were prohibited from leaving. Philip suppressed the urge to stand up and asked in a deep voice, "What are the soldiers at the port doing?" Searching ship by ship, the sailor replied truthfully. In room 5 of the first-class cabin, Lumion observed the chaotic harbor, where the army had entered, and continued writing a letter to Jenna and Franca. Something seems to have happened to Port Farim on St. Tick Island in the Fog Sea archipelago. Ask that person and see if he knows the exact situation. At this point, Lumion raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times, up, down, left, right like Mr. K. He whispered sympathetically. Pour 7. Chapter 520, Demon Warlock. 520, Demon Warlock. Trier, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, 9 Rue Orsay, apartment 702. Franca awoke naturally, rising lazily from her bed. Her plans were simple, grabbing a piece of toast, anticipating a heavy lunch. Lately, the absence of mirror people leads had made her days relaxed. Thank the heavens, thank the earth, thank Mr. Fool. Lumion, the jinx, has left Trier, Franca muttered in her pre-meal prayer. As she sipped her milk, Jenna returned and pointed to the coffee table. Rabbit Chasel delivered a letter this morning. It's from Lumion. Letter? Franca's eyes narrowed as her relaxed body tensed. The source of Dartle's derangement was still at large. What had happened this time? He mentioned an incident in the capital of the Fog Sea archipelago. He wishes to gather details and hopes you can inquire with your contact among the authorities. I refrained from waking you since you only reach out to that contact late at night, so I opted to read the letter immediately. It seems you can only make inquiries during the night, Jenna explained concisely. How considerate. Lumion, that rascal, would undoubtedly knock on the door and jolt me awake. Franca, who had experienced Lumien's disruptive wake. Upcalls countless times, felt unusually touched. She chuckled. Did something happen to Port Farim once he arrived, even though it seems unrelated to him, but... Franca leaned back slightly and remarked, "What's up with the walking mysticism catastrophe detector?" Since it wasn't urgent, she planned to ask about Seven in the Telegram group later at night. After all, he was an official Beyonder of Trier. It was unlikely he would have immediate information about the events in the Fog Sea Archipelago's capital. If she didn't initiate the inquiry, he might remain unaware. Franca, with her penchant for instant messaging, set down the bottle of milk and wrote Lumien a teasing reply. "If you want to know what's happening, investigate it yourself. A walking mysticism catastrophe detector like yourself doesn't need clues or information. Stroll through the streets of Port Farim aimlessly, and who knows, you might bump into the person involved. Hey, let's not turn letter writing into work-related communication, using it only to discuss issues or ask for help. Can't you share the interesting sea tales and details of pirates' bounties? Heh, ever since you left Trier, everything's been calm and quiet. I can enjoy sleeping in again. Enjoy your sweet revenge. No need to rush back. Give us a heads up if you need assistance." Jenna observed Franca thoughtfully as she gleefully filled nearly 2 pages of the letter. Inside room 5 of the Flying Bird's first-class cabin in Port Farim, Lumien, confined to his quarters, sneered as he finished reading Franca's reply. "How many complaints has this fellow received from Seven? She's blaming me for the frequent mysticism catastrophes." Folding the letter, he brought it to Ludwig's lips. The boy, who had just finished dessert, looked at Lumien and remarked, "I'm not a shredder." "I thought you eat everything," Lumien replied casually as he lit the letter, watching it turn to ashes in the sea breeze blowing through the window. Shortly after lunch, Philip knocked on the door, accompanied by 4 soldiers in blue military uniforms adorned with golden threads. The officer, holding copies of Lumien and the others' identification documents, compared their faces to black and white photos. "Like you, they came from Port Gaddy and only arrived last night?" the officer inquired, having confirmed Philip's reliability. "Yes, I watched them board the ship. We met frequently in the past 2 days," Philip replied, wisely choosing not to expose the fact that Lumien and the others' identities and information were fake. "Very wise, otherwise you'll witness true trouble," Lumien joked inwardly. If his disguise were to be exposed, he would choose to teleport away with Lugano and Ludwig rather than make a scene and reveal the adventurer Louis Barry to the world. Lumien's only devotion to Jam and Sparrow, ready to hunt pirates when the opportunity arose. In truth, Lumien had no intention of becoming a true adventurer. His purpose for venturing out to sea was revenge. After confirming Lumien and the others' situation, the officer led the soldiers to the next room, with Philip accompanying them. Lumien observed that the investigation of the Flying Bird was thorough, yet not overly intense. The officers followed procedures meticulously without delving into further inquiries. It made sense. The explosion in Cartier des Black Pearls and the abnormality of the corpses couldn't have occurred overnight. Even if it was an accident, it had been brewing for a while. The extensive impact suggested a prolonged development. Unless the person involved was a demigod, it was nearly impossible for ordinary authorities to trace any demigod-related traces. This meant the Flying Bird, having arrived in Port Farim only the previous night, likely had no connection to the incident. The focus was on confirming the passengers' identities. The possibility of a demigod being injured and unable to escape Port Farim was considered, warranting a comprehensive investigation, but there were no suspicious casualties on the Flying Bird. The officers disembarked after nearly 2 hours, accompanied by 20 to 30 soldiers. Lumien, now on the deck, approached Philip and inquired, "What happened last night?" Philip glanced around and lowered his voice. "I heard from my former colleague that they're searching for demon Warlock Berman." "Berman?" Lumien expressed his ignorance. Having only read a portion of the wanted posters the previous night, Lumien was not familiar with demon Warlock Berman. His attention had been on maritime kings, pirate admirals, and other significant pirates. Then, he had shared a drink with Batna Comte. "He's a wanted adventurer," Philip explained with a sigh. "Before I left the Fog Sea Fleet, he was still normal. He chased bounties and treasures and met his wife, Helen, a female adventurer. Later, Helen died in an accident, causing Berman to go crazy. He wanted to revive his wife and did many things, both good and bad attempts. He mercilessly orchestrated the destruction of a 300-person town to fulfill the conditions for a resurrection ritual. He organized gatherings of evil warlocks, aiming to use the lives of others, especially newborns, for cruel and bloody witchcraft to revive Helen. These events pushed his bounty to surpass Bone Splitter Basil, reaching 600,000 Veraldor. In his quest to resurrect his wife, he was driven to become a cruel and cold demon warlock. Lumion suddenly sighed. If Madame Magician hadn't found him back then, if Mr. Fool hadn't offered a glimmer of hope, and if the Tarot Club hadn't arranged for two formidable psychiatrists to provide treatment, would he now resemble Berman and carry a demon-prefixed moniker? Moreover, simply treading the path of boons would expedite his growth. With Termabarose's aid, he could reach Sequence 5 Fate Appropriator within a few months. The obliteration of a 300-person town held the potential to elevate him to a circle inhabitant. 600,000 Veraldor is nearly on par with Vice Admiral Blacktide Hall Sasson, who has the lowest bounty among pirate admirals, Lumion remarked, drawing a comparison. Vice Admiral Blacktide was a great pirate who had only gained fame in recent years. His bounty was 700,000 Veraldor. Philip fell silent for a moment before adding, "Berman might not be weaker than Hall Sasson, but he doesn't have his own fleet. He's always alone and occasionally collaborates with those evil warlocks. This allows him to escape authorities' encirclements and successfully infiltrate towns adorned with his wanted posters." From Philip's description, Lumion gathered that demon warlock Berman possessed diverse abilities, excelling at disguises. With the elegance of a true warlock, Berman combined it with mastery over the power of the dead. Whether acquired through resurrection research or inherent in his original sequence's contradictory description of both comprehensive and specialty skills. The port blockade left the flying bird stranded in Farum, delayed from its scheduled departure. At 4 p.m., Lumion found himself with nothing to do. Sporting his new golden straw hat, he disembarked from the ship, where passengers and sailors could now freely move. Once more, he stepped into Port Farum. He planned to investigate the scene of last night's explosion. Perhaps he could unearth some clues. What lay in ruins was a hospital. Nearly half of it crumbled, unveiling a massive pit leading underground. Corpses littered the remaining structures, amidst fresh blood and humanoid shadows charred by the blast. With the ban lifted, numerous adventurers flocked to the site, seeking answers. Lumion blended into the crowd, discreetly observing. "Louis, you're here too." Suddenly, Lumion recognized a familiar voice. It was Batna Comte, armed with a substantial revolver and an exquisite rapier. Meticulously groomed, he looked sharp and sophisticated. "That's right," Lumion replied with a smile. "As an adventurer, how can I miss the grand occasion of pursuing the demon warlock? Our main goal is to gather clues for a reward," Batna muttered under his breath. As he investigated the battle remnants for leads, he casually inquired, "Did you come across those resurrected corpses last night?" "I did. Besides being a bit eerie, there's nothing noteworthy about them," Lumion boasted. Batna glanced at him and suddenly smiled. "Anything unusual happened to you after leaving the bar last night?" Lumion replied nonchalantly, "I ran into a few swindlers and walked away with a small fortune." A small fortune. Batna was taken aback. He suddenly recalled Louis Barry's actions at the bar and his words, "Perhaps they think I'm an easy target." Chapter 521, Guidance of Fate. 521, Guidance of Fate. When Batna turned his gaze back to Lumion, there was a discernible shift in his eyes. The mimicry of Jayaman's sparrow and the apparent recklessness that characterized this guy seemed all too contrived. Beneath the facade lurked cunning and a hint of sinister intent. Anyone falling for his act was in for a world of trouble. Lumion chose not to dwell on how he'd managed to swindle a small fortune out of the swindlers. Instead, together with Batna, He meticulously surveyed the aftermath of the explosion, scrutinizing every detail. Regrettably, even the official Beyonders, armed with their diverse sequences and synergistic combinations, were at a loss, let alone the Duke lacking any proficiency in divination or prophecy. Batna absent-mindedly ran his fingers over the finely crafted rapier hanging diagonally at his waist, letting out a sigh. I know it's a long shot, but I can't resist coming here, wasting my time. It's not about the bounty. What adventurer doesn't dream of overnight fame? Hunting down the demon Warlock Berman wasn't the only route to fame. Assisting official Beyonders in tracking this wanted criminal, whose bounty rivaled that of a pirate admiral, was a noteworthy feat in itself. Wasn't your primary motivation to gather clues for the money? Lumion inquired, a playful smile on his face. Well, that's a secondary motive, Batna awkwardly defended himself. Suddenly, he had a realization. He never explicitly mentioned that his investigation aimed at accumulating clues for monetary gain. He merely thought about it. Can he read my thoughts, or is he just bluffing? Batna scrutinized Lumion with a perplexed expression. Lumion chuckled. Don't let your thoughts betray you. If you cross paths with a spectator, your secrets won't stay hidden. Batna instinctively lifted his right hand and touched his face. Is my expression management that bad? He vented his frustration with a muttered curse. With the scene in this level of chaos and no traces left on the nearby streets, unless a deity blesses me, or I'm imbued with luck, finding any clues is like searching for a needle in a haystack. How about we grab a drink instead? Luck, finding clues doesn't necessarily hinge on good luck. Bad luck could work just as well. Lumion's heart stirred as he pulled a bandage from his pocket and calmly wrapped it around his eyes. Batna Kumte, utterly bewildered, couldn't help but ask, what on earth are you doing? Blindfolding, relying solely on instinct to navigate the nearby streets eliminates external influences and unleashes the full force of luck, Lumion explained with a chuckle. Perhaps today, luck is truly on my side. According to Franca, a mystical catastrophe detector like him didn't need conventional clues or intel. He might just stumble upon the person involved while strolling around. In that case, Lumion decided to follow the whims of fate this time. If he succeeded, he could use the demon Warlock or related clues to claim a handsome bounty. If he failed, it would prove Franca's words to be nothing but baseless slander. Batna couldn't help but wonder if Louis Barry had lost his mind. Can you really do that? There's no harm in trying, Lumion replied confidently, blindfolded and ready to step onto the street. After a few paces, he abruptly halted. Blindfolding, he realized, was useless for hunters. The path he had taken and the scenes he had observed while searching for clues were vividly etched in his mind, meticulously arranged according to their real-world locations. Essentially, he possessed a high-definition mental map of the surrounding streets, allowing him to reach shops and buildings with uncanny precision. With a hunter's exceptional control over their body and direction, even without sight, coupled with heightened senses of smell and hearing, Lumion couldn't help but conclude that relying on the whims of fate was redundant. After a moment of contemplation, he began to ponder his next move freely. Demon Warlock Berman's elusive escapes hints at special abilities or possessions, granting him such freedom. Can he teleport away like me, alter his appearance and height at will, or perhaps even disguise himself as someone of a different gender? Despite numerous bloody and cruel experiments, Berman has evaded capture, suggesting conventional methods and thinking wouldn't suffice. Can I change my mindset and let him take the initiative to appear? Yes, if we can't find him, we can make him come to us. His primary concern is resurrecting his wife, Helen. If I can fabricate a few cases of resurrection or discuss resurrection at certain mysticism gatherings and provide verifiable mysticism knowledge in related domains, this demon warlock might very well follow the clues I left behind. However, this plan faces two challenges. The official Beyonders might have attempted similar schemes, and Berman, being cautious, could see through them. Additionally, the time needed for setup and waiting could be weeks or even months, a luxury I lack in Port Farim. I can only weave the plan gradually into mysticism gatherings and bar conversations, occasionally revealing secrets, to make it more realistic and my motives less apparent. Lost in his thoughts, Lumion relied on Batna Comte for occasional support, preventing mishaps during their walk. When Lumion had a complete, albeit time-consuming plan, he stopped, removed the bandage covering his eyes, and smiled at Batna. "Where are we? My intuition says there might be clues about the demon Warlock hidden here." "It's a regular street with regular houses. The residents seem wealthy and powerful," Batna replied helplessly. Lumion finally caught sight of the evening sun. As Lumion adjusted to the evening sun, his eyes narrowed, and his heart quickened. Although unfamiliar with many streets in Port Farim, his instinctive journey guided by fate had led him to a familiar place: 16 Rue Correas. The adjacent grayish-brown building, adorned with a sculpted outer wall, belonged to Fidel Guerra, the prominent merchant. Lumion had reserved colorful bearded horned lizard venom here last night and accepted a commission to hunt down Black Baronet-class Kizzy. "Temabaros, are you behind this?" Lumion's immediate instinct was to question the Inevitability angel sealed within him. Termabaros remained silent, leaving Batna, standing beside Lumion, puzzled. He couldn't fathom who Louis Barry was addressing. If Termabaros didn't intentionally lead me here, then something in Fidel Guerra's house is aligning with my fate. Is it an item related to the hunter pathway, or connected to an evil god? Or could the clues to demon Warlock Berman's whereabouts truly be found at Fidel's residence? Lumion's mind raced as he rapidly considered a series of possibilities. Staring at Fidel's building, he evaluated the likelihood of the demon Warlock's presence. Berman, engaged in numerous resurrection experiments, likely struggled to complete his preparations alone. Snatching various resources would draw the attention of both official Beyonders and pirates who sought his capture. Only the assistance of other evil warlocks could provide him with the necessary help. If a well-connected merchant like Fidel supported him in secret, Berman wouldn't face difficulties obtaining experimental materials. For Fidel, with a sequence possibly not high enough, having a demon warlock reliant on him for covert protection is undoubtedly advantageous. Considering Fidel's clandestine business, vulnerable to attacks from powerful pirates or adventurers, having a demon warlock at his disposal makes sense. In case of future conflicts with authorities, the warlock could shield him, enabling a change of identity and a fresh start in another city or country. According to Auror's insights, such individuals often maintain fake identities and reserve assets in multiple places. Last night, soon after I met Fidel, a mishap occurred involving the demon warlock's failed experiment. Lumion averted his gaze. Lumion increasingly suspected that the merchant, Fidel Guerra, had motives to shield demon warlock Berman. Of course, if Termabaros intentionally guided him here, the situation would only become more complex and serious. "What are you looking at?" Batna inquired, following Lumion's gaze to 16 Rue Correas. "I met Fidel Guerra, a prominent merchant, here last night and received a commission from him," Lumion replied candidly. "What commission?" Batna asked with curiosity. Lumion responded with a smile. "Hunt the captain of the Golden Nepos, Black Baronet-class Kizzy." "Is the rumor true that Black Baronet-class hijacked Fidel's shipment? Fidel hired numerous adventurers to deal with Black Baronet," Batna enlightened before lowering his voice. "Don't tell anyone about this." "Why?" Lumion inquired with a smile. Batna, stroking his neatly trimmed stubble, whispered, "These bounties and commissions don't necessitate actual acceptance, nor do they require success. Yes, if word gets out that an adventurer plans to hunt a pirate, and they're not too far apart, revenge from said pirate is inevitable. It's both a punishment and a warning. Baronet Black is a notorious pirate. If he catches wind that a newcomer like you is taking on a mission to hunt him and is spreading the news, do you think he'll take offense? He might track you down and use your demise as a lesson for other adventurers and Fidel." "Baronet Black is indeed in Port Farim," Lumion nodded thoughtfully. "That's a smart approach." Smart, Batna was momentarily taken aback. In the evening, at a bar, Lumion, Batna, and the others had been reveling for nearly 2 hours, filled with joy and excitement. Suddenly, Lumion lifted his glass and descended from the bar stool to the floor. Addressing the adventurers and ordinary patrons around him, he declared, "Everyone, remember my name, Louis Barry. I'm on the brink of fame. I've accepted a commission from the prominent merchant, Fidel. My objective is to track down Black Baronet class Kizzy. When I succeed, the name Louis Barry will echo across the 5 seas. When that time comes, you'll proudly say you shared a drink with me." Batna froze on the bar stool. It felt like witnessing Louis Barry, once again, leaping onto the wooden platform and firing his gun the night before. Chapter 522, Excellent Scheme. 522, Excellent Scheme. Amid the bustling scene, Lumion relished his drink until the clock neared midnight. Exiting the bar with Batna, they stepped onto the street, where the once warm sea breeze had turned chilly. Batna hesitated before asking, "Do you seriously plan to go after Baronet Black?" Hadn't Louis Barry's performance been a repeat of the previous night's scheme, expecting Black Baronet class Kizzy to come looking for him? Lumion turned his head, his green eyes devoid of any signs of intoxication. "Otherwise, if he doesn't seek me out, where am I supposed to find him? Sneak onto the Golden Nepos and take on their entire ship solo." Fair point, Batna conceded that Louis Barry's logic had merit. Once Black Baronet made land, he would likely disguise himself, making him hard to track. At sea or on his own boat, a lone adventurer would find it nearly impossible to take him down. Even lions feared a wolf pack. Moreover, among the wolves, aside from Class Kizzy, there were a few heads with Beyonder powers. Batna had to admit that every head was no less formidable than himself. After a brief pause, Batna sensed something amiss and blurted out, "Are you sure you can handle Baronet Black and the 2 or 3 helpers he might have?" Lumion's lips curled into a smile. Every adventurer who comes to sea dreams of following in J.M. Sparrow's great footsteps. It wasn't the first time he said this, but the tone was different. This time, Batna detected a calm and serious demeanor. Is he for real? Is he sly and cunning, or just plain reckless? At that moment, Batna had to reconsider his understanding of Louis Barry. There was a method to his madness, a trap meticulously laid out, but the aspirations and strategies were impractical. What struck Batna most was that Louis knew it was unrealistic, yet he calmly and persistently pressed on to realize his grand dream. How to describe this guy? Batna couldn't find the right words. At that moment, Lumion had already reached the open-air market stalls. He dropped 5 Vril d'Or on fried banana slices, scones, roasted meat, roasted oysters, grilled fish, roasted shrimp, and sugar cane. "You're still hungry?" Batna asked, surprised. During their drinking session, they had already ordered fries, fish, meatloaf, and more. Lumion smiled and replied, "Getting supper for my godson." Godson, at your age? Batna couldn't quite fathom this guy with a Savoy province accent. Maybe it's a trend in the mountainous province for young men to become godfathers. After Lumion picked up the brown paper bags, Batna exhaled and remarked, "Your plan might not be effective. Adventurers boasting about their exploits are a dime a dozen. They might not consider your declaration a joke to spread it to others. It's too common." Lumion smiled and said, "No, they'll spread it like wildfire. In a few days, the entire Port Farim will know that a new adventurer has taken a commission to hunt down Baronet Black." "How's that possible? You can't control their mouths," Batna retorted subconsciously. Suddenly, he was taken aback. "You can't really control their thoughts, can you?" Lumion scoffed and tapped his head with the paper bags. "Use your brain and think carefully. They won't want to spread it, someone will help me spread it." Batna had an epiphany. "You want to secretly hire a group of people to help you publicize this matter." He paused for a few seconds before continuing, "There's no need for you to hire them. The merchant, Fidel, will help you achieve your goal once he finds out about your act. He has ample resources, but what if he doesn't know?" "I'll pay him a visit tomorrow," Lumion replied calmly. "It's meticulous and feasible. It's like iron chains, all interconnected." The more Batna thought about it, the more he realized that every detail of this plan had been considered, but overall, it exuded a sense of madness. After a while, he instinctively assessed, if Baronet Black leaves the Fog Sea, It might take months for him to hear the news. If he happens to be in Port Farim, perhaps he'll find out in 2 or 3 days. Port Farim had a population of just over 100,000, including tourists. It might not even be comparable to a quartier in Trier. More people were scattered across St. Tick Island's plantations and the Andetna volcano mines. "I hope he's in Port Farim," Lumion said with a satisfied expression as he strolled through the night. Batna fell silent, unsure of what to say. Returning to the Flying Bird, Lumion entered room 5 of the first-class cabin and found Ludwig enjoying the supper he had left for him. He placed the brown paper bags on the dining table. The aroma of fried ingredients and barbecue filled the air. Ludwig looked up in surprise before quickly devouring the food Lumion had brought back. Lumion settled into a nearby recliner, rocking gently. Finally, Ludwig let out a contented sigh and said, "You get tired of always eating cheese, bread, cakes, and crackers for supper. A person who can even eat live rats raw doesn't have the right to say that," Lumion criticized and smiled. "This proves that I haven't forgotten you, my godson. By the way, how long do you plan to follow me? I've already helped you escape the Church of Knowledge." Ludwig pondered seriously. "I'll follow you until I can earn my own living. And now, I'm still a child." "That's true. If this fellow doesn't have the money to buy food, something terrifying might happen. Also, before I go to the City of Exiles, the Church of Knowledge probably won't allow Ludwig to leave me." Lumion laughed self-deprecatingly. "I, an unmarried underage man, have to support a child like you for a long time." Ludwig muttered under his breath, "Not necessarily very long." "Does that mean you can recover to the point of supporting yourself within this year or next?" Lumion pretended not to hear Ludwig's muttering and gestured towards the servants' quarters with his chin. "Has that guy been acting okay?" Ludwig, acting as a spy, asked in confusion. For Intisions, is flirting with women on the deck and in the bar under the pretext of attending to patients considered okay? "Yes," Lumion sighed helplessly. "You Intisions." The next afternoon, amid rumors of the port closure possibly ending the following morning, Lumion disembarked from the Flying Bird and headed straight to Rue Courrières in Quartier des Black Pearls to pay an early visit to the prominent merchant, Fidel Guerra. The previous evening, Lumion had received a letter from Franca, delivered by Jenna's rabbit Chasel. The explosion in Port Farim matched Philip's intel, but there were more details. By the time official Beyonders reached the scene, demon Warlock Berman had already vanished. Facing an undead monster made of limbs and corpse fragments, capable of awakening the deceased in Port Farim, official Beyonders had their hands full. The hospital suffered casualties, patients fell victim to the monstrous horror. In Fidel Guerra's study, Lumion met the man, a blend of Intis and Phaenopotter blood, smoking a cigar with a grin. "Did you come here because of the smell? I just received the colorful bearded horned lizard venom." "Just obtained? I'm afraid it's been here all along. Considering my earnest efforts to draw out Baronet Black and fulfill your request, you're not suggesting you haven't secured the goods," Lumion ventured a guess, a smile playing on his lips. "Seems luck smiling upon me. How much?" 3,800 Verl d'Or. My cut isn't much," Fidel replied sincerely. Lumion didn't negotiate. He produced a stack of banknotes and tallied out 3,800 Verl d'Or. Observing this, Fidel signaled an attendant and gave instructions. Soon after, the attendant returned, carrying a brown glass bottle. Fidel directed the attendant to take the money and hand over the goods while he kept a distance of roughly 10 meters from Lumion. "Metal containers won't do. The venom's potency can be affected by corrosion." Lumion nodded subtly, casting a glance at the brown glass bottle before stashing it away in his pocket. After the attendant departed, Fidel grinned once more. "I heard you replicated your act from the night before at the bar last night." This influential merchant showcased his well-informed nature. "Indeed, we must employ effective strategies repeatedly," Lumion tacitly concurred. Fidel nodded. "I appreciate a sharp young man like you. I'll help disseminate your message and ensure Class Kizzy hears it promptly." "Heh, the adventurers I assigned to this task previously were far too risk-averse." "No problem. That's precisely why I'm here today, Lumion mentioned before making his way to leave. After a few steps, he abruptly halted, turned around and spoke thoughtfully. Do you think Demon Warlock Berman is hiding here? Fidel was taken aback. What are you talking about? What does the Demon Warlock have to do with me? Not much, just a wild guess, Lumion replied with a smile. Rue Correa's is very close to where the explosion occurred last night, and your establishment is quite suitable for hiding. Without waiting for Fidel's response, he took another step and casually exited the building. Fidel observed Lumion's departure, furrowing his brow in confusion. He couldn't fathom why Lumion had uttered those words. In the deep of night, the sound of waves echoed in the distance, and the flying bird swayed gently. Lumion reclined on the bed in room 5 of the first-class cabin, enveloped in a velvet blanket. His eyes shut tight, breathing deep, he was sound asleep. Suddenly, a dark cloud materialized outside the window, obscuring the crimson moon and stars in the sky. The room, draped in curtains, plunged into darkness. Even looking at one's hands, one could barely discern 5 fingers. Within the shadows, something seemed to stir to life. Chapter 523, Eye of Illusory. 523, Eye of Illusory. A lanky shadow emerged from the shadows in translucent form. Swiftly, it lunged at Lumion, as if eager to claim a new host. Resembling the possession of wraiths and evil spirits, this entity sought control, but lacked the speed to complete the process in a mere blink. In an instant, Lumion, previously dormant, transformed into a shadowy figure, melding seamlessly with the darkness, leaving the bed bereft of his presence. This marked the manifestation of his newly contracted skill, shadow transformation. An eerie hush enveloped the room, dominated by the tall, translucent shadow, erasing any trace of Lumion or his unseen assailant. Suddenly, the darkness rifted, revealing a decaying, skeletal python oozing yellowish-green pus. Empty-eyed, its fangless mouth resembled a vortex, emitting a hurried, piercing sound. A suction force tugged at the surrounding shadows, drawing them in. It seemed like an undead creature, a specialist in consuming shadows and shadowy creatures. Room 5 of the Flying Bird's first-class cabin's master bedroom assumed an otherworldly tableau. Despite the lingering dim light, shadows dissipated, leaving everything cloaked in pure darkness. In due time, Lumion emerged from the shadows, resuming his human form against the backdrop of a lush carpet and an exquisite wardrobe. Simultaneously, a towering figure materialized, a knight adorned in tattered black armor. Pale flames flickered in its eye sockets, putrid liquid seeping from the armor's crevices, with only sticky flesh clinging to its exposed skin. With a broadsword raised, the dead knight advanced, slashing at Lumion, as if poised to shatter both bed and wardrobe. Lumion's agile form shifted, maneuvering from facing the Death Knight, the shadow-swallowing python, and the looming tall, thin shadow to flank them all. Crash! The broadsword of the Death Knight cleaved through the wardrobe, sending fragments flying. Lumion, reacting swiftly, crouched down, clenched his fists, and struck the heavy brownish-yellow carpet. From the center, a multitude of crimson, nearly white flames burst forth, consuming every inch of the room. The inferno devoured the 3 undead entities suspected to be from the spirit world. Rumble! Within the roaring flames, fireballs materialized and shot out from Lumion's form. They homed in on the Death Knight, the shadow-swallowing python, and the lanky black shadow, or recklessly engulfed the sizable bedroom. Rumble! The crimson, nearly white fireballs detonated consecutively, tearing apart the 3 undead beings, pulverizing the bed, desk, and other furnishings. Pungent smoke billowed from the scorched carpet. In this explosive turmoil, any entity lacking pure ethereality or possessing partial corporeality faced inevitable destruction in the confined space. The once steel-clad armor of the Death Knight crumbled instantly, and the shadow-swallowing python fractured into a multitude of burning remains. Though the lanky shadow fared relatively better, it too succumbed to the engulfing flames, dwindling in substance. Rumble! Although the Flying Bird boasted a steel structure, the impact of such force, reminiscent of multiple cannons targeting a confined space, inevitably took its toll on room 5 of the first-class cabin. Strangely, only cracks marred the inner wall, with neither the wall nor the door fully giving way. However, the formless barrier enveloping the area shuddered violently, on the verge of disintegration. As shockwaves rebounded from the walls, doors, and ceiling, Lumion, the catalyst of the explosion, suffered as well. It was akin to being struck repeatedly by a massive hammer, with his vision clouded by golden specks and a metallic taste of blood in his throat. The air, instantly devoured by flames, left him with a suffocating sensation. Amidst the tumultuous flames, a figure emerged from the darkness, standing near the window, adorned in a black robe with a loose hood. Numerous wounds marked his body, testament to the explosive waves and engulfing flames, leaving charred imprints. Lumion observed that the man's once fine hairs had transformed into pale white, nearly indistinguishable feathers. Some were charred, emitting a dark, dense fog instead of thick smoke. Rather than the usual red blood, a thick yellowish-green hue oozed from the wounds. Under the raised hood, Lumion discerned a pale white face and a few ulcers reaching down to the bone. Vague traces of pale white fur adorned the wounds. In the blink of an eye, Lumion locked eyes with his opponent, who sported cold, flaxen-colored irises. Between the brows of the hooded figure, a crack swiftly widened, revealing an illusory vertical eye with a deep purple border that almost verged on black. Devoid of eyelashes or pupils, it seemed to harbor countless pale white patterns. This peculiar vertical eye instantly mirrored Lumion's figure. His initial intention to teleport behind the hooded man and employ the spell of Harumph met an abrupt freeze. The impact resonated at the spiritual level. It was akin to Lumion's soul body losing the protective shield of his physical form and standing exposed to scorching sunlight. Instinctively, fear, stiffness, and lethargy gripped him. Ordinarily, humans explored the spirit world through astral projection, rarely detaching their soul body, the core of their soul, from their physical being, always shrouded in protection. The arbiter pathway's psychic piercing bypassed the physical body, ether body, astral projection, and body of heart and mind, directly influencing the soul body. It carried an almost undefendable reputation, affecting individuals to varying degrees. Lumion suspected that the spell of Harumph shared these characteristics. Within the assailant's dark purple, nearly black vertical eye, pale white patterns silently spun, as if seeking the essence of Lumion's spirit body. The sensation resembled being scrutinized by penetrating rays of light, causing Lumion's spirit body to quiver slightly, impeding intricate thoughts. Just as he was about to take the simplest action of sinking his consciousness into the blood emperor mark on his right hand, the hooded man emitted a sudden pained groan. His head snapped back as if struck by a bullet, the once illusory, dark purple vertical eye now blurry, oozing dark red blood mixed with yellowish-green pus. With a pained groan, the hooded figure swiftly turned and soared out of the window, dragged by an unseen force. Observing this, Lumion didn't hasten to block the escape with spirit world traversal. Instead, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! At the window, a crimson, almost blinding light erupted, and a violent explosion engulfed the hooded man. Lumion had set this as a trap. Before entering a state of sleep, he had concealed the master bedroom within the bottle of fiction. There were two entrances, one by the window and the other by the door, accessible only to beings with superpowers. Both exits harbored delayed explosion fireballs. Any trigger would unleash devastation. Amidst the fiery explosion, the hooded man was propelled off his feet, crashing against the window frame. His limbs seemed on the brink of tearing from his body. Without a moment's hesitation, Lumion teleported to the severely injured and unconscious man, harumphing at his foe. Two beams of white light shot forth, striking the target and rendering him completely unconscious. As Lumion prepared for his next move, pairs of arms suddenly emerged from the darkness at the shattered exit of the bottle of fiction. Some were covered in warts, some decayed to the point of pus overflowing, and some only displayed blackened bones. These arms seized the hooded man's clothes and dragged him into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Observing this, Lumion refrained from an immediate transformation into a shadow creature to pursue them. Instead, he stood his ground, a slight frown creasing his brows. The assailant shared an uncanny resemblance to demon Warlock Berman as depicted on the wanted posters, but the non-human feeling was even more pronounced. The details suggested an undying monster rather than a human. Lumion wasn't caught off guard by demon Warlock Berman's appearance. It was one of the anticipated outcomes. He had deliberately voiced suspicions about Fidel's connection with the demon Warlock in front of him without providing clarity, fostering the illusion that Louis Barry, a bold adventurer with a penchant for conspiracies, was attempting to extort money from the prominent merchant. Under normal circumstances, even if Fidel had something to hide, he wouldn't act so swiftly. He would likely observe closely for a few days to confirm the situation. Lumion, however, had offered him an opportunity this time. Louis Barry, the adventurer, had made public the commission he accepted to lure out Baronet Black. In such a scenario, it wouldn't raise eyebrows if he were killed by Class Kizzy. The death of an overconfident individual in Port Farim wouldn't spark trouble or suspicion. So, why not nip the danger in the bud? Even if Louis Barry's suspicions lacked evidence, they would still draw the attention of official Beyonders. Lumion's performance at the bar the previous night seemed to bait Black Baronet Class Kizzy, but in reality, it was bait for the merchant, Fidel Guerra. If Fidel had no ties to the demon Warlock, it wouldn't trigger an additional reaction. Lumion merely needed to pursue the superficial purpose of hunting Black Baronet. If there was a connection, he would promptly receive a response. To Lumion's surprise, the abilities exhibited by demon Warlock Berman shared similarities with the few divine pathways he knew, but there were also notable differences. Chapter 524, Infighting. 524, Infighting. The illusory eye between the demon Warlock's brows bore a remarkable resemblance to the eye of mystery prying from the Warlock pathway. However, this entity took a unique form, manifesting as a vertical eye rather than the typical manifestation within the eye itself. Lumion had never encountered or heard of such a phenomenon before. While a mystery prior might experience similar abnormalities as a high sequence Beyonder, it was clear that Berman hadn't reached the saint level. Otherwise, Lumion would have been the one fleeing, not him. In such a scenario, Lumion might not have been able to escape even if he desired. His only hope would be that the residual aura of the Blood Emperor could momentarily distract Berman, enabling him to teleport away. Considering the authorities wanted poster, information from Seven, and details gathered from Philip and others, Lumion had long concluded that a demon Warlock like Berman couldn't be a Sequence 4. He certainly wasn't audacious enough to hunt a demigod. Based on the illusory vertical eye and Berman's diverse, comprehensive abilities, Lumion sensed a true alignment with the characteristics of a Warlock. However, no Warlock's eye of mystery prying resembled this. Not only did it grow between the brows and become a vertical eye, marked with pale white patterns against a nearly black background, but it also possessed the ability to intimidate others' spirit bodies, revealing a perceived truth. In that moment, Lumion felt as if he had been stripped of all externalities, leaving only his spirit body to resist Berman's. Yielding or failing would result in fainting or enslavement. Fortunately, the truth on him was beyond the perception of low to mid. Sequence Beyonders, and Berman was no exception. Before Lumion could activate the Blood Emperor's residual aura, the demon Warlock suffered a backlash, nearly incapacitating him. Moreover, Berman's command over the undead and the protection he received after fainting surpassed typical Warlock capabilities. Even if others could achieve similar effects with learned or invented spells, it wouldn't be to that extent, let alone so effortlessly. Which evil god's pathway is this? Or has Berman, a Warlock, been corrupted and acquired abnormal traits? That would explain the non-human details on him. After conducting so many resurrection experiments, he wouldn't lack the kind that sacrifices to evil gods. The illusory vertical eye was undeniably powerful and bizarre. I couldn't withstand it head-on. Were it not for the protection of Mr. Fool's seal, Termiborose, and the lingering aura of the Blood Emperor, all surpassing my current level, I might have met my demise at Berman's hands. Lumien's thoughts raced as he quickly made a guess. Seizing this moment to counteract the impact of the explosion, he retrieved the golden straw hat from his traveler's bag and placed it on his head before disappearing. Lumien teleported to 16 Rue Correas, the entrance of Fidel Guerra's opulent residence. While Demon Warlock Berman had the means to escape, the same couldn't be said for this prominent merchant. If Berman had been in good condition when he fled, Lumien worried that he might return out of professional courtesy and rescue his employer. However, since Berman had been rendered unconscious and taken away by some undead creature, he wouldn't be returning to 16 Rue Correas. He wouldn't even after waking up either. The more time passed, the more likely Fidel Guerra's house would become a trap for the Demon Warlock. Hence, Lumien still had time to ponder Berman's sequence and the non-human issues he exhibited. His deliberate delay served a purpose. If Demon Warlock Berman were to wake up promptly and flee with his employer, Lumien's calculated delay of a minute or two would ensnare both of them. Standing at the entrance of 16 Rue Correas, Lumien's brow furrowed slightly. As a hunter, he detected a faint scent of blood emanating from inside the house. After a moment of consideration, Lumien gently pushed open the dark blue door. It was unlocked. The door bore splatters of fresh blood that hadn't fully congealed. It seemed as though someone in a panic had sought refuge here, unlocking the door just before being pursued and torn to pieces. However, there were no remnants of the corpse to be found. Lumien halted at the doorway, listening intently. The entire house remained eerily silent. Did Fidel act swiftly, eliminating those in the know and relocating to safety before Berman could strike me down? In such a scenario, if Berman's operation proved successful and he uncovered the reasons for my suspicions, and if there were others privy to the information, Fidel could use the pretext of a late-night attack by Black Baronet and other pirates, where he nearly lost his life. Escaping wouldn't have been easy before returning here. Alternatively, he might vanish forever, adopting a new identity to embark on a fresh business venture. Lumien pondered this mystery as he navigated past the blood-stained area at the entrance, intending to search the house for clues. His goal was to uncover the exact relationship between Fidel Guerra and Demon Warlock Berman. Leaving the door slightly ajar, he proceeded towards the staircase, the scent of blood lingering in the air. Perhaps sensing his approach, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of footsteps, a figure emerged from the basement, coming into Lumien's line of sight. It wasn't human, or rather, it couldn't be deemed human any longer. Standing 3 to 4 meters tall, its body comprised fragments from various human corpses. It possessed a mix of feminine curves and masculine traits, sewn together by linen threads, with blood-stained mucus dripping from the joints. This person featured a relatively intact head, with only one source, Fidel Guerra, a mixed-blood Intis and Phaenopotter. The merchant's head didn't align with the body. It was as if a child's head had been placed on a half-giant's neck. Dark brown eyes, vacant yet still filled with fear and confusion, stared out. Dead, Fidel is dead. Did he turn himself into a monster? Lumien pondered. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the stitched corpse lunged forward, dragging 3 human leg bones that seemed fused together. A pale white flame ignited on the colossal bone sword. Lumien's eyes narrowed, and his body abruptly vanished, reappearing instantly behind the massive stitched corpse. Huh? He opened his mouth and emitted a pale yellow light. However, the light struck Fidel's head, failing to disorient him, let alone render him unconscious. It became apparent that the undead creature was immune to the spell of Harumph. Almost simultaneously, the rapidly running sutured corpse forcefully pivoted, emitting a muffled sound from its throat. A language Lumien didn't understand, or a word carrying magical effects. Lumien's soul trembled, as if cowed by evil and death. He momentarily froze. The sutured corpse turned around, advancing with purpose. It raised the colossal bone sword, burning with pale white flames, and slashed at Lumien's head. Lumien, experienced in such situations, mostly stemming from encounters with high-level entities, found the current threat less severe than the consequences of the Demon Warlock's illusory vertical eye. Just in time, Lumion woke up, activating the black mark on his right shoulder. Amidst the howling wind, the colossal bone sword, engulfed in pale white flames, struck the afterimage left behind. This time, Lumion materialized close to the stitched corpse's back, stabbing the symphony of hatred retrieved from his traveler's bag into it. With the pitch-black bone flute, seemingly fragile, plunged into the stitched corpse's flesh. The flaxen threads burst open, and chunks of flesh and blood peeled off, revealing a dark red heart emitting pale white flames. Lumion extended his left hand, pressing it against the near-fatal wound. The crimson fireball, nearly white, compressed layer by layer as it was pushed in. Utilizing the reactive force, Lumion abruptly flew backward, dodging the massive bone sword that slashed at him. Rumble! In midair, he witnessed crimson, nearly white flames erupt from the sutured corpse, tearing apart the beating heart. Rumble! The sutured corpse disintegrated, and the flesh and blood of various humans scattered on the ground. Bang! Fidel's head landed in a pile of flesh and blood, the blankness giving way to a pained expression. "Who turned you into this?" Lumion inquired, glancing out the window, sensing that the explosion would likely draw the attention of the patrolling police. Fidel's head opened its mouth, words muffled and filled with hatred. It's Berman." "Berman?" Lumion was taken aback. "Were you infighting?" Fidel's head throbbed with pain as his voice trailed off. "I thought you were testing me. I wanted to observe for a few more days, B." "But he couldn't wait. He doubly wanted to kill you tonight. I didn't agree, and he killed everyone in the house." He's a true lunatic." At this point, Fidel's head lolled, his eyes closed, and he fell silent. Demon Warlock Berman's mental state is quite problematic, Lumion thought. Is that why he killed his employer's entire household? If he really wanted to kill me, he could have acted alone. Lumion had previously considered whether Fidel would think he was baiting him. For this reason, he deliberately created the illusion that he was baiting Black Baronet to lull Fidel. As for the effect, Lumion didn't care too much. If Fidel didn't take the bait, he would use another method. Fishing wasn't the only method in his arsenal. Unexpectedly, this triggered infighting between Fidel and Berman. Lumion believed even he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing when his psychological problems were at their worst. That was unless Fidel provoked him, such as pointing out that only a lunatic would believe in resurrection. Observing the corpse fragments for a while, Lumion noticed no signs of a Beyonder characteristic emerging. Curse my luck, Berman must have taken it. He shook his head and walked towards the room where the safe might be. Chapter 525, Repair Fee. 525 Repair Fee. Lumion wasn't sure if he should attribute the misfortune of Demon Warlock Berman taking the banknotes, coins, and gold from the safe to the Symphony of Hatred. After all, he hadn't arrived at 16 Rue Correas and hadn't utilized General Philip's blackened bone flute. Its abilities likely weren't potent enough to rewind the past. However, Fidel, living up to his title as a prominent merchant, had numerous wallets stashed in various clothes. Lumion conducted a quick search, revealing a total of 30,000 Verl d'Or. This provided a modicum of relief for his psychological injury. Upon hearing the arrival of a carriage outside, Lumion left Fidel's bedroom and turned to the adjacent room. He suspected it was the patrolling constables here to investigate the recent explosion. The room was clean and tidy, yet a faint, uncomfortable smell lingered, the stench of decaying corpses. Entering the room felt like stepping into a catacomb, surrounded by the marks of his own kind and their deaths, creating an uneasy atmosphere. This should be Demon Warlock Berman's room. It allows him to protect Fidel in the shortest time possible, but he ultimately killed him. This story tells us that the most important condition for choosing a bodyguard is mental stability. Lumion mused as he surveyed every corner of the room. At that moment, the constables had already pushed open the house's door, revealing spilled blood and scattered flesh. One of them swiftly drew his revolver, while the other blew a whistle, producing a piercing sound. Lumion's gaze focused on the blackened marks in the room. The blood, suspected to be old, emitted a sinister aura. Berman once killed a special creature in this room to complete a resurrection experiment. Lumion muttered to himself. He didn't assume it was demon Warlock Berman's blood, because he believed that the other party wouldn't leave behind such a crucial item when he had enough time. If a Beyonder skilled in curses obtained it, Berman would be in grave danger unless he had a way to sever the connection in advance. In contrast, Berman's blood and flesh were more likely to be found in the master bedroom of Room 5 of the Flying Bird's first-class cabin. The demon Warlock had suffered severe injuries from the explosion and the flames. Of course, the blanket explosion and subsequent intense combustion might have rendered the ingredients for cursing inactive. Lumion crouched down and retrieved a glass bottle from his traveler's bag. He scraped away the black marks on the wall and stored them inside. After completing his task, Lumion cleared any potential traces: hair, skin, and other items. He activated the black mark on his right shoulder and vanished from 16 Rue Corrias before more constables and official Beyonders arrived. Upon returning to the Flying Bird, he immediately inspected the previous battlefield, now reduced to ruins, scattered with charred and shattered remnants. Metal walls bore marks of distortions and minor cracks, remnants of the intense encounter. The lingering gases from the burning carpet and items slowly dissipated through the open window. After Berman triggered the trap at the exit, the bottle of fiction had dissipated. Lumion focused on examining the windowsill, finding charred remnants. Exhaling deeply, he departed Room 5 of the first-class cabin, descending to the deck. Philip, the security supervisor, leaned against the shipboard, gazing at the night view. "Where's your lover?" Lumion approached Philip, resting his hands on the shipboard. Philip sighed and replied, "Her destination is Port Farim. Apparently, she was heading to a relative's plantation to assist them." "Something to celebrate. This means you'll have a new lover," Lumion said, adopting the tone of a dandyism believer. "Please allow me to be downcast for another 2 days," Philip responded, not objecting to Lumion's words but emphasizing his invested feelings. "Of course, it was just a little." "Did you just return from the port? Why didn't I see you board the ship?" Philip inquired, following his professional instincts. "I've been in my room the whole time. There was a minor accident at the party just now that set the master bedroom ablaze. Many things were burned. Get someone to fix it promptly tomorrow," Lumion explained, seeking Philip's assistance in resolving the situation. Despite the possibility of staying in the fire-damaged room, Lumion preferred to take action to rectify the situation. Philip appeared confused. "Party, ablaze, what did you do in the room? I didn't hear anything." Lumion grinned and responded, "A passionate guest made an appearance. Their actions were a bit extreme." "Really?" Philip inquired subconsciously. "No," Lumion admitted straightforwardly. "Do you want to hear the real reason?" Philip fell silent. After a few seconds he said, "There's a need for compensation for such damage. We'll charge you the repair fee. Fortunately, we're still in Port Farim. We can replenish various items immediately. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome." Lumion handed over a stack of banknotes. "This is the repair fee. I hope it can be completed by tomorrow. If it's too much, consider it a tip. If it's too little, ask me for more." Philip took the money, frowning as he weighed the stack of banknotes. "What did you do to the bedroom? Why is he giving so much for the repairs? Is this hush money?" Lumion smiled, turned around, and returned to Room 5 of the first-class cabin. Observing him disappear through the cabin entrance, Philip counted the stack of banknotes under the crimson moonlight and the gas street lamps at the port. 2,000 Verl door, did he blow up that room? Philip was shocked and suspicious. "But I didn't hear anything." That night, Lumion slept in a recliner in the living room. Initially planning to summon Jenna's rabbit Chasel and write Franca a letter about the demon Warlock, seeking her help with magic mirror divination to identify the source of the old blood in Berman's room. However, he remembered that Franca might still be awake while Jenna was already asleep. Patiently waiting until the morning, Lumion set up the ritual using rabbit. Shaped spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a runner who pursues knowledge, a messenger that belongs solely to the Seven of Cups. To summon the book-holding transparent creature resembling a rabbit with powerful legs. Today's rabbit Chasel, unlike the last time, wore a pair of indistinct gold rimmed glasses. Handing the letter and the glass bottle containing the blood and powder to Rabbit Chasel, Lumion asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly wearing glasses? Is this the downside of knowledge?" Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, Rabbit Chasel's eyes glinted sharply. "No, I learned this from a novel given by the Seven of Cups." "What novel did she give you?" Lumion inquired, having a hunch. "The last time I helped you deliver a letter to her, she didn't have any other books with her, so she could only lend me one of her newly purchased collections." Rabbit Chasel adjusted its gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of its nose. "That novel is called The Adventurer One, First Show of Strength." As expected, Lumion thought, "So that's why you learned to wear glasses." He didn't know how to comment on this matter. After Rabbit Chasel left, Ludwig and Lugano woke up one after another, with the former casting a glance at Lumion's bedroom before eating his breakfast snacks. Lugano, however, seemed puzzled. "Was there a fire last night?" "Why don't I know?" Lumion chuckled. "It happened while you were engrossed with a certain lady. I quickly resolved it." "Is that so?" Lugano reined in his disbelief. Choosing to explore local delicacies in Port Farim rather than enjoying the ship's breakfast, Lumion disembarked. Shortly after, Philip, the security supervisor, arrived with a dining cart. Standing in the doorway of the charred bedroom, Philip was stunned. "You call this a minor accident? Even if it was blasted by cannons, it couldn't be in a worse state, right?" Was he planning to dismantle the entire ship? Such destructive power actually didn't affect the room's exterior. Even the damage to the walls is within repairable limits. I didn't hear anything either. What had Louis Barry done in the room last night? No wonder he gave 2,000 Veraldor. At that instant, Philip's blood surged into his brain. In the Sun Square open-air market of Port Farim, Lumion enjoyed a tortilla filled with various fruit cubes and sipped a peculiar coffee laced with salt as he leisurely strolled through the stalls. Occasionally, he treated himself to a roasted sausage, relishing the sizzling, oily delicacy. Approaching the end of the open-air market, he encountered Batna Comte. The well-dressed adventurer's eyes lit up as he approached Lumion and whispered, "Something happened to your employer." Curious, Lumion inquired, "What happened?" He wanted to know how the official Beyonders had publicized this matter. "It's that demon Warlock. He killed Fidel's family and all his servants." Batna's relief was evident. He hadn't been present yesterday and was glad to have avoided potential danger. "The evidence does seem to point toward the demon Warlock. The authorities must have shared all the details." Lumion smiled at Batna and remarked, "So, everyone at 16 Rue Correas fell victim to the demon Warlock?" "Yes," Batna confirmed with a solemn nod. Lumion glanced at him and joked, "Remember how I blindfolded myself yesterday, hoping fate would guide me to uncover clues left behind by a demon Warlock? Do you recall where we ended up?" Batna was momentarily taken aback before muttering, 16 Rue Correas. Suddenly, he looked up at Lumion in shock and fear. Chapter 526, Resolution. 526 Resolution. Batna exclaimed in surprise, "Your blindfolded walk that day was quite effective." The destination was Demon Warlock Berman's next target. Without waiting for Lumion's response, the adventurer mumbled to himself in puzzlement, "Are you a blessed of luck?" "No, a blessed of calamity," Lumion replied inwardly. As thoughts raced, Batna suddenly formulated a new hypothesis. Could this be Demon Warlock Berman himself? He had investigated the explosion scene, returning to flaunt his prowess at the crime scene, and blindfolded himself to randomly choose the next victim. Such an explanation seemed far more plausible than being blessed with luck. Lumion glanced at Batna's tense expression and smiled. "Don't tell me you think I'm Berman. How long have I been in Port Farim?" "That's exactly it. Something happened the night you first arrived in Port Farim." Batna didn't dare vocalize it. "When the Cartier des Black Pearls exploded, I was still praying in the cathedral," Lumion said with amusement, providing an alibi. Batna pondered for a moment and relaxed, but confusion still lingered on his face. Lumion sighed and inquired, "Yesterday, I didn't expect to encounter anything related to the demon Warlock while walking blindfolded. I just found it fun." He spoke the truth. However, he couldn't shake the suspicion that the corruption caused by 0 to 1 might be more severe than he had imagined. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Trier, a seal from the fourth epoch, had effectively suppressed the pre-existing issues within him. The excuse of finding it fun barely convinced Batna. He felt that Louis Barry was undoubtedly such a person. Yet the other party would sporadically set traps just for the amusement of it. Anyone treating him as an idiot would end up becoming one. Perhaps I was truly blessed by luck yesterday, Lumion concluded. He then recounted his hypothesis about the demon Warlock's connection with Fidel and expressed regret. Unfortunately, I didn't believe I'm that lucky. Lumion's reasoning convinced Batna that demon Warlock Berman's continuous evasion and access to resources stemmed from his close symbiotic relationship with Fidel, a prominent merchant. The subsequent tragedy likely resulted from the pressure exerted by the official Beyonder's investigation, leading to internal strife. This ruled out the possibility that Louis Barry was a demon warlock. He had just arrived in Port Farim a few days ago, and Berman had been here for a long time. What a shame, Batna sighed. If I had sold the clues about the demon warlock's close connection to Fidel to the authorities beforehand, I could have bagged a hefty bounty. It would have been at least 5,000 Verl d'Or. Batna shook his head. No, without evidence, the authorities won't buy it. Can't tell them we stumbled on clues blindfolded, blessed by luck. They'd just cuff us for being fraudsters. A chuckle slipped from Lumion's lips. Can't you fabricate some evidence to back the clues? Say you spotted someone suspicious at Fidel's back door, maybe the demon warlock. Let the official Beyonders confirm it themselves. They'll uncover the truth in due time. That'd work. Batna's mouth hung slightly agape. Why not? Lumion grinned. If you truly found the demon warlock, tell them not to sweat the details. Just ask if the clues are legit and if they helped capture the demon warlock. If they miss Berman, it's a small scam at worst. Few days of hard labor for you. Official Beyonders can take tips from adventurers without solid certainty, right? They'd miss genuine info otherwise. Lumion's words left Batna silent momentarily before he blurted out. Don't tell me you've got Islander blood. Deception seemed to be his forte. Lumion casually replied. Knew an Islander in Trier, quite the con artist with rich experience and techniques. With a flicker of interest, Lumion raised his left hand, pinching his left eye socket. Glancing at Batna, he asked, How long have you been adventuring? Why still so green? Over a year, Batna defended himself. It's just that I stick to the rules with authorities. I'm more adaptable when dealing with pirates and others. Adventurers slipping clues to authorities also dabble in deceit, right? Lumion grinned. They scam if they can. He suspected Batna's strict adherence to rules came from a well-bred background, a notion confirmed by the other party's attire and appearance. Observing Batna's silence, Lumion finished his remaining salted coffee and glanced back at the lively open-air market. Try not to go to the morgue, cemetery, or other places for the time being. Just as Batna was about to ask why, he instantly grasped the advice's true meaning. Without Fidel to provide resources, the demon warlock might feel compelled to take action. At noon, Lumion returned to room 5 of the Flying Bird's first-class cabin. He noticed the master bedroom had undergone a transformation with a change in carpet, bed, wardrobe, desk, and other furniture, replaced by various ornaments. However, the distortions and cracks in the metal walls had only been partially repaired, not fully restored. Before long, his messenger, Penitent Baneful, emerged from the void and handed him a letter. Franca, based on your latest account and my discussion with Seven last night, I suspect that demon warlock Berman had been compelled to switch sequences. He was originally a warlock, but to revive his wife, he switched to the neighboring death pathway. He went half-mad, becoming half-human and half-monster. Though this could be explained as a warlock receiving an evil god's boon, your situation doesn't align. No cases of Beyonder powers from two pathways fusing and mutating have been documented. This was evident in your clash with Berman. The Eye of Illusory you mentioned has the Eye of Mystery prying, revealing the side of reality, but it also displays the death pathway's suppression of the spirit body or even enslavement. As far as I know, the death pathway gains an Eye of Death ability at sequence 8 Gravedigger. Did it fuse with the Eye of Mystery Prying, forming that distinctive Eye of Illusory? As Lumion read, he suddenly recalled the appearance of the Eye of Illusory. Embedded vertically in his forehead, illusory and blurry, a deep purple bordering on black, with numerous pale white patterns, undeniably a fusion of the Eye of Mystery Prying and the death pathway's abilities. Lumion's gaze shifted downward as he continued reading. White feather-like fur, decaying wounds, control over various undead creatures, unstable emotional states, and extreme actions, all indirectly confirming my hypothesis. The origins of the old blood are rather peculiar. I've conducted magic mirror divinations several times and consulted various entities, but all I've gleaned is that it stems from the depths of the spirit world. No further information. It seems the irreversible half-mad Berman had some other fortuitous encounter. Unstable emotions, extreme actions, irreversible half-madness. Lumion mulled over the descriptions and let out an inaudible sigh. How determined and desperate must Berman have been when he chose to consume the death pathway potion? Wild Beyonders didn't know they could switch to neighboring pathways at a specific sequence. They believed once a divine pathway was chosen, it couldn't be altered. Forced consumption of potions from other pathways led to madness or death. Moreover, Mystery Prior and death weren't adjacent pathways that allowed switching. Berman wouldn't have drunk the death pathway potion without a resolve bordering on death, all to revive his wife, even at the cost of his sanity. Lumion sensed he might have made the same choice in such a situation, hence his conflicting emotions. Franca's letter ended with reassurance. Don't fret over the aftermath. Berman's mental state will soon cause him to resurface without Fidel's support and restraint. He might succeed once or twice in gathering materials for experiments, but it won't last. Official Beyonders will eliminate him within weeks or even days. Lumion glanced at Penitent Baneful, yet to part. Help me deliver my reply to the sender. Swiftly, he penned a line. I'll kill Berman as soon as possible. Before long, Penitent Baneful returned with Franca's reply. Why? Lumion wrote on the same piece of paper. I wish to punish him for his crimes. He paused for a moment before continuing, and end his pain. Folding the letter into a square, Lumion handed it to Baneful and glanced at the messenger. Don't you find it troublesome to send letters back and forth? It wasn't concern but puzzlement. After delivering the letter, Penitent Baneful didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited for a potential reply. This time, Baneful didn't remain silent. He replied in a deep voice, being busy makes me feel better. It's better to have something to do than always watch the darkness. Lumion listened quietly without responding, watching Penitent Baneful turn and walk into the void. He empathized with those words. Franca didn't stop Lumion. Her reply was concise and forceful. Be careful. Phew, Lumion exhaled and walked to the living room window, casting his gaze at Port Farim bathed in the blazing sunlight and the distant Andatna volcano. Chapter 527, Immersion. 527, Immersion. Under the sunlight, Port Farim appeared to be tinged with a golden hue, and the air seemed to carry the sweetness of cane sugar. Lumion lingered by the window, contemplating the whereabouts of the demon Warlock. During his rescue the previous night, Berman had slipped into a deep coma, unable to direct the undead creature he controlled. Therefore, the undead being must have relied on its instincts and routines to transport Berman to a safe haven he frequented. Ordinarily, Fidel's residence would be his top choice. Yet, when Lumion scoured the premises, there were no traces indicating Berman's return. His initial assumption was that Berman had employed the undead creatures to eliminate Fidel's family, attendants, and servants. Recognizing 16 Rue Corias as a battlefield and unsafe, they likely sought an alternate hideout. Where could that be? From his traveler's bag, Lumion retrieved the information Franca had provided about Berman and the rest of the details gathered from Philip, Batna, and the others. He read through it again, attempting to immerse himself in the mindset of the demon Warlock, simulating his thoughts, actions, and motivations. Berman hailed from Fog Province, also known as Winter Province, situated in the northern part of Intis. Bordering the Fasak Empire, the region had relatively rustic folk customs, with a penchant for strong liquor. His wife, Helen, a Port Farim native without islander heritage, had a grandfather who worked as a cane sugar merchant traveling between Port Farim and Port Lasur. Unfortunately, he encountered pirates, losing most of his business and relying on a plantation he had previously acquired. Born and raised on that plantation, Helen witnessed its sale due to conflicts among her father's generation after her grandfather's death. Her family received a portion of the money and relocated to Port Farim. After her father's passing and her mother falling ill, she became an adventurer and crossed paths with Berman. Both had experienced fortuitous encounters during their adventures, gaining superpowers. They even acquired property in Port Farim, planning a future away from the adventurous life as they grew older. Several years ago, they, along with a group of fellow adventurers, rented a boat to explore the seas for treasure. Unfortunately, they encountered sea monsters, and only Berman and 2 others survived. Following this tragic incident, Berman's attempts to revive his wife took a progressively desperate turn. Treasure hunting at sea? Are there really that many treasures at sea? Lumion mumbled, convinced that it was highly likely Berman was still in Port Farim. This place held his dearest memories, remnants of the years spent with his wife, Helen. When selecting a hiding spot, he would instinctively lean towards this area. With this in mind, Lumion continued reading the latter part of the intel. As anticipated, Berman's past dangerous experiments had unfolded near the Fog Sea archipelago, encompassing other islands and the villages and towns along the northern continent's coast. If he connected them into irregular concentric circles, the center would be in Port Farim on St. Tick Island. Berman uses Port Farim as a base for resurrection attempts in various places, Lumion pondered. He hasn't stirred trouble in Port Farim before, so why the exception this time? If I were Berman in his half-mad state, I'd treat Port Farim as my spiritual home, a haven of beautiful memories. Typically, I wouldn't disrupt the order here. I might even secretly maintain it and handle some audacious pirates and adventurers on the sly. Lumion analyzed thoughtfully. He had substituted Port Farim with Cordu. Believing that if his sister's death had no connection to Cordu and the peace remained, anyone daring to disturb Cordu's daily life and alter the situation would be his enemy. Frowning slightly, he sensed there might be crucial details unclear about the previous night's explosion. There could be a reason why Berman killed Fidel and his family beyond a mere disagreement. Fidel, having collaborated with Berman for years, should have known about his unstable mental state. How could such a shrewd merchant not consider the potential repercussions of his words on the demon Warlock? Moreover, Berman aimed to eliminate the adventurer Louis Barry to conceal his collaboration with Fidel. If Fidel was already dead, why silence Lumion? Perhaps Fidel had assumed he could persuade Berman to wait a few days before acting, only to find Berman already in a deranged state, driven by instinct. After careful consideration, Lumion decided to re-enter Port Farim and visit Berman and Helen's former residence. Even though Berman had sold it long ago to fund his resurrection experiments, and it was under official Beyonder scrutiny, there remained a possibility of discovering crucial clues. What if the mad Berman insisted on returning to his previous abode? Instructing Lugano to keep an eye on Ludwig, Lumion descended to the deck and encountered Philip. The Flying Bird's security supervisor regarded Lumion with a mixed expression. Without mentioning the room that seemed to have been bombarded by cannons, he stated, "I'll distribute the remaining repair fees to the participating workers and attendants." The implication was clear. I've already compensated those who need to be silenced. You can take a share yourself, Lumion replied with a smile. Philip shook his head and sighed. Not having any more incidents like that, on the way from Port Farim to Port Santa, would be the best reward for me. I'll do my best, Lumion sincerely assured him. He refrained from making promises, acknowledging factors beyond his control. He also looked forward to reaching Port Santa without trouble and beginning the hunt for the key members of April Fools, Bard and Ultraman. Philip gazed at Lumion for a few seconds, as if contemplating whether to report him in advance. He sighed again. The port lockdown will be lifted tonight. The Flying Bird will set sail again tomorrow morning. Don't miss it. Lumion nodded and asked curiously, "The demon Warlock has been apprehended?" "No, but it's pretty much confirmed that it has nothing to do with the ships at the port. Nor is he hiding here," Philip replied nonchalantly. "Berman even killed the prominent merchant Fidel's family last night. They seem to be in a cooperative relationship. Perhaps Fidel wanted to betray him." At this point, Philip gave Lumion a sharp glance. "Last night, the battle in your room, could it be related to this?" "What kind of connection do you think there will be?" Lumion asked, amused. Philip pondered for a moment and couldn't make the connection. Observing this, Lumion waved his hand and donned his golden straw hat. He descended the gangway to the docks and left the port district. As Lumion reached Sun Square, adorned with numerous wanted posters, he was approached by an islander man with brownish-black skin, sunken eyes, and a deep-set gaze. The man handed him a folded book with a plethora of words and crude patterns printed on it. "Traveler, this is Port Faram's travel guide. It lists scenic spots, unique delicacies, and sexual entertainment venues," the islander introduced with zeal. "It'll make your stay here more enjoyable." Lumion played along and asked, "How much?" "It's free, I'll give it to you for free," the islander exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. "The government prints these for tourists, hoping for a positive impression of Port Faram." "Awesome!" Lumion accepted the guidebook with an expression of pleasant surprise and unfolded it. The guide detailed scenic views and recommendations from various shops, sugar cane outlets, sexual entertainment venues, renowned eateries, and more. Suddenly, Lumion swiftly drew his revolver and pressed it against the islander's forehead. The islander froze, stunned. After a few seconds, he stammered, No charge, I'm not lying." Was this minor situation worth a gun being drawn? "I'm going to call the police." Lumion smiled and inquired, "What's the connection between these recommended shops and you?" "No," the islander felt the chill of the gun and carefully changed his words. They paid us to recommend them. Some of them are owned by our partners." "How many are legitimate shops?" Lumion pressed, undeterred. 90%. Just as the islander finished speaking, Lumion cocked the revolver's hammer, sending a clear message. He hastily added, 90% of them are connected to us." Lumion chuckled, continuing with another question. "What about the scenery?" 50%. Only the plantations and primitive tribes are connected to us." The islander trembled in fear. Lumion shook the travel guide and smiled at the islander. "Show me the real ones." The islander quickly pointed out different parts, worried that the gun might misfire. Only then did Lumion stow away his revolver and take the guidebook to the open-air market on the other side of Sun Square. He had engaged the islander partly to frighten the swindler, and partly because a new idea had struck him. For Berman, who had resided in Port Faram for many years, were some of the delicacies and scenery here also part of his cherished memories. During setbacks, when he killed his best partner and faced defeat in battle, would he, driven by madness and paranoia, seek out places with beautiful memories to draw strength and recharge? Lumion believed if he were in Berman's shoes, he would have done the same. Reason might suggest that he could be tracked and discovered, but half-mad individuals often ignored reason. Therefore, whether it was the moonlit scenery of the lighthouse, the setting sun behind the volcano, Repto minced pork, Gasparo seafood rice, or Saint Tick chocolate ice cream, all could attract the covert patronage of the demon Warlock. In his current state, there was a high chance that he wouldn't meticulously erase his tracks. Adjusting his golden straw hat, Lumion made his way through the open-air market, heading toward the cliff mountain outside Faram, where Port Faram's lighthouse stood. Chapter 528, Treasure Legend. 528, Treasure Legend. The crash of azure waves echoed against the cliff's base, creating a cascade of white flowers in their wake. Approaching the lighthouse, Lumion pondered its rumored history, a relic left behind by the Intisions upon their arrival at Saint Tick Island, his gaze fixating on the distant sea. The night's crimson moonlight, still hours away, refrained from casting its dreamy glow, rendering the scene quiet and undisturbed by tourists. Circling the lighthouse reminiscent of Roselle's era, Lumion observed for nearly 15 minutes, fruitlessly searching for any sign of the demon Warlock. He didn't anticipate a direct encounter with Berman. It wasn't yet the time to admire the moon. Lumion simply sought to discern if Berman would visit to reminisce about the past and his wife after waking up last night, a moment of solace to steady his heart and find the strength to persevere. The lighthouse guardian, with a pipe emitting the aroma of roasted tobacco leaves, offered a friendly reminder. "Kid, there's nothing much to see here during the day. It's a whole different story at night." Lumion smiled and inquired, "Do people come in the middle of the night?" "Indeed," the 50-year-old guardian boasted. "Those Trier playboys love bringing their dates here to bask in the moonlight." "Any mysterious figures, perhaps someone donning a hood and pretending to be a warlock?" Lumion pressed on. The lighthouse guardian's face betrayed a nostalgic expression. "Sometimes, thought it was a ghostly silhouette a few times." "Did such a figure visit late last night?" Lumion queried, a subtle curl forming on his lips. There was nothing wrong with his speculation from his immersion. Perhaps his similar experiences allowed him to better understand Berman's mental state and paranoid thoughts. The guardian replied, "Can't say for sure, I didn't see anything." Lumion didn't press further. He decided to return in the early morning hours, the enchanting few hours beneath the moonlight. Over the next 3 hours, he explored the truly renowned gourmet restaurants in Port Farim. Despite asking similar questions, Lumion obtained no valuable information. It became apparent that demon Warlock Berman exercised restraint under normal circumstances, avoiding impulsive actions. He seldom frequented crowded places, and when he did, his disguise was impeccable. By 4 p.m., Lumion reached Port Farim's modest steam locomotive station. He spent 3 Viral d'Or for a ticket bound for the Andatna volcano mine. If he aimed to witness the sunset there, the journey had to commence now. Whoosh, clunk, clunk, clunk. The iron-black carriage belched thick smoke as it lumbered along the railway sleepers. Gradually, it gained momentum, akin to a colossal giant overcoming inertia and mobilizing its components. Seated by the window, Lumion held a golden straw hat, quietly admiring the vanishing plantations. Shortly before 6 p.m., the train halted outside Andatna's volcanic mine. Adorning his straw hat, Lumion bypassed the mine entrance, opting for a nearby trail leading to the volcano's summit. As the greenery dwindled, grayish-black hues prevailed. Occasional red rocks punctuated the landscape. Approaching the mountaintop, desolation intensified. Grayish-black gravel lay dormant in the hushed wind. Without the shelter of foliage, Lumion's vision expanded. The peculiar grandeur of this place seemed to embody the vastness of desolation and silence. Following the tourist-worn grayish-black path, Lumion advanced step by step toward the volcano's mouth, revealing coal-black surfaces with reddish depressions. The temperature inside was notably warmer. Unbridled winds stirred, sending grayish-black gravel airborne, causing human forms to sway. In this spectacle, the nearly setting sun bathed the desolate surroundings in a golden-red glow, intensifying the sunken redness. Pressing down on his straw hat, Lumion ventured 200 to 300 meters along the volcano's crater. Abruptly, the mountaintop wind subsided, and the suspended gravel settled in eerie silence. Lumion immediately spotted a figure standing silently on the grayish-black diagonal wall outside the volcano's crater, bathed in the last radiant sunlight. Cloaked in black robes and a deep hood, the figure attentively watched the gradual descent of the golden-red sun. Lumion's expression remained unchanged as he advanced step by step, refraining from initiating an attack. Sensing Lumion's approach, the hooded figure turned around, unveiling a pale white face marked by decaying wounds and a wide swath of fur. It was none other than demon Warlock Berman. Perhaps influenced by the serene scenery and haunting memories, Berman, known for his madness, spoke wearily, "You've actually found this place." Lumion, who had been securing his golden straw hat against the strong wind, chuckled self-deprecatingly and responded, "If not for my illusions and hope, and if I didn't have numerous enemies awaiting my discovery, I would frequently return to Cordu and the nearest high mountain pasture. The grass there is vividly green, vast and expansive, with pale yellow flowers in full bloom. Countless sheep roam about. The sky mirrors the brilliance of gems, and the occasional drifting white clouds resemble sheep grazing on the ground. At night, the stars emerge, densely packed like diamond gravel at the bottom of a clear river. Standing amidst the blazing sunlight and the vast, silent grayish-black surroundings, Lumion couldn't help but reminisce about Cordu village and the alpine pasture. Berman didn't interrupt. After Lumion finished speaking, he wore a dazed expression and uttered with a smile more pained than joyful. "Helen and I thought we could come here to watch the sunset whenever we pleased since it's just a ticket away. But she never came again. And you don't even need to take the steam locomotive." Lumion sighed slowly and said, "What happened back then?" Berman's face contorted in distortion, the agony evident in his expression. "We were deceived. Something was wrong with the treasure map. We encountered real sea monsters." Damn the islanders. Helen always believed they resorted to deceit and thuggery out of necessity. All the respectable positions were held by pure intentions, but we treated them well and placed our trust in them. Yet, they colluded with others to betray us for money. "I'll kill him, those deceivers, and every islander." Lumion chuckled and remarked, "Some of the self-proclaimed noble Trarians are swindlers, while others sell their bodies. I don't generalize against islanders, but I remain cautious of specific individuals." Suddenly, Lumion felt inspired. "Was the islander who betrayed you from the marauder pathway?" "Yes," Berman's face twitched with unrestrained anger. "Was it a swindler acting?" Lumion asked cautiously. "Did he have a tendency to wear monocles or pinch his eye socket?" He pointed at his right eye. "No," Berman seemed perplexed by Lumion's question. Lumion heaved a sigh of relief. "What's his name? Did you manage to kill him?" Berman's pale face suddenly flushed, and decaying liquid dripped down. "His name is Mark Benito. After that incident he vanished. I never found him." Lumion chose not to provoke Berman further and inquired, "Which treasure were you seeking back then?" "In the depths of the fog sea, there's an island. The inhabitants there don't age or truly die." Berman recalled the treasure rumors he had gathered. "There's reason to believe that something incredibly precious is hidden on that island. We didn't want to become enemies with the islanders. Our only hope was to infiltrate the island and steal some ageless medicine." His words were somewhat disorganized, skipping over details. "It bears a striking resemblance to the legend of the Fountain of Unaging," Lumion remarked after pondering. "The adventure series has already hinted that the Fountain of Unaging is a falsehood." Ignoring him, Berman continued, "We found some evidence and obtained a treasure map to the island. To our surprise, the map was a forgery. The sea monsters wrecked our ship. In order to allow me to utilize that special witchcraft, Helen stood in front of me. I witnessed her torn into two by the sea monsters. I saw despair in her eyes." Berman panted heavily, unable to continue. "And then you switched to the death pathway." Lumion changed the topic. Berman's icy flaxen-colored eyes gleamed. "That's correct. Only Death, who controls the death domain, can bring Helen back. In the treasure legend, many details suggest that only Death can achieve eternal life. Understanding the mysteries of death is the key to true resurrection. It's not that the islanders won't die, they can be revived." "Do you genuinely believe in that treasure?" Lumion already had an answer in mind after posing the question. The partially unhinged Berman clung to every lifeline, trusting every rumor that promised to bring Helen back to life. "I do." Berman nodded and spoke with a deep voice. "That's because I encountered people from that island some time ago. There really is such an island. There are truly islanders who don't age or truly die." "Really?" Lumion blurted out. Berman's eyes burned with fanaticism as he declared, "I wanted to capture him, but he defeated me. Instead of killing me, he sympathized with my plight and imparted some knowledge about the death domain. There's a way to bring Helen back to life." "That cursed swindler. Fidel's attendant is nothing but a swindler. I didn't intend to rush the resurrection ritual. I wasn't fully prepared, but since he's a swindler, I'll kill him." "All islanders are swindlers. They all deserve to die." "Is he truly from that island? Or could he be another swindler?" Lumion realized that the incident with the swindler, Roddy, had triggered Berman. There was also the influence of that islander. Lumion narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What's the islander's name, and what does he look like?" Berman suddenly became cautious, scrutinizing Lumion. "What brings you here?" Observing Berman's reaction, Lumion sighed and with abnormal composure said, "I'm here to kill you." Berman was taken aback before bursting into laughter. "For what, a bounty?" Discarding the golden straw hat in his hand, Lumion lowered his body slightly and replied in a deep voice, "Punish your sins and put an end to your suffering." Berman ceased his laughter and raised his hands with a cold expression. "Bring it on then." Chapter 529, Irrational. 529, Irrational. Berman's raised hands released a sprinkling of fluorescent powder. His body began to fade, growing more transparent, as if he had transformed into a being from the spirit world, difficult for ordinary people to perceive. In the blink of an eye, the demon Warlock vanished. Lumion made no move to intervene or evade potential attacks. Calmly, he retrieved the flog boxing gloves adorned with iron-black spikes from his traveler's bag and wore them. Completing this preparation, he suddenly knelt on one knee, pressing his hands to the ground. Crimson flames erupted in all directions from Lumion's body, accompanied by a series of explosions. Amidst the rumbling, flames surged, dominating the grayish-black wilderness. Berman's black-robed figure materialized in midair. He slowly floated towards Lumion, narrowing the distance between them. Lumion's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Berman. Spirit World Traversal. Without hesitation, Lumion, holding a crimson fireball in his left hand, harumphed. Two beams of white light shot out from his nose, targeting Berman. Floating in midair, Berman didn't lose consciousness as before. His body swayed, forcefully turning around to observe Lumion descending into the sea of flames on the ground. An illusory vertical eye, dark purple and nearly black, materialized between Berman's brows, reflecting Lumion's figure amid pale white patterns. Almost simultaneously, a lanky black shadow emerged from within Berman's body. Nearby, arms made of bones or decayed flesh and pus extended from the void, encircling Berman's transparent and thin form. He hadn't used witchcraft to quietly approach Lumion and strike. Instead, he had clandestinely swapped his spirit with the undead under his command, setting a trap to entice the enemy into deploying that peculiar spell to attack his body. In such a scenario, the absence of one's spirit body meant immunity to abilities targeting the soul body. Berman could then seize the opportunity to use the eye of the spirit to intimidate the enemy and create an opening for the manipulated undead. This time, he refrained from delving deeper into the secret of the other party's spirit body. His goal was to uncover its vulnerabilities, strike with a lethal blow, and absorb the corresponding mystical knowledge. Having suffered greatly from the spell of Harumph the previous night, he had used this ability as a breakthrough from the beginning. In an instant, Berman's spirit completed the exchange with the lanky shadow and returned to his body. Simultaneously, Lumion experienced once again the sensation of his spirit being intimidated and suppressed, as if frozen. Terrifying arms covered in festering warts or with eyes extended from the void, reaching out for his body. At that moment, the crimson fireball in Lumion's left hand erupted. Boom! The explosion's force was mostly mitigated by the flog boxing gloves, but since they weren't fully covered, the exposed part of Lumion's left palm was turned into a bloody mess. An intense and familiar pain shot through his brain and spirit body, bringing him back to awareness. Seizing this moment of clarity, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder again, vanishing above the sea of flames and disappearing from the strange undead arms extending from the void. Likewise, he remained vigilant against Berman's Eye of Illusory. The crimson, nearly white fireball in his left hand was structurally unstable. He had to divert his attention to maintain it, and he couldn't sustain it when affected by the Eye of Illusory, leading to its natural disintegration and a self-inflicted awakening. If this failed to disrupt the Eye of Illusory's intimidation, the sea of flames below served as Lumion's second preparation. The residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right hand was his last resort. Upon vanishing, Lumion reappeared behind Berman once more. Prepared, Berman raised his hands and scattered a tree-like powder. Crackling sounds followed as silver-white lightning struck Lumion's head, as though a storm ruler had unleashed divine retribution from the sky. For most Beyonders, this would be enough to paralyze and make them tremble incessantly. Yet, Lumion showed no such signs. Instead, he appeared like a reflection in the water, shattered by the lightning. The real Lumion was curled up at the bottom of the figure. Berman had struck the phantom created using the Nice face. The Nice face was essentially an illusion, but it couldn't be cast on others or items. Lumion had to rely on himself, pretending to be a root system with branches and flowers above, forming a derived illusion. There was no fundamental difference between this, and using the Nice face to make himself taller and bulkier. Amidst the crackling lightning, 2 crimson fireballs materialized beneath Lumion's feet and behind him. Rumble! The fireball exploded, propelling Lumion towards the levitating Berman. Berman, being close proximity, couldn't dodge the swift Lumion in time. He could only slightly turn his body as a bone spear sprouted from his shoulder, its tip unusually sharp. A grin spread across Lumion's face. He didn't evade, allowing the bone spear to pierce his right chest. With a resounding thud, he swung his left fist, delivering a powerful blow to the side of Berman's face. The demon Warlock's head twisted, revealing deep blood-stained, pus-filled holes on his face. His eyes burned with rage, as if he were witnessing the murder of his wife. The black mark on Lumion's right shoulder emitted a dim light once more. His figure vanished beside Berman, dissolving into the encircling lanky black shadows and other undead creatures, leaving behind the bone spear stained with his blood. This time, Lumion reappeared dozens of meters away, at the edge of the sea of flames. The wound on his right chest was grotesque, blood dripping from it. In his hand appeared a dark red bone flute with a hole in it. Symphony of Hatred. Lumion brought the bone flute to his lips. As he retreated, he played a mournful and haunting melody. Once again invoking the eye of Illusory, Berman, who was on the verge of catching up, was frozen in astonishment. Even the undead ceased their movements. Suddenly, blood and pus seeped from Berman's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, as if a muffled and invisible explosion had occurred within him. His anger, paranoia, and thirst for revenge were fueled by the symphony of hatred. This inflicted a severe blow on him. Lumion refrained from playing the symphony of hatred from the outset because Berman differed from other Beyonders. Others needed to identify the problem, but with Berman, there were too many uncertainties. His mental state was extremely unstable, burdened by severe psychological issues. His overwhelming desire to revive his wife and seek revenge on the Islander swindler was palpable. His body had undergone modifications from the death domain, and Lumion had inflicted significant injuries on him the previous night. There were substantial hidden dangers. Faced with such an adversary, Lumion himself was uncertain about the outcome if he were to unleash the symphony of hatred through the shepherd's flute. It might be manageable if it only triggered desires and emotions, but if Berman's mental state lost even the most basic restraints, the demon Warlock could potentially lose control on the spot, transforming into a monstrous entity with mixed abilities. Such a monster would likely be even more challenging to deal with than Berman. Hence, after the spell of Harumph failed, Lumion promptly shifted to using flog boxing gloves to kindle Berman's corresponding desires and emotions. This strategic approach increased the likelihood that when Lumion eventually used the symphony of hatred, it would exploit the target's emotions and desires, inflicting severe harm. Observing Berman descend into the sea of flames amid the eruption of emotions and desires, Lumion executed another spirit world traversal, appearing in front of him in an instant. Bangs, bangs, bang. He extended his arms, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on Berman's body. On the surface of his flog fists, a crimson fireball, almost white, compressed layer by layer. Bam, 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 flog tore at Berman's flesh like a two-headed python. Rumble. Crimson fireballs erupted around Lumion with no concern for waste. They formed a barrier, preventing the lanky figure, strange arms, and other undead from interfering. One punch, two punches, three punches. Lumien's eyes were fixed on the mangled Berman. At that moment, he reflected on the village destroyed by Berman and the innocent lives lost because of him. How many were beloved wives, waiting husbands, dependent parents, and cherished children? Cordu had been annihilated due to the ambitions of the evil gods. What about the innocent? Lumien's eyes gradually turned crimson as he clenched his fists. This time, he didn't empathize with Berman. Instead, he placed himself in the village he had destroyed and the lives he had taken. Wasn't Cordu like this back then? The ambitions of these evil gods are to blame. In just a few seconds, Berman snapped out of his pain and emitted an evil, cold, and incomprehensible voice. The sound seemed to peel away Lumien's flesh, exposing his spirit body to the perilous sunlight and the grayish-black gravel. Lumien's movements slowed, and the grotesque arms finally reached in, dragging Berman away from the area. Few Lumien exhaled and recovered. He didn't pursue. Instead, he gazed silently at the void ahead, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Rumble. Amidst the sudden eruption of intense flames, Berman's body materialized, shattering from an explosion. Fire infusion. Hunter's fire infusion. In truth, Lumien hadn't acted rationally. His optimal strategy would have been to seize the moment when Berman's emotions and desires were ignited and strike at his vital points with the symphony of hatred, delivering a decisive blow. However, he yearned to repeatedly pummel the hidden version of himself that terrified him. With a thud, Berman's head clattered to the ground. In his daze, he caught sight of a slender figure with black hair, blue eyes, and a delicate face. It was his wife, Helen. "Why, you're back?" Berman couldn't help but smile and extend his arm. He no longer had an arm. Gradually, he lost consciousness. Darkness enveloped his vision as if sunlight lurked deep within. Demon Warlock Berman dead. Chapter 530, Beginning. 530 Beginning. Lumien observed Berman's head, frozen in surprise and relief. He removed the flog boxing gloves and the symphony of hatred, as well as ended the niece face. Donning the silver light earring and retrieving a white bandage, Lumien wrapped it around the burned wound on his right chest and his bloody left hand. Crimson flames surged around him, engulfing his dripping blood and splattering flesh. Throughout this process, Lumien gathered the nearby corpse fragments that Berman had scattered and piled them beside the head. He had been calculating the time. If Berman's Beyonder characteristic still hadn't materialized, he would have to move the corpse pile to the forest beside the Andetna volcano. This was because the flog boxing gloves attracted the attention of certain hidden entities, enabling them to command dangerous creatures to attack. In the past, Lumien would have had to leave the scene as soon as he finished using the flog boxing gloves, but the battle lasted only a short time. The flog boxing gloves had already been stowed into his traveler's bag, allowing him to wait a little longer. Lumien observed various colored light spots, light purple, pale white, and pitch black, emerge from Berman's head and the scattered corpse pile. Among the items on the ground and torn clothes, Lumien found a diverse array of objects. There was a miniature brain, blood-dyed and resembling brass, a retractable pitch-black telescope, ointment and powder in metal canisters, a short bone scepter, a peculiar badge encircling the sun with bones, a soft-cover notebook in an iron box, an ordinary-looking golden ring, and scattered gold and silver coins. The deposit certificates and paper cash had likely been destroyed by the explosion and the inferno. Lumien carefully stowed each item away, sensing that 3 possessed superpowers. Merely coming into contact with them triggered various adverse reactions. Thankfully, I had no intention of prolonging the battle with Berman from the start. Using these mystical items later would have been troublesome. To deal with such a half-mad and resourceful enemy, I must end the battle swiftly and deny him a chance to recover. Some items were likely gathered by him, while others might have been taken from Fidel. Lumien concluded, finally picking up the dented and cracked iron box. Inside the soft-cover notebook lay a blood-stained treasure map. With a brief glance, Lumion suspected it to be a sea map leading to an island in a specific sea area. It contained records of weather patterns and markings of safe sea routes. Could this be the fake treasure map sold to Berman by Mark Benito? Lumion mused. Flipping to the first page of the dark softcover notebook, he encountered scrawled words. My mind isn't reliable all the time. I tend to forget many things. I must record all relevant knowledge and prevent them from being forgot. Lumion refrained from delving deeper. He carefully stowed away the fake treasure map and the softcover notebook. Lumion noticed an ordinary-looking golden ring adorning Berman's left ring finger in the corpse pile. It bore a striking resemblance to the gold rings found in the pile of spoils. They varied in size, texture, and quality. Lumion instantly grasped the situation. He removed the golden ring from Berman's finger and tied it to another golden ring with a piece of wire he had on hand. He approached the grayish-black volcano's crater and silently tossed the rings into the reddened depression. At that moment, Berman's Beyonder characteristics fully materialized, merging with parts of his corpse, resulting in two distinct items. One was a light purple transparent left eye, while the other was a pale white right eye veiled in darkness. Lumion carefully stowed away the two Beyonder characteristics, taking hold of Berman's head before vanishing from the spot. Silently, the remaining parts of Berman's body ignited, enveloping the grayish-black volcano in crimson flames. More than 200 meters away, Lumion retrieved the golden straw hat that had been blown by the strong wind. As he secured it on his head, he swiftly disappeared. This time, he appeared on the road outside the Andetna volcano's steam locomotive. Lumion glanced up at the grayish-black volcano's crater, witnessing the golden-red sunset, resembling flowing lava, receding faster than expected. The mountaintops swiftly darkened. In the Cathedral of the Fool in Port Farim, not far from Cartier des Black Pearls, Lumion, adjusting his golden straw hat, approached the towering half-giant bishop donned in a half-top hat and black trench coat. In a deep voice, he said, I want to repent. The half-giant bishop, with light blue eyes and a towering stature exceeding 2.5 meters, regarded Lumion for a moment before nodding. Follow me. He led Lumion into a specialized confessional, a windowless, pitch-black chamber. I don't wish to repent in the dark, Lumion calmly said, removing his golden straw hat. The half-giant bishop ignited the candles, sealing the door shut. Lumion tossed a head with pale white fur and vacant eye sockets to the half-giant bishop's feet. Did you commit murder? The half-giant bishop inquired in a mellow tone, giving the head a brief once-over. No, I just want to help him repent. Lumion gestured towards the bloody head, oozing yellow pus. He's demon Warlock Berman. Berman? Only then did the half-giant bishop closely inspect the head, recognizing distinct features. He fell silent for a few moments before stating, You want the church to assist you in claiming the bounty from the Inti's government. As I mentioned, I'm here to repent for him. His bounty is part of his penance. Lumion's voice remained unchanged. The half-giant bishop struggled to comprehend. Lumion retrieved most of the items acquired from Berman from his traveler's bag, leaving behind the dark soft-cover notebook and the fake treasure map. Clatter, these items, some endowed with superpowers, some valuable, spilled onto the ground. They're also part of Berman's penance, Lumion explained simply. I want to use the bounty and the money exchanged for these items to establish a charity fund to compensate those who have been harmed by Berman or their relatives. If there's any excess, please use it to help the homeless children. The half-giant bishop, sporting a top hat and trench coat, fell silent for a few seconds. The demon Warlock bounty stands at 600,000 Veraldor. These items hold considerable value too. Together, they could fetch nearly 1 million Veraldor. It's a substantial sum for anyone, enough to ensure you don't have to take further risks. Are you certain about donating it to us and establishing a charity fund? Lumion didn't directly answer the half-giant bishop's question. Instead, he reiterated, This is Berman's penance. All right, since you trust our church, we'll comply with your wishes, the half-giant bishop, named Thays, said. Remember my name and feel free to monitor the charity fund's progress closely. Lumion gazed at the fool's sacred emblem in the confessional, pressed his hand to his chest, and gave a slight bow. "Praise the fool." He then closed his eyes and prayed, "Great Lord, I implore you to punish the world for their sins and watch over our compensation. This isn't atonement, it's self-punishment." Lumion repented earnestly for a while before straightening up. He opened his eyes and turned to leave. "What shall be the name of the charity fund?" the half-giant bishop hurriedly inquired. Lumion took a deep breath and replied, "Helen, the Helen Charity Fund." "Do we need to inform the authorities about who killed Berman?" the half-giant bishop cautiously asked. "No need, but there's no requirement to deliberately obscure the clues for me." Lumion didn't look back. He put on his golden straw hat and exited the Fool's Cathedral. That night, Lumion once again entered the bar beside Sun Square known as Pelican. Batna Comte, as usual, sat at the bar counter, sipping on golden Somme sugar wine. Beside him was a girl dressed as an adventurer with adorable facial features. Lumion walked over and joined Batna and the other patrons. He smiled and snapped his fingers at the bartender. "A glass of golden Somme." Batna glanced at him and remarked, "Someone's in a good mood." Indeed, Lumion received the golden syrup from the bartender and tapped the table with the bottom of the glass. Then, he stood up and raised the glass. "Everyone, I've encountered two things worth celebrating today." He spoke with enthusiasm and joy. "The first is that I completed a commission worth more than 100,000 Verl d'Or." "Impossible," Batna and the female adventurer beside him exclaimed in unison. This bounty was even higher than Black Baronet's bounty. How could it be accomplished in a day? Moreover, Batna knew that Louis Barry's employer, Fidel, was already deceased. How could he have received a new commission? Lumion continued in a passionate tone, "To celebrate this, I'll treat everyone at the bar counter to a glass of golden Somme." Nearly 10 adventurers and patrons expressed admiration. One of them teased, "Regardless of the truth, I believe you." The others chimed in. Lumion's smile widened. "Second thing to be happy about, I've woven a tale to deceive a group of fools." Suddenly, the expressions of everyone at the bar counter froze. Lumion glanced at them and continued, "But it's true that drinks are on the house." The adventurers and patrons booed, expressing that if they could drink for free, they didn't mind being fools. Thus, Lumion spent 96 licks, or 4.8 Verl d'Or, treating the 12 people at the bar counter to a glass of golden Somme. Observing Louis Barry, Batna silently muttered, "He's genuinely happy." Late at night, aboard the Flying Bird, Room 5, first-class cabin, Lumion returned to the barely habitable master bedroom, ignited the kerosene lamp, and retrieved the dark soft-cover notebook and the fake treasure map he had obtained from Demon Warlock Berman from his traveler's bag. Chapter 531, Depths of Death. 531 Depths of Death. Bathed in the yellowish glow of the kerosene lamp, Lumion perused Berman's notebook. The pages chronicled the erratic musings of a mind teetering on the edge of instability. Once life slips away, spirits journey to the spirit world, except in rare cases. If I can craft the right summoning chant, a spirit guide's power could pull Helen's spirit back to our reality. That's step one toward bringing her back. Upon seeing this, Lumion indiscernibly shook his head. If only resurrection were that simple. He turned the page. New mystical knowledge gained. In ancient times, intelligent beings ventured into the underworld after death. Those deeply devout or exceptionally impactful could ascend to the corresponding deity's heaven. However, during the fifth epoch, a surplus of undead lingered beyond the underworld. I'm uncertain if Helen's spirit has entered the underworld or returned solely to the spirit realm. When summoning, I must address these separately. Mixing them would guarantee failure. Despite the sea monster's formidable might, they lack the power to confine a soul. No similar occurrences manifest in that sea region. For now, special circumstances needn't be considered. Additionally, Helen wasn't a fervent follower of the eternal blazing sun. I encountered Helen again. But she's entirely lost the memory of me. Her form and essence are gradually fading away. In a few short years, she'll transform into just another undead. I have no more than 5 years. How can I reawaken her consciousness and recover her memories? Merely providing a vessel capable of housing a departed spirit doesn't seem sufficient. Don't forget the moonlit waves by the city's lighthouse. They bore witness to my proposal and Helen's acceptance. Don't forget Gasparo's seafood rice, it's Helen's favorite. After every adventure when we returned to Port Farim, she always suggested indulging in it. Don't forget the sunset at Andatna Volcano. That's where we met and vowed to revisit often in the future. Even as we age, we can't let that romance fade away. Don't forget, don't forget, don't forget. My head hurts. I raised a town, leading to the deaths of 200 to 300 people. The sight of those couples, parents, and children perishing didn't bring me joy. Instead, my heart plunged into darkness. I acknowledge this as my sin, an irreversible mistake. I'm aware that I'm no longer the Berman you once liked. Yet I harbor no regrets. Swindlers, curse them. Ending these swindlers has rekindled a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Helen, if you were still alive, we might have had our own child right. Why do those evil warlocks always employ infants, children, and their remains as essential ingredients for the creation of their dark arts? I've become even more evil than them. Helen, I've lost my way. All my endeavors have ended in failure. Helen, I aspire to acquire the Sequence 5 potion formula and ingredients for the death pathway. Helen, Fidel intervened. He warned that it would turn me into a monster and erase my original memories. Helen, I refuse to forget you. Helen, please forgive my cowardice. Helen, I actually encountered that islander from Resurrection Island. It truly exists. Harrison defeated me, but he spared my life. He questioned why I had forcibly transitioned to the death pathway. He revealed that my previous attempts were misguided. True resurrection isn't that straightforward. He explained that within the depths of death lies everyone's mark. Only by bringing forth the corresponding mark into reality and utilizing it as a foundation to reconstruct spirit and flesh can we achieve genuine resurrection, retaining our original knowledge and complete memories. Helen, I'm overjoyed. I glimpse hope in reviving you once more. Harrison imparted knowledge about the death domain to me. It's through understanding this knowledge and reclaiming their mark that he and his kin can undergo repeated deaths and resurrections, escaping the clutches of mortality. While they seldom depart Resurrection Island, it's not an absolute travel. Loving islanders like Harrison have ventured to different lands, leaving the Resurrection Island legend imprinted in the memories of a select few humans. Those with sinister motives compiled this information into a sea map for Resurrection Island. The treasure map Mark sold us is counterfeit, but parts of it trace back to the genuine one. Harrison, in his quest, left Resurrection Island to eliminate the authentic map and eradicate all who know how to reach that sea and discover Resurrection Island. Helen, armed with Harrison's information, I attempted to summon a spirit from the depths of death. I succeeded, conjuring an evil spirit named Arden. As it was feeble, I easily vanquished it, collecting its blood for the ensuing ritual. Helen, forgive me, I couldn't rein in my emotions. Ever since encountering Harrison and gaining the knowledge to truly bring you back, impatience has seized me. I can't control my emotions. Those islanders are swindlers deserving of death. I ended the life of a swindler and numerous others. I refuse to squander any more time hastening the ritual. Helen, I'm sorry, I failed again. I wasn't adequately prepared. Helen, have I lost my sanity entirely? A mere retort from Fidel triggered a frenzy, leading me to slay everyone in the house. He must perish too, the one who dared to threaten me and Fidel. Helen, I've failed. It's been a while since I sustained such severe injuries. My body is largely undead. These wounds aren't fatal, but I lack any allies. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Helen, I've missed you once again. Lumion reached the conclusion of the dark, soft-covered notebook and fixated on the sentence for an extended moment. It was as if he had transformed into a statue. After a few minutes, Lumion couldn't resist raising his right hand to massage his temples. The marks from the depths of death, Resurrection Island, and Harrison inundated his mind, prompting a sudden regret for not seeking Franca's assistance. To ensure a clean demise for Berman, he never intended to channel the demon Warlock's spirit from the outset. This meant he had no plans to return to Trier and bring Franca to his current location. However, his instinct now urged him to delve further into the resurrection method outlined by Harrison. He desired an understanding of the island, where inhabitants experienced repeated deaths and rebirths. Lumian closed the notebook and exhaled, making an effort to recollect his knowledge of death-related mysticism. He recalled hearing the words death and mark conjoined. Madame Magician had mentioned the term death mark while answering a question about the tutor figure at the Samaritan Women's Spring. Is this a concept distinct from remnant spirits and imprints, directly linked to resurrection? From the depths of death, what lurks within the depths of death? What I now know that is explicitly tied to death: the underworld, the Samaritan Women's Spring, the river Styx connecting two worlds. What a pity. I wonder what Harrison from Resurrection Island looks like. Berman's recorded knowledge is in disarray. It seemed he wrote whatever thoughts occurred to him. Without him, organizing a complete resurrection ritual and the corresponding principles proves exceedingly challenging. No, not just challenging. Impossible. Berman only documented what he feared he might forget. The remaining knowledge is entirely absent. Lumian rubbed his temples once more and unfolded the counterfeit treasure map. After careful scrutiny, he couldn't discern which parts were authentic and which were spurious. He intended to send the map to Franca and Jenna at dawn, employing them to employ mysticism to differentiate between the real and the fake. The next morning, Lumian wiped his mouth with a napkin and observed Ludwig grappling with the breakfast dishes. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed on the door. Please come in. Lumian gestured for Lugano to open the door. Do you really think I'm a servant? All right, providing the money makes you the boss, Lugano criticized, leaving the dining table to open the door. It was Philip outside. Philip entered the room, smiling at Lumian. We'll set sail in 2.5 hours. If you have any special items you want to buy, do it as soon as possible. I don't, Lumian replied with a smile as he stood up. Philip glanced out the window and said, By the way, you might not be aware, but the demon Warlock has been apprehended. Is that so? Lugano looked surprised. Over the past few days, the most popular topic among the passengers on the ship was demon Warlock Berman, who had caused them to stay in Port Farim. Seeing Lumian raise his eyebrows in inquiry, Philip said with a relaxed expression, Not only was Berman apprehended, but he was also in the state of a corpse. Who's behind this? Lumian asked, his curiosity piqued. Philip shook his head. I don't have all the details yet. What I do know is that it's closely tied to the Fool's Church. The adventurer Jayaman Sparrow is said to be their messenger. Could it be that the adventurer took matters into his own hands? Lugano asked eagerly. At sea, he naturally heard about faith in the Fool and had no doubts about it. Sailors, passengers, and dock porters would tell him about it. Hard to say, but anyone capable of taking down a demon warlock has to be at least as formidable as a pirate admiral. Philip sighed deeply. Suddenly, a commotion echoed from the gangway. Passengers destined to board at Port Farim were finally given the green light to board the Flying Bird. Lumian approached the window and spotted a familiar face. Batna Comte. He and the adorable-looking female adventurer climbed aboard the deck together. Lumian pushed open the window and called out, Batna, are you guys headed to Port Santa as well? Batna looked up, surprised, his eyes fixed on the rooms on the top floor. Spotting Louis Barry, he grinned and replied, Absolutely. I'm off to witness Port Santa's sea prayer ritual. Chapter 532, Real Map. 532, Real Map. Among the nations of the northern continent, only the Lord of Storms in Lone wielded authority over the sea. Yet, sailors, sea merchants, and adventurers loyal to other deities sought to evade shipwrecks, brutal weather, and the need for specific protection. This led to various compromises and unique circumstances. Certain churches established subsidiary gods, angels, and saints endowed with storm and sea-related powers for followers with corresponding concerns. Take, for instance, the sea god of the Church of the Fool. In some churches, believers were tacitly permitted to hold a partial belief in the Lord of Storms. Other churches turned a blind eye to the folklore beliefs flourishing in ports and islands, allowing the performance of specific rituals without requiring the presence of clergymen. The sea prayer ritual of Port Santa in the Feyenopotter Kingdom fell into the latter category. Its folklore was believed to trace back to the Fourth Epoch. This annual event, overseen by the Church of Earth Mother, was modest and confined to this port. It lacked any widespread publicity. In essence, nearly nobody, neither the locals of Port Santa nor the merchants, adventurers, or pirates frequenting the shores of the Fog Sea, was aware of such a sea prayer ritual. After gathering the pertinent details, Lumion made an initial assessment that either Bard or Ultraman, the culprits behind the sea prayer ritual pranks, were likely locals of Port Santa or actively engaged in maritime affairs. Considering that Bard's work, Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles, had been specifically handed over to Trier's underground booksellers for publication, Lumion leaned towards the belief that Ultraman had been the instigator of the problems at Port Santa's sea prayer ritual. Despite the fact that Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles seemed more suited for sale in Intis, Lumion reasoned that if Bard had a permanent residence in the Feyenopotter Kingdom, it would be wiser to publish it under the Feyenopotter Kingdom's name before discreetly selling it to Intis. This precaution was to avoid drawing the attention of Intis' secret police. Many Beyonders had underestimated the vigilance of ordinary police officers and investigators, resulting in unwanted attention and arrests by official Beyonders who got wind of the news. Upon learning that Batna and his female companion desired to witness Port Santa's sea prayer ritual, Lumion waved with a grin. Me too. He stepped back from the window, biding his time until nearly noon to compose a letter detailing his recent encounters and the handling of Berman's legacy. After folding the letter and wrapping it within the folds of the fake treasure map, Lumion summoned Rabbit Chasel once again. The rabbit-like spirit creature still sported its gold-rimmed glasses and a small, blurry half-top hat. Silently observing for a few moments, Lumion then handed over the items destined for Franca and Jenna. "Thank you," he said politely. "That's basic courtesy." "No need to thank me," replied Rabbit Chasel, removing his half-top hat and executing a slight bow. Lumion's lips twitched as he witnessed the mutated rabbit of knowledge disappear from the room. He was worried that this rabbit might unpredictably draw its gun and finish off the sender at any given moment. The next time around, he resolved to caution Jenna against imparting such dangerous knowledge to Rabbit Chasel. Trier within the Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative, apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orsay. Franca glanced at Rabbit Chasel, adorned with its half-top hat and gold rimmed glasses. Leaning closer to Jenna, she whispered, "Isn't it too dangerous to let it read the adventure series?" Jenna smiled and replied, "Don't you find Rabbit Chasel adorable? Furthermore, a messenger can encounter danger. Reading more about J.M. and Sparrow might make it stronger." Franca had only briefly raised the issue, but shifted her focus to unfolding the fake treasure map and letter, reading it with earnest attention. Wow, Lumion's efficiency is impressive. He aimed to punish Berman for his sins and managed to complete the hunt in less than 12 hours. The Beyonder characteristics didn't form sealed artifacts with mixed abilities. Instead, they emerged and merged separately. Could it be because Berman no longer harbored madness and paranoia before his death, and his emotions had calmed down? Heh, there's no need to inform Seven so quickly if we encounter similar cases in the future. Lumion might resolve it himself within a day. Everything will return to normal, and world peace will prevail. That way, Seven won't blame me for always causing trouble for him. Franca had previously informed Jenna that the code name of her collaborator among the authorities was Seven. So fast, Demon Warlock isn't weak, Jenna couldn't believe it. That was a criminal with a bounty of 600,000 Viral d'Or. All the Viral d'Or she had seen so far added up to less. Lumion's bounty amounted to less than 100,000. Franca pursed her lips and remarked, Think about his experiences in Trier and the items and abilities he possesses. He's simply a supermodel, all right? If he were to be released, it would be equivalent to a dimensional reduction strike on Beyonders without any special traits. He wouldn't be much inferior to most Sequence 5 Beyonders. Jenna recalled the dangerous situations she had faced alongside Lumion and nodded in agreement. What do you mean by dimensional reduction strike? Franca, slightly surprised by Jenna's question, took a moment before explaining. It's akin to an adult bullying a child or a demigod bullying a low-sequence Beyonder. Furthermore, think about it. A half-mad Beyonder like the demon Warlock is mentally, psychologically, emotionally, and physically problematic. He was completely countered by Lumion's symphony of hatred. When facing him, all you need to do is be wary of the strange combination of abilities and avoid provoking him into a monster. Lumion has the experience, so he won't be careless. Jenna muttered, now that you mention it, why do I feel that killing the demon Warlock isn't too difficult? You can't put it that way. It can only be said that the forced switching of pathways will indeed make one very powerful and dangerous, but it also has huge flaws and many problems. It's easy to target, Franca corrected her before continuing reading Lumion's letter. After she was done reading, Franca sighed with excitement and said, "The sea sounds so fun, and the scenery is beautiful. If it weren't for the mission, I'd want to be an adventurer at sea and hunt pirates." Jenna, leaning against the sofa and reading the letter from behind, felt a longing in her heart. Who wouldn't love to travel? It was just that they hadn't had the luxury before. Franca regained her composure and clicked her tongue. Lumion is truly generous. He actually donated all the bounty and spoils of war to establish a charity fund. Actually, I understand his thoughts. Until now, she had been covertly providing for the family of her body's original owner, until now. As Franca and Jenna conversed, they both performed magic mirror divination. Their answers were unanimous. The map was real. Whether it's Berman or the immortal islander, Harrison, they both admit that a portion of this map is fake. It can't help adventurers reach Resurrection Island, and they might even encounter great danger along the way. What's fake about it? Franca pondered, casting her gaze at the treasure map. On the map, the location marked as Resurrection Island lay deep within the fog sea. The westernmost colonial island of the Inti's Republic, Aroka, was still quite a distance away. Can't distinguish the fake parts. Lumion shook his head after receiving the reply and continued reading the information about spirit world creatures in his hand. His primary focus was to find any introduction to the ardent evil spirit that Berman had summoned from the depths of death. Lumion flipped through the information until evening, satiating his hunger in his room. Grabbing the golden straw hat he had recently taken a liking to, he descended to the deck and entered the bar. By that time, the flying bird had already departed Port Farum. As expected, Batna and his female companion sat at the bar counter, engaged in animated conversations with the surrounding passengers about demon Warlock Berman's demise. We don't know which adventurer did it either. If it hadn't been officially announced, we wouldn't have known that Berman had been killed. No one in Port Farum's adventurer circle knew about it in advance. Batna held the lanti-proof and said excitedly, "To think that such a powerful adventurer remains hidden in Port Farum. Indeed, we can't be arrogant or conceited. Perhaps the tramp sitting by the roadside is a powerful figure." Spotting Lumion pushing his way through, Batna whistled. "You're staying in first class, are you that rich?" "I'm not considered rich," Lumion replied with a smile as he settled onto a bar stool. "I just feel that accidents can happen at any moment at sea, and I can be killed by pirates at any moment. So, why not try to pamper yourself? What's the point of saving up money when you're dead? Since you're an adventurer, you have to lead a carefree life because who knows if there'll be a tomorrow. Since you're an adventurer, you have to lead a carefree life because who knows if there'll be a tomorrow?" The female adventurer beside Batna whispered Lumion's last sentence, seemingly touched. Batna took a sip of the lanti-proof and chuckled. "However, the prerequisite is that you have some savings. Otherwise, if you end up having fun today, you'll go hungry tomorrow." "Man, 600,000 Veraldor. I wonder which adventurer obtained Berman's 600,000 Veraldor. and the items on him. Batna revealed a yearning and envious expression. Lumion picked up the absinthe he had just requested and took a sip, savoring the faint bitterness lingering in the fragrance. In the following days, the flying bird calmly navigated towards the Penitent kingdom. Philip, the security supervisor, found it surreal. Is the bad luck over? Did the major problem disembark? Did demon Warlock Berman's death stem from the major problem entering Port Farim? Just as Port Santa was only a day away, Philip observed his subordinate deliver a telegram. "Boss, it's from your comrades in Port Farim." The subordinate handed the folded telegram to Philip. "What happened in Port Farim that requires me to be informed? Did the major problem cause trouble in Port Farim and trace it to the flying bird?" He unfolded the telegram and scanned its contents. "The adventurer who hunted demon Warlock Berman is suspected to be on your ship. His name is Louis Barry." Chapter 533, Forgotten. 533, Forgotten. His name is Louis Barry. Philip's gaze froze at the last sentence. Him. He killed demon Warlock. Suddenly, Philip recalled the tragic scene of room 5 in the first-class cabin, as though it had been shelled. Could it be that the clash between Louis Barry and demon Warlock Berman had caused this devastation? Rumors circulated that the Church of the Fool exchanged Berman's head for a bounty the following day, but procedures like that didn't happen instantaneously. A delay of half a day was ordinary. Did Louis Barry truly kill demon Warlock? Is he truly that formidable? I couldn't discern it at all. I understand he's a magnet for trouble, and various details attest to his strength and unpredictable nature, but the notion of him vanquishing demon Warlock caught me by surprise, and he appeared unscathed. He even contained the battle's impact within a single room, ensuring no one overheard anything. Could he have also been the one who frightened off Bone Splitter Basil? No, he was near me and didn't make a move, unless Basil knows him and comprehends his danger. A person capable of eliminating demon Warlock is indeed capable of deterring Bone Splitter, even though Basil might not be weaker than Berman despite the relatively low bounty. Louis Barry, however, possesses the ability to silence Berman without a trace. What caused the encounter with the Death Navigators? Philip muttered silently. Though he couldn't fully embrace the idea that the young man who always boasted in the bar with a smile was a powerful enough adventurer to vanquish demon Warlock, Philip hesitated to harbor too many doubts. "Boss, should we expose Louis Barry's identity as a fake?" the crew member who had delivered the telegram asked in a hushed tone. Philip instinctively raised the paper bearing the telegram and delivered a light smack to his subordinate's head. "Do you have a death wish? I've emphasized repeatedly, when faced with anomalies on the ship, turn a blind eye unless it's an immediate crisis, and wait until we reach our destination." Philip pondered for a moment, concerned that his subordinate might act in error due to misunderstanding or disbelief. He clarified deliberately, "We're still at sea. Even if we report the false identities now, confirming Louis Barry's true identity and existence won't save or aid us unless someone departs from Port Santa. Yet, such inter-country cooperation requires days of prior communication. By the time assistance arrives, Louis Barry will likely have disembarked. Moreover, verifying his real identity takes time. To blow the whistle successfully, we'd be risking Louis Barry noticing and retaliating. Is it worth it? I prefer to preserve the peace of these past few days." The crew member pondered for a moment and ultimately concurred with the boss's decision. Philip breathed a sigh of relief, tearing up the telegram and casually tossing it into the trash can. "Inform the recipients and translators of the telegram to keep this information under wraps," Philip instructed before leaving the room and descending the stairs to the deck. Just as he was contemplating the romantic plans for the evening with his newfound lover, his thoughts came to a sudden halt when he spotted Louis Barry, the central figure of the telegram. There he stood by the shipboard, his gaze fixed on the gently undulating blue sea, idly twirling a golden straw hat in one hand while holding a glass of light golden champagne in the other. As if sensing Philip's gaze, Lumion turned around, locking eyes with him. A subtle smile played on Louis Barry's lips as he raised the champagne glass in his right hand, as though toasting him, before taking a leisurely sip. Philip's body tensed, determined to conceal any change in expression. Is Louis Barry merely extending a greeting, or does he possess knowledge about the telegram and my decision? Wah, wah, wah. White-headed seabirds soared gracefully under the pristine, blue sky, their cries distinct from those in Port Gaddy and Port Faram. At times, they glided low, skimming past wooden fishing boats, adorned with billowing white sails. Fishing, a vital industry in Port Santa, instilled both fear and reverence for the sea in every fisherman's veins. While they could have children who strayed from the beliefs of the Earth Mother, they couldn't bear descendants who dared to blaspheme the sacred sea prayer ritual. Lumion, taking in the scenery different from the Intis port and Port Santa's gradually rising mountain range in the distance, silently offered praise to the fool. The journey from Port Faram to Port Santa unfolded surprisingly uneventfully. No storms, no pirates, and no encounters with Beyonder incidents. This respite allowed him a few days of tranquility. Lumion finished 2 foundational Highlander textbooks and perused information on spirit world creatures. He failed to find a description of Arden, the evil spirit from the depths of death. Whether Madame Magician omitted the information or remained unaware of it remained uncertain. We'll be entering the port in half an hour. Lumion, who had been taking respite for the past few days, cracked his neck from the living room window of cabin 5 in first class. Here lay potential clues about the key members of April Fools, Bard, and Ultraman. Of course, it could also be a trap. Lumion's body trembled slightly, filled with anticipation. Finally, the flying bird smoothly docked at Port Santa. Lumion, hand in hand with Ludwig and trailed by Lugano carrying their luggage, made their way towards the gangway. On the deck, they encountered Batna Comte and his companion Nalfi, already awaiting their turn. Perhaps influenced by Lumion's words about seizing the moment as an adventurer, Nalfi, who had initially insisted on separate cabins, had moved in with Batna 2 days ago. Batna's face radiated a flush of confidence as he waved and exclaimed, "Louis, you don't strike me as much of an adventurer. What adventurer brings their child out to sea? Isn't it a common task for adventurers to protect their employer's children?" Lumion retorted with a smile. In a sense, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was indeed his employer. Batna, eyeing Ludwig, dressed in a young gentleman's attire and carrying a distinctive red school bag, found Lumion's explanation reasonable. Yet he couldn't help but wonder, how could the child's parents be so nonchalant about entrusting their son to an unfamiliar adventurer? At the same time, he's my godson, Lumion added. Understanding dawned on Batna as he gestured towards the harbor below. Where do you plan to stay? Shall we attend the sea prayer ritual together? I'm not sure yet. If the gods will it, our paths may cross again. Lumion's demeanor shifted upon arriving at Port Santa, his nerves tightening. Casual disclosure of his whereabouts was no longer in his plans. Batna, accustomed to Lumion's occasional seer-like words, detected nothing unusual. He sighed and said, "I hope our paths cross once more." With a casual wave, Batna led Nalfi toward the ramp. Lumion smiled and offered a parting reminder, "Do you know Highlander?" "A bit," Batna replied, gesturing toward Nalfi, whose adorable features, black hair, and brown eyes spoke of her mixed Fainapotter and Intis heritage. Her mother is a native of Port Santa. She carries blood from both Fainapotter and Intis. Port Santa local, that explains your desire to experience the sea prayer ritual after learning about it. Lumion held his silence, watching as Batna and Nalfi descended the gangway with their suitcases. Not only is Louis generous and warm, but he also has a knack for humor. He appears quite professional, Batna commented before leaving the port district. Glancing back at the flying bird, he said to Nalfi, he didn't disclose their lodging just now. Clearly, he's unwilling to unveil his employer's circumstances. He likely came to Port Santa to escort that child home. Nalfi nodded gently. You shouldn't have asked. An adventurer's companions are only in the present. We might not cross paths again in the future. Haha, you've been influenced by Louis's life philosophy. Batna noticed a paperboy approaching and suggested to Nalfi, grab a few newspapers related to maritime rumors. We've been at sea for days, and we're out of the loop. Nalfi shared the same idea. Using Dagan copper coins she had exchanged prior for 2 newspapers. Standing on the street, she unfolded the coastal port favorite, 5 Seas News, and began reading its contents. Batna, unfamiliar with Highlander, patiently waited for Nalfi to digest the news and relay the information to him. Suddenly, Nalfi's eyes narrowed, and her grip on the newspaper tightened. "What's wrong?" Batna asked curiously. Nalfi hesitated before sharing. "There's a rumor in Port Farim that the adventurer who hunted the demon Warlock is named." "What's his name?" Batna pressed. Nalfi fell silent for a few seconds before saying, His name is Louis Barry." Louis Barry," Batna was taken aback. Lumion, Ludwig, and Lugano patiently waited for most passengers to disembark before making their exit. As Lumion stepped off the gangway, his attention was drawn to a woman in a black nun's attire and matching hat. Carrying a brown suitcase, she turned into a fork in the road. "See, could it be the weeping woman I glimpsed through the mystery-prying glasses?" Lumion pondered, averting his gaze thoughtfully. As he moved forward, his mind raced with plans for the immediate future. Firstly, he needed to find an inn in the harbor district. Secondly, he had to compose a letter to Madame Magician, notifying her of his arrival in Port Santa. The situation involved celestial worthy and potentially played into Loki's schemes. Carelessness was not an option. Write a letter to Madame Magician. Write a letter. Lumion's pupils dilated as he sought to discern if the world ahead was real. Throughout his days aboard the ship, he kept forgetting to write to Madame Magician. He had intended to consult his major arcana card holder, questioning the significance of the frequent occurrences related to the flying bird's calamities. Yet he had completely forgotten about it. Chapter 534, Over the Mountain. 534 Over the Mountain. It was today, amidst Lumion's contemplation of his next moves, that he seemed to snap out of a dreamlike trance. The recollection of his intention to write a letter to Madame Magician, now forgotten, hit him like a bullet. The realization was more unsettling than a battlefield injury, sending shivers down his spine and causing his hair to stand on end. Had this situation escalated, he might have perished without even realizing it. It feels like déjà vu, that's right. In Dartle, Lugano and I had unintentionally overlooked the option of escaping. We were searching for a pretext to enter the town and investigate derangement. As Lumion's thoughts raced, a sudden revelation struck him. The woman he had seen weeping on the flying bird was the source of derangement, a humanoid sealed artifact that had escaped its restraints. After leaving Dartle, she had reached Port Gatti and boarded the flying bird. Could she be instinctively influencing the minds of those around her, erasing thoughts that might pose a threat? But that would require her to monitor everyone's psychological activities at just the right time. Or, as Anthony had speculated, did she naturally implant mental cues, causing observers to overlook her existence? Even if glimpsed, the memory of her would fade later. Simultaneously, any communication with high sequence Beyonder powers would be actively forgotten or abandoned. This classification wasn't determined by her, but by the individual's self. Awareness. If they believed the person to be a high-sequence Beyonder, then so they were. Once she disembarked and ceased planting those natural and persistent cues, the overlooked issues could be recalled through other connections. Fortunately, the sealed artifact remained dormant on the flying bird. Otherwise, I might have lost control and transformed into a monster. Apart from me and Ludwig, she also played a part in scaring off Bone Splitter Basil. Haha, it's quite funny from the perspective of the notorious pirate. Choosing an ordinary merchant ship for plunder, Basil found himself faced with 3 escalating waves of malice upon surfacing, a hornet's nest stirred into action. In that scenario, he had no other choice but to escape. Were the strange Death Navigator fish also drawn by her presence? Initially, Lumion felt lingering fear, but soon a sense of joy washed over him. This revelation confirmed that his contribution to the calamities on the flying bird was minimal, just as Auror had suggested. Throughout the journey, only the demon Warlock incident could be attributed to him. Lumion could accept such frequency. With determination, Lumion retrieved a post-it note and fountain pen, hastily scribbling a memo. Find a nearby motel and write to Madam Magician. Focus on the death mark and the humanoid sealed artifact. After folding the note and stowing it in his pocket, Lumion utilized Lugano's interactions with the dock's inhabitants to discreetly inquire about nearby motels. Lowering his voice, he addressed his left chest. Temabaros, you actually failed to notice such a dangerous sealed artifact nearby. Termabaros's majestic voice resonated. Why should I warn you? Lumion criticized, oh, you've learned the art of sophistry. He turned to Ludwig, who was nibbling on a long piece of bread. I wonder if this kid's lack of awareness stems from the Church of Knowledge's seal or a belief that there was no danger since the woman hadn't gone mad. I don't have to dwell on it for now. Averting his gaze, he waited for Lugano to gather directions before leading Ludwig toward the exit of the port district. Port Santa stood divided, its territories sliced into thirds. One-third bustled with the comings and goings of fishermen, surrounded by a vast open space. Nearby, 3 ice mills hummed with activity. The remaining 2/3, a realm reserved for merchant ships, witnessed a constant influx of passengers. Mechanical cranes labored tirelessly, lifting smelted steel, forged swords, and woven wool into the undercabin. Amidst the pungent scent of fish, Lumion maintained an outward calm. Sometimes, his gaze wandered to the distant mountain range. Other times, he scrutinized the billowing black smoke drifting from the southeast, carried downwind by the breeze. Tasking Lugano and Ludwig with selecting 2 candidates each, Lumion delegated the decision-making. Ultimately, they settled at an unassuming motel named Salo. In Highlander, Salo translated to sun. Although the Phaenopotter Kingdom didn't subscribe to the eternal blazing sun faith, instead venerating Earth Mother, the prevalence of sunlight in their environment resulted in the frequent use of words like Salo and Sorrows. Sunlight in various place names. Lumion removed his golden straw hat, shielding him from the October sun, and secured a suite from the motel's owner, a gray-haired, tall figure with prominent cheekbones and a thick beard. The cost, 1.5 gold risat per day, or 3 viral d'or. Official currencies in Phaenopotter included risat, seta, and dagan. Legend had it that before the kingdoms split from the south-central regions, the Church of Earth Mother and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom jointly governed the land. Unlike the Lone Kingdom's unconventional gold pound system, Phaenopotter's currency was designed by scholars from the Church of Knowledge. 1 risat equaled 10 setas, and 1 seta equaled 10 dagans, denominated as 5 dagans, whole dagan, half dagan, and a quarter dagan. Currently, 1 risat was roughly 2 viral d'or, making 12 risat equivalent to approximately 1 gold pound. Having exchanged for 1,000 risat, Lumion held a variety of setas and dagans in his possession. After settling the bill and ascending to his quarters, Lumion's attention was drawn to a young girl with long brown hair and freckles entering the establishment. She greeted the proprietor using the Highlander term for grandfather. The owner, his cheekbones tinged by the sun, warmly embraced the girl, their right cheeks meeting as he responded with a smile and a single word. Unfamiliar to Lumion. Puzzled, he turned to Lugano, seeking an explanation with his eyes. Delva said, "It's so good to see you, my little cabbage." Little cabbage, Lumion echoed, taken aback by the term. Lugano, with his pronounced eyebrows, large eyes, and sharp features, inquired with confusion, "Don't you know that there are many descendants of Darij here?" Positioned on the second-floor staircase, he gestured towards the wall outside. The distant mountain range is the Pires Mountain Range. You Darij folks prefer calling it the Darij Mountain Range. At that moment, Lumion grasped the entirety of the situation. Is this south of the Darij Mountain Range? Southwest, the Darij Mountain Range is a few hours away by train. In between, you'll find vast plains, pastures, and numerous towns and villages, Lugano clarified as he ascended the stairs. As you might know, every autumn, shepherds from Darij and nearby areas migrate to the southern plains for grazing. Some settle down, while others seek opportunities in the larger surrounding cities, including Port Santa. If you head northeast, Highlander might not be necessary. Many people there are familiar with Intision. I have a cousin who was a widow initially. Later, she met a local while shepherding and married him. She gave up grazing and helped the herdsmen develop businesses related to sheep, cheese, wool, and more. Eventually, they saved enough to start a vineyard. Her husband values her opinions. This might be an example of Phanepotter men. Unfortunately, I'm not a woman. Otherwise, I might have converted to Earth Mother. Listening to Lugano's insights, Lumion recalled a piece of information Auror had once shared. The Darij mountain range acted as a barrier against the cold winds heading south. Consequently, the Gaia province, situated south of the Darij mountain range, enjoyed abundant sunlight and warm weather. Even in winter, the plains and pastures thrived with lush grass suitable for grazing. Lumion sensed that this knowledge had become dynamic, forming a network that allowed him to comprehend the geographical and weather characteristics of Port Santa and its northeastern region. Abruptly, another thought crossed his mind. Could it be that most of the Beyonders captured by shepherds like Pier, who believed in inevitability, hailed from this area? Given the presence of a thriving port and a mountain range rich in mineral deposits, it makes sense that there would be more Beyonders here. If that were the case, perhaps my hunter, provoker, and even pyromaniac Beyonder characteristics might have originated from this region. I'm here now. Why do I smell the scent of inevitability? Lumion responded casually to Lugano's information. How many children did your cousin have? 3, Lugano replied. If she hadn't produced children, would her husband have been so obedient? Lumion, aware of the beliefs of Earth Mother's faith, heard about these matters with the shepherds who frequented the pastures. They held fertility and reproduction in high regard. Definitely not, Lugano affirmed without hesitation. As the conversation unfolded, the trio ascended to the 5th floor, entering a suite at the corridor's end. Lumion strolled to the balcony, casting his gaze towards the rugged mountain range in the distance. There lay a Highlander pasture in Cordu. After nearly 15 minutes of silent contemplation, Lumion returned to his room and began composing letters to Madame Magician and Franca. His intention was to inform Franca of the humanoid sealed artifact, urging her to alert the official Beyonders of the Phanepotter Kingdom through 7. A potentially hazardous pathogen capable of madness at any moment was not fit for roaming freely outside. Wow, see, what did I say? Lumion will definitely encounter the source of derangement again, exclaimed Franca as she was about to depart with Jenna when she received the letter. They were heading to Trier's catacombs. In the preceding days, Jenna harbored a desire to revisit Crismona Night Pillar, hoping to uncover something valuable. However, she hesitated to approach recklessly, fearing it might attract the suspicion of the Demoness sect. Residing with Franca offered no guarantee of safety from their watchful eyes. Thanks to Anthony's introduction, she finally secured a mission at a mysticism gathering, providing a valid pretext. Her task involved venturing to a specific family's tomb on the catacomb's 3rd level, retrieving an antique tear catcher for her employer. Chapter 535, Reply. 535 Reply. Jenna completed reading Lumion's letter and lapsed into silence for a few moments before remarking. The origin of the derangement is genuinely formidable. Lumion unknowingly endured its effects for nearly half a month. Luckily, the woman's ailment didn't erupt. Otherwise, everyone on the ship would have descended into madness. Jenna contemplated for a moment, convinced that if she were in Lumion's position, the outcome would be the same. Nothing would alter. Hence, sealed artifacts above level 2 wield immense power, but they're not practical for most situations. Their mere existence can bring catastrophe to the surrounding humans. Franca seized the chance to enlighten her companion, who had only been a Beyonder for half a year. She conveyed this information to Madame Judgment, not 7. This decision arose from the unpredictability of the emergency communication methods. What if 7 happened to be occupied and didn't go to that location? Regular communication had to wait until after 10 p.m. Considering the imminent threat of derangement, Franca didn't want to waste valuable time. With Madame Judgment's real-world identity, contacting the official Beyonders of the Phanepotter Kingdom was assured, no worries about not locating her. Come nightfall, she would notify 7, ensuring the message reached the right people. With this matter settled, Franca and Jenna reached the catacombs in a rented carriage. Having followed Lumion to the third level, they had drawn valuable information from him. The place was now familiar to them. Soon, they entered a small square illuminated by burning white candles and adorned with 2 sacrificial pillars. Jenna reflected for a moment and, to Franca's confusion, approached the sacrificial pillar representing the eternal blazing sun. She outstretched her arms and reverently declared, "Praise the sun." She was seeking protection. Franca couldn't help but twitch her lips as she observed the scene. Amused, she remarked, "Why are you becoming more and more like Seal, Lumion?" "Damn it, how do I resemble him?" Jenna retorted instinctively. "In terms of faith flexibility," Franca pointed out with a smile. "Like me, I only praise Mr. Fool. I didn't say anything like by steam." Jenna pondered for a moment and admitted, "Because Lumion and I once truly believed in the eternal blazing sun." Suddenly, she halted, her lips moving as she cursed herself. "Am I admitting that I do resemble Lumion?" Franca had only been teasing. After praising the fool, she left the sacrificial square with Jenna and headed towards the entrance of the 4th level, where the Crismona Night Pillar stood. Thanks to Lumion's information, they navigated past the skeletal blockage on the road. In the dim environment, they moved cautiously, guided by the faint candlelight. As Franca walked, an idea crossed her mind. "Do you think we have to hold the lit white candles in our hands? Can we hold them above our heads or make a lantern and place them inside? Will this also protect us?" Accustomed to Franca's occasional peculiar thoughts, Jenna casually replied, "You can give it a try." After considering the potential consequences of a failed experiment, Franca chuckled dryly. Forget it. No need to be curious about such things." She looked at Jenna beside her and changed the subject. "Why are you dressed like this?" Jenna, now in a black dress and a dark bonnet, exuded a beauty that carried a touch of maturity beyond her years. Jenna instinctively scanned the surroundings for any dim yellow candles before whispering, "I'm playing the part of a witch to add a mysterious touch." Clad in a black robe with a hood, she might resemble the witches known to humans, but it could easily raise suspicion from the demoness sect, so Jenna found a compromise. Franca quickly grasped the situation and nodded in approval. "You've put in the effort." Seizing the moment, Jenna inquired, "What about you? Since Gardner's demise, have you not found an opportunity to digest pleasure with someone?" Franca, usually thick-skinned, felt a bit embarrassed by Jenna's words. She coughed twice and replied, "It's not difficult to find someone if I wanted. If it doesn't work out, I'll turn down Browns at an opportune moment and see if she takes offense. If she truly experiences pleasure, she might invite me to join her." Franca suddenly shut her mouth, wishing she could raise her right hand and slap herself. Why did I disclose all this to Jenna? What a disgrace. Clearing her throat, Franca said, "Besides, this presents an opportunity." Opportunity? Jenna was puzzled. Franca nodded solemnly. Relying solely on the matters in bed and physical pleasure can indeed slowly digest the potion. It also aligns with the negative characteristics of a demoness. However, I keep feeling that the meaning of pleasure shouldn't be limited to this. Taking advantage of the absence of a target for physical pleasure, I want to calm down and slowly experience and explore other possibilities. For instance, captivating a man's heart, bringing joy merely by being around me, providing pleasure through interaction, yet beyond his reach. Each encounter becomes a torment, a glimpse into the catastrophe and affliction a demoness brings. Damn it, I despise such women the most. Franca's frustration blazed as she spoke. Jenna was taken aback, her lips pursed, her body trembling slightly as she struggled to contain her laughter. Something along those lines. At any rate, that's the gist. Franca abruptly concluded the conversation. In the dim candlelight, Franca passed by a newly constructed tomb beside an ancient one. A sudden frown creased her forehead, questioning if she had missed an opportunity. If I had sighed and hinted at the stagnation of my digestion due to the absence of a pleasure partner, would Jenna offer sympathy and assistance? Arg, my stubbornness has cost me. But perhaps she'd suggest Lumion. Franca's thoughts raced, but she remained vigilant, especially when she noticed the jumbled bones strewn along the roadside. Finally, she and Jenna reached the Crismona Night Pillar, a black marble structure supporting the cave's ceiling. No etchings or signs of erosion adorned its surface. Franca studied it for a moment and remarked, "It's reminiscent of the one in 4th Epic Trier, albeit smaller, more like a tip." Turning to Jenna, she inquired, "Do you sense anything peculiar?" Furrowing her brow, Jenna shook her head slowly. "No." Fainapotter Kingdom, Gaia Province, Port Santa, Salo Motel. Lumian swiftly received a response from Madame Magician. "Have you faced the dread of a Grade 1 sealed artifact? Repeating it won't imprint as deeply as experiencing it firsthand. This likely is the power of a high-sequence Beyonder in the spectator pathway, constantly shaping the thoughts and perceptions of those around. Remember, beware of the spectator. The sealed artifact has other powers. I'm uncertain if it belongs to the evil gods outside. For now, you needn't pursue or capture it. We'll liaise with the Earth Mother Church through Mr. Moon." Reading this, Lumian muttered to himself, "I'd rather not get involved, but it's not my call. Sometimes, my nature thrusts me into things I'd rather avoid." It was just like him and the sealed artifact being on the same voyage, headed for the same destination. Simultaneously, Lumian gleaned a vital detail from Madame Magician's arrangements. Mr. Moon of the Tarot Club had close ties with the Earth Mother Church. After a moment's reflection, Lumian resumed reading the letter. "We're also probing Resurrection Island's existence. Mr. Hanged Man and Madame Hermit are leading the investigation. They have theories, but can't confirm yet. If they need your aid, they'll inform you and seek your consent. However, don't search for Resurrection Island now. It's very dangerous. Remember, very dangerous. The death mark is a lingering essence of death. Ordinary humans leave one mark. Certain sequences of certain pathways can leave many. Such marks erode and merge with death, lasting longer for those higher in status or with special abilities. As for ordinary low-sequence Beyonders, the corresponding death mark won't exist for anything beyond a few years. Setting up a ritual to summon the death mark is nearly impossible. Even a sequence 0 true god wouldn't dare approach the essence of death, let alone with a ritual. I suspect something amiss with the ardent evil spirit Berman summoned. The decline in Berman's mental state may have started with that spirit, not his encounter with Harrison of Resurrection Island. Perhaps the ardent evil spirit isn't dead. The ardent evil spirit, leaving behind blood traces and easily dispatched by Berman, isn't dead. What an absurd storyline. Even Madame Magician remains clueless about the nature of this creature. Recollecting Berman's encounter, Lumian couldn't detect anything abnormal. This behavior seemed like that of a half-mad individual, forcibly transitioning between pathways. In her closing remarks, Madame Magician cautioned, "Exercise caution during your investigations in Port Santa. Should you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to seek aid from the Knight of Swords." "There's no need for that for now," Lumian replied inwardly. This stemmed from a lack of leads or information. Even if he were to correspond with the Knight of Swords, Lumian wouldn't know what to inquire about or what kind of assistance to request. Chapter 536, One in the Light and One in the Dark. 536 One in the Light and One in the Dark. Lumian's immediate priority upon reaching Port Santa was to delve into the events of the previous sea prayer ritual, particularly focusing on the individuals involved in the accident. This investigation would be crucial in uncovering the true identities of the key members of April Fools. However, this phase of his pursuit carried inherent risks of deception and potential traps. Understanding the intricacies of last year's prank was paramount before engaging the minor arcana, Knight of Swords, in any assistance. Lumian didn't find it plausible to enlist aid on such matters. The sealed knowledge surrounding the events in Port Santa made it apparent that unless the Knight of Swords happened to be present, he wouldn't yield much help. Initially, Lumian aimed to gather information about the sea prayer ritual and the previous year's incident, but such details seemed exclusive to this location. Peripheral members of April Fools, involved in minor roles, offered limited perspectives, offering mere snippets of the puzzle. With a flick of his wrist, Lumion transformed Madame Magician's reply into a blazing fireball. Exiting the master bedroom of the suite, he addressed Lugano, who waited in the living room. Let's get ourselves a local identity. You've already used Louis Barry's identity to check into the motel, Lugano reminded Lumion after some thought. Did this mean it's time to depart? Wouldn't that be a waste of an entire week's rent? Lugano's heart ached at the thought of the 10.5 gold risat. Spending money wasn't an issue, just don't waste it. As a bounty hunter who had lived a tough life for many years, he was quite sensitive to money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so thick-skinned as to ask Lumion for a job. Any issues? Lumion inquired with a smile. In the October warmth of Port Santa, Lumion sported a straightforward ensemble: light linen shirt, brown pants, a golden straw hat cradled in his grasp. For a moment, Lugano didn't know if he should voice his primary concern. The matter of money. Finally, he decided to broach the subject. Boss, I grabbed a few newspapers from the street. Seems there are rumors in Port Farim about you taking down the demon Warlock. Upon reading this news, Lugano rubbed his eyes several times, wondering if he had read wrongly. When had his boss eradicated the demon Warlock? Why don't I know? Only the memory of the seemingly bombarded master bedroom stirred skepticism. It was me, Lumion replied with a slight nod. Lugano momentarily lost the ability to organize his words. After a brief pause, he suppressed his curiosity and feigned understanding. You've bagged a bounty of 600,000 Viral d'Or and some spoils of war. No wonder you've been throwing money around lately. The rent of 20 to 30 Viral d'Or didn't seem extravagant anymore. All donated, Lumion disclosed matter-of-factly. Why? Lugano blurted out. Lumion glanced at him. Lugano immediately shut his mouth and smiled sheepishly. We need to change our location. Louis Barry's fame in the Fog Sea makes him an easy target. In that gaze, Lumion conveyed an unspoken message. Who's in charge here, you or me? Did I need your approval to donate the bounty? With a subtle smile, Lumion posed the question, who said we were relocating? Lugano, caught off guard, stammered, not relocating. Lumion's smile held a cryptic meaning as he shared. Why else do you think I didn't ask the clergyman from the Church of the Fool, who helped collect the bounty, to conceal my identity? Louis Barry, the high-profile adventurer, served as a beacon, attracting attention and revealing the landscape of potential threats. Lumion needed an inconspicuous local guise to operate discreetly in the shadows. Lugano, grappling with the complexity of his employer's motives, confessed, I thought you just wanted to be as famous as Jayaman Sparrow in the 5 Seas. He sensed there was more beneath the surface. Lumion chuckled. Who among our generation wouldn't want to match Jayaman Sparrow's fame in the 5 Seas? The desire for recognition satisfied his vanity, providing a plausible reason for not letting Thays, the Church of the Fool's bishop, conceal his identity completely. A superficial motive, one genuine enough to make people believe, could effectively veil hidden intentions. Lugano, feeling like he couldn't decipher Lumion's true colors or grasp his ultimate goal, sighed inwardly. Sigh, I'm just a planter, a doctor, and a seasoned bounty hunter. My intelligence can only be considered ordinary. Lumion cast a glance at Ludwig, munching on a potato omelet, and declared, Let's go. He nudged the coat rack into a blind spot, hanging the golden straw hat, creating the illusion of an inconspicuous figure if one looked from the opposite building. Exiting the Salo Motel, Lumion strolled along the grayish-white stone street toward the lively bars near the harbor. Lugano followed, holding Ludwig's hand. The ancient street boasted mottled houses with white walls and red tiles. Near entrances like Cordu, elderly women chatted in the sun, but they didn't lend a hand in catching lice. Passers-by tread softly, lowering their voices to maintain the tranquility of the scene. In a casual exchange with Francesco, the bartender at the Flying Bird's basement bar, Lumion learned of a cultural phenomenon in Fainapotter, shaped by the Earth Mother's faith and the significance accorded to family traditions. Matriarchal culture. Within each family, the most venerable grandmother, a prolific progenitor, commanded unparalleled respect. As the unquestionable parent, they wielded a certain degree of control over every family member. Even outside the confines of their homes, this reverence persisted, for these grandmothers represented the familial symbol, embodying the Earth Mother. The combination of religious beliefs and societal norms secured a unique status for these elderly grandmothers. Observing this dynamic, Lumion found himself contemplating a question. In Riston province, a married woman, functioning as a de facto parent, held the right to be addressed as Madame and have her name prefixed with Na. Could this tradition be an influence from Potter's matriarchal culture just a mountain away? Nomadic herdsmen and traders, traversing vast distances, inevitably brought back tales of their experiences. Ancient practices from the Darij mountain range and its surroundings, spanning over a millennium, undoubtedly left an indelible mark. Navigating the ancient yet serene streets under the brilliant sunlight, Lumion felt a sense of displacement. It was as if he had returned to Cordu during the bustling season when adults toiled in the fields, tended to sheep in the mountains, or embarked on hunting expeditions, leaving only an old woman and young children behind. Trier, third level of the catacombs. Jenna closed her eyes and extended her senses, but the black Crismona night pillar remained silent, devoid of any size or motion. Assessing the mirror substitutions, she cautiously approached the enigmatic weather-free pillar, placing her palm against it. The black pillar that supported the cave's ceiling, though cold and metallic, retained the texture of rock. Yet, Jenna's probing mind received nothing beyond this information. "It still doesn't work," she communicated to Franca, shaking her head. In her reflections, Jenna recalled the two instances and sought their commonality when she had heard Crismona's voice, during her advancement and within a special mirror world in 4th Epoch Trier. Both times, danger and intense emotions had been common denominators. Jenna whispered, "The danger during my witch advancement was suppressed by the sacrificial square. Is the key intense emotions?" Jenna pondered aloud, delving into memories of painful events that had stirred her emotions, including her mother's death, separation from her brother, and other poignant experiences of suffering. Despite the visible fluctuations in her emotions, the Crismona night pillar remained silent, the illusory sigh elusive. Franca, after a moment's contemplation, suggested, "Must there be a special event to trigger it?" "Perhaps," Jenna replied, biting her lip. "Why don't we try the 4th level?" Lumion mentioned the shadow suspected to have formed after the death of the Demoness Pathway's angel. "That should be Crismona." Franca's heart stirred, and she affirmed, "That's right. Moreover, the shadow is controlled by the seal and doesn't have the ability to attack humans. Yes, the prerequisite is that we strictly adhere to the series of rules in the catacombs." After a brief discussion, the two of them circled around the Crismona night pillar, replaced candles, and proceeded to descend the ancient, mottled stone steps. Under the watchful gaze of realistic dark gray reliefs depicting human heads on both sides of the rock walls, they descended step by step. Breaking the suffocating silence, Franca spoke up, "This place is perfect for ghost stories. The atmosphere is amazing." Jenna glanced at her, teasing, "Are you afraid?" "How is that possible?" Franca retorted stubbornly. Jenna chuckled. "If you weren't afraid, you'd just tell ghost stories to scare me. Now, you're just sighing. It means you mainly want to rely on your voice to boost your courage. It's a waste of your talent not to choose the spectator pathway. Do theater actors have to learn to read people?" Franca was about to argue when they reached the last ancient stone step. Simultaneously, a sense of oppression enveloped them. In the next moment, a yellowish candle flame flickered in their eyes. The candle flame didn't belong to them. It emerged from the distant 4th level of the catacombs. Chapter 537, Charm. 537 Charm. Franca and Jenna's initial reaction was to steer clear of the newcomer. In this subterranean maze filled with corpses, they couldn't afford to be complacent with the living. Yet their circumstances didn't permit avoidance. They had to wield a glowing white candle, a feeble defense against the encroaching darkness of the catacombs. The candle's flame, though, made them conspicuous, a visible beacon in the shadows. True concealment required them to find solace behind the sealed doors of an ancient tomb. The option of becoming invisible or lurking in the shadows was risky. They weren't certain if it meant snuffing out the candle flame. After a silent exchange of glances, Franca and Jenna chose to take a circuitous route, maintaining a safe distance from the distant candlelight. In the oppressive stillness that felt like time itself had halted, the two demonesses cautiously progressed westward, guided by road signs and the black lines on the cave ceiling. As they approached a point parallel to the candle flame, Franca turned her head to peer down the corridor between the ancient tombs. Thanks to her exceptional night vision, she identified the person clutching the burning candle. A man in a black robe, deep black and light hues intermingled in his hair. A gentle profile, pale white skin, and dark brown eyes, distinct from the incisions. Penitent, strikingly similar, yet subtly different. Why do I sense familiarity? When have I encountered this person before? Did he leave an impression in the memory recesses of the original owner of my body? Franca felt an inexplicable urge to approach and strike up a conversation. She took a deep breath and suppressed it. In the hushed darkness of the catacombs, approaching strangers recklessly could easily spark unnecessary conflict. Franca had dedicated considerable time to delve into the circumstances surrounding the original body's demise and the person's life experiences. She sought to ensure there were no lingering issues that she needed to be wary about acquaintances from the past. The man in the black robe, having observed the two demonesses and noting their lack of intent to draw near, continued on his path, eventually disappearing behind an ancient tomb. He doesn't look like a college student. Jenna averted her gaze and eliminated an option. If the individual hadn't ventured into the fourth level of the catacombs merely driven by curiosity and excitement, it hints at a clear motive. Is he on a commissioned search for antiques, paying respects to an ancestor buried on this level, or a beyonder delving into the mysticism and seal composition of the catacombs? Perhaps, like Jenna and myself, he pursues the revelations from the three night pillars. Franca's mind raced through various possibilities. On the fourth level of the catacombs, two more night pillars awaited, Marion's night pillar and Leas's night pillar. The former, the Pope of the Evernight Goddess Church in the fourth epoch, and the latter, the Blessed of the Ancient Death. Both had met their demise during the War of the Four Emperors inside fourth epoch Trier. Having shared her analysis with Jenna, Franca gestured with her right hand, the one without a candle, and reassured, "Don't worry about his motives. It won't affect our search for Crismona's shadow." I didn't want to bother either. You were the one considering all the possibilities. I sensed that impulse in your heart. Did you truly want to investigate that person just now? Jenna, attuned to Franca's nuances, grasped her companion's thoughts but chose to chuckle, keeping the revelation to herself. At times, Franca could be quite prideful. After walking along the path for nearly 15 minutes, they reached a natural cave named Crazy Mushroom Cave. The entrance was sealed by a dense cluster of pale white mushrooms tinged with black. Why are there so many mushrooms? Franca observed them with curiosity. Before Jenna could respond, she continued, all right, I get it. Now's not the time for exploration and adventure. Damn it, I didn't stop you. Maybe Crismona's shadow is in the mushroom cave." Jenna, feeling stifled since entering the fourth level of the catacombs, vented her discomfort with coarse language, as if confined in a space that oppressed her. Franca was on the verge of responding when her attention fixated on a figure standing at the corner ahead. Clad in a simple and unadorned white robe, the figure boasted smooth black hair, exquisite facial features, and a holy aura. Her beauty transcended the surroundings of darkness, silence, and filth, as if she had emerged from the depths of human imagination. Crismona, the name resonated simultaneously in the minds of Franca and Jenna. They had indeed stumbled upon a shadow suspected to be a high-sequence beyonder, the demoness Crismona. Regaining her composure, Jenna locked eyes with the figure and attempted to speak in ancient Hermes. Hello. The woman's beauty was otherworldly, captivating everyone's attention. A faint smile graced the corners of her mouth. Her allure was fully unleashed. Entranced by that smile, Jenna and Franca found themselves lost, their minds fixated on a singular thought. Approach her, approach her. Like moths drawn to a flame, fully aware of the dangers that lay in her beauty, yet compelled to draw near. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The two demonesses, eyes filled with fascination, advanced toward the woman in the simple white robe. As they walked on, Jenna couldn't help but instinctively sigh and feel a sense of pity. Why did she sigh when she has such a beautiful smile? Had she encountered something sorrowful? Sigh. Jenna snapped out of her daze, realizing that the woman in the white robe might not be the same as Crismona, who had sighed and protected them. At the very least, she wasn't entirely the same. Her vision cleared instantly, revealing the beautiful figure's soft black hair billowing. Each strand had become unusually thick, and the top had split open, resembling a snake opening its mouth. The pitch-black snake's mouth faced Jenna and Franca, seemingly poised for their approach. Jenna's heart skipped a beat. She swiftly grabbed Franca and whispered, "Something's amiss." Franca, initially taken aback, struggled for a few seconds before breaking free from her enchantment. Coming to a sudden halt, they watched as the holy figure in the white robe stared blankly for a moment before bifurcating into a fork and vanishing into the darkness. "Phew," Franca exhaled, her fear lingering as she remarked. "Why isn't there a rule in the catacombs guidelines that prohibits communication with those who don't hold candles? Perhaps ordinary humans, if they enter the 4th level, will be affected by the environment, unable to suppress their fear and leaving quickly without encountering these shadows." Jenna offered an explanation. Franca glanced at her with frustration and said, "You managed to break free from the female ghost's charm before I did." Jenna recounted the thoughts that had recently crossed her mind. "But I also heard Crismona's sigh and words in 4th epic trier." Franca raised her right hand and touched her face. "Am I really more easily enamored with beauty?" At this point, a sudden puzzlement overcame her. "Actually, I've always found it strange that Crismona Night Pillar stands in the catacombs. As for the other 2 Night Pillars, one belongs to the Church of Evernight's former Pope, Marian, and the other is named after the ancient Death's blessed Leus. The latter is the Death Consul, which is very compatible with the catacombs. The former should be on the neighboring pathway of death. In other words, they are closely related to death, home, and the dead. Crismona is the demoness of catastrophe, clearly distinct from them. I can understand why there was a giant pillar representing Crismona in 4th epic trier. That's because there's a special mirror world there. It contains the primordial demoness's divine power left behind during the War of the 4 Emperors. However, why was Crismona Night Pillar included in the catacombs construction? Back then, an angel who followed the Blood Emperor perished. Why did it have to be her? Jenna shook her head slowly and redirected her gaze to the spot where the holy figure had vanished. She attempted to walk a distance in that direction, and suddenly realized that the spot where the white-robed woman had been standing was an ancient tomb. Unlike the other tombs on the 4th floor, its tomb door was open. After departing Rue Aquina, home to the Salo Motel, Lumion found an empty alley and casually tossed the lie earring to Lugano. "Find someone skilled in crafting false identities, change your appearance, and don't use your current look." Lumion gestured towards the cafe diagonally opposite. "I'll be waiting for you there." "Yes, boss." Lugano displayed no sign of worry. Despite being unfamiliar with this city, he had numerous acquaintances residing here. Moreover, he was fluent in Highlander. As Lumion observed the translator guide completing his disguise, returning lie, and heading toward Rue des Bars, he led Ludwig into the cafe, where each table was adorned with a bouquet of flowers. The sun bore down, rendering the passers-by somewhat languid. Unfazed, Lumion, armed with his limited knowledge of Highlander words and gestures, successfully ordered 2 cups of Tor's coffee with milk, a Santa yolk pastry with cream fashioned into a tower, roasted suckling pig, and duck stewed in pear juice. Ludwig was pleased. Sipping his coffee, Lumion surveyed the cafe. He noticed that the 6 or 7 tables were occupied mainly by couples in their 20s, engaged in dates. There was only one middle-aged couple. With Lumion's acute hearing, it wasn't challenging for him to catch snippets of conversations at nearby tables, even though he didn't comprehend most of it. Only a few words stood out. Ocean, prey going aboard island. Could they be discussing the sea prayer ritual next month? Lumion mused, shifting his gaze out the window. On the street, two young men with long swords on their backs engaged in a heated argument for some reason. Drawing their swords on the spot, they seemed poised for a duel. Chapter 538, Historical Origins. 538 Historical Origins. Clang, clang, clang. Even through the glass window, Lumion heard the clash of two lads' swords outside. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. They're really fighting. Though duels were popular in Trier, it was rare for them to wield weapons without the formalities. Normally, they'd go through the entire process, determine the type of duel, cold weapons or revolvers, sign a contract, find a recognized witness, and then borrow weapons from the cafe's front desk or the bar counter. Only these duels were legal, avoiding police intervention. But wielding a longsword at the slightest disagreement was either a prelude to riot or a mob vendetta. Such lethal weapons rarely surfaced in real fights. Port Santa, or rather, the Feyenopotter Kingdom's security is so poor. Lumion was surprised by this. From the Flying Bird to the Salo Motel, he noticed the locals' penchant for carrying blades and swords, reminiscent of scenes from classical novels. It was actually legal. In a maritime colony like Port Farim, openly carrying such items was unheard of. Even a dagger had to be concealed. For him, though, this was a welcome advantage. Fascinated, Lumion observed the desperate struggle between the two lads through the window, occasionally commenting on their combat techniques in his mind. Suddenly, a group of people jogged over from the street. All women, they wore black cloth hats with white patterns, black lining, and brown leather armor. Dark cloaks adorned with two crossed swords, and brass revolvers strapped to their waists completed their attire. The woman leading the group seemed to be in her late 20s, with thick, naturally curly black hair, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and plump red lips. Quite beautiful. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall, she drew a straight sword from her back and called out to the two men fighting on the street with a cold expression. Lumion only understood the word, stop. The two lads truly ceased their actions, standing by the street and accepting the reprimand from the group of women, their imposing demeanor fading. After a few minutes, they left separately with their swords, not being apprehended. Lumion took a sip of his Tor's coffee, perplexed by the situation. The language barrier proved quite troublesome. After Ludwig polished off the food on the table at a controlled speed, Lugano, now sporting an unremarkable face, returned. Lumion wasn't in a hurry to inquire if he had found a black market merchant who could craft fake identities. He casually asked, "Is it legal to possess cold weapons in Port Santa?" Lugano lowered his round-rimmed black hat and dropped his voice. "That's right, it's a local custom. The Feyenopotter Kingdom government respects this tradition. Besides, it's a good thing for them to have more people die in the Gaia province." "Why?" Lumion inquired with interest. Lugano covered his face with his hand, as if afraid of being followed. Observing this, Lumion tossed him the lie earring. Lugano hurried to the washroom and reverted to his original appearance, albeit his facial features becoming more refined. Only then did he relax and explain, "Have you ever heard of the Battle of the Violated Oath?" Lumion, shaped by Auror's rigorous education, instinctively replied, "The Battle of the Violated Oath that began in the Fifth Epoch in 738. The one where Lemberg, Masson, Segur, and other small south-central countries were separated from the north of the Feyenopotter Kingdom, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom broke off from the Church of Earth Mother." Lugano was taken aback. Yes. He only had a rough idea. The other party had actually revealed the exact year and final outcome. After a few seconds, Lugano lowered his voice and said, "During the Battle of the Violated Oath, the entire Gaia province, especially those near the Darij mountain range, attempted to gain independence but failed. Later, in order to guard against the natives, despite high-quality iron and coal mines just south of the Darij mountains, the Feyenopotter Kingdom only set up smelting factories and no gun factories. There wasn't a single native in the troops stationed here. They were all assigned to other places. Was there once a widespread belief in the God of knowledge and wisdom here?" Lumion couldn't help but glance at Ludwig, who was enjoying dessert. The key to the independence of Lemberg, Masson, Segur, and other countries in the south-central region was their mainstream faith in the god of knowledge and wisdom, not the Earth Mother. I don't know, Lugano honestly shook his head. Undeterred, he pressed on with the matter at hand. You should already know that the ancient Gaia province mainly comprised 4 types of people. Firstly, farmers. Secondly, fishermen from places like Port Santa. Thirdly, mountain dwellers who relied on minerals and hunting to survive. Fourthly, the herdsmen you're familiar with. The latter 3 are fierce, wielding swords fearlessly in conflicts. Lumion nodded. That was indeed the case. Whether fishermen, mountain dwellers, or herdsmen, they all lived in relative poverty. They battled nature's cruelty and faced various dangers beyond human settlements. They even had to be wary of those among them with ill intentions. Swords and blades were necessities, not ornaments. Lumion had heard firsthand from the migrating herdsmen about wolf pack attacks and the brutality of bandits. It had left a deep impression on him. Lugano downed the lemonade he had just ordered and sighed in relief. One of Earth Mother's 3 combat orders is stationed permanently in Gaia Province. They guard against us in the north and Lenberg in the northeast. Simultaneously, they aim to monitor the locals. Heh, encountering combat nuns in Gaia Province and Port Santa isn't uncommon. Their demeanors differ from other women. Lugano's expression shifted to one of leisure and fascination. The team just now were the combat nuns who maintain order, Lumion realized. He teased Lugano with a smile. They're nuns. Lugano smiled enigmatically and remarked, the nuns of the Earth Mother Church don't take vows of chastity. Instead, they pledge to have as many children as possible before a certain age. If they're interested in you, they'll be quite proactive. Sometimes, they might even push a bit. The young folks here love showcasing their bravery in front of these nuns. Their courage might catch someone's eye. Pledging to have numerous children before a certain age, it sounds peculiar, aligning with Earth Mother's teachings but reminiscent of another mother. Local customs, governmental involvement, religious doctrines, and primal courtship behaviors has all woven into the folklore of this place, where cold weapons rule the streets. Lumion hadn't expected such complexity behind a seemingly trivial matter. Upon reflection, it was rather intriguing. At that moment, Lumion suddenly understood Auror's words from the past. If I returned to university without life's pressures, I'd study history. Few Lumion exhaled slowly and turned to Lugano. Any progress? Lugano, still lost in thoughts about combat nuns, was caught off guard and struggled to snap out of his reverie. You Antigens, Lumion clicked his tongue. Only then did Lugano grasp the question. He sheepishly smiled and said, I've made some. I've found a well-connected black market merchant who can help. Would you like to meet them? He's also a descendant of Darij. Sure, Lumion finished his coffee and stood up. Trier, 4th level of the catacombs. Jenna and Franca each gripped a burning white candle, their eyes fixed on the ancient tomb that lay open, hesitant to advance. No one knew what lay buried inside, and the fear of something terrifying emerging lingered in the air. In the outer world, the 2 demonesses could employ divination to discern the situation. However, in the catacombs, establishing a close connection with the ordinary spirit world was nearly impossible. The outcome was evident. After all, Lumion couldn't enter through spirit world traversal, but he could teleport within its confines. After a brief pause, Franca passed her mirror substitution to Jenna and stepped forward with solemn determination. Relying on her spiritual premonition, she cautiously approached the ancient tomb. As they drew nearer, the dim yellow candlelight revealed a heap of pale white bones in the entrance area, adorned with light greenish-black mold spots. Franca raised the white candle, casting its light into the depths of the tomb. Skeletons lay scattered in disarray, occupying every inch of the ground. In the center, a tilted sarcophagus revealed a multitude of decaying bones. Franca hesitated for a moment before declaring, "It doesn't seem dangerous." Only then did Jenna approach, returning the mirror substitution. Franca continued her observation and remarked, "Nothing of value either." Gems and other items were absent among the burial articles, likely lost during the construction of the catacombs and the opening of these ancient tombs. Everything else had decayed or shattered. Even the murals on the walls bore only faint traces. Jenna observed for a while and said uncertainly, "What about the area where these bones are pressing down?" "Let me take a look." Franca moved closer, allowing invisible spider silk to spread and entwine the pale white bones at the entrance, aiding in their movement. Suddenly, an irregular mirror fragment, seemingly coated in black paint, materialized in the flames. Jenna and Franca's eyes narrowed. It bore a striking resemblance to the mirror world fragment they had obtained in 4th Epoch Trier. "Did a special mirror person once die here?" Franca mused. "Did Crismona's shadow appear here to inform us, but why did she attack us?" Jenna shared the perplexity. After a moment of thought, she said, "Why did the special mirror person die here? Who owns this tomb? Or rather, which ancient family does it belong to?" Franca stared for a moment before nodding solemnly. "That might be our next investigation." Finding no anomalies, the duo stored away the mirror fragment. Utilizing the formless spider silk of the demoness of pleasure, they meticulously searched the entire tomb, but found nothing that identified the tomb owner. Franca sighed and said, "Well, we'll unravel it when we get back. Let's go acquire an antique tear catcher for the employer now." Chapter 539, Information on the Sea Prayer Ritual. 539 Information on the Sea Prayer Ritual. In Port Santa, inside a room featuring a lone card table. Lumion and Lugano, their appearances altered and attire changed, met the black market merchant claiming lineage to Darij. Seated at the head of the table, he sported a white shirt and a black vest, a glass of pale malt-colored white wine at his fingertips, and a slowly burning cigar between them. He did embody the heritage of the Darij region with slightly sunken eye sockets, slightly curled black hair, and piercing blue eyes reminiscent of a cloudless sky over a towering mountain. His thin cheeks and thick stubble suggested a man in his 30s. "Good afternoon, Mr. Valerio," Lugano greeted in Highlander. Valerio, casting a glance at his armed bodyguards, responded with a smile in Intijan, flavored with a distinct Darij accent. "It's been a long time since I've returned home. It's a pleasure to see you." "Indeed, Mr. Valerio," Lumion replied in Intijan, his voice also tinged with a Darij accent. While shepherds excelled at navigating the perils of the wilderness, an inherent wariness of authorities in settled human areas lingered. Valerio nodded subtly and inquired, "Did you come from Larnaca?" "Yes, I just finished attending the trade fair there," Lumion replied smoothly. Having learned about Larnaca from the shepherds in Cordu, Lumion was well aware of the monthly trade fair that transformed the suburbs into a bustling marketplace. Shepherds from far and wide flocked to the event, seizing opportunities to trade lamb, wool, cheese, and other goods. Valerio then delved into the topic of migration and Darij's folklore. Lumion, well-versed in the subject from a shepherd's perspective, provided insightful answers. In the midst of the conversation, he felt a bit disoriented. Recollections of his sister's occasional threats echoed in his mind. "If you don't study hard, I'll send you off to be a shepherd." Now, irony had it that he found himself playing the role of a shepherd. After some time, Valerio nodded in satisfaction and took a puff of his cigar. "You're quite wise. Grazing in the suburbs doesn't require identification, but settling in the city requires it. I'll get you 2 sets as soon as possible. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. I might not be of much help, but having one more person will give you more ideas. We're all from Darij, so we naturally have to have each other's backs." Lumion wasn't surprised by the black market merchant's enthusiasm. Uniting the people of one's homeland would create an exploitable force that couldn't be ignored. It was reminiscent of the Savoy mob. In the beginning, the pioneers, mostly Savoyards working as laborers and attendants, paved the way for the big bosses of the Savoy Chamber of Commerce. They expanded operations, safeguarded assets, and contributed immeasurably. As for how many Savoyards might end up living a less than honest life or end up dead on the streets, the wealthy merchants turned a blind eye. Lumion applied the acting techniques learned from Jenna and Anthony Reed's guidance to commend Valerio's noble character. With a smile, Valerio offered a piece of advice. "If you want to survive here, It's best to convert to Earth Mother as soon as possible. Find a good lady to marry and have a few children as soon as possible. Only then will you avoid hidden trouble. Is urging marriage and childbearing a tradition in the Feyenopotter kingdom? Lumion criticized and smiled bitterly. Without copper coins, there won't be any good girls. This Darij proverb echoed in the room, signifying the difficulty for the poor, especially shepherds, to attract fine ladies and start families. This is Feyenopotter, not Darij, Valerio remarked, taking a sip of his white wine. The good ladies here value robust bodies and bravery. The money can wait after you get married. Perplexed, Lumion questioned, why? Men like that are more suited for reproduction, and they possess the ability to impregnate good ladies, Valerio explained with a smile. This place is different from Darij. The essence of many things lies in fertility and reproduction. Only by understanding this can you truly understand Feyenopotter and praise the mother of all things. The black market merchant rose, spreading his feet slightly and raising his hands high. No wonder Feyenopotter teems with people in the northern continent. Without their knack for land improvement and food cultivation, sustaining such a population would be impossible. Lumion's thoughts raced as he probed. Mr. Valerio, I heard there's a sea prayer ritual next month. Any chance to make some money? Yes, Valerio replied, taking a seat. Port Santa stays relatively warm in November. When my grandfather first came, he rented a wooden box to store popsicles, gathered a pile of ice from the factory, and covered them up. Then, he waded into the crowd, selling popsicles and ice cubes, earning his first bucket of gold. You can still do it now, but the competition is fiercer. You might even need to rent a bicycle for a larger thermal wooden box to hit more ritual venues. Many ritual venues? Lumion asked. Valerio replied with a smile. This is a grand event for all of Port Santa. Different processes happen in various places. There's the Dance of the Sea at the port, a parade of flower boats across the city, a sea boat race, the vigil ritual in Milo village, and the core sea sacrifice. What's the sea sacrifice? Lumion inquired curiously. Valerio slowly shook his head. I don't know the specifics. All I know is that the governor of the sea and the maidens of the sea board a special boat, head to a certain area beyond the port with sacrifices from fishermen and sea merchants, and perform a unique ritual. The detailed process is known only to those who have been there. The governor of the sea, the maidens of the sea, Lumion kept picking keywords. This perfectly aligned with the situation of a Darij shepherd who had just arrived in Port Santa. Valerio smiled and said, the crucial part of the sea prayer ritual is selecting a man as the governor of the sea and 4 girls as the maidens of the sea. They'll lead a parade through the city on a flower boat before boarding a special fishing boat at the port. Sailing during the Dance of the Sea, they signal the start of the race. Later, they circle the port, entering the oldest local fishing village, Milo, for a night. At 7 a.m. the next morning, they reboard the boat and head to the sea sacrificial ground with the offerings. The chosen governor of the sea and the maidens of the sea, a sea prayer ritual with multiple segments. Lumion repeated the key parts inwardly. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he made a connection. This was very similar to the Lent celebration in the Darij Mountains and the Spring Elf. Though in reality, Lent celebration didn't involve Ava's head being chopped off or blood splattering, the dream scene left a deep impression on Lumion. He instinctively associated the Lent celebration with something sinister and terrifying. Doesn't the sea prayer ritual here resemble the Lent celebration? Upon second thought, Lumion felt that the similarity didn't explain the issue. This was a common process in mysticism, the creation of a specific symbol to represent the sacrificial target to achieve the desired effect. This was evident in many folklore rituals. How are the governor of the sea and the maidens of the sea chosen? Lumion asked curiously. Could it be, like the Spring Elf, they're elected by all the residents of Port Santa? Could one gain a high reputation and enjoy hidden benefits after the ritual? Valerio took another drag from his cigar. They're chosen by the committee members of the Fisheries Guild, the oldest guild in Port Santa. They keep the specific criteria and whether they want to vote a secret. Even the official members of the Fisheries Guild don't know. With that, the black market merchant grinned. I also aim to become the governor of the sea. They say it comes with many perks, but no one spills the details. How have the previous governors of the sea fared? Lumion was more concerned about this matter. Valerio was taken aback. He thought for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not sure. Each governor of the sea serves only a one-year term. Once they step down, they seem to be relocated. Anyway, they can't stick around in Port Santa to avoid clashes with the new governor. Ha, they're surely offered hefty compensation and allowed to bring their families. Relocated? Were they truly relocated, or did they face something else? Lumion, drawing from past experiences, couldn't help but think of something ominous and dreadful in the face of such a ritualistic folklore. Regarding the governor of the sea's subsequent experiences during the sea prayer ritual, it did sound peculiar. Lumion thought for a moment, and adopting the tone befitting his current guise, inquired, "What about the maidens of the sea? They're a hit among sea merchants, fishing company shareholders, and fishermen and sailors. Everyone wants to wed the maidens of the sea, a symbol of the sea's blessing. Explore various fishing villages, the Fisheries Guild, and the homes of sea merchants, and you'll find many influential grandmothers who were once maidens of the sea." Valerio's face brimmed with envy, as if he too harbored dreams of marrying a maiden of the sea and becoming a true sea merchant. This mirrors the hidden benefits of being a spring elf. Lumion suppressed the urge to raise his right hand and stroke his chin. Knowing when to cease, he refrained from pressing further. After depositing 50 gold risat, he exited Valerio's illegal casino with Lugano. Ludwig didn't come with them. Instead, he was stationed in a nearby family restaurant equipped with a children's entertainment facility, overseen by specialized caretakers and a provided meal. In Fainapotter, numerous industries supported parents in raising children and alleviating stress. Intis and other countries lacked such facilities, and even if they existed, they were accessible only to the elite. Trier Catacombs. Franca and Jenna descended to the third level with their flickering white candles. Feeling a bit less stifled, Franca turned her head and inquired, "What's the name of the tomb we're after?" Jenna didn't hesitate and replied, "The Thorn and Shieldwall Tomb." Chapter 540, Entrustee. 540 Entrustee. Pa, Franca swiftly kicked away the hand bone, attempting to block her path, deftly avoiding a trip. "Aren't you tired of this? Can't you try something different?" she cursed, turning her head to inspect the road sign beside her. It indicated they had finally reached their destination. Each level of the catacombs sprawled vast, evident by the multitude of remains it accommodated. The road signs at each node could only display 7 or 8 iconic names and nearby tombs. Franca and Jenna relied on returning to the small sacrificial square and starting anew to locate the Thorns and Shieldwall tomb. Unlike the 4th-level tomb, mostly sealed off and devoid of corpses and bones along the way, this place was strewn with scattered bones and decaying items, emitting a faint, uncomfortable stench. Jenna glanced at the pile of bones outside and observed a few thin metal plates inlaid on the tomb wall. Their surfaces were blurry, showing signs of severe corrosion. Only the Shieldwall and Thorn symbol could be vaguely discerned. Whether there were other patterns remained impossible to tell. "No wonder it's called the Thorns and Shieldwall tomb," Franca sighed. Simultaneously, illuminated by the dim yellow candlelight, she noticed companion items arranged in a groove on the tomb's inner wall. Some were made of wood, weathered and decayed, while others were glass and porcelainware, in the form of fragments. The only intact item was a glass bottle, its surface inlaid with carved patterns resembling gold and adorned with a unique golden lid. Perhaps due to the metal's protection, the glass bottle didn't shatter, but it appeared murky and less transparent. "It's exquisite, almost like art," Franca commented, puzzled. "Why didn't the catacomb workers take it away? It seemed quite valuable." "Perhaps it was placed in this tomb after the catacombs were completed," Jenna speculated. The two demonesses didn't linger on the topic. Jenna retrieved one of the mirror substitutions and handed it to Franca. With a swift leap, Franca vaulted over the seemingly silent but dangerous skeletons, gracefully landing at the entrance of the Thorns and Shieldwall tomb. After confirming her surroundings and receiving no warnings from her spirituality, Jenna cautiously approached the groove on the side wall along the ground, avoiding the pale white bones. Instinctively, she reached out with her right hand but withdrew it. An old handkerchief from her pocket was produced, shielding her palm from direct contact with the antique tear catcher. The tears in the tear catcher had long dried up. Jenna scrutinized the tear catcher for a moment before stowing it away. She retraced her steps and leaped to Franca's side. "You completed the commission so easily," she whispered uncertainly. It was a stark contrast to the disappearance of the Deep Valley Cloister's gatekeeper she had previously accepted. Franca scoffed and replied, "What kind of difficulty do you want for a 1,000 viral door commission?" Jenna summarized her experience seriously. "That's true. The challenge lies in understanding the hidden dangers in the third level of the tomb." Salo Motel. As Lumion, reverting to Louisberry, strode into the front hall, his gaze fell upon a vibrant scene. A young brown-haired girl, clad in a red dress adorned with black patterns, swayed gracefully in a corner. From time to time, she paused to refine her dance moves. Lumion's thoughts raced as he approached the front desk. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, "What's she doing?" This time, he spoke in Intijan. The grizzled boss, his cheekbones etched with sunburnt marks, appeared taken aback. Responding in Intijan with a Darij accent, he explained, "She's my granddaughter, Isabella. She's practicing the Dance of the Sea for the performance next month." Dance of the Sea for the sea prayer ritual? Lumion hadn't anticipated this revelation. Instinctively, he smiled and remarked, "That would make many girls jealous, wouldn't it?" The boss grinned. "This isn't like becoming a maiden of the sea. Not many people will be jealous, but participating in the Dance of the Sea performance can indeed make her proud and happy for a long time." As Lumion signaled for Lugano to guide Ludwig back to their room, he casually inquired of the boss, "Did you come from Darij?" "That's right, I'm a Guillaume," the boss said with a self-deprecating smile. "Ada Guillaume. When I saw your identification this morning, I thought about greeting you in Intijan, but I gave up in the end. You know, Intijans aren't the best bunch. Even among my fellow villagers, I've come across a few with questionable morals." "How long have you been in Port Santa?" Lumion asked with genuine interest, resting his right elbow on the front desk. Ada Sr. pondered seriously. 40 years, I reckon. Probably 40 years. Back then, I was an assistant in a caravan. I met my wife here and decided to stay. Heh, she's now a nagging old lady, always fussing about how to dress when it gets cold or reminding me to head home for dinner, leaving the motel to the assistants. She manages everything so well that I don't have to worry. How great is that? It's rare to encounter such a woman in Darij. Lumion endured Ada Sr.'s ramblings for a while, before cutting to the chase. "I've been invited by a friend to Port Santa to witness the sea prayer ritual. It's quite lively. The entire port will be in euphoria," Ada Sr. praised without hesitation. Lumion cast a glance at Isabella, still engrossed in her practice, and casually remarked, "I heard there was an accident at last year's sea prayer ritual." "No," Ada Sr. responded with a puzzled expression. "I watched the flower boat parade, the boat race, and the dance of the sea. There were no accidents." Frowning, he fell into deep thought. However, Sandro did mention that the number of shipwrecks has increased significantly this year. "We've encountered more pirates, and our fishing gains haven't been as good as last year's. Was there really an accident at last year's sea prayer ritual? Was it the vigil ritual or the sea sacrifice? Did the old fogies at the Fisheries Guild conceal the problem?" "Who's Sandro?" Lumion pressed. Ada Sr. smiled again. "It's my child, Isabella's father. He works as a clerk in the government, and his wife is a teacher at the grammar school." "Is Port Santa's sea prayer ritual genuinely effective? Has its protective power diminished after the April Fool's prank?" Lumion's mind flashed with the information he'd gathered earlier. Of the 3 peripheral April Fool's members involved in the prank, one journeyed to Tours, Gaia Province's capital, to customize a unique golden ring. Another handled the bribery of the Fisheries Guild, sending the lamb along with the golden ring as an offering to the specially prepared ship for the sea sacrifice. The third, disguised as a reporter, shadowed the Fisheries Guild committee members, observing and documenting their reactions. The elderly's mix of shock, terror, and anger upon receiving the news, was a source of long-lasting delight for the April Fool's participants. After seeking more details about the sea prayer ritual, Lumion bid farewell to all Ada and ascended to his suite upstairs. At 4 p.m. in Trier, Quartier de l'Observatoire, near Place du Purgatoire. After donning a hooded black robe and transforming her face into the dramatic persona of showy diva, Jenna followed the feedback from her contact and reached a street that specialized in funeral items. Most Trierians passing by appeared fairly ordinary, but a handful sported white masks, brandished blunt scythes, and adorned themselves in black robes. They posed as undead messengers from folklore, sewing white skulls and other artistic elements onto their shoulders. Thanks to their presence and the unique atmosphere of Trier, Jenna, dressed as a warlock with a hood concealing her features, blended seamlessly into the surroundings. She paused in a quiet corner and retrieved the exquisite tear catcher. Before long, someone resembling her approached and in a gravelly voice inquired, "How much for this tear catcher?" 1,000 Verl d'Or, Jenna responded, her excitement bubbling. This marked her first successfully executed commission. 1,001 Verl d'Or, countered the warlock-dressed man. Upon the secret signal matching, Jenna insisted on charging only 1,000 Verl d'Or. Once the confirmation was mutual, she handed over the tear catcher, received the reward, and discreetly departed. With the tear catcher in hand, the hooded figure navigated the nearby streets, taking nearly 15 minutes to circle back to Place du Purgatoire and approach a street bench at the edge. A man sat there, engrossed in a newspaper. The hooded figure presented the exquisite tear catcher, adorned with intricate hollowed-out golden patterns, and whispered, "I've completed your commission. Will it offset the money I owe you?" The person on the bench lowered the newspaper, looked up, revealing a clerk with curly black hair, sunken eyes, and thick lips. A crystal-like monocle adorned his right eye. "Monsieur Monette," the hooded figure pressed in confirmation. Monette accepted the tear catcher, gently tracing the golden patterns with a slow smile playing on his lips. Salo Motel, 5th floor suite. Lumion spent the entire afternoon within the confines of his room at the Salo Motel. Lounging on a recliner, he swayed gently, engrossed in his ongoing study of Highlander. Now and then, he leafed through travel books detailing the customs of the Feyenopotter kingdom. As evening approached, Lugano, who had ventured downstairs for a chat, returned to Lumion's room. Leaning in, Lugano lowered his voice and shared, "Boss, there's a madame looking for you." Madame. Lumion felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing that term, and the muscles in his back tensed. Which madame could this be? After a brief pause, Lumion realized that Lugano was referring to an ordinary madame, not the madame of the Bay Underworld. "Which madame, and what brings her here?" Lumion inquired calmly, sitting up and addressing his translator. Lugano shook his head and replied, "She didn't say. Just mentioned having something to entrust to the renowned adventurer, Louis Barry." Lugano emphasized the term, renowned adventurer. Chapter 541, Simple Entrustment. 541, Simple Entrustment. How did my reputation spread so quickly? Even if the rumor of me hunting Berman arrived in Port Santa 2 days before the Flying Bird, the Entrustee would have to take time to determine where I live. The authenticity of the news, Lumion estimated a few days before someone sought his services, and this led his thoughts to the unnatural, Madame. He stood up and said to Lugano, "Invite that Madame in." With those words, Lumion stooped to pick up the distinctive golden straw hat from the small round table. He aimed to make Louis Barry's image more memorable, adding a touch of flair to his persona. In no time, Lugano escorted a woman in her 30s into the room. She wore a loose-fitting white dress adorned with red flowers, accentuating her curves. Port Santa's women, in contrast to the Darij region just across the mountain, favored glamorous and stylish attire, embodying a romantic and liberated aesthetic, reflecting the traditional taste of the Feyenopotter kingdom. The lady, with long brown hair tied up and a healthy complexion, entered without a maid. Her azure eyes, framed by thick eyelashes, focused on Lumion, who held the golden straw hat. Her red lips moved, and though Lumion couldn't grasp every word, The name Louisberry was discernible in her pronunciation. Promptly, Lugano initiated the translation. The Madame says, "Honorable Monsieur Louisberry, I've heard about your hunt of the demon Warlock. I wonder if you're willing to help my family solve a problem." Lumien's gaze shifted from the jeweled bead bracelet on the lady's wrist to her beautiful and mature face. "What's your name?" "Georgia," the lady replied after Lugano translated. Lumien repeated, acknowledging the lady's name with a smile. "Madame Georgia, what would you like to entrust me with?" Georgia listened attentively to Lugano's translation and spoke in Highlander with a slight local accent. "An evil creature has appeared in my household. I need your help eliminating it." Lumien, though grasping the gist, awaited Lugano's translation by casting his gaze at him. When Lugano conveyed Georgia's words in Intision, Lumien chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, I forgot to invite the beautiful Madame to have a seat." The great adventurer Jayaman Sparrow taught us that manners are very important. Gesturing toward the sofa, Lumien settled onto the divan, attempting to caress Ludwig's head like a godfather. Ludwig quickly shifted his position, avoiding Lumien's attempt to treat him as a child. As Georgia took her place in an armchair, Lumien, shaking his golden straw hat, leaned forward. "Since it's an evil creature, why don't you just find a clergyman of the Earth Mother Church to handle it?" Georgia looked at Lugano and listened attentively. She pursed her thick lips and replied in Highlander, "We don't want the church to know about this. It will damage our family's reputation." "Is that why you are entrusting me, a foreigner who will leave after watching the sea prayer ritual? And that's after confirming my ability to deal with that evil creature?" Lumien, pondering this choice, shifted his gaze away from Lugano. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Tell me more about that evil creature." After a brief pause, Georgia contemplated and then shared, "It resembles a tailless lizard. It attacked everyone in the household, killing a few maids and valets and devoured their bodies. Our family's bodyguards fired on it and injured it, but they failed to kill it because it has very strong scales. We could only chase it to the basement and lock it up. We thought it would slowly starve to death from hunger and thirst. To our surprise, nearly 2 weeks later, it's still alive and trying to break open the basement door. It doesn't seem very dangerous. They could repel it with ordinary firearms. They didn't mention why the lizard appeared. It appears that this is why they aren't willing to seek out the Church of Earth Mother and the local government to handle it." Lumien thoughtfully compared the few words he understood to the content translated by Lugano and confirmed that the guide hadn't embellished or redacted any content. Lumien then casually inquired, "Were there any casualties among the bodyguards?" Georgia, after the translation, shook her head slowly. "No fatalities. 2 were injured, but nothing severe. Yes, that monster made the entire room feel like it had been dragged into the deep sea, affecting normal movements. As if dragged into the deep sea, there's indeed certain beyonder phenomena, but it seems relatively weak." Deep sea Lumien's interest was piqued as he earnestly inquired about the details. After a series of responses, Georgia said gently, "Monsieur Louisberry, we're willing to pay you 15,000 risat, but you have to promise not to publicize this matter." 15,000 gold risat? According to your description, the monster is worth at most 5,000 gold risat. The remaining 10,000 should be a hush money, right? Lumien smiled and said in broken Highlander, "Sure thing." Rising from his seat, Lumien announced in Intision, "I want to observe the situation at the scene." Georgia stood up and listened to Lugano's translation. She wasn't surprised by Louisberry's request. Familiar with adventurers and bounty hunters, she understood the importance of assessing the situation firsthand and making thorough preparations. It meant survivability or success for the elites. Now, Georgia sought confirmation. Lumien comprehended the word and affirmed in Highlander, "Now." Adorning his golden straw hat, he made his way to the door, supplementing in Intision, "Also, prepare a sumptuous dinner for me, my godson, and my translator." Georgia, slightly taken aback by the translation, watched Lumien's departure. She couldn't shake the feeling that this adventurer possessed a distinct quality compared to those she had encountered before. Port Santa, St. Lana Street. To the northeast of the city stood multi-story villas, adorned with gardens, lawns, and stables. Georgia's residence occupied number 21 on this street. The five-story villa boasted brownish-red outer walls, adorned with statues of angels and saintesses from the Earth Mother Church, along with symbols depicting waves and fishing. Wearing his distinctive golden straw hat and holding Ludwig's hand, the latter carrying a red school bag, Lumion trailed behind Georgia, accompanied by her maid and valet. Together, they entered the villa's hall, which also served as a spacious dance floor beneath a tall, dome ceiling. As Lumion stepped inside, he felt unseen eyes upon him from the circular railings on the upper floors. It's indeed a household with multiple families sharing one roof. There are quite a few people, Lumion mused, choosing not to look up, smiling inwardly. The concealed observers remained hidden. Georgia then summoned 2 legally armed bodyguards, leading Lumion and the entourage down to the second basement, where the iron black door stood tightly shut. As if sensing someone approaching, the door slammed as if struck by a powerful force. "It's inside," Georgia stated, pointing at the iron door with a complicated expression. Lumion, understanding without the need for translation, pressed down on his golden straw hat and directed, "Take my godson to the living room for pre-dinner dessert." As he spoke, he strode towards the subterranean iron door without a backward glance. Upon hearing Lugano's translation, Georgia and the maid hastily guided Ludwig back to the surface. A bodyguard caught up to Lumion, his expression serious, and handed him a pewter-black key. Without delay, the 2 bodyguards drew their revolvers, positioning themselves to aim at the iron door, preventing the monster from escaping. Lumion methodically inserted the key into the lock, unlocking it. He tossed the key aside and effortlessly pushed the iron door open with one hand. In an instant, the monster's figure came into view. A humanoid lizard, adorned with glistening, robust scales, met Lumion's eyes. Where there were no scales, smooth, sinister snake-like skin was exposed. The monster's eyes were vertical, and they glowed with a nearly transparent light. Its mouth harbored sharp teeth that formed a menacing vortex. Simultaneously, Lumion felt the air around him grow dense, like shackles enveloping him, clearly impeding his normal movements. The moisture gave the sensation of plunging into the deep sea, enduring pressure from all directions. The humanoid lizard lunged forward, and Lumion's body leaned towards the enemy, as if pulled by a vortex. Yet the obvious smile on his lips persisted, as he calmly attempted to pivot. Suddenly, a latent power surged within him, allowing him to break free from the air's constraints. Lumion swiftly rotated his body, swinging his right fist from below. Instantly, crimson flames, nearly white, ignited from his fist, spreading to his forearm, resembling a dazzling fire serpent. Bang! The punch struck the humanoid lizard's chest and abdomen, causing the flames to compress. Boom! The humanoid lizard was sent flying, crystalline scales splattering from its chest and abdomen, resulting in a massive wound. Lumion didn't give chase. With one hand in his pocket, he changed his right fist to a palm and gently pushed forward. Crimson, nearly white fireballs materialized before him, whistling into the wound on the lizard's chest and abdomen. Rumble! The monster disintegrated, its flesh and blood splattering across the ground. Lumion observed for a few moments before adjusting his golden straw hat. He turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the surface. The 2 armed and vigilant bodyguards maintained their original posture, still in a daze, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Lumion didn't rouse them as he ascended the stairs. Upon hearing the explosion, Georgia, on the ground, left the lounge with Lugano and approached the staircase. She saw Lumion coming up. "Have you confirmed the situation?" Madame Georgia asked with concern. Lumion replied with a smirk, "It's resolved." Chapter 542, Abnormal Situation. 542, Abnormal Situation. It's resolved, it's already resolved. Georgia suspected that the translator had made a mistake. Instinctively, she asked, "Is there a quick solution, or has it already been resolved?" Lugano cast a sympathetic glance at the beautiful Madame. Experiencing the same emotions he felt when reading about how his employer had slain the demon Warlock. How could a monster confined to the basement by ordinary armed bodyguards compare to Berman, who had a bounty of 600,000 Vril d'Or? Despite finding it unnecessary, Lugano respectfully conveyed Georgia's words to Lumian. Lumian removed the golden straw hat from his head and said, "You may instruct the servants to clean the basement." Upon hearing Lugano's translation, Georgia's pupils dilated as she looked at Lumian in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. At that moment, a bodyguard guarding the basement ran up. Upon seeing Georgia, he immediately leaned over, lowered his voice, and whispered something to her. Georgia's expression shifted a few times before she smiled and said to Lumian, as expected of the renowned adventurer, "I previously suspected that your hunt for the demon Warlock was merely a rumor. Now, I completely believe it. Your might is enough to resound throughout the 5 seas." She paused for a moment and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, we haven't had time to prepare dinner. We might need you to wait in the lounge for a while." "Better to have me wait than a beautiful lady," Lumian replied with a smile. "That's basic courtesy." He followed Georgia's maid into the lounge, specially catered for Ludwig, to enjoy the pre-dinner dessert. Georgia and her bodyguard descended into the basement. A sense of relief washed over her as she surveyed the blood-stained room, finding no trace of the humanoid lizard. It had completely vanished. Dinner unfolded in a private chamber, exclusive to Lumian, his companions, and Georgia. The lady's maid attended to them, serving dishes and pouring wine. Lumian, intrigued by his surroundings, noted how the expansive mansion accommodated the needs of its diverse occupants. Small private rooms outside the grand banquet hall ensured the privacy of gatherings. The meal was a delight for everyone. Lumian received 15,000 risat in banknotes. Georgia appeared visibly at ease. Ludwig appreciated the villa's chefs, and Lugano experienced a high-end banquet for the first time. The great adventurer, usually one to boast and joke while not in his monster hunting cold persona, lightened the atmosphere at the dining table. This pleasant ambience continued until Lumian departed from 21 St. Lana Street alongside Ludwig and Lugano. Lugano, slightly flushed from the white wine, gazed back at the brightly lit building and sighed deeply. "I wonder when I'll have a house this grand, with numerous servants and chefs and a wife like Georgia." Lumian teased, "Your emphasis is on the last part, isn't it?" Lugano chuckled sheepishly and replied, "Well, based on your description, I might as well have been capable of taking down that humanoid lizard too." It meant he possessed the skills to tackle a mission worth 30,000 Vril d'Or. With a few more successful missions, Lugano's dream could become a reality. With guns and special bullets prepared in advance, coupled with ample combat experience, a planter is indeed capable. Lumian carefully assessed his guide. He avoided using "doctor" to refer to Lugano, as this sequence primarily bestowed healing superpowers and didn't offer significant improvement in combat. Lugano was delighted to hear this, sensing a newfound hope in his life. Lumian glanced at him and added with a smile, "However, if you were to accept this commission, the reward might only be 2,000 to 3,000 risat. The rest accounts for the premium based on the great adventurer's reputation and the hush money for such a renowned figure. That's why you need to hunt down Demon Warlock before you can accept such a lucrative mission." The smile on Lugano's face gradually faded. "If I could hunt down Demon Warlock, my dream would be fulfilled. I wouldn't have to be an adventurer." Lumian paid no mind to the translator's emotional shifts. He glanced back at the large 5-story villa and said thoughtfully, "The matriarch of this family didn't appear even until the end." While it was understandable that the other family members hadn't shown themselves, logically speaking, as the head of the family, the matriarch should have at least expressed her gratitude to the adventurer who had helped them resolve the problem. "That's correct. A woman of Georgia's age shouldn't be the head of such a large family," Lugano acknowledged, sensing the anomaly. He refrained from bringing up the potential absence of a matriarch in the villa. In extended families like this, there were likely more than one older woman who had given birth. If one matriarch passed away, another would soon assume the role. Additionally, the Earth Mother Church was renowned for its adept treatment of illnesses in the northern and southern continents. The Phaenopotter Kingdom's average lifespan surpassed that of Lone, Intis, Faesac, and other nations. Plenty of individuals lived beyond the age of 70, especially with Georgia's family's wealth providing ample medical resources. Lumion averted his gaze and took a few steps. Go to the bar tonight and inquire about Georgia's family. As he spoke, he counted out 1,000 risat for Lugano. This covers your expenses for your activities during this period, including Ludwig's meal expenses when I'm out. Yes, boss. Lugano appreciated his employer's generosity the most. Near midnight, the doctor returned to the suite at Salo Motel, reeking of alcohol. He addressed Lumion, who was observing Ludwig eat supper. I got the info. Georgia is the wife of Rubio Paco, a shareholder of Port Santa's Fisheries Company and a committee member of the Fisheries Guild. The Paco family's matriarch is Rubio's mother, Martha. Committee member of the Fisheries Guild, Lumion instantly focused. This was a person knowledgeable about the complete process of the sea prayer ritual and the accident from last year. What else did you find out? Lumion asked casually. Lugano rambled on for a while before adding, by the way, Martha was once a maiden of the sea. Maiden of the sea, Lumion pondered for a few seconds. She had been sought after by a specific crowd before marrying into the Paco family. He asked, did you find out anything about Martha's recent situation? No, Lugano shook his head. Lumion leaned back in his chair, as if preparing to doze off, not pressing for more information. The next day, he stayed at the Salo Motel, awaiting Valerio's preparations for his local identification documents. As evening approached, his messenger, Penitent Baneful, emerged from the void and handed him a letter. Lumion glanced at the charred corpse, still engulfed in viscous black flames, and casually asked, who sent it? Only 5 people were aware of his messenger's summoning incantation. A woman very close to death and darkness, Baneful replied. Lumion unfolded the letter and read the familiar handwriting. There's a gathering scheduled for 10 tonight. This was from Hela. Before leaving Trier, Lumion had specifically summoned Hela's messenger and informed her of his messenger's summoning method. With his frequent travel and changes in residence, it was impractical to summon Hela's messenger each time he stayed in a motel. Hence, he made such arrangements to convenience her in getting him. Each messenger was intricately bound to its master. Through the mystical connection of the contract, the messenger could track the contracted target regardless of their changing locations. The Research Society has another gathering. Lumion dismissed Baneful and moved to the window of the master bedroom. He peered into the distance, toward the mottled mountain range to the northeast. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the mountains seemed to doze in the burning sky. Lumion silently observed for a moment, then retrieved the silver lie earring and placed it on his left earlobe. In an instant, his hair transformed, turning golden and elongating downward. At 10 p.m., in the ancient and dilapidated palace of the nation of the Evernight, Lumion, cloaked in a black robe, hood, and a silver-white half mask with a Muggle label, materialized. He immediately spotted Franca, who wore an assassin suit and had pulled down her hood. Franca, no longer concealing their amicable relationship, leaned in and lowered her voice. Port Santa didn't have a derangement outbreak, I suppose. I'm not the embodiment of calamity, Lumion replied. He then said to Franca, help me inquire in different teams later if there are any potions, charms, or items that can allow me to master a language in a short period of time, not true mastery, but the kind that allows mastery for a short period. Franca asked in confusion, don't you have a translator? Lumion smiled and said, it's just that I suddenly had an idea. When everyone thinks I don't know Highlander, I can understand what they're talking about. Perhaps it can bring about unexpected gains. Your scheming heart is truly stained. After Franca playfully cursed him, she wanted to praise Auror's beautiful lips and smile, one that ought to be seen more often, but her rationality made her give up on the idea to avoid triggering Lumion. She glanced at a corner of the palace and said, the team most likely to obtain such items is actually the Academy. However, it's inconvenient for you to ask. it can easily arouse suspicion. Coincidentally, I'm heading to the Academy team today to inquire if anyone knows who the owners of the ancient tombs in Trier's catacombs are. Heh, many of them are considered semi-historians. If no one knows, I'll get Seven to delve into the church's confidential information. Why do you ask? Lumion raised his eyebrows. Franca recounted how she and Jenna had obtained a new mirror world fragment in the catacombs. Lumion listened attentively and scoffed. Aren't you guys too bold? Jenna has been inspired by your courage. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Seven approaching menacingly. Chapter 543, Same Dream. 543, Same Dream. Wearing a lion headgear, Seven intercepted Franca's path, gritting his teeth. Hidden blade, thanks to your intel, I might be deployed on a mission right now. Huh, Franca didn't quite get it. Deployed on a mission. If you're out, who do I report problems to in Trier? Seven glanced at Muggle, standing silently beside them, and took a deep breath. I might head to Feynapotter as an assistant to retrieve that sealed artifact. It's Inti's loss, and it wouldn't be good for it to end up in the hands of the Feynapotter kingdom. Will the Feynapoterians allow you to enforce the law in their country? Isn't transnational cooperation troublesome? Franca roughly understood Seven's concerns. Seven pondered for a moment and said, We're still working through the process, but the Feynapoterians aren't too opposed this time. They want to eliminate the hidden dangers of the sealed artifact ASAP. They have precautions to take and can't spare many to surround and intercept it, so they might as well borrow our strength. The Church of Earth Mother and the Feynapotter Kingdom need to be vigilant. Are they short on manpower? This is a problem with a single church country. They don't have the resources like a combination of 2 or 3 churches. Wait, that doesn't make sense. The Feynapotter Kingdom has a royal family, and Beyonders of the church don't only follow the pathway of their deity. Lumion sensed something amiss from Seven's words. This made him feel that the hidden dangers in the Feynapotter Kingdom were no less than those in countries with multiple deities and churches. Is that so? Franca suddenly had an idea. I have a way to ensure you don't have to be deployed. What way? Seven asked skeptically. Franca smiled and said, If you're on an important mission in Trier, there's no need for you to be deployed. Important mission? Seven repeated in a low voice, suddenly having an ominous feeling. Franca seized the opportunity and said, We've located another mirror world fragment in an ancient tomb on the 4th level of the catacombs. Now, we have a lead to pursue the mirror people in Trier. If you report it and convey that you're conducting an investigation, you likely won't end up in Feynapotter. Seven stared at Franca, dressed in an assassin suit, for a moment. He raised his hand to rub his forehead and spoke gravely, Thanks a lot, Hidden Blade. Franca pretended not to catch Seven's underlying message and continued. The tomb is situated near the Crazy Mushroom Cave. Its door is wide open, and there are no conspicuous signs. Please gather information from the catacombs about its construction date, its occupants, and the ancient family it belongs to. Only then can we determine why the peculiar mirror people entered and met their demise there. Seven took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. You're a perfect boss for me. All you know is to assign me missions. Franca let out a hollow laugh and shifted the topic. Do you have any idea what's happening in the Crazy Mushroom Cave? Mushrooms are somehow thriving in that silent, dark, and tightly sealed place. Moreover, it seems to be the only location in the 4th level catacombs where mushrooms grow. Seven nodded gently and replied, I have some knowledge about that. Once upon a time, I was quite intrigued by the Mushroom Cave. I conducted an investigation and discovered that it was initially quite ordinary, a naturally formed cave among the ancient tombs. When the catacombs were completed, some of the ancient corpses were relocated there. Within a few weeks, it became overrun with mushrooms and sealed off. The Beyonder powers brought about by the seal's formal formation, combined with the problem of certain ancient corpses, created such a crazy mushroom cave. Lumion analyzed the reason thoughtfully. Observing Muggle's attentive silence, Seven nodded courteously and turned to head towards the sanctuary team. Franca couldn't help but chuckle. He's so polite to you. If only he knew that most of his troubles and fatigue stemmed from you, his expression would be quite the sight. Lumion chuckled in response. but the mirror people situation has nothing to do with me. As they conversed, they strolled toward the corner where the Academy team congregated. Midway, Lumian suddenly turned to Franca. Do you think any member of the Research Society, especially those in Trier, might have been replaced by the mirror people? That's impossible, don't scare me. Franca sounded alarmed. Lumian fought the urge to pout, not wanting to destroy his sister's beautiful image. What's impossible? Any Trier citizen could be replaced by the mirror people, even if they're part of a secret organization. Moreover, most in the Research Society are Beyonders with a strong spirit of exploration. Their encounters with Beyonder incidents are more frequent than regular folks. Franca nodded seriously, acknowledging the potential risk couldn't be disregarded. As a review committee member, you should liaise with Madame Hella and the others, observe discreetly, Lumian reminded her. There lingered uncertainty about whether the mirror people of transmigrators retained their pre-transmigration memories. If they did, they could bypass the committee's safeguards easily. Their interactions within the Research Society could go undetected unless they caused harm, staying concealed. Understood, Franca responded with solemnity. At that moment, many familiar members of Lumian's team gathered in the corner, including Professor, Associate Professor, Headmaster, Periodic Table, Bear, Griffin, and Isotope. Some wore different disguises than before, though Lumian had grown accustomed to their diverse outfits. They were individuals who wouldn't attend a masquerade ball in the same attire twice. Regardless, their general body shape, language, and chest labels helped others accurately identify them. After exchanging greetings, Lumian and Franca each took a seat. After a few minutes, Franca raised her hand and said, "Is anyone selling language comprehension type items? I know someone who's going overseas and wants to acquire some." Upon hearing her request, some chuckled, while others pursed their lips. The former wanted to inquire if her friend was herself, while the latter recalled the key member of April Fools who had caused numerous catastrophes in the Research Society. Bear, encased in a brown bear hide, spoke in ancient Fasak in a muffled voice. "I have a language comprehension charm that achieves a similar effect." Language comprehension charm? Franca asked with interest. Having been fluent in ancient Fasak for many years, she had become relatively proficient in Lone, Highlander, and other languages of the northern continent. However, she lacked knowledge of the southern continent's languages. The Academy team member with the code name, Bear, glanced at Hidden Blade with his coffee-colored eyes. Yes, its essence is to temporarily strengthen and alter the body of heart and mind, improving understanding, reasoning, and communication. It also imparts a portion of the corresponding language's knowledge. Using one lasts 7 days. Currently, language comprehension charms are divided into 3 types. The lowest level is for all ancient Phasacian languages. Creating them is the least difficult. You only need. Bear paused, making a conversion based on the current exchange rate. 1,000 Verldor. The middle level covers all ordinary languages. It costs 2,000 Verldor. At the highest level, you can temporarily master a designated supernatural language. 5,000 Verldor. Hidden Blade, which one do you want? Franca listened attentively, sensing a subtle expression of pity and regret in Bear's gaze. Is he pitying me for daring to drink the witch potion back then? Franca wondered silently. Without looking at Muggle, she made the decision. 3 lowest-level language comprehension charms, 1 mid-level. Can I get a discount? She believed Lumian would eventually track down Hisoka in the southern continent. It was better to prepare a mid-level language comprehension charm now. No, Bear shook his head. All right, Franca said, lacking talent for bargaining. She habitually asked for a discount to avoid potential future regret. After Franca paid and settled on the delivery method, Professor, adorned with a black butterfly mask, surveyed the area. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up. Associate Professor, I and a few warlocks I know have been having strange dreams lately. In these dreams, there's a wilderness with many indistinct figures wandering around. Have any of you had one too? She directed her inquiry towards the other warlocks in the Academy team. Wilderness, wandering figures, could this be related to some Madame's Paramita? Lumion, concealed behind a silver-white half-mask, furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed unlikely that a warlock would dream of Paramita. Why would they? Observing other warlocks expressing that they had similar dreams, but the frequency and clarity decreased over time. Lumion, acting as Auror, nodded and posed a question instead of providing an answer. When did you guys start having this dream? Could it be an abnormality caused by the hidden sage? Professor had clearly made confirmation on this matter. The two of us and some friends started after the night of the terrifying storm in Trier, last month. She knew that Muggle was also in Trier, and knew the exact night she referred to. The sudden, terrifying downpour occurred the night the hostile ritual was activated. Could it be influenced by the leaked power of the seal? Is there a high-level power of the Mystery Prior pathway sealed inside? Or were the fallen monks of the Deep Valley Cloister connected to the hidden sage? Did this evil god secretly do something that left some power in the real world? Lumion pondered and then said, I heard something happen to Trier's Deep Valley Cloister that night, and the Savant pathway and the Mystery Prior pathway are neighboring pathways. Professor, Associate Professor, and the others turned their gaze to Muggle. They hadn't expected their companion, who had recently moved to Trier, to possess such secretive knowledge about the local area. Lumion continued slowly. Shouldn't we inquire with people from the Savant pathway and see if they had similar dreams? Good idea, Franca silently praised. Chapter 544, Threat. 544 Threat. Professor agreed with Lumion's suggestion, believing it could help verify certain things. Both Professor and Associate Professor went to another team and found Stonemason, who was known for crafting mystical items. Dressed in a doctor's white coat with a saucepan over his head, Stonemason's azure eyes focused on the Academy Warlocks through two specially dug holes. He nodded and said, Recently, I've also been having strange dreams related to a wilderness. However, in addition to the endless wilderness and wandering figures, there are also some peculiar scenes in my dreams. As expected, it affects the neighboring pathways of Mystery Prior and Savant. Lumion nodded slightly as Professor pressed further. What scenes are they? Stonemason's voice echoed within the saucepan. I see scenes of primitive humans independently creating fire for the first time. Ancient humans making sacrifices to the sky and land. There were many similar scenes, but they were very vague. I was in a dream and couldn't scrutinize them carefully. I can't remember the exact situations clearly. According to the Savant Pathway's Beyonders, this is a fragment of civilization. Upon hearing Stonemason's response, Lumion's forehead twitched imperceptibly. It reminded him of the moment he heard a peculiar sound accompanying scenes while wearing the mystery prying eye in 4th Epic Trier. As the scenes unfolded, a chorus of voices echoed one name, Celestial Master. Was what I received a fragment of a civilization? The Eye of Truth correspond to the Mystery Prior pathway. Upon their use, they activated the powers of neighboring pathways, revealing corresponding sounds. But there is a prerequisite, a special environment. 4th Epic Trier holds remnants of advanced powers from the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways. Celestial Master. The term is similar to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, which influences seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways. Meanwhile, Celestial Master correlates with the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways. Lumion fell into deep thought after his initial shock. Franca glanced at him, perplexed by his limited participation in the discussion. After a moment, Lumion snapped out of his daze. Considering Professor, Stonemason, and others' speculations, he carefully stated, the sudden downpour in Trier is an outward manifestation of a catastrophe, much like the Deep Valley Cloister. I suspect that a high-level power leaked during the catastrophe, affecting Beyonders from two neighboring pathways. The impact is more pronounced for those in Trier, but relatively minor for those outside. At this point, Lumion smirked. I've observed that warlocks outside Trier experienced significant decreases in the frequency and clarity of their wilderness dreams. Strangely, none of the warlocks in Trier mentioned this. Bear in a brown bearskin suit nodded approvingly. Professor and others concurred with Lumion's hypothesis, relieved that the situation was indeed improving. They couldn't help but marvel at Muggle's remarkable growth after surviving the April Fool's trap. Franca then inquired about the owner of the ancient tomb beside the crazy mushroom cave in Trier's catacombs. No one knew the answer. The warlocks in Trier offered to assist in the investigation, but there were no guarantees of finding anything. Franca had already entrusted this matter to Seven. Her current focus was on uncovering any mirror people who might have infiltrated the curly-haired baboons' research society, thanks to Lumien's teachings. After agreeing on the reward, she left the academy team and headed towards Hela. After discussing the mirror people situation with Hela, Lumien emerged from the corner where the academy team was located, ready to gather mysticism knowledge from the death domain with the purgatory team. Franca immediately approached Lumien, lowered her voice, and asked with a smile, "What were you thinking when Stonemason recounted his dream? It seemed like you had thought of something important. Hadn't I shared what I saw and heard after using the Eye of Truth underground? That shouldn't be the case. I won't forget sharing matters involving the Celestial Master." With Franca, Lumien's heart suddenly stirred, feeling that his spirituality was hindering this matter. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "It's rather complicated and involves high-level powers. I'll write to Madam Magician later and see if I can share it with you." "All right," Franca said eagerly, "don't forget." Her curiosity was piqued. At that moment, Hela, still dressed as a Black Widow, approached Lumien and asked, "Any progress in tracking Ultraman and Bard?" "Not at the moment. I'm still compiling the necessary information," Lumien replied truthfully. Hela nodded slightly and replied, "If you need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to me or Gandalf." The primary objective for most members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society was to eliminate the April Fool's traitors. Got it. Lumien had no plans to confront the key members of April Fools on his own. Undoubtedly, it was optimal for him to carry out the final execution. Upon returning to the real world, Lumien noticed that night was falling. He set out a stack of late-night snacks for Ludwig and summoned Madam Magician's messenger. After freshening up, washing his face, brushing his teeth, and snuffing out the wall lamp, he settled into bed. Just then, a sense of alertness surged through him. He sat up suddenly, focusing on a specific spot in the room. Outside the window, a faint crimson glow shimmered. In one corner, a shadow swiftly expanded, reaching up to the ceiling, forming a silhouette resembling two goat horns. It was as if a devil had emerged from the dark abyss. Lumien's eyebrows twitched as he stared at the colossal black shadow. The devil-like shadow resonated with a deep and imposing voice. "Lowly human, you must answer my question truthfully." It spoke in Intijan. Lumien cracked his neck gently and asked, "What's the question?" The devilish figure rumbled in a deep tone, "What did the Paco family's Georgia hire you to do?" Lumien chuckled. "What do human affairs have to do with a devil like you? I'm a professional adventurer. I won't betray my employer." The devilish shadow growled, "Then I'll use your blood as the answer." Before it completed its sentence, its aura surged, and the crimson moonlight in the room instantly succumbed to darkness, shrouding the space in a chilling aura. The corners of Lumien's mouth curled up. With a swift press of his left hand, he catapulted from the bed like a cheetah, propelling himself towards the ceiling. Overhead, darkness enveloped him, resembling an abyssal reflection. In a sudden twist, Lumien's body turned pitch black, almost zero in thickness. He morphed into a shadow creature and seamlessly melded into the darkness. Within the dimly illuminated fishnet of shadows, Lumien spotted the devil. Standing just over a meter tall, the creature was child-sized, yet its skin was creased like that of an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. Its disproportionately large head featured protruding eyes, presenting a grotesque visage that was beyond Lumien's knowledge of creatures. In the form of a shadow, Lumien swam toward it, aiming to ensnare the peculiar creature that manifested the devil's projection. He planned on pulling it out of the darkness and controlling it with the spell of Harumph. Many of Lumien's abilities were constrained in the shadow creature form. The short, malevolent creature with wrinkled skin appeared defenseless against the shadow's entanglement, surprising Lumien, who had anticipated fierce resistance. Without hesitation, he prepared to depart, leaving the shadow to detain its captive. Just then, the darkness surrounding him brightened, illuminated by the light from the sky. Instinctively, Lumion looked up and witnessed the pure darkness rapidly dissolving, unveiling a colossal star hanging in the void. The star bore a faint blue hue, resembling a demonic eye. In an instant, Lumion felt his blood freeze, involuntarily snapping out of his shadow creature form. The big-headed, shorty, adorned with wrinkles, seized the chance to break free from its constraints, swiftly merging into the pale blue starlight and disappearing from sight. After a moment, Lumion fully recovered. He stared at the now-normal room, sinking into contemplation. What in the world was that thing? It seemed so weak, yet it came to intimidate me. Nevertheless, the blinking star held an air of peculiarity. Why not just send the star to fright me right away? After suppressing me, it didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Even though I regained some mobility upon escaping the shadows, I was still relatively slow, Lumion mused silently. While he couldn't grasp the full picture, certain details became apparent. No wonder Georgia didn't casually enlist a foreign adventurer with Beyonder powers to handle the humanoid lizard. Someone lurking in the shadows would interrogate me about the entire matter in the future. Only a renowned adventurer like Louis Barry, capable of hunting demon warlocks, can resist it. Heh, earning 15,000 risat isn't a walk in the park. The one in the shadows knows Louis Barry isn't weak, so they didn't dare to attack directly. Instead, they dispatched a small monster with unique abilities to intimidate me, hoping to extract information. Why not go to Georgia's house and ask? Their family doesn't seem to possess any superpowers. Is this an internal conflict within the Fisheries Company and the Fisheries Guild? Yes, it's an opportunity to interact more deeply with the Paco family and understand the core process of the sea prayer ritual. Shaking his head, Lumion reclined on the bed and resumed his slumber. Around 8 a.m. the next day, Lugano, who had gone out to buy breakfast, rushed back and said to Lumion, "Boss, those combat nuns are looking for you." Chapter 545, Order. 545 Order. Combat nuns. Amidst Lumion's surprise, he felt a sudden sense of order return to society. In any country on the northern continent, wild Beyonders were unwelcome. They faced control and even apprehension. This wasn't like colonies such as Port Farim, where renowned adventurers could freely roam the streets and boast about their experiences without the concern of official Beyonders knocking on their doors. "Boss, is there any danger?" Lugano nervously inquired, his perpetual fear evident as a wild Beyonder. Lumion chuckled, responding confidently, "That depends on their attitude." The implication was that the nuns were the ones facing danger. Lumion teased, "Aren't you excited about the combat nuns? Shouldn't you be thrilled that they're here?" Imagination isn't the same as reality. Seeing his boss showing no intention of teleporting away with him, Lugano nervously descended and extended an invitation to the combat nuns. The leader was the same one Lumion had encountered before. Most of her naturally curly, thick black hair was neatly tucked into a black hat with white patterns. Her bright and lively light blue eyes, along with her thick eyebrows, bestowed upon her a unique and captivating charm. The woman in leather armor gazed at Lumion and inquired gently, "Are you the adventurer Louis Barry?" Lumion nodded. "Who might you be?" The strikingly beautiful combat nun replied with a smile, "I'm Sister Nolia of the Fertility Order, in charge of a combat team. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." Nolia raised her hands to the sky, her feet slightly apart. Observing that Nolia and the other combat nuns of the Fertility Order were not as judgmental as he expected, not viewing wild Beyonders as inherently evil creatures, Lumion smiled. "Madame, what brings you here?" Nolia smiled and explained, "You're a great adventurer who hunted demon warlock. If we hadn't known you were in Port Santa, we might not have bothered. However, now that we are aware, we must come and speak with you, reminding you to abide by the corresponding order." "What order?" Lumion inquired, anticipating the answer while holding the golden straw hat. The demeanor of these combat nuns made him wonder if they were official Beyonders. They didn't directly arrest him, nor did they use stern warnings. Is this the distinction between the Church of Earth Mother and other churches, emphasizing motherhood and respecting life? Nolia's red lips formed a beautiful smile as she spoke. In other cities, we would issue a direct warning, bringing you under our control. If you dare to resist, you could be apprehended or even eliminated. However, this is Port Santa, and many sea merchants here have a genuine need to resist pirates and protect their goods. We lack the manpower to safeguard them all, so we've tacitly agreed to allow them to hire Bay-under bodyguards. Monsieur Louis Barry, you are free to roam Port Santa, but you must adhere to 3 rules. Firstly, you cannot venture inland without our permission. To reach other cities, you need our approval. Secondly, you cannot perform any rituals in Port Santa, consume potions for advancement, or engage in mysticism experiments. Thirdly, you must refrain from using your abilities to cause chaos or catastrophe. Of course, if you return to Port Santa in the future, you'll need to register with us first. It's a reasonable request, and coming from the ruling church, it's not excessive at all. It's even simpler and easier than obtaining a firearm permit in Port Farim or other places. Of course, not applying for identification in Port Farim isn't a big deal. No one will report it, and there won't be any issues if you don't directly encounter the officials. Lumion nodded gently and replied, "Sure thing." At this moment, Lumion's thoughts raced, and he couldn't help but chuckle. But Port Santa isn't entirely safe. I encountered a monster last night. He briefly recounted how the little monster had disguised itself as a devil to intimidate him. While he didn't conceal that he had accepted George's commission, he refrained from specifying the details. Nolia listened attentively and responded without surprise, "We'll handle it. Try not to get involved in the Fisheries Guild's matters in the future. Their internal issues will be resolved internally." Does this mean that the Earth Mother Church refrains from interfering with the internal strife of the Fisheries Guild, allowing them complete autonomy? Lumion smiled and said, "I'll do my best to avoid participation, but I'll reserve the right to defend myself and counterattack." Nolia didn't offer any further comments. Her smile faded as she led the combat nuns to the door. In just 2 or 3 steps, she smoothly drew a straight sword from her back, half-turned and slashed at Lumion. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, occurring in the blink of an eye. Lumion stared at the sword beam, neither dodging nor raising his hand to block. With a swoosh, the straight sword grazed the tip of his nose and pointed to the ground. Nolia smiled radiantly and nodded in satisfaction. "As expected of a great adventurer, your foresight, judgment, and courage are exceptional." She then turned around and addressed the combat nuns who followed her. "This is a true man. Those who only know how to flaunt their muscles and swing their swords can only be called male beasts." As they spoke, the combat nuns exited Lumion's rented suite. Lumion raised his right hand and stroked his chin, feeling a strange sensation. The sight of women openly scrutinizing men made him uncomfortable. After watching Nolia and the nuns leave, Lugano lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, did a little monster really come to warn you last night?" "That's right. If you were the one who completed George's commission, it might not be just a warning." Lumion put on the golden straw hat and casually remarked as he walked towards the door, "We have an obligation to remind our employer that someone is secretly spying on their family." Lugano was taken aback for a moment before understanding Lumion's intentions. He grabbed Ludwig and followed closely behind. 21 St. Lana Street, in the activity room of a suite on the 5th floor. Lumion encountered Georgia once again. Dressed in a vibrant dress adorned with intricate patterns, the lady glanced at the boy, whose appetite exceeded her imagination, before turning her gaze to the adventurer, Louis Barry. "What brings you here?" Lugano translated professionally. "Last night, a monster came to intimidate me, but I chased it away." Lumion briefly recounted the monster's appearance and behavior. Upon hearing Lugano's account, Georgia displayed no obvious surprise. After a few seconds of contemplation, she said, "Wait a moment." Leaving the maid and valet behind, she disappeared into an inner room. After a few minutes, she reappeared, arm in arm with a man. The man seemed to be in his 40s, tall and gaunt, his eyes a nearly translucent blue. His grayish-black, slightly curly hair cascaded over his shoulders like an artist's. His appearance couldn't be described as particularly good or bad, yet he possessed an unforgettable quality. "This is my husband, Rubio Paco," Georgia introduced. The shareholder of the Fisheries Company and a committee member of the Fisheries Guild. Lumian had gathered information about the Paco family through Lugano over the past 2 days. Rubio's father had initially been a prosperous fisherman who shared a boat with others. After marrying Martha, who had once been a maiden of the sea, he gradually established himself. Not only did he manage the Fisheries Company for a time, but he also ascended to become a committee member of the oldest local guild, the Fisheries Guild. Shortly after the sea prayer ritual last year, the old gentleman passed away. With strong support from matriarch Marta, Rubio inherited his father's status and became the youngest committee member of the Fisheries Guild. However, he no longer held a specific position at Port Santa Fisheries Company. He only held onto the shareholders' voting rights and dividends. This middle-aged man had once been rebellious. He was expected to comply with his parents' arrangements and marry a maiden of the sea. However, he remained single until his early 30s and then married Georgia, the daughter of a textile merchant. If it were any other prominent family, the matriarch would have surely intervened and perhaps even banished Rubio. Yet, Martha indulged him and eventually chose to compromise. Before Lugano could commence with the translation, Rubio spoke in less fluent Intijan. "We can communicate directly. When I was young, I often took a boat out to sea and visited places like Port Farim. Monsieur Rubio, I don't think there's a need for communication, and I don't intend to find out why the monster came looking for me. I'm just here to inform you about this." Lumian glanced at the puzzled Georgia and suspected that Rubio had switched to Intijan not out of politeness, but to keep his wife in the dark about something. Rubio nodded gently and said, "I understand your concerns. I merely wish to entrust you with another mission." "What mission?" Lumian asked with a smile. Rubio calmly replied, "My mother, Martha, hails from Milo village. Recently, she wishes to return and meet the current governor of the sea to request his permission to seek treatment at the Church of Earth Mother. Yes, my mother hasn't been in good health recently. She can't get out of bed." Martha is still alive. Lumian was slightly surprised. Experienced as he was, he deduced that the monster might have been transformed by Martha, based on the absence of the matriarch, the Paco family's reluctance to expose the humanoid lizard, and the fact that she was once a maiden of the sea. The sea prayer ritual wasn't just an honor for the maidens of the sea. Perhaps there was also hidden corruption that might erupt at some point in time. But now, from what Rubio had said, Martha was still alive. Previously, she had only been seriously ill. Where did that humanoid lizard come from? Lumian suppressed his puzzlement and asked in confusion, "Why does Madame Martha need the governor of the sea's permission to seek treatment?" Rubio's expression shifted, a mix of disgust and resistance evident in his words. "All maidens of the sea have to follow the orders of the governor of the sea when dealing with church-related matters. Failing to do so would be blasphemous to the sea prayer ritual." Chapter 546, Monitor. 546 Monitor. Following the governor of the sea's orders holds more weight than reverence for the church. The Earth Mother Church appears indifferent. Lumian chose not to push further. He nodded subtly and stated, "I'll take on this commission without expecting compensation, but I do have a request." "What might that be?" Rubio asked cautiously. A cunning smile formed on Lumian's lips. "I'm here to witness the sea prayer ritual, but I've heard only a select few can observe its core segments. I seek such an opportunity." Rubio remained silent for a prolonged moment. Georgia, unable to contain her curiosity, questioned her husband in Highlander about the conversation and his concerns. Lugano seized the chance to approach Lumian and translated the couple's exchange. Lumian's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. Upon hearing, they were genuinely considering allowing him to pose as a sailor and board the special sacrificial ship. "Is Rubio Paco truly considering my request? I'm merely offering an outrageous deal to test if I can glean details about the sea prayer ritual. I don't intend to leverage this seemingly straightforward task to gain access to the last 2 segments of the ritual." It remained a secret harbored by the Fisheries Guild for over a millennium, the wellspring of their power and prestige. As these thoughts raced through Lumien's mind, he strongly suspected that the commission to send Madame Martha to Milo Village to meet the current governor of the sea carried a high risk. It wasn't a task for any random Beyonder. Therefore, Rubio Paco was reluctant to let go of Louis Barry, the proven adventurer. But where could the danger lie? This is Port Santa, not the islands on the sea or the remote towns of the southern continent. Which Beyonder would dare to attack me on the streets in broad daylight? Aren't they afraid of being captured by the combat nuns and turned into fertilizer for the land? One can't underestimate the power of an Orthodox church. Unless someone possesses a special ability, like Loki's, to kill me undetected on the bustling streets, or if a saint with godhood personally takes action, aiming to end the battle before the Church of Earth Mother reacts. But it can't be that exaggerated. It's such a trivial matter. As Lumien pondered, Rubio and Georgia reached a conclusion. The former said to Lumien, "I cannot permit your participation in the last 2 segments of the sea prayer ritual. It is a blasphemy against the sea. Those involved will face expulsion from Port Santa, including their family. However, I am willing to allow you to conceal yourself in Milo Village in advance and witness the ancient performances during the vigil ritual. So, I can't directly witness the vigil ritual, but I can partake in the accompanying folklore performance. Diddle Trammon, Bard, and Mad Lady use a similar method to approach the core of the sea prayer ritual and complete the most crucial part of the prank." Lumien noticed that Rubio had already made a significant concession and no longer insisted. He smiled and replied, "Deal." Without waiting for a response, he kindly suggested, "Let's send Madame Martha to Milo Village today, shall we? We mustn't delay when it comes to illnesses. Get her treatment as soon as possible." Rubio hesitated for a moment before saying, "My mother is already asleep. She's been resting a lot lately. Forcing her awake will impact her body and mind. How about tomorrow morning?" "Is some advanced preparation needed?" Lumien nodded thoughtfully. "No problem." He cast a quick glance at Lugano, and his heart skipped a beat. "Monsieur Rubio, my interpreter is, in fact, an excellent doctor. Moreover, he doesn't adhere to the beliefs of the Earth Mother, nor is he affiliated with any church. If he were to treat your mother, you probably wouldn't need to seek the governor of the sea's permission in advance." Lumien emphasized the word doctor. Without hesitation, Rubio Paco shook his head and said, "We trust the church's doctors more. My mother is my most important family. I don't want her to take any unnecessary risks." What he implied was that he couldn't vouch for the medical skills of the interpreter. He couldn't use the Paco family's matriarch as an experiment. Lumien was actually looking forward to sending Madame Martha to Milo Village, because it meant he might meet the current governor of the sea and have a chance to learn something. He had only suggested that Lugano treat the matriarch to test Rubio. The result of the probe revealed many hidden secrets in this matter. Having agreed to escort Madame Martha and her maid to the governor of the sea at 9 a.m. the following day, Lumien led Ludwig and Lugano out of the main house at 21 St. Lana Street. Georgia walked them all the way to the door. Lumien nonchalantly remarked, "Does the governor of the sea have to reside in Milo Village?" With Lugano's translation, Georgia nodded slightly and said, "The governor of the sea resides in the building where the vigil ritual is held every night. He can move freely during the day, but he can't leave Port Santa." The building where the vigil ritual is held. The essence of the vigil ritual is to allow a quasi-governor of the sea to enter the residence and replace the former governor of the sea, waiting to be officially appointed by the sea the next day. Lumien speculated, combining his mysticism knowledge. He smiled and asked, "What are the perks of being governor of the sea?" After hearing the translation, Georgia fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "Among the fishmongers, the merchants, he's already the true governor in their eyes." It wasn't an answer, just a whisper of truth. Lumien nodded without pressing further. He led Ludwig and Lugano through the iron gates. After taking a few steps along the verdant path in the forest, he suddenly looked up. On a branch stood a gray-feathered Mina. Lumien gave it a cursory glance and continued on, his steps brisk towards the waiting carriage. After a while, the Mina flapped its wings and flew up. After circling a few times, it circled a house 2 streets away before dipping down towards an open window. It landed on a middle-aged man's forearm and spoke in precise Highlander. "Louis Barry is back at the Paco house. He stayed nearly half an hour." The middle-aged man, dressed in gray clothes with disheveled brown hair, resembling a suburban farmer, fed the Mina a few self-made rice grains and said, "Observe further and see if Rubio, Paco, and Giorgia will go out today." After the Mina flew out of the window, the middle-aged man exhaled and turned around. Suddenly, his eyes froze as he saw someone sitting in the only armchair. The man had black hair and green eyes, wearing a white shirt, a black vest, dark pants, and a golden straw hat. Louis Barry. Adventurer Louis Barry. The middle-aged man's back arched slightly, and his feet parted slightly, but he took no further action. Lumion leaned back in his chair and engaged in casual conversation and incision, as if he had been expected. "What did you have your bird spy on?" The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before speaking in somewhat awkward incision. "Watch if anyone enters or exits Paco's house, and see if there's anything unusual there." "Very honest," Lumion nodded approvingly. "Who asked you to do it?" He was pleased that the other party knew some incision. Otherwise, he could only rely on keywords to communicate or capture him to have Lugano translate. "Juan Oro," the middle-aged man replied without hesitation. Juan Oro, the president of the Fisheries Guild and the former village chief of Milo Village. Lumion smiled and said, "I'm surprised you're so forthright." The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, "I don't think I'm stronger than Demon Warlock and can defeat you." "That's right, those who understand the situation and themselves can live longer." Lumion crossed his right foot over his left leg. "Why is Juan Oro monitoring the Paco family?" "I don't know, and there's no need for me to know. I'll receive a reward as long as I pass on what I see," the middle-aged man replied sincerely. Lumion gazed at him for a few seconds before saying, "Did you send that little monster last night?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. "What little monster? What happened last night?" Lumion chuckled and stood up without explaining. "What's your name?" he asked as he walked towards the door. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully, "Sanchez." Lumion opened the door, walked out, and disappeared from Sanchez's sight. Upon his return to Salo Motel, Lumion noticed a folded letter resting on the master bedroom's desk. Skillfully unfurling it, he found the distinct handwriting of Madame Magician. "You can share those matters with the Two of Cups, but avoid delving into excessive detail. I refrained from elaborating on the voices you heard and the fragments of civilization you glimpsed earlier as they remain too advanced for your understanding. Simply remember not to heed random sounds or sights in an ancient ruin like Fourth Epic Trier. Also, caution your Warlock associates. It's acceptable to occasionally take in the hidden sage's indoctrination, but they mustn't fully believe in him. His state is precarious." After incinerating the letter, Lumion contemplated for a moment and decided to teleport back to Trier to inform Franca in person and avert any potential mishaps. Trier, nestled within the Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative, apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orsay. As Lumion materialized, Franca and Jenna were engrossed in perusing a stack of ancient information from an unknown source. "Hey, could you teleport outside and knock? It's quite startling when you suddenly appear like that." Franca nearly tensed the formless spider silk she'd permanently set up in the room. Lumion chuckled and remarked, "With a witch's spiritual perception, what's the difference between me, teleporting, outside the door and appearing in the living room?" "Why the sudden return?" Franca paused before asking. "Madame Magician said you could share about that matter." "What's going on?" Jenna queried, looking puzzled. She stood up and prepared to leave. "Yes," Lumion replied to Franca's question, but he made no attempt to stop Jenna from leaving. Nor did Franca intervene. Once Jenna had retreated to her bedroom, Lumion turned to Franca and disclosed, "When they discussed the wilderness dream, it made me recall the voices and visions I encountered in Fourth Epic Trier. They're connected to the Celestial Master." Chapter 547, Source of Familiarity. 547. Source of familiarity. Is this related to the Celestial Master? Franca's interest peaked. Confusion enveloped her. In the fourth epoch Trier, what did you see or hear that we didn't? Everyone had been together unless it was before they met, but Jenna should have been aware. Without pausing for Lumien's response, Franca contemplated for a moment and suggested, could it be the after-effects of using the Eye of Truth? She recalled Lumien's abnormal behavior during that time. Yes, that's right. Lumien nodded, pulled up a chair, and settled down. He described the collision of two rocks, sparks flying, and the ensuing blaze that engulfed dry leaves and withered branches, amid echoing voices chanting, Celestial Master. The more Franca listened, the more her focus intensified. Uncharacteristically, she refrained from interrupting. As she listened, her gaze gradually shifted, seemingly lost in reminiscence and distant thought. Once Lumien finished recounting, Franca remained motionless for what felt like an eternity, frozen like a mechanical doll paused mid-action. After several seconds, she abruptly straightened up, pinched her nose, and forced a smile. As anticipated, the Celestial Master is part of our world. The fragments of civilization you received bear a striking resemblance to some aspects of my country's history, yet there are differences. Could it be the true history concealed beneath the surface? The Celestial Master is attempting to interfere and breach into this world, wielding significant influence over the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways, much like the way the Celestial Worthy affects seers, apprentices, and marauders. Could the depravity among some of the monks in the Deep Valley Cloister and the peculiar state of the Hidden Sage be linked to the Celestial Master? Franca's thoughts crystallized as she spoke, her eyes sparkling like a serene lake. That's my hunch too, Lumien concurred with Franca. Franca rose and paced, seemingly alone, contemplating how to follow this trail and unveil the truth behind the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's transmigration. After a few minutes, she muttered to herself, the connection between the two worlds is stronger than I expected. It's not just through the river Styx. We should still be able to find many traces of the interaction between the two worlds. Franca halted her pacing and fixed her gaze on Lumien. When we grow stronger and amass enough gold, I want you to summon Chen Tu again, the armored shadow. He should possess some insight into the Celestial Master. All right, Lumien agreed. Franca lapsed into silence once more, her mind retracing an unknown memory. A few moments later, she produced 4 brass metal plates and handed them to Lumien. The language comprehension charms you wanted. The one with the most intricate patterns allows you to understand the languages of the southern continent. The others are for the ancient Faesac language family. The activation incantation is the word, knowledge, in ancient Hermes. She and the bear had completed the delivery through Madame Hella's messenger. The other party proved quite efficient. After Lumien handed Franca the money, he teleported out of Trier and back to Port Santa. In the hushed aftermath, Jenna cautiously opened the bedroom door and stuck her head out. Has Lumien left? Yes, Franca replied, her emotions subdued. Jenna glanced at her, but didn't press for more information. Instead, she redirected the conversation to the stack of information related to the underground tomb. Late at night, Franca returned to her room. Glancing at the small analyzer, the accompanying typewriter, and the radio transceiver, she didn't sit down to chat as usual. Instead, she climbed into bed. Sitting in the middle of the bed, leaning against the pillow, hugging her legs and curling up, Franca's gaze unfocused on the crimson moon and stars outside the window. Lumien's words today plunged her into nostalgia, but the more her emotions fluctuated, the less she wanted to reveal vulnerability. She endured it, pretending to have recovered. Only when solitude enveloped her, as the night fell silent and the seemingly eternal stars adorned the sky, did she shed her thick armor and sink deep into her emotions. After an indeterminate amount of time, Franca lowered her head, burying her face between her knees. That night, she delved into a multitude of dreams. Broad shoulders carried her as a child, a touch of white hair at the temples, dishes not particularly delicious, but always suited her tastes. Pure emotions of her youth, memories of being the atmosphere livening machine, and her broad-minded self all danced in fragmented sequences. As her 2 decades unfolded in her dreams, she unknowingly opened her eyes, feeling the coldness on her face. Reluctant to move, she lingered in the moment. Suddenly, a recollection struck her. Back on the 4th level of the catacombs, she and Jenna had encountered a man who seemed strangely familiar. Initially, she believed that the original owner of her body had encountered him. Now, the reason for his familiarity became clear. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from her home country before transmigration. Despite altering his appearance to thwart immediate recognition, Franca was now certain that his facial features differed from those she had encountered in this world. Softer, less chiseled. With a mix of fear and excitement, Franca sat up and pondered. Could it be that, aside from us transmigrating souls, there are others who physically transmigrated? Or has someone mastered the ability to freely traverse between both worlds? After breakfast, Lumion stepped into the master bedroom's washroom and retrieved a low-level language comprehension charm from his traveler's bag. "Knowledge," he whispered in ancient Hermes. The brass-like charm ignited with bluish-green flames and swiftly vanished. Instantly, Lumion felt an abnormal clarity in his mind, as if an avalanche of additional knowledge had flooded in, unveiling the structural origins and connections of numerous words. Today's agenda: a visit to the oldest fishing village, perhaps meeting the governor of the sea. Mastering Highlander in secret seemed imperative to avoid missing crucial clues. The charm's effects would last for 7 days. Leaving the bedroom, Lumion took Ludwig and Lugano to 21 St. Lana Street in a rental carriage, where they met Martha, the matriarch of the Paco family. Martha didn't look like she was in her 60s, with only faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, appearing more in her early 50s based on her eyes, nose, mouth, and brows. Her features retained a unique charm. At that moment, the old lady with grayish-black hair and light blue eyes wore a black, widow-like dress and a dark, old-styled bonnet. Pale-faced, she was supported by 2 young maids as they boarded a 4-wheeled, 4-seater carriage. "Monsieur Barry, I'll be relying on you," Rubio Paco nodded at Lumion beside the carriage. He was to accompany his mother to Milo Village to meet the governor of the sea. Lumion directed Ludwig to Georgia. "Please keep an eye on him until I return from Milo Village." Rubio translated this time. Georgia smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll make sure there's plenty of food." She had already realized that this boy had the appetite of 2 or 3 adults, but as the godson of a great adventurer, it was understandable that he was special. Lumion wasn't concerned about Ludwig's treatment in the Paco household. He feigned his understanding of Highlander and waited for Lugano's translation before saying, "A meal every 2 hours." With that, he sat on the right side of the carriage driver and didn't enter the carriage. Seeing this, Lugano had no choice but to choose the seat to the left of the carriage driver. Before doing so, he diligently translated Lumion's final instructions. Although he didn't know what would happen if Ludwig starved, he felt that it wouldn't be good, so he emphasized it twice. As the carriage set off, Georgia processed the translation. "A meal every 2 hours, 2 hours." The Paco family's carriage rolled along the grayish-white stone-paved street. Lumion leaned against the carriage wall, retracted his right leg, and stepped on the edge of the carriage driver's seat. Lugano glanced at him, feeling a bit uneasy. A seasoned bounty hunter, Lugano sensed something awry in this seemingly ordinary mission that prompted Rubio to assist his employer in hiding in Milo Village. His heart raced as he observed armed pedestrians on the street, fearing an imminent attack from the crowd. Under the October sun still blazing in Port Santa, the streets, damp from the previous night's heavy rain, hadn't completely dried. Lugano yearned to reach Milo Village quickly. Glancing at Lumion, he noticed that Lumion had narrowed his eyes. Lowering his straw hat, Lumion seemed to be peacefully napping, showing no signs of nervousness. Few with a powerhouse like him around, there shouldn't be a problem, Lugano silently reassured himself. The carriage headed north, leaving Port Santa and reaching a village nestled against the Darij mountain range, overlooking the Azure Sea. Fishing boats set off, accompanied by the resonant singing and chirping of seabirds. Milo Village's buildings exuded a historic feel. Brown, yellow, and beige stone brick outer walls, blackened at the lower half, gave them character. Though the wooden components had been replaced, weeds still clung. A small cathedral belonging to Earth Mother stood near the mountain, and facing the fishing village dock was the governor of the sea's residence. The four-story building, with a white backing and gray bricks, resembled a cathedral and a sacrificial ground more than a human residence. As they arrived safely at their destination, Lugano sighed in relief and jumped off the carriage. Two maids supported Madame Martha as they headed toward the governor of the sea's building, accompanied by Rubio Paco. Suddenly, Lugano heard his employer's voice. "Take a look at what's wrong with that old lady." Lugano glanced at Lumion, who had appeared beside him, wearing a golden straw hat. He raised his hand and gently tapped his forehead, activating his spirit vision. Observing Madame Martha's back for a few seconds after she entered the governor of the sea's residence, he frowned and said, "Most notably is the excessive loss of blood and weak vitality." Lugano hesitated before concluding, "It doesn't look like illness. It looks more like an injury." Chapter 548, Governor of the Sea. 548, Governor of the Sea. Injured by the humanoid lizard. Lumion made a casual guess after hearing Lugano's judgment. He stood by the carriage, his gaze naturally surveying the surroundings of the governor of the sea's residence. The location was close to the fishing village's docks, with boats sailing into the sea and fishing nets secured to the reefs. Around nearby houses, women were busy processing seafood, turning them into salted fish and jerky. Children ran along various village roads, playing games. Though different from Cordu, the essence of the scene remained similar. In front of the governor of the sea's residence stretched a sizable square where Lumion and the others awaited Madame Martha, Rubio Paco, and their emergence. Children gathered in a corner, arranging numerous shells and engaging in an acting game. The eldest, dressed in a linen shirt, declared, "I'm the governor of the sea." "I'll be the guard." "I'm the mother," the other children replied. The youngest hopped around, asking, "What about me? What about me?" The child playing the role of the governor of the sea pondered for a moment and said, "You can be the child of the sea." "Child of the sea? What's that?" Lumion, though not looking, listened intently to the children's discussion. These kids may not understand many terms, but their lack of confidentiality made them unwitting carriers of information. The adults in Milo Village wouldn't be overly vigilant against such young children, who might inadvertently reveal details remembered in their daily games. Recalling his experiences in Cordu, Lumion recognized the value of sounding out children and playing games with them. It was a subtle way to glean insights into family matters. After absorbing the children's discussions and gauging the time, Lumion adjusted his golden straw hat and headed straight for the governor of the sea's residence. Lugano was taken aback and swiftly followed Lumion. Two guards in brownish-green shirts and pants, each armed with a rifle, blocked the entrance of the cathedral and sacrificial ground, fixing their gaze on Lumion. "Halt!" the guards shouted. Undeterred, Lumion continued forward, speaking in Intijan nonchalantly, "I don't understand what you're saying." With a swoosh, the two guards raised their rifles, aiming at the outsider in the golden straw hat. Lugano hurriedly translated, "They won't let you in." Ignoring his guide, Lumion neither sped up nor slowed down as he approached the white building with gray bricks. A cold glint flickered in the blue eyes of the two guards as they squeezed their triggers. At that moment, the outsider in the golden straw hat vanished from their sight. He melded into the sunlit shadows of the governor's residence. In the next instant, Lumion reappeared from a shadow in the foyer behind them and continued walking. It was as if the distance between them had been erased. The two guards, with keen senses, quickly turned around, peering behind them. However, Lumion had already entered the building, leaving the foyer. Outside, Lugano stood in a daze, uncertain whether to take the risk of following and acting as a translator or to prioritize his own safety. After passing through the foyer, Lumion suddenly noticed the space ahead darkening. The dome, just over 10 meters tall, emanated an inaccessible aura. Aqua-blue walls adorned with various reliefs caught his eye. Unlike the typical statues of angels and saints, these depicted objects from the sea. Starfish, corals, numerous fish, lobsters, and crabs. Simultaneously, Lumion sensed the reliefs coming to life, casting a dangerous gaze at him. No, they weren't alive. The building itself seemed alive, instinctively rejecting intruders and exerting layers of pressure. Lumion's steps instantly became heavy, as if burdened by hundreds of kilograms of food. Within his field of vision, Martha, the Paco family's matriarch, knelt diagonally on the ground with her legs crossed. Rubio Paco stood at a distance. The two maids also knelt, their backs turned towards the entrance hall, as if unwilling to look at a certain important figure. Directly opposite the high dome lay a carpet made of fish skin. A young man in a retro white robe reclined on it, propping himself up with his elbows as he quietly observed Martha. 4 other beautiful women adorned the carpet. One knelt behind the lad, serving as his cushion. Another peeled late-ripened grapes and delicately fed them to the lad. The remaining 2 held trays with alcohol, food, and towels, each standing in a separate spot. Their pregnant bellies were unmistakably visible, radiating a maternal glow. Upon Lumion's sudden entrance, the lad appeared alarmed, sitting up straight and seeking solace in the embrace of the woman behind him. Sensing the abnormality, Rubio turned around and saw the adventurer he had hired, Louis Barry. His pupils dilated slightly as he urgently spoke in Intijan, "Why did you come in?" Only then did Lumion pause and smile. "I'm a professional adventurer. You've been inside for too long. I'm worried something might happen." As he spoke, Lumion sensed dangerous gazes from various parts of the building. Rubio fell silent for a moment before saying, "Don't worry. Just wait outside for us to come out." "All right," Lumion chuckled, turned around, and sauntered into the foyer, acting as if the dangerous gazes didn't exist. Back in the foyer, he faced the 2 guards and their rifles without giving them a glance as he walked past. The expressions of the guards shifted, but they refrained from firing, allowing Lumion to exit the governor of the sea's residence. Lugano breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he wouldn't be hunted down by the people of Milo Village. Despite being a Beyonder, facing more than one armed soldier still made him uneasy. Glancing at Lumion, he hesitated to ask why his employer insisted on barging in. Lumion settled back beside the carriage driver, tucking in his legs with one bent and the other extended, allowing his right arm to rest on it. After nearly 10 minutes, Rubio Paco and his mother, Martha, emerged from the cathedral-like building. Rubio took a deep look at Lumion and said, "Let's go. The governor of the sea has agreed to let my mother receive treatment at the church." "Is that lad the current governor of the sea?" He looked weak and appeared panicked. "How can he protect Port Santa's fishermen and sea merchants for a year? Or does he lack abilities but possess a special symbol? Did the April Fool's prank cause an accident at last year's sea prayer ritual? This governor of the sea might have failed to receive the sea's boon or appointment, but the fisheries guild members conceal the matter to avoid causing panic, treating him as the real governor of the sea. He must know about what happened back then." Lumion nodded thoughtfully. He smiled and asked Rubio and Intijan, "Then, should we thank Earth Mother for her love and care, or the governor's approval?" Rubio didn't respond and followed his mother, Martha, into the carriage. Lugano hurriedly took a seat on the other side of the carriage driver, watching as the horse circled around and changed direction, gradually departing from the governor of the sea's residence. "Phew," Lugano sighed from the bottom of his heart. "This commission doesn't seem dangerous." Apart from his employer insisting on barging into the governor of the sea's residence, there were no surprises. Lumion chuckled and remarked, "That's because I'm here. If it were just you, those hidden observers might have already come knocking." Lugano fell silent, observing as his employer pointed at the governor of the sea's mansion, resembling a cathedral, and uttered a phrase in Highlander word by word. "What will happen if blown up?" Lugano shuddered, his hair standing on end. He glanced at the astonished carriage driver and advised his employer in Intijan, "You'll probably be hunted down by the entire Port Santa." Lumion smiled and averted his gaze, remaining silent. Only then did Lugano realize. His employer was testing someone. Why else would he use Highlander, a language he hadn't mastered yet? He was testing the reactions of the carriage driver and Madame Martha in the carriage. Listening to Martha and Rubio's conversation, Lumion noted the mother and son barely spoke during the journey, perhaps due to Martha's poor health, with occasional moans of pain. As the carriage left Milo Village, the driver suddenly pulled the reins, stopping the horses. An old man with a black cane had appeared in front of the carriage. With dark and white hair, eyes as blue as the sea, and wearing common fishermen's clothes, the wrinkled face of the old man could have killed a mosquito with its folds. "Mr. Oro," the carriage driver whispered, his expression tense, uncertain how to react. Juan Oro, Lumion thought, the president of the Fisheries Guild and the former village chief of Milo Village. Supported by a young man resembling him, Juan Oro approached the Paco family's carriage with his cane. In the carriage, Rubio and Martha remained silent. At that moment, a revolver appeared on Juan Oro's forehead, pressing the cold muzzle against his flesh. Lumion raised his chin slightly and looked at the president of the Fisheries Guild. With a calm expression, he asked, "Who allowed you to approach this carriage?" Chapter 549, True Purpose. 549 True Purpose. The young man supporting Juan Oro glanced up at Lumion, who sat beside the carriage driver with one leg bent, the other propped up. His eyes blazed with undisguised anger. The carriage driver jumped in fright and desperately tried to distance himself from Lumion. However, with a horse in front of him and Lugano on his left, dodging proved impossible in his haste. Lugano swallowed hard, blaming his employer for being overly aggressive. Is he trying to imitate Jayaman Sparrow? But his employer hadn't exhibited such madness before. Instead, he seemed intelligent. Juan Oro, an elderly man with mottled black hair, seemed oblivious to the revolver pointed at his forehead. He turned his head, stepped aside from the firearm, and continued forward. Observing this, Lumion pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A yellow bullet shot from the revolver, heading straight for the side of Juan Oro's head. At some point, a palm intercepted the bullet, causing it to decelerate and spin. The bullet landed in the palm, feeling as if it had fallen into a thick swamp. The wide, bronzed hand belonged to the young man supporting Juan Oro. He glared at Lumion, his lips curling in disdain. Then, he bellowed, "Have you lost your mind?" Before he could finish, fiery crimson orbs, nearly white in hue, materialized right in front of him, barely a meter away. They surrounded him in a blaze. Almost instantly, Lumion felt as though he'd been ripped from reality. The carriage disappeared from beneath him, the ground vanished from his sight, and he found himself in an endless void of darkness. The crimson fireballs, almost white, were controlled by an unseen force and changed direction, hurtling down from their original path. Rumble! They collided with the roadside dozens of meters away, carving deep, massive craters. The horses, startled, reared up, neighing in terror. The carriage driver instinctively pulled at the reins, struggling to calm the panicked animals. The illusion Lumion experienced dissolved with the explosion. He saw Juan Oro and the lad again. Juan Oro, deeply wrinkled with his beard and hair standing on end, lifted his black cane and growled in a low voice, "Have you had enough?" Lumion grinned and raised his revolver once more, aiming it at the president of the Fisheries Guild. At that moment, Rubio Paco's voice echoed from the rear carriage. "Let them through," he spoke in Intijan. Only then did Lumion lower his arm and offer a smile in Intijan. "My employer says you're free to pass." He acted as if he couldn't comprehend Juan Oro and the lad's Highlander. Juan Oro observed him for a moment before shifting his attention. Using his cane, he circled around to the side of the carriage. The lad supporting him shot a glare at Lumion, but he was at a loss for cuss words since Lumion couldn't understand. Juan Oro glanced at the window and calmly inquired, "Martha, I heard you're not feeling well." "Yes," the old lady weakly replied through the glass. Juan Oro nodded. "Has the governor given you permission to seek treatment? Do you need my help in pleading your case?" "He's already given permission," Rubio replied on behalf of his mother. "That's good," Juan Oro nodded slightly and didn't press further. He turned and slowly walked toward the building housing the governor of the sea's residence, using his cane as a crutch. The young man supporting him shot a final glare at Lumion before refocusing on the old man. Lumion adjusted his posture, acting as if nothing had transpired. He said to Lugano, "The carriage can continue forward." Lugano snapped out of his daze and quickly directed the startled carriage driver to soothe the horses and exit Milo Village as soon as possible. Without any issues, they made their way back to 21 St. Lana Street. Lumion retrieved Ludwig, his mouth still glistening with oil, from Georgia and smiled at Rubio Paco. "Remember your promise, otherwise—" He smiled and left the statement hanging. "Don't worry," Rubio replied in Intijan. After Louis Barry, his godson and the interpreter departed, Georgia sighed in relief and glanced at her husband. "I've never seen a child eat so much. He must be abnormal." "Otherwise, Louis Barry wouldn't have let him stay with us so easily," Rubio responded, unfazed. Aquina Street, Salo Motel. After shutting the door, Lugano couldn't resist asking Lumion, "Why were you so aggressive? He's the president of the Port Santa Fisheries Guild, a big shot. And we're in Milo Village." He suspected his employer had some hidden agenda. Lumion gave his guide a glance and grinned. "Why else, when making a scene in public, it's unlikely both parties can go all out. It's the perfect chance to test them, see what they're made of. Trying it under the cover of night, when no one cares about the Earth Mother Church's authority and the Fainapotter government, that would be way too risky. If Lumion had discovered that Juan Oro had godlike powers, he'd need to act quickly and call for backup." "Ah, I see," Lugano had an epiphany. His employer's craziness was just a facade. Every radical move had an ulterior motive. But why is he in Port Santa? Is he planning something during the sea prayer ritual? Why target people from the Fisheries Guild? That sounds very dangerous. Should I resign early and forget about the remaining paycheck? Lumion observed the silent interpreter and strolled over to a reclining chair in the living room, settling in with a smile. He leaned back and relaxed. What he'd told Lugano was just one layer of the motivations behind his recent actions, the most surface-level one. Most importantly, Lumion aimed to send a clear message with his radical actions. He was in Port Santa to investigate the sea prayer ritual, unafraid of the Fisheries Guild or Milo Village. He possessed the strength and courage to back it up. Breaking into the governor of the sea's residence, or casually pointing a gun at Juan Oro's head and firing, all of it was to convey this information. Lumion believed there were dissatisfied people in Port Santa regarding the Fisheries Guild's sea prayer ritual. After all, the primary beneficiaries were fishermen, sea merchants, and those in related industries, not representative of the entire Port Santa population. For instance, even though the Church of Earth Mother and the Port Santa government had allowed the Fisheries Guild autonomy and excluded outsiders from involvement, someone bold enough to investigate, regardless of consequences, might tempt others. Could they silently or even covertly support this person to stir up trouble for their benefit? Likewise, the beneficiaries wouldn't be united. Some gaining meant others losing. The powerful had jealous rivals. While not wanting the sea prayer ritual to end, they likely desired those in power to suffer and vacate their positions. Lumion, by setting up a flag to investigate the sea prayer ritual and displaying decisiveness, steadfastness, and strength, didn't need to painstakingly gather clues. From his residence, he could receive various pieces of information, openly and covertly, and compare them to determine authenticity. For an outsider with limited time, this was the fastest and most effective way to uncover the entire sea prayer ritual process and the truth about last year's accident. For the key member of April Fools lurking in the shadows, possibly setting a trap, this was a strategic move to draw attention to adventurer Louis Barry and raise suspicion. In due time, armed with the acquired information and discovered clues, Lumion had a chance to expose them through their own trap. Of course, the main drawback of this plan was its relative danger. Putting himself in the spotlight was a risk, but in the pursuit of prey, risks were inevitable. Moreover, Lumion had plenty of allies. As these thoughts raced through Lumion's mind, he realized that becoming a conspirer had given him a clearer understanding of the situation and the conflicts between various groups. Using a term favored by Auror, he developed a deeper insight into conspiracies. The most brilliant conspiracy is an open conspiracy. This became a key principle for his future acting. Around 2 p.m., Lumion spotted his messenger, Penitent Baneful, emerging from the void and handing him a letter. Puzzled, he asked, "Who's it from?" "Haven't those," he needed to communicate with, already been reached. "It's from the tall demoness," Baneful replied. "What's up with Franca again?" Lumion took the letter and began reading. "The man she and Jenna encountered on the 4th level of the catacombs is suspected to be from the world where the Celestial Master resides, the world before her transmigration." Lumion's pupils dilated slightly. This was different from the members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society. They had transmigrated through their souls, but these individuals had brought their bodies over. In the midst of his surprise, Lumion pondered a crucial question. Why would someone like that venture into the 4th level of the catacombs? Was it because the Samaritan women's spring lay sealed there, along with the river Styx's overflowing water that bridged the two worlds? Had similar individuals entered our world before? If so, why hadn't they left any trace like Emperor Roselle and the other transmigrators? Franca and Jenna's expedition to the 4th level of the catacombs appears laden with coincidences. Not only did they uncover a new mirror world fragment, but they also encountered such a person. After penning a letter to Franca, Lumion was about to request Lugano to translate today's newspapers when footsteps echoed from the corridor. His eyebrows twitched as he pulled up an armchair, facing the door. Knock, knock, knock. A few seconds later, a knock resounded on their suite's door. "Who is it?" Lugano inquired. A mature and gentle voice floated from beyond the door. "I'm Nolia of the Fertility Order." Upon hearing this name, Lumion leaned back slightly and offered a smile. He sensed that his digestion of the Conspirer potion had progressed a bit further. Chapter 550, Effects of the Sea Prayer Ritual. 550, Effects of the Sea Prayer Ritual. Lumion hesitated, embodying the character of the adventurer, Louis Barry, grappling with the unfamiliarity of Highlander. Once Lugano finished translating Nolia's words, he nodded gently, sporting a welcoming smile as he spoke in Intijan, "Come in, please." Simultaneously, he rose from his seat. Lugano, who had already reached the door, opened it. The figure outside indeed proved to be Nolia, the combat nun of the Fertility Order. Contrary to expectation, she wasn't cloaked in black or adorned with religious headwear. Her thick, black, curly hair flowed over her brown leather armor, and her lively light blue eyes exuded energy. Lumion noticed the pair of straight swords strapped to Nolia's back and the revolver at her waist. Smiling, he stepped forward. "Thank you for your assistance." Previously dependent on Lugano's translation, Nolia replied in Intijan, "How did you know I was here to help?" Lumion didn't conceal his intentions for today's performance. He raised his hand, pointing at his head, indicating deduction. Of course, his gratitude stemmed from her aid in digesting the Conspirer potion. Nolia's thick eyebrows twitched approvingly as she nodded. Then, she turned her gaze to Lugano and Ludwig, as if seeking Lumion's opinion on whether to have them leave. Lugano's expression made it clear he preferred not to be part of it. Sparing Lugano, Lumion gestured for him to take Ludwig outside, perhaps for street snacks. After the two departed the suite, Lumion remarked to Nolia, "You actually know Intijan. You didn't say a word of it earlier." Nolia replied with a smile, "We often take turns guarding the mountain passes in the southern foothills of the Pires mountain range." The Pires range, termed by the Fainapotter Kingdom, referred to the Darij mountain range. Shepherds frequently traversed it, entering the plains and pastures of Gaia and other provinces. Without awaiting Lumion's further inquiry, Nolia tucked her hair behind her ear and grinned. "It's impolite to have a lady standing and chatting with you." Only then did Lumion invite Nolia to sit on the divan while he chose the armchair. Nolia gazed at him and continued, "Port Santa's sea prayer ritual dates back to the late 4th epoch. It's over 1,000 years old and can be considered ancient. The church once purged it, relocating all relevant insiders and purifying all participants. However, Less than 100 years later, someone here began secretly conducting the sea prayer ritual again. She didn't explain why she shared this history. It seemed like she was merely recounting. They didn't continue purging it afterward, Lumion inquired. Nolia pursed her red lips and replied with a solemn expression. In this matter, the brass's orders are often contradictory. Sometimes, they let our fertility order handle it. Other times, they signal us to observe for a while. All of this has been permitted by a second-in-command blessed. Lumion, drawing knowledge from Madame Magician, the curly-haired baboons' research society, and other sources, had come to understand that the Earth Mother Church operated on two major systems, favored and blessed. Favored referred to beyonders of the earth and moon pathways among clergymen. Meanwhile, blessed encompassed beyonders of other pathways favored by the Earth Mother. Orders from a favored required at least one second-in-command blessed to be valid. Without this, they risked being considered products of the influence of evil gods and demons. Lumion found the Earth Mother Church's intricate system perplexing, seemingly designed to guard against the favored. Nevertheless, he believed that there must be a reason behind such complexity. Having undergone numerous experiences, he became increasingly aware that seemingly inconspicuous rules in the mystical world often held lessons etched in blood. After a moment of contemplation, Lumion inquired, "Are you a favored or a blessed?" "I'm a blessed," Nolia replied without delving into the specifics of her pathway. Lumion nodded slightly, indicating for her to continue. Nolia smiled inside. After a long period of repetition, we eventually reached an unspoken agreement to allow the sea prayer ritual. At the very least, it brought prosperity to Port Santa without causing social chaos or significant disruptions beyond the participants. That decision was made ages ago, and while ancient dossiers provide a rough understanding, the exact reasons convincing matriarchs, presidents, and archbishops remain elusive. Essentially, the sea prayer ritual has evolved into a traditional folklore in Port Santa, fostering prosperity in maritime trade and fisheries. Crossing her arms over her chest, Nolia intoned with piety, "Life's precious embrace, the harvest's grace." Lumion, intrigued, narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Why did you change the prayer gesture? Is there a problem?" Nolia opened her eyes and grinned. This was a gesture frequently used in the past, but as Earth Mother regained some lost authority, we adopted a new posture for formal occasions. She rose, positioning her legs slightly apart, hands raised high, and passionately explained to Louisberry as if preaching. The feet connect to the benevolent earth, and the palms reach towards the spiritual sky. In the middle resides the light of life. This is the domain of the mother of all things. One can regain some of their lost authority. Lumion was puzzled, but that wasn't the focal point. Nolia settled back into her seat and continued. While we haven't deciphered the core process of the sea prayer ritual, years of surveillance have yielded some insights. The governor of the sea, who successfully gains the sea's favor, wields the power to control this stretch of the sea, preventing shipwrecks. However, this seemingly comes at the cost of their lives and something more. Simultaneously, the ritual triggers rapid reproduction and thriving life in the area, ensuring fishermen a bountiful harvest. It also intertwines with fate. Families with maidens of the sea in their lineage tend to experience good fortune, not just due to preferential treatment. The sea prayer ritual's effects are intricate, wielding the power of the sea domain and influencing fate, reproduction, and abundance. Lumion struggled to grasp the reasons behind these occurrences. Nolia peered into Lumion's face, her eyes bright yet gentle, and said, "The committee members of the Fisheries Guild, some villagers from Milo Village, and participants in the core process of the sea prayer ritual have all acquired mystical powers. We once confronted the little devils you encountered. When pursuing certain criminals, we discovered them transformed into lizard-like monsters. Humanoid lizards, similar to the Paco families. Lumion hadn't anticipated obtaining any clues from Nolia. Nolia smiled. Later, we found a commonality among those who can transform into lizard. Like monsters. What is it? Lumion couldn't conceal his curiosity. Nolia replied with a faint smile. Their mothers were once maidens of the sea. Maidens of the sea's children, child of the sea, Which of Rubio's siblings did I kill? Not only did he transform into a humanoid lizard, but he also went mad and severely injured his mother. Lumion swiftly connected the dots, sensing he had grasped the essence of the Paco family's commission. Yet confusion crept in. If this information is known to families with Maidens of the Sea, why would the Paco family conceal it from Juan Aro and other committee members in the Fisheries Guild? Nolia didn't seek his thoughts and teased, "After confirming the link between the lizard-like monsters and the Sea Prayer ritual, we intentionally alerted the Fisheries Guild committee members. Since then, no such criminals have surfaced. They show discipline and restraint. This is why, at times, I understand why the brass tacitly permit the Sea Prayer ritual in Port Santa. The participants are more obedient and easily controlled compared to adventurers like you." Nolia implied, "I just advised you to stay away from the Fisheries Guild. Yet, the next day, you stormed into the governor of the Sea's residence, pointing a gun at Juan Oro's head. That's much more troublesome than those involved with the Sea Prayer ritual." Lumion smiled, choosing not to comment. Nolia pondered for a moment, locking eyes with him. "I'm not sure why you're investigating the Sea Prayer ritual, and I don't want to know. What I can say is, if your actions endanger all of Port Santa, we will step in and expel you. With that condition, we might offer some assistance." Lumion picked up the straw hat beside him and pressed it against his chest. "It would be an honor." Nolia left the Earth Mother Church's objectives in this matter unspoken, and Lumion chose not to delve into it. The combat nun of the Fertility Order rose, making her way toward the door. With her left hand on the handle, she abruptly turned around, her eyes sparkling as she asked with a smile, "Do you want to have a child here?" Lumion was taken aback. "Madame, aren't you changing the subject too quickly?" Nolia's eyes held a maternal glint as she said with pity, "According to our assessment, the Sea Prayer ritual is at least as dangerous as a saint or a Grade 1 sealed artifact when fully utilized for a short period. I don't know what you're up to, but once you're involved in this matter, you can't escape just because you want to. Before that, have you considered leaving a descendant for yourself? I can help you. Are your Earth Mother Church's combat nun's way of inviting someone to a one-night stand so special?" Lumion was momentarily speechless. Nolia spoke sincerely, "Descendants are the continuation of our lives. Flowers wither and fall to the ground, only to bloom into a more brilliant scenery the next year. Are you really not considering having a descendant?" "Not for now," Lumion replied with a cold expression. Nolia expressed regret. "Whenever you think it through, come to me." With that, she opened the door and walked out. "You've reached the end of the book."